Chapter 251 Tang San vs Su Ming's Ice Attribute Clone. Luo's sudden victory made many people unable to react to what happened. Because just now, Luo's figure almost came behind Su Shui as if he had changed positions. The speed was so fast that it had already exceeded the limit of the eyeball. Even Tang San, with his purple demon eye, didn't see clearly how Luo acted. He only noticed the spread of the other party's mental power, and then in a flash, Su Shui was defeated. Just now, it should be a fluctuation in space. This kid is interesting. Gu Rong's cold face showed a smile. His bone dragon has the ability to travel through space, so he can observe the changes just now. Although it is not a spatial law, it has already involved the use of a trace of spatial power. Such an ability is only possessed by a titled Douluo. Gu Rong slightly lowered his body and told Ning Fengzi about his discovery. Swish! Ning Fengzi's eyes were slightly happy, and his eyes were full of wisdom. I don't know what he was thinking. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect also wants to compete for a genius that can be valued by the two titled Douluos of the sect. Glancing at Saras with ill intentions, Ning Fengzi secretly made up his mind. On the other hand, Su Shui's defeat did not disappoint Zhao Wuji and others. The strength of the enemy has exceeded everyone's expectations. Su Shui did find out a lot of information for everyone. Su Shui, you have done a good job. The last blow shocked even me. With Tang San's words, the others also comforted him. Yes, it's good that you are not injured. Luo's strength is indeed too strong. Don't take it to heart. Leave it to Tang San and the others next. Su Shui didn't say anything. She stood alone beside Su Ming, with a resentful aura, expressing her dissatisfaction with someone. If you lose, you lose. Just go back and continue to practice. As long as you can endure the hardship, leave the improvement of strength to me. Su Ming's eyes did not stay on Qian Rongxiu, but looked at Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Zhu Zuqing. In the current battle, as long as the three of them defeated Luo in a round-robin battle, it would still be the victory of the First Academy. Because there were two Soul Masters left on both sides at the end, the Soul Master of the First Academy had a great advantage in fighting against the negotiation Soul Master. Tai Long and Zhao Jianxing are not something that a few girls from Tian Shui Academy can defeat. When they heard Su Ming's words, Tang San and the others' faces instantly became interesting, and they looked at Qian Rongxiu with envy and sympathy. Practicing with Su Ming, his strength did improve quickly. The problem is that he had to go through inhuman treatment. Even now when they think about it, they feel terrified. What kind of life were those years? I'm not afraid of hardship, as long as I can improve my strength. Qian Rongxiu raised her lips and replied resolutely. What's the point of hardship? Anyway, being by your side is enough. Okay. Si Qian Rongxiu agreed, and Su Ming gave Qian Rongxiu the additional apprentice quota after breaking through the Soul Emperor. In this way, Qian Rongxiu's improvement will feed back 1/10 to him. If she becomes a god in the future, then 1/10 of the feedback is not a small amount. Seeing that Su Ming wanted to train Su Shui himself, even Zhu Zuqing didn't think too much. Although she knew that Su Shui had feelings for Su Ming, Su Shui was indeed the absolute leader of the second team, and her ability and strength were beyond doubt. And they will graduate sooner or later. Tang San and Duguyan are already preparing for the Tang sect. Rong is going back to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to take over the sect. Zhu Qing is going back to the Xingluo Empire to deal with her own affairs. Sister Lingling plans to go to the Free Continent at that time. Except Xiao Wu and Er Ming, everyone has their own arrangements. The first school in the future will belong to Su Shui and her group. If the academy wants to continue to develop, it really needs to train successors. Xiao Xin aimed his eyes at a tall, elegant, and courteous girl and said softly. Kinga, if you don't mind, I can guide you for a while. Thank you, Teacher Xiao. Yu Kinga was overjoyed and quickly agreed. This scene made the other students blush and envy. Obviously, everyone saw the thoughts of the college's top management. If they were selected, they would definitely be the object of the college's vigorous training in the future. Tai Long, you will practice with me in the future. As for Jianxing, the dean actually knows swordsmanship, you. Zhao Wuji understood immediately and started his own actions. The most suitable people for the college to train at present are Su Shui, Tai Long, Zhao Jianxing, and Yu Kinga. Su Shui and Tai Long are needless to say. Zhao Jianxing's martial soul Yu is a rare martial soul with strange and powerful attacks. As for Yu Kinga, although her cultivation is the weakest, she is also the youngest. Although her talent is a little worse than Ning Rongrong, her mind is more mature than the original Ning Rongrong. His martial soul, Feng Xid, is compatible with amplification, control, and attack, and is very trainable. As for the direction of training, Su Ming has already sorted out the outline of these things, and they don't need to spend a lot of time thinking about them. Seeing that others are looking at them eagerly, like young eagles waiting to be laid, Su Ming will naturally not ignore their hearts. The academy will focus on training, but will not deliberately favor someone. As long as it does not violate the rules of the academy, you can try all the ways to become stronger. As a student, if you can't make good use of the resources provided by the academy, no one will be so generous in the future. Su Ming's words are on point, but there is no clear scope and scale, and everyone is a little confused when they hear it. But Tang San understood, and couldn't help laughing. Ahem, the dean is your best role model. In order to improve his strength, he disturbed the teachers of the academy. He stayed in the academy for 3 years, and 14 teachers left the academy. So, if you make the teachers live comfortably in the academy, you will live uncomfortably in the future. Do you understand now? Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone was boiling instantly, staring at Zhao Wuji and others like wolves and tigers, and they wanted to divide them up directly. So, the way to open the first academy is like this. Is it possible? A few elders can also. The bean-sized voice just rose and fell, and even Su Ming looked over. Yes. You are quite sensible. Being stared at by everyone, Tai Long smiled awkwardly with a rough face. What bad intentions could he have? You must have a precise positioning to determine who you can stand the guidance of. Facing the guidance of several elders, if you die unfortunately, the academy will not ask. Risks and benefits are all up to you. Su Ming said nothing more and did not continue. Because the competition is about to begin. It seems that they had discussed it long ago. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing did not quarrel at all, and Tang San had already rushed onto the fighting spirit stage. Tang San went first, Xiao Wu followed, and Zhu Qing was the last. This was the result of the discussion among the three. It was also the arrangement after Tang San's deep thinking. As a control system, he could rely on the difficult blue-silver grass to greatly weaken Luo's strength. If he lost, Xiao Wu would make up for it. If he still could not win, Luo's combat power would be very little. Soul power decreased, mental power decreased. Facing such an enemy, Zhu Qing, who won by speed, could kill him with one blow. When he came to the stage and felt Luo's impeccable aura, Tang San realized how much pressure it was to face Luo. The aura brought by that emotionless face made Tang San feel like he was facing Su Ming, and it was hard for people to compare with him. I have to say that among the same generation, you are one of the strongest people I have ever seen. With my current cultivation, you are actually at a disadvantage. Boom. While speaking, Tang San has released his martial soul. The dark purple blue silver grass is densely packed, without any sense of thickness, but exudes a metallic luster, surrounding Tang San, like a violent black dragon lying in wait. When the 5 soul rings appeared, everyone at the scene dropped their jaws in an instant. Yellow. Yellow. Purple. Black. Black. The 2 dark 10,000-year soul rings made everything lose its color. My god, my eyes are blurry, right? 1, 2, 3 Soul Wang, the first academy actually has a Soul King? Hiss, is this the strength of the first academy's regular selection? That's not right. I remember that there was a female student in the first academy who also had a 4th ring 10,000-year soul ring. When did the 4th ring 10,000-year soul ring become the basic requirement of the academy? Brother, this is not the requirement of the academy, but the first academy is too cruel. Not only the audience was dumbfounded, but even the Snow Knight Emperor and his men were also wonderful and felt incredible. Tang San's age, looking only 14 or 15 years old, is actually a genuine Soul King. Moreover, there are 2 10,000-year soul rings. Such potential. No. No. It should be the first academy's terrifying. Looking at the rows of young faces in the first academy, the 3 of them were calm on the surface, but their hearts were already surging. The happiest one was naturally Ning Fengzi. The most uneasy one was Sarath. His face was gloomy and dripping with water, the cold murderous intent in his eyes could hardly be controlled. Your Holiness, this time, you are really wrong. The first academy must be wiped out immediately. Salas clearly remembered that this Tang San was only 14 years old. More than 3 months ago, he was only a soul sect, but now he has broken through to the Soul King. Such a talent has long surpassed Tang Hao. And there are several such people in the First Academy. 3 titled Douluo sitting in charge. The peerless geniuses of the continent gathered. For such an academy, Your Holiness, are you really going to let them grow? Bang! Salus's fists clattered. He couldn't understand what Bibi Dong was thinking, and who came up with such a stupid plan. Salus, the spirit hall is really capable. Emperor Shui sneered inwardly. He took in all of Saratha's expressions, and he was inexplicably steady. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even the First Academy cannot escape this truth. In a VIP room, 3 young men of the same age as Tang San looked at the scene in front of them with complicated faces. They were so regretful that their intestines were almost green, but they could only force out a smile. Xiao Ao, we will meet them in the finals. How do you think we can beat them? Boss Dai, that I'm just a food-type soul master. Not an offensive soul master. Facing Tang San seems to be a matter for you and Yu Tianheng. You fatty, what do you think? Ahem, Boss Dai, don't pick me. I'm just a soul master now. It's not certain whether I can play. Yu Tianheng will definitely fight Tang San, Boss Dai, or how about you pick Xiao Wu? Dai Mu Bai. I suddenly miss that girl named Jing Jing. Pick Xiao Wu? I might as well fight Tang San. She is the sister of that pervert Su Ming. How many private goods have been given to her? Will Xiao Wu be weaker than Tang San? The First Academy is not the goal you want to pursue. Just work hard on your own things. Especially you, fatty. Although the evil fire in your body has dissipated a lot, your cultivation has fallen behind by a lot. You need to work hard. Got it, teacher. Ma Hongjun nodded seriously, and the atmosphere in the private room immediately became quiet. On the sofa, a middle-aged man sat quietly. He had grey hair scattered around his ears, and he looked a little heavy and depressed, like an old man in his twilight years, revealing the old age after the years smoothed out the edges and corners, and the calmness and composure of looking down on everything. The 3 of them watched Dean Flanders silently from behind, and they felt particularly uncomfortable in their hearts. Flanders, who was once full of vigor and wanted to build a monster academy, finally bowed to fate and lost his former glory. So that the 3 of them were deeply moved. The 3 looked at each other and had to face this cruel fact. Only they knew the torment and pain in their hearts. At that time, everyone in Shrek Academy had hope and competed for the first place, just like the rising sun, just a little bit of light was enough to warm people's hearts. Now, they are in the Royal Academy, eating the best food and living in the best pavilions, but they can't find a trace of warmth. The past time can never go back. They already belong to the first school Soul King. 2 10,000-year soul rings. It seems that the battle with you should be more interesting. Luo, with a frosty face, grinned with a big arc, looking a little awkward and unfriendly. I shouldn't let you down. Tang San replied word by word, neither humble nor arrogant. Boom. The aura of the stormy waves made the whole fighting arena shake. In the blink of an eye, the whole fighting arena was instantly covered by ice, as if it had become a world of ice. Swish! Ice snakes intertwined in the world of ice, and its enemy was the blue-silver grass struggling out of the ground. Snow White and Black Purple, different colors of snakes, have already started a desperate fight in every corner of the fighting arena. The battle situation was just a breath away, and it had already fallen into a white-hot state. Ice chips and vines kept falling on the ground, like eggshells on the battlefield, stacked up layer by layer. Tang San and Luo, the 2 were also rapidly approaching each other. The sudden change of the battle made everyone on the scene a little dumbfounded. Such a sophisticated martial soul control ability actually appeared in 2 young people, it is incredible. This idea is not only thought by the spirit masters of various academies, but also by the Bone Douluo Gurong assassin. Only in terms of this control, the mental power of the 2 has far exceeded that of ordinary geniuses. And the battle between the 2 has just begun. Chapter 252 Tang San breaks the situation, use his own method. Swish! The long sword swept across, like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. The only difference is that it is not suitable for fallen leaves, but the snow all over the sky. Tang San knew that Luo's attack was very fast, and because of his previous experience in fighting with Su Ming, he did not use the mysterious jade hand to resist. Tang San's body suddenly rotated and dodged Luo's horizontal sword in mid-air. Tang San was in mid-air, and this was the best time for Luo to attack. However, Tang San had expected it long ago. At the moment of mid-air, the powerful sweep kick had already been brewing. Bang! The two figures separated immediately, and Tang San was forced to retreat by the huge force of Su Ming's left arm. What a great strength! Tang San twisted his ankle, his expression was surprised, but more solemn. Luo in front of him was just like a replica of Su Ming. Strength, mental strength, and swordsmanship all have the ability to fight across levels. But, such an opponent is even more precious. Tang San's eyes turned cold, and it seemed that he was going to get serious. With just a few steps, he had appeared 10 meters away on the left, approaching Luo in a swaying posture. The ghostly speed made everyone dumbfounded. Tang San's speed was not only ghost shadow, but also light work. Ghost shadow emphasizes dodging, while light work emphasizes straight line speed. Tang San's talent is naturally needless to say, so he combined the two and created a new body method. Under this body method, the straight line can burst out twice the speed of the original ghost shadow. Straight line, what is a straight line? Yes, in fact, there is no clear definition. As long as you form a line with the place you want to go, it is the straight line distance. Therefore, under Tang San's intentional control, every place he wanted to go was a straight line. That is to say, Qing Gong doubled the speed of ghost shadow. Such a speed is terrifying. Swish! Knowing that he could not use hidden weapons, Tang San was not ready to be eliminated. His right hand turned into a white jade color. It was not the posture of spreading out to launch hidden weapons, but clenching his fist. Swish! A figure appeared behind Luo. Looking at the defenseless Luo, Tang San's heart was calm. He did not think that such a speed could hurt Luo. Because on the ice, although the friction was small, he needed to control more strength. Otherwise, it is very likely that the center of gravity is unstable, which also leads to the inability to exert the absolute speed. Bang! A powerful punch hit Luo's back hard. Such an easy success made everyone at the scene feel a little disappointed. Even Tang San was a little surprised. But soon, this surprise disappeared. Because the touch was not right. It was not the touch of flesh and blood, and there was no elasticity at all. Not good. Tang San thought to himself that something was wrong, and the alarm bells rang instantly, and he wanted to get away. Want to escape? Can you escape? A nightmare-like cold snort sounded, and behind Luo, ice suddenly formed and spread at a rapid speed. Tang San's speed was already fast enough, but even without physical contact, the ice seemed to have consciousness and chased Tang San closely. First soul skill. Entangle. Seeing that the ice was about to freeze his right hand, Tang San was shocked and quickly used soul skills to surround his arm with blue-silver grass. The ice froze the blue-silver grass, and Tang San's arm also left smoothly. Hey! The figure stopped 10 meters behind Luo, and Tang San couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. If he had been frozen just now, with Luo's swordsmanship, he could only be forced to defend. In front of the strong attack system known for its sword attack power, passive defense is no less than setting oneself on fire. It is necessary to seize the rhythm of the attack at the first time. Without giving Tang San any time to think further, the ice in front of him suddenly exploded. Boom! In the snowy fog, the silver light has penetrated through. It is like an iceberg exposed on the sea, reflecting the bright and cold light. When the sound of metal collision is crisp. A layer of frost covered the Suanyu hand. Facing Luo's sudden attack, Tang San could only use the Suanyu hand to resist, but the ice and snow on it made Tang San's face change greatly. The extreme coldness was so severe that even the Suanyu hand could not resist it. Tang San felt that the blood in his arm was about to be frozen, and even rushed to the heart along the warm blood. Wow! In an instant, Tang San's right hand became an ordinary arm. The Tang Sec's unique skill, the Suanyu hand, was broken. The flashes of swords and sabers were like swaying shadows under the blazing sun and the breeze. The interweaving of light and darkness brought about the ultimate killing intent. Third soul skill, spider web binding. Tang San was particularly horrified, because this was the first time that the black jade hand was forced to open. Although the black jade hand could not withstand Su Ming's god slashing when fighting with Su Ming before, it was because of the blade, not passively released like now, and could not be used for a short time. He was not like Su Shuet, whose martial soul also had the attribute of fire. And what surprised him even more was that what was terrifying was that even the most useful Dozwan Xin Yi could not dispel the chill. A huge black spider web erupted from Tang San's palm. It spread out over 10 meters in an instant, and even directly adhered to the ceiling of the Duhun arena. Spider web binding was no longer a control skill, but was used by Tang San as a defensive skill. Tang San did not use entanglement, because it was too slow to get out of the ground when entangled on the ice surface wrapped in ice. As for parasitism, how could he not use this useful skill in close combat? But Luo was accompanied by a unique icy aura, freezing all the seeds of the blue-silver grass. This distance was 2 meters in radius. Parasitism could not be used easily. Swish! Tang San's figure quickly retreated, and Luo's long sword just pierced the middle point of Tang San's spider web. A large piece of frost spread instantly, freezing all the blue-silver ball cages. Luo's attack finally stopped, and Tang San also pulled away. Crack! The extremely solid blue-silver cage was broken into pieces of ice by Luo's sword swing. In the ice mist, the white clothes seemed to be the master of the ice and snow world. Ice and snow are cruel and cold, not the strong wind, which will give the grass a chance to sway. Cold. Extreme cold. The cold that freezes everything. The nemesis of plants is not only fire, but also winter. The broken branches fell to the ground and were quickly frozen. This scene made Tang San's eyelids jump. Luo in front of him seemed to know his attack methods and blocked all his methods in advance. Zhao Wuji clenched his arms and said indignantly, "Is this Luo taking drugs? I will go to the committee later and ask for an investigation." Hearing this, everyone did not show any funny expression, and their faces were surprisingly cold. Because the strength displayed by Luo was too strong. Tang San has already used his 1000-year soul skills, while Luo only used his first soul skill to break Tang San's tricks. It doesn't look like a soul king and a soul lord fighting each other, but it looks like Tang San is facing a soul saint, which has led to the current suppression situation. At least, a soul emperor should not be able to suppress Tang San so miserably. Others look at the situation of the enemy and me, but Su Ming is not so superficial. As long as there is no winner, any temporary suppression is just the trough of the climax. At least for now, Luo's mental interference has been offset by Tang San, and the means used have also been resisted by Tang San. Timing. Tang San has grasped the use and release of soul skills just right. Otherwise, with the prototype of the domain around Luo, Tang San will definitely not be safe and sound. Yes, Luo is now developing a domain, and it is the domain of extreme ice. Su Ming has a deep understanding of the power of the extreme domain. Tang San can be safe and sound, which can prove the horror of his combat instinct. Using Xiantian Gong, Tang San was trying to dispel the frost on his arm bit by bit. In his heart, he was also thinking about how to get out of the current predicament. There was a unique aura around Luo, so close-range attacks were not advisable. Otherwise, if he kept fighting, the soul power in his body would not be able to suppress the gradually increasing coldness. Sooner or later, he would be frozen. Tang San's thoughts were very accurate, because Luo's domain was very similar to Jian Rongxiu's angel domain. The angel domain, the sacred purification breath, would constantly dissipate the opponent's soul power. And Luo's ice world would produce a continuous freezing effect on objects in the domain until they were completely frozen and unable to move. If they were fighting in the wild, the effect might not be so strong. But on the fighting spirit stage, continuous freezing was definitely a countdown to the opponent's defeat. Suddenly, Tang San seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. First soul skill, entanglement. Tang San waved his hand, and the frozen ground began to make a cracking sound 2 meters away from Su Ming's feet, like the elegant sound of porcelain cracking. The sound became louder and louder. Swish! The blue-silver grass finally broke through the ice and emerged from the ground. But the strange thing was that the blue-silver grass did not go towards Luo and bind Luo tightly, but kept entangled around, forming a circle of blue-silver fence, trapping Luo in the empty 3 meters in the middle. Seeing this, Luo raised his eyebrows and could not judge Tang San's intention for a while. But he also knew that Tang San would not do useless things, and he must have his own ideas in doing so. Swish! The first soul ring under his feet lit up, frost and snow gathered on the long sword, and as Luo swept the sword, the surrounding blue-silver grass was instantly frozen. Now, even if Tang San had intentions, he could do nothing at this moment. At this moment, Tang San suddenly released an incomparable and vast vitality, and the crystal blue light swept across, giving people a refreshing feeling. Bang! 1 cluster. Bang! 2 clusters. More and more blue-silver grass broke through the ice surface, waving in the wind on the ground, as if welcoming their emperor. In an instant, the ice surface was covered with blue-silver grass, and the fighting spirit field became a winter meadow with ice and snow and green plants intersecting. Field. The 2 heavy words hit Ning Fengzi's heart, and his mind was searching, and the hidden thoughts suddenly emerged again. A person with such talent as Tang San must have a good father. The Soul Master world has never heard of a powerful Soul Master with blue-silver grass. I heard that the 4 major families are very close to Tang San, could it be? Feeling cold in his heart, Ning Fengzi could no longer remain calm, looking at Tang San and Su Ming with a brilliant look. In this way, everything makes sense for the sudden appearance of the titled Douluo in the First Academy. Has the Haoshan sect finally appeared again? Mumbling to himself, Ning Fengzi did not feel heavy, but felt a sense of clarity and comfort. With the Haoshan sect, they have less chance of facing the pressure of the spirit hall. Moreover, this person is Rongrong's companion. In today's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, everything is developing in the hope of a good situation. The appearance of the domain shocked Saroth and he stood up, but soon sat down as if nothing had happened, with a completely expressionless face. The angry lion is not scary, because he has been overwhelmed by anger. But a beast without emotional fluctuations will bite off a piece of meat from you at any time, and Saroth is obviously the latter at this moment. Tang San actually has a domain, I thought he would lag behind a lot. Xiao Wu stared at Tang San's blue-silver domain with shining eyes. She liked that kind of environment the most, and the carrots grew particularly thick. Yes. Wouldn't it be convenient to let Tang San eat fruits in the future? Wouldn't it be a constant supply of food? Everyone was surprised enough, and when they heard Xiao Wu say that, they all looked over expressionlessly. What do you mean by lag behind a lot? Come on. Translate what this sentence means. Are you talking about lagging behind Su Ming, or lagging behind you? What are you looking at? Xiao Wu pouted her lips and said smugly. Tang San has his own domain, how could I not have one? I have already cultivated my own domain last month, but I was just waiting to scare you. Unfortunately, Tang San got ahead now. Pink fist clenched. Well. For this revenge, the fruit garden must be doubled. Can Xiao Wu's words be trusted? No. Everyone looked at Zhu Zuqing, wanting to know the answer from her. Xiao Wu should not have lied to you. I have some ideas about domains recently. It will probably not take long before I can condense my own domain. A warm smile appeared on Zhu Zuqing's face, and her calm eyes glanced at Su Ming slightly. Xiao Wu and her domain were actually learned from the previous practice of martial soul fusion skills with Su Ming. Xiao Wu's domain has the effect of reducing damage, while her own domain planning focuses on confusion and isolation, bringing out the characteristics of the nether spirit cat. Hiss. Duguyan, Ning Rongrong and others were full of shock and envy. Domains, a skill that even titled Douluo finds difficult to possess, and the academy suddenly has 4 of them. When? Domains have also become a standard feature of the first academy? Oh no. Suddenly there was a panic of falling behind. Ning Rongrong and the others suddenly felt pressured. They had no unique insights into domains, and they didn't know how to condense them. Qianrongxiu glanced at Su Ming with a faint gaze. You owe me a domain, you owe me a domain, you owe me a domain. Su Ming didn't care about what everyone said and did. He always paid attention to the changes in the battle situation, curious about how Tang San would break the situation. Seeing that the blue-silver grass was frozen again, Tang San didn't panic at all. He immediately used more blue-silver grass to surround Luo's body. Although it was unclear what Tang San wanted to do, the situation was indeed unfavorable. Luo, don't even think about escaping. Luo was about to jump out of the gap above, but the blue-silver grass surged more crazily and instantly blocked the gap above. Countless blue-silver grass surrounded a tomb-like ice and snow vine fortress on the fighting spirit stage. Luo was sealed in it. 4th soul skill. Tang San finally smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. Let Luo be trapped by the ice he released. Ice can block the detection of mental power, and it is extremely strong. With the blue-silver grass, Luo will not be able to come out for a while. The prey is trapped, and his fate is not up to him. 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Chapter 253 Evil Thoughts of Evil Thoughts Ice. Bang bang! There are constant explosions in the ice cage. The outside world feels the strong vibration, as if a giant beast is trapped inside. Using the 4th and 5th soul skills continuously, Tang San's consumption is also very great, and he began to breathe heavily. But he dared not neglect it, because he knew that the death of death trapped Luo now, and did not form an absolute victory over Luo. Holding the blue-silver spear tightly in his hand, Tang San's knuckles became very white because of the force. The stern face showed no expression, only seriousness. Boom! The sharp ice cubes exploded, the stunning sword light flew, and heavily bombarded the building of the fighting arena, pushing the outcome of this fighting arena to an unknown side. The ice mist dispersed, and then quickly condensed in the space, turning into ice slag carvings. And in the scattered ice slag, faintly visible blood red. That is the color of blood. Someone was injured. Everyone held their breath instantly. And as the ice cubes fell, the scene inside also appeared. Everyone took a deep breath. In the middle of the ring, Luo Sixu's white clothes had been stained red with blood, and 2 blood holes in front of her were clearly visible. And behind him, which is invisible, there is also a blood hole. Although he didn't penetrate, judging from the amount of blood, Luo's injury is definitely not light. And it was Tang San's 4th soul skill, 10,000 silver piercing the heart, that caused all this. Not bad. The annoying voice was mixed with some praise. Luo didn't seem to feel any pain, and still looked at Tang San calmly. Use my extreme eyes to block my vision and mental power, so that I can't sense your soul skills. The plan just now is really good, but unfortunately. Yes. The plan is good. However, he is still standing now and has not lost yet. 4th soul skill, Heaven and Earth Sword. Luo stood with the sword, and his fighting spirit was even stronger. The 4th soul ring on the sole of his foot was bright. Although the purple light was not as dazzling as the black light, the momentum it exuded completely overshadowed Tang San's 5th soul skill. No, this is not a 1000-year soul skill. Tang San's heart moved, and he immediately focused all his attention. The blue-silver spear in his hand gathered terrifying soul power and strength. The tip of the spear was sharp, and the cold light gathered. Luo raised the long sword in his hand, and saw a larger ice sword suddenly appear behind him. The length of the sword body has exceeded 6 meters, and it looks like the martial soul body displayed by the soul saint. The color is crystal-like, without any flaws, and it is a whole. Extremely sharp, with extreme coldness. Although it is just an ice sword, it gives people the feeling that it is definitely not inferior to any weapon martial soul. At least the attack power of the high-level Soul Emperor. This is the conclusion drawn by high-end soul masters such as Gurong. It is incredible that a small soul master can burst out such a terrifying attack power. Bang! The giant sword slashed down towards Tang San, and before it arrived, countless ice arrows condensed in the air and flew towards Tang San. Swish! Waving the blue-silver spear, Tang San blocked all the ice arrows. At the same time, he turned around suddenly and made a javelin-throwing motion. His right foot stepped forward and gathered all the strength of his body on the blue-silver spear. At the same time, the soul power and the power of the domain began to surge towards the blue-silver spear. It is unwise for a control-type soul master to compete with a strong attack-type soul master in damage. However, this is Tang San's only choice. Because Luo's attacks are all locking skills, it is impossible to dodge. It's not that Tang San didn't think about letting the giant sword attack Luo, but the latter had already taken off into the air. The attack of this giant sword was aimed at the entire fighting spirit stage. And the scattered ice arrows also made it impossible for him to dodge in the air. Blue-silver grass defense? No. Because in this way, the terrifying extreme ice brought by the giant sword will instantly freeze everything around. At that time, he will be trapped in his own cocoon. Luo not only has a strong attack system, but also has dual control of spirit and ice attributes. Luo can split the cage of ice and blue-silver grass, but he can't. Swish! All the accumulated power is concentrated on the blue-silver spear, and the blue light is like a firework in the sky, heading towards the huge ice sword. Boom! The terrifying collision emits a strange white light, and the blue-silver spear and ice sword are in a stalemate in mid-air, and it seems that no one can do anything to the other. Not good, get out of the way. Everyone, squat down immediately. The terrifying aftermath broke through the magic circle set up by the 4 soul emperors. It brought a gust of wind like a blade, almost overturning the entire fighting soul stage, and frightened ordinary people to bend down and avoid it. Boom! The explosion was like thunder, making everything in the fighting soul field silent. It was a graceful firework, without the brilliance of fiery red, but white and crystal, like a rose with thorns, tempting but very dangerous. The ice sword shattered, and the blue-silver spear had long disappeared. Only Luo, flying on the sword, remained in the sky, looking down at the fighting arena covered by ice fog. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of water droplets freezing sounded little by little on the fighting arena. By the time everyone reacted, the entire fighting arena had already been covered with ice and snow. The originally scattered ice fog had now all turned into ice. In the middle of the arena, in the cage composed of 10,000 silver-piercing heart, a figure stared with horror, but unfortunately he could no longer move. Because his whole body was covered with ice, the cage did not block the ubiquitous fog and water. Gathering water into ice, this is the real horror of Luo's fourth soul skill. It is a sword, and it is also ice. If you cannot win with a sword, freeze everything. Lost? Tang San, lost? Everyone was a little unresponsive, until the referee announced. Everyone did not hesitate to applaud and roar. Because, this is indeed a very exciting game. It is enough to be called the first battle of the younger generation. Damn, this Tian Shui Academy is really a dark horse. I would have bet on them if I had known. I can't believe it. The appearance of a Soul King is already shocking enough. Someone defeated the Soul King head-on. This vote is really worth it. In this Soul Master competition, our Tiandu Empire will definitely defeat those bastards of Xingluo. I lost, but the first academy didn't lose. Tang San, who was unfrozen, looked a little confused. He reminded Luo and left the soul fighting arena with a look of disappointment. After all, I underestimated the world. Failure was something Tang San had not expected, and the other party's cultivation was only that of a soul sect. He practiced so hard in the first academy, but in the end he still lost to others. Tang San could not easily let go of the huge gap. Don't worry, I'll help you. Patting Tang San's shoulder, Xiao Wu walked up with big strides, with a little bit of smugness on her lips. That's right, there's nothing wrong with losing, what a good training opportunity. If you win, what do I have to do with it? I haven't even played in the Soul Master competition, and I met a decent opponent. It's finally my turn. Tang San. Are you comforting me? Why do I feel that you are quite happy? Seeing Tang San's gloomy look, Su Ming didn't say anything. Failure is not terrible, he has also been struggling in the mud. The key is what you have gained. From hearing the words in Tiandu City at the First Academy to now being nominally as the strongest academy in the world, the First Academy has received too much attention. Tang San and Xiao Wu have also received too much attention and glory. Recently, Su Ming can clearly feel that the atmosphere of the academy has changed significantly. Not only the students, but even the teachers have become impatient. The reason is that the First Academy has risen too fast, and the strength of Tang San and others has increased too fast, which has produced a kind of nouveau-riche mentality in the future. Yes. There is no academy on the mainland that can rival the First Academy anymore. It's time to be proud, it's time to be proud. The first is the first. Hey, it's better not to let you know about the matter of the clone. Looking at Xiao Wu, Su Ming said to himself. Then he gave Luo a hidden look, telling him not to show mercy and to hit Xiao Wu's spirit. In the entire First Academy, this girl is the most jumpy. The girl has grown up, and Su Ming is embarrassed to educate her as before. And with his current relationship with Xiao Wu, if he lectures her again, she will definitely agree obediently and forget everything the next day. It's better to beat her up and then know that she is lagging behind. After receiving Su Ming's signal, Luo did not have any burden. It was just a rosy skeleton, and only the main body valued it. Otherwise, just kill it directly, so as not to add burden to Su Ming. Xiao Wu, Wuhan Rabbit, 52 level strong attack system battle Soul King. The sweet appearance was restrained, and Xiao Wu's tone of voice became stiff, with a sense of angry hostility. Let's start. Luo raised his sword, his action looked somewhat contemptuous, ignoring the etiquette of the Spirit Master, and showing the word arrogance on the surface. Good. The pink and white ears stood up, and Xiao Wu's figure became much longer, a head taller, and her originally graceful figure became even more slender. Although the configuration of the 5 spirit rings was not as eye-catching as Tang San's 10,000-year spirit rings, it was still surprising. Swish! The pink light stream slid behind her, and Xiao Wu came to Luo's front in an instant, even faster than Tang San. Swish! The healthy calf violently swept towards Luo, who was about to use the long sword, but suddenly Xiao Wu's soft long hair wrapped around it and restrained Luo's sword arm. The sweep missed, and Xiao Wu continued to swing her hair and attacked again with a spinning body. The attack rhythm was very appropriate, and the action looked pleasing to the eye. First spirit skill, waist bow. After kicking Luo's chest, Xiao Wu was secretly delighted. Just as she was about to continue to pursue the victory, her feet suddenly froze. She saw that her feet had frozen and stuck to Luo's body. Damn it! If she continued to use the waist bow at this time, she would face two people being thrown out together. She was forced to kick with her other foot. As she saw the ice split, she quickly pulled away. But Luo would not give her a chance to react. The third sword of Swanyan. Everything becomes my sword. A terrifying ice tornado blew around Luo's body. Under the shower of the tornado, the surrounding cold air turned into countless ice swords. Second soul skill, charm. Xiao Wu's pink eyes lit up, then dimmed the next second. She thought to herself, damn, charm really doesn't work on Luo. Looking at the dense ice swords, Xiao Wu couldn't help but sweat in her heart. Such a dense attack, Qinggong might not be easy to dodge. Swish! Tens of thousands of ice swords, a storm swept towards Xiao Wu. In an instant, Xiao Wu, who was originally in front of the ice sword, has now come behind the sword. And behind is Luo. You think I'm easy to bully, right? Xiao Wu raised the corner of her mouth, and teleported to restrain these fancy large-scale attacks. Just as Xiao Wu was about to attack, she didn't know that Luo's hand holding the sword had changed. The jade-like sword body turned as black as ink at this moment. Deep, mysterious, and frightening. The ice of evil thoughts is not only ice, but also evil thoughts. Thoughts are also mental power. The fourth soul skill, Qiankaihu Chaos. The second skill of the 100,000-year soul ring. Boom! The dark light stream is released endlessly from the black sword, spreading negative emotions. It's as if the gate of hell has been opened, and the figures of demons can be seen roaring and charging. Not good. After sensing this power from the netherworld, Gurong immediately arriving at the fighting arena, he forcefully suppressed this force on the fighting arena. His bone dragon is actually also a product of the netherworld, but the abilities given to it are different. His is a strange speed, while Luo's attack is a purely mental attack that affects the mind. Ordinary people cannot resist such an attack. Boom! The overwhelming darkness completely enveloped Xiao Wu. The pair of eyes turned towards the darkness, empty, and lost all their spirit. Her body fell to the ground uncontrollably. In her consciousness, scenes flashed by, making Xiao Wu completely unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. Although Xiao Wu's mental power is strong, Luo's mental power is much higher, especially this is the fourth soul skill. The fourth soul ring comes from Tianming, although it looks like the purple is only a 1,000-year soul ring. But in fact, this is a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. Strong mental power, plus a terrifying 100,000-year soul skill. Xiao Wu can't break free at all. Her body kept shaking, as if she was experiencing something very painful, and her face turned pale and blue. Seeing that the tactics had been achieved, Luo put away his evil thoughts and turned back into an ice sword. In an instant, Xiao Wu's hands and feet were completely frozen, and they were stuck to the ground. As a strong attack system with a sensitive attack system, once she was controlled by a control system soul master, her fate was already doomed. Asshole! After regaining consciousness, Xiao Wu hated and despaired Luo. Her murderous eyes were extremely fierce, and she was unwilling to recall what happened in her sea of consciousness just now. Boom! A pink airflow burst out from Xiao Wu's body, covering all the surrounding ice layers. Domain! Another domain? Everyone was almost numb. Everyone in the first academy stared blankly. Surprised? No. Xiao Wu said it just now. What they felt was a strong pressure, and whoever was weak in the first academy would be embarrassed. I didn't expect that someone in the first academy still has a domain. This is quite unexpected. Master Ning's investment vision is still as enviable as ever, arranging Ning Rongrong in the first academy in advance. The first academy is indeed the best, even the Royal Academy is inferior to it. Your Majesty, you are joking. My daughter is just taking advantage of others. If it were really an investment, I would be willing to send more people to the first academy. Unfortunately. The two chatted and laughed, and Ning Fengzi also made his position clear. The first academy is definitely not supported by the Seven Treasures glazed sect behind the scenes, otherwise it would be impossible for Ning Rongrong to be the only one studying in the first academy. At this time, the situation on the fighting spirit stage began to change. The solid ice began to soften under the pink airflow, and was turning from ice to soft snow. This is the effect of Xiao Wu's domain, turning hardness into softness and reducing the damage of the enemy. Chapter 254 Promotion Tournament, Champion. Bang! As the last piece of ice shattered, Xiao Wu was like Sun Wukong rushing out of the Five-Finger Mountain. Asshole! I'll kill you! The fourth soul ring on the sole of her feet shone, and a brilliant golden light filled the air around Xiao Wu's body. It was really her fourth soul skill, the invincible golden body. No matter how fierce Luo's attack was, with this skill, she could easily get close to Luo. And her soul skill could only take effect at this time. Under the combined effect of the domain and the invincible golden body, even though Luo had already swung the sword in his hand, the sword light disappeared in front of Xiao Wu, and did not cause any harm to her at all. Finally, Xiao Wu came in front of Luo. Bang! A flying kick in the air, with great force. Taking advantage of the moment when Luo was repelled, she immediately used teleportation to come behind Luo. Bang! A heavy knee hit Luo's lower back, making a sound like a bone fracture, and the latter was immediately knocked into the air. On the ground, Xiao Wu saw this scene and a slight sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Luo, you're done. Swish! The stream of light from the fans rose from the ground, and Xiao Wu performed her best trick in the sky. Bang! 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 The sound of hitting rang in the sky, like the notes of art. In the sky, a beautiful flower bloomed. Xiao Wu opened her legs in an amazing arc, like a pair of scissors about to close. Bang! The power of her legs was fully released, like a knife and an axe hitting Luo's belly heavily. Swish! Like a falling meteor, Luo was chopped down and fell to the ground. Something's wrong. Tang San's eyes changed drastically, and he spoke urgently, as if he had experienced something extremely terrible. His eyes were as big as an old cow. Luo, who was falling rapidly, suddenly turned over and landed steadily. It was not until they saw this scene that everyone understood why Tang San was so surprised. How is this possible? Xiao Wu's 8th-stage fall was ineffective. Zhu Zuqing frowned, unable to understand the scene in front of her. Ya Lingling's face was very bad. It shouldn't be a coincidence. That Luo seemed to know that Xiao Wu would use it, otherwise he couldn't resist it. Xiao Wu's unique skill, even Tang San didn't think of a way to break it, but someone broke it. This Luo is really beyond expectations. I thought the game was over, but I didn't expect. Everyone was talking, and they all seemed extremely incredible. As if thinking of something, Ya Lingling pulled Su Ming, who was watching the show without saying a word. Su Ming, can you break Xiao Wu's unique skill? Swish! Everyone looked over instantly. Su Ming thought for a while, and finally said. It is very difficult to break Xiao Wu's move. Besides, she is my sister, and she has never used this move against me. That is, even Su Ming may not be able to break it. Everyone felt even more horrified, looking at the calm Luo, as if they were looking at a monster. If Xiao Wu heard Su Ming say this, she would be furious and expose his lies. You think it is difficult? At the beginning, my aunt was broken for the first time, and then you copied it into a sword move to deal with me. Have you forgotten it? Xiao Wu never wanted to talk about her embarrassing things. So, even Tang San didn't know that her special skill of falling 8 sections was broken. It would be strange if he knew it. If he knew it, Tang San would have to discuss with Su Ming. Is his special skill still a special skill? So, Xiao Wu kept this matter in her stomach. This also led to the fact that other people didn't know about this incident at all. But others didn't know. How could Xiao Wu not know? She will never forget Luo's cracking method just now, she remembers it clearly. Su Ming. It is exactly the same as his brother Su Ming's cracking method. This is a subconscious reaction, and it is also the most real reaction. Xiao Wu turned her head and looked at Su Ming with a sullen face. Say. Is this Luo related to you? Su Ming made an 8-shaped gesture with his right hand, rubbed the nose with his index finger, and looked around carelessly. Damn it! I knew it was you. Xiao Wu understood instantly. Over the years, he knew So Ming's habits very well. If So Ming smiled at this time, he was watching the show with a dark heart and wanted to play tricks further. If he didn't take it seriously at all, it would be tacit consent. For a while, Xiao Wu was so angry that her teeth itched. No wonder you have been participating in the Soul Master competition all the time. You knew that the dean could not participate but remained indifferent. It turns out that you have been prepared. And, you used it to deal with the First Academy. Brother, what are you thinking about? Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and then relaxed. It was said that Luo appeared a month ago when So Ming was in seclusion. It must be So Ming who did it. Moreover, many signs also match his situation. But what is the reason for this? So Ming did not expect that Xiao Wu's burst of strength was so strong that even Luo could not suppress her for a while, but was forced to tail. Forget it, just fight normally. So Ming stretched his body, which was specially prepared for the convenience of communication for the clones. Lazy means giving up. But obviously, Luo's situation is no longer under So Ming's control. In such a battle, it is the time of excitement. Coupled with the depression of being suppressed, Luo doesn't care about So Ming's hint. Now he only wants to win the battle. After fighting with Tang San and using the fourth soul skill continuously, he is also a little short of strength at this moment, and even the domain can no longer be maintained. But, he will not lose this battle. Be careful. Luo warned, not wanting to take advantage of the situation. He put his hands together to make a sword finger, and made a gesture of lifting his breath upwards. The evil ice in his hand had disappeared. There was no sword in his hand. But when did he lack a sword? A momentum that had never been seen before suddenly emerged, and the gurgling air waves blew, blowing the corners of his clothes. On the ground, the wind was moving. In the sky, the clouds were moving. The sky changed color. Such a huge spectacle made everyone stand in fear. Gurong and his companions also felt an incomparable power, and their hearts trembled. That power was very mysterious and very strange. But it brought a pressure that was above them. Even the soul power in Gurong's body became a little stagnant for a while, as if he was afraid of something. Swish! Swish! The evil ice suddenly appeared, silently, 1 part for 3, 3 parts and 9. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of ice swords. Each of them was exactly the same as the evil thought ice, with no difference at all. Or, the evil thought ice became even more powerful. The sword did not change, but the sharpness and destructive aura it exuded was like the blessing of a 10,000-year soul ring. Especially the energy fluctuations on it, which had actually crushed the space, revealing a dark abyss. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was lifted. Facing Luo's attack most directly, Xiao Wu's eyes also became terrified, and she vaguely saw the scene of the destruction of the heavenly tribulation. Such an attack was not something she could resist at the moment. Brother, you are not serious, are you? If you want a soul ring, just tell me directly, there is no need to do this, right? Xiao Wu's mouth was purple and trembling. Damn it! The emotional attribute of the extreme ice clone was extremely poor. So Ming's own setting was obsessed with swords, so he would not have any emotional ties to other people. At most, he just had a few good feelings. So Ming's original intention was to let Jizi's Hibing focus on practicing swordsmanship, but he never thought that this obsession would make him ignore his own instructions and defeat his opponent. So Ming could feel Luo's emotions. He was definitely not betraying him, but wanted to win with a full-strength attack. The power of sword control was so strong that even if Luo did not practice it deeply, Xiao Wu could not resist it. Referee, the First Academy admits defeat in this round. Boom! Like a thunderclap, everyone looked at So Ming in disbelief. Recognize lose? No one in the First Academy has ever admitted defeat. Xiao Wu twisted her face, looked back at So Ming, noticed his expression, her eyes shrank, and she pouted helplessly. Referee, I admit defeat. After saying this, Xiao Wu jumped off the fighting arena. Coming to So Ming, she looked at him angrily. She was not angry because of surrender, but because of what So Ming meant. This Luo actually wanted to kill her, what was going on? So Ming comforted Xiao Wu and patted her head, saying with some guilt. You don't have to say anything or ask anything, I'll explain it to you when we get back. Humph. Xiao Wu stomped her feet and immediately crawled to Zhu Zuqing to complain. Zhu Qing, that guy's soul power is probably exhausted, you'll give him a good beating later. Remember to kick him in the face a few times to vent my anger. Well, okay. Not wanting to take advantage of someone's misfortune, Zhu Zuqing still agreed to Xiao Wu's request. Su Ming. Ignoring the two, Su Ming looked straight at Luo, with a gleam of ruthlessness in his eyes. Feeling Su Ming's gaze, Luo's sword-holding hand trembled, as if he had sensed the emotional fluctuations of his master. With a defeated look on his face, he returned an apologetic look. With his soul power exhausted and his body overdrawn by the forced sword control technique, Luo could not fight at all at this moment. But with the cultivation of a soul sect, Luo defeated 2 soul kings, and his record was proud enough. Although defeated, he was still honorable. As expected, Zhu Zuqing came out and defeated Luo, but it was not a revenge plan like Xiao Wu thought. Luo was defeated, and only 2 people were left in Tian Shui. Zhu Zuqing's 4th soul ring was also a 10,000-year soul ring. And there was Douluo, who was also a soul sect. Although they knew they would lose, the 2 female soul masters still bravely participated in the battle and were particularly serious. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was difficult to make up. In the end, the first academy won the promotion match. 15 consecutive wins, the best in Tiandu. Congratulations to the first academy for winning the promotion match. I also hope that the first academy can have a more outstanding performance in the finals of the Soul Master competition. The glory belongs to the first academy in Tiandu. Boom! With the referee's declaration, the scene suddenly rang with thunderous cheers. First! 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 Facing the admiration and hysterical roars of the crowd, the people of the first academy did not seem very happy, and each of them had a sullen face. They knew how hard it was to win this victory, and such a victory was not a victory at all. They were lucky that Tian Shui Academy only had 1 Luo. With the same cultivation, the first academy might not be able to suppress Tian Shui Academy, especially Luo. Ahem, everyone, be happy. We won after all. Zhao Wuji's smile was a little unnatural, and he said in a serious tone, there is no such thing as constant success. Failure is the accumulation of the road to success. This failure is a precious surprise to everyone. There are more hidden geniuses in the mainland. We need to be more female. Seeing that everyone was not interested, Zhao Wuji changed the subject and joked with Erming. Besides, we did not gain nothing this time. At least Erming gained a lot, right, Erming? Yes. Erming did gain a lot. Looking at Shui Yuer's blushing face before, it should be true everyone's face suddenly showed a sincere smile, laughing at Erming, and their bodies felt a lot more relaxed. This harvest is indeed great. It's worth celebrating. Erming, you have to treat your sister to dinner later, just as a disciple, how about it? I can give you some advice on chasing girls, Ye Lingling. Hey, why are you treating Erming like this? Erming, listen to me, Shui Yuer is injured, listen to me, it's best to send flowers, remember to tell the boss that you want roses, do you understand? Ning wrong. Humph. You are all Erming's sisters, is it appropriate to deceive him like this? Tang San, what do you say we should do? Ning wrong immediately rolled her eyes, Tang San, you are too ignorant, don't you see that we are making plans? Tang San said seriously, ahem, to show your sincerity, Erming, you'd better bring some gifts to apologize, after all, Shui Yuer is her parents' precious daughter, you have to be more serious. Everyone, what do you think of this plan? Tang San looked at others with some pride. Everyone, 6. Unfortunately, Tang San was not proud for a few seconds before he was stepped back by the one at home, and Tang San rubbed his feet in pain. Humph. Giving advice to others, but not even laying an egg himself. Douluo was naturally dissatisfied with this. Congratulations to your 15 teams for representing the Empire in the finals. You are all the best in the academy, and you represent the face of the young soul masters of the Tiandu Empire. You must carry forward the excellent traditions of the academy and the reputation of Tiandu in the finals. In order to show the sincerity of the royal family, I hereby announce that the teams that enter the finals will be awarded with titles. The winning team will be awarded the title of Earl by me personally. After the promotion match, the 15 teams entered the venue and held the closing ceremony of the promotion match. Emperor Shuiye was even more generous and directly released the title of Earl, which shocked everyone. Even Saras and Ning Fengzi were amazed. The title of Earl is equivalent to a huge fiefdom given by the royal family. And this is just the reward for the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. To be honest, the move of Emperor Shuiye this time has exceeded the upper limit of the two's maximum estimate. It seems that Shuiye is heading for the first academy. Unfortunately, Su Ming is not someone who is easy to win over. Ning Fengzi sighed and felt a little pity. However, compared to these, he wanted to know more about Tang San's identity. With the end of the game, Su Ming and others stayed in the city and did not rush back to the first academy. With so many victories, the first academy won a lot of bonuses. In addition to the millions of gold coins that Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xian took to gamble, the first academy made a lot of money this time, and Xiao Xian was no longer stingy. As the biggest winner, the first academy was safe and sound, and had already celebrated happily in the hotel. But the situation at Tian Shui Academy was extremely bad. The Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, the Empire. The three major forces gathered at Tian Shui Academy. They have only one goal. Chapter 255 Sarasa's Moment of Victory. Tian Shui College, the tense atmosphere is at stake. The densely packed armored soldiers, holding their spears tightly, their wolf-like eyes revealing bloodthirsty coldness. Even facing the powerful Spirit Hall Soul Master Corps, they are not afraid at all. The Royal Knights, the last barrier and the strongest line of defense to guard the dignity of the royal family, they themselves include the Soul Master Army. On one side of the Royal Knights is the sect led by Ning Fengzi, with a rigorous lineup and a strong momentum. The two are like an angle, blocking several bishops wearing Spirit Hall outside the door. Ning Fengzi, do you really want to be an enemy of Spirit Hall? Sarasa's eyes burst with bloodshot, and his fierce eyes were full of murderous intent. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect has repeatedly opposed the Spirit Hall. Sooner or later, His Majesty will flatten your Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Sir Sarath, His Majesty ordered me to come and recruit Luo. Please give me a favor, how about that? The clanging sound of armors rang out, and Gel, the leader of the Royal Knights, was very humble. But from his deep eyes, he showed no fear. Sarath refused mercilessly. Humph, Luo carries an evil aura. If he turns into an evil soul master in the future, the consequences will be unimaginable. This time, I came here on the orders of His Holiness the Pope to take Luo back to Wuhan City for custody. For the safety of the continent, you two went to stop my Wuhan Hall from doing anything. Could it be that you two are secretly colluding with the evil soul master? Ning Fengzi frowned secretly. He didn't expect Sarath to be so difficult to deal with. But this high-sounding appearance is really the usual hypocritical face of Wuhan Hall. Salas, you should know that Luo has a strong control over his martial soul. Moreover, his martial soul also has the attribute of purification. How could he be an evil soul master? Knowing that Salas was not following orders, but was really attracted by Luo's talent, Ning Fengzi did not beat around the bush and said bluntly. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect also values Luo's talent very much. Moreover, Jian Douluo has already stated that he wants to accept Luo as his personal disciple. How about this? Instead of the three of us arguing here, why not let Luo choose for himself? What do you think? Let him choose for himself? Salas's face sank slightly, and he was obviously unwilling. Anyone with a discerning eye could see Luo's talent. Especially the last self-created soul skill, even he, a soul Douluo, felt palpitations. With such a strong talent, if he could be recruited into the Spirit Hall, he would definitely be a powerful titled Douluo by then. It is even more likely that he will become the son of God, inherit the position of the Pope and lead the Spirit Hall. For such a talent, Salas would have to fight for it once even if he was not following the Pope's orders. So, I never thought of giving in. But right now, there is no title Douluo in Tiandu City. Sword Douluo Chenexen's intention, Salas had to weigh it. That sword Douluo would not be polite to his platinum bishop. Okay. But let me say in advance, if he makes a choice, you must not stop him. Salas looked at the two without question, and his pride seemed to ignore even Ning Fengzi. This is his bottom line. It seems that Mr. Salas is very confident. Ning Fengzi replied meaningfully, and then looked at Gel. Gel didn't expect things to become so complicated. First there was the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, and now the Spirit Hall is involved. No wonder your Majesty sent the Royal Knights. Seeming to understand the meaning of Emperor Shuiye, Gel did not reject the proposal. At least this way, he can get the job done. Gel called a sergeant over, whispered a few words, and asked him to report the situation here. Because now, the competition is about each other's chips. It's best to leave this problem to His Majesty. The three parties reached an agreement, and Luo made his own choice. On the bell tower, a figure in white clothes quietly watched the scene below, without a trace of fluctuation in his white eyes. Are you leaving? The light voice was a little uneasy. Shui Bing'er looked at the man beside her. Her confident figure became a little restrained, and her hands were clenched on her lower abdomen. Yet, Luo nodded, and even under the hot sun, he couldn't dispel the indifference on his body. It seemed that he was just a passerby in Tian Shui College, without leaving any emotional attachment. As a clone, his birth contained his own mission. The ultimate fire clone went to the Xingluo Empire. The ultimate earth clone traveled around the continent, looking for opportunities. Su Ming's main body, on the other hand, controlled the situation and developed strength in the Tiandu Empire. Since his birth, his goal has been the Spirit Hall. Tian Shui College is just a place to stay. The relationship between the main body and Qian Rongxiu is unclear, and he has the spirit fusion skill with Qian Rongxiu. If the two break up, he will not be in danger of life and death in the Spirit Hall. If they are together, this move of his will exert great power and clear obstacles for the main body inside the Spirit Hall. Maybe the main body can control the entire continent in the future. This is the mission of his existence. Hearing the indifference of Luo's words, Shui Bing'er's eyes dimmed and the words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. After a moment of silence, Shui Bing'er showed a charming smile at the corner of her mouth. It's better to leave. I'm almost graduating. If you stay in Tian Shui College, it will restrict your future. Have you decided where to go? Where to go? Yes. You have to choose one of the three major forces. If it were you, which one would you choose? Luo did not answer and threw the question back. My family is a noble family in Tiandu City. With the responsibility of fighting for the empire, I naturally choose the royal family. But from your perspective, I think. Shui Bing'er paused for a while, as if she didn't want to be so cruel, but she finally said those three words: Wuhan Hall. The Spirit Hall is the best for you. The royal family's intrigues are not suitable for you. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is rich, you are an outsider after all. Even if Sect Master Ning has a unique vision and can carefully cultivate you, there will definitely be disagreements in the future. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is always surnamed Ning. But the Spirit Hall is different. Although I don't want to praise the Spirit Hall is indeed the strongest in cultivating talents among all forces. They don't employ people based on personal connections. Everything needs to be based on strength. The levels of bishops at all levels are clear, and the reward and punishment system is the most perfect. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall will not prosper throughout the entire continent. Shui Bing'er's eyes were filled with water, and her gaze at Luo was very complicated, with deep wishes, painful struggles, and unspeakable reluctance to stay. With Luo's talent, Tian Shui College is destined to not be able to keep him. But she still wants to hear Luo say that he is willing to stay. Even so, it is not a rational choice. Luo nodded. Shui Bing'er's strategic vision is indeed good, but unfortunately, due to the innate camp distinction, she is destined to be an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Don't worry, I will stay in Tian Shui College before the end of the Soul Master competition. Although it is difficult to win the championship, there should be no problem in the top 3. Are you serious? Shui Bing'er suddenly felt happy and asked quickly. Shui Bing'er blushed as she felt her emotions change too much, and she explained. I mean, are you really confident that you can defeat the Royal Academy of the Two Empires? Seeing Shui Bing'er's expression, Luo did not change his emotions at all, and said calmly. Although the Royal Academy of the Two Empires is powerful, they are at most soul sects. My ultimate ice, plus your martial soul fusion skills, even if the opponent also has martial soul fusion, it is impossible to defeat us at all. As for the others, I have no problem dealing with them. After saying that, Luo walked downstairs. His cold and thin back was lonely and kept away from strangers, which made Shui Bing'er feel a little pity. It seems that the three major forces have reached an agreement. Shui Bing'er looked at the distinguished guests coming downstairs, muttered to herself in her heart, and went downstairs with Luo. A different negotiation was launched in the garden of Tian Shui College. The sunset has dusk, the sunset has colorful mist, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees have a kind of cold dreamy feeling. As the sun sets, people become pure and light and dark. Like the enrollment in later generations, the three major forces also tried their best to pull Luo to their own camp. The royal family's conditions were very direct: 3 treasures in the treasury, plus the title of Viscount, and all cultivation resources were supplied by the royal family. Ning Fengzi did not mention Ning Rongrong this time, perhaps knowing that the latter's fate should not be tied to this. However, he still offered a salary of 500,000 gold coins per year, and the supply of cultivation resources, plus the guidance of 2 titled Douluo. Luo, with your talent, my 7 treasures glazed sect can completely train you to cultivate to title Douluo. And you don't need to pay anything, even if you leave the sect in the future, I will not have the slightest obstruction. Your sword talent is a waste no matter which force you go to. You should have heard of Jiandao Chenexin, right? Bah! Shameless! What do you mean by no conditions? If that's the case, how can Luo be in the world of soul masters? Salas angrily snorted at Ning Fengzi and said bluntly. Master Ning, you seem to have no conditions, but there are conditions everywhere. It's too insincere. Salas smiled like a sheep in wolf's clothing. Luo, as long as you agree to join the Spirit Hall, I will escort you to the Spirit City immediately. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before the Pope and the priests value you. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is well known in the Tiandu Empire, in terms of strength and the ability to cultivate geniuses, even the royal family and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect combined are not enough. You don't know that the younger generation of the Spirit Hall has already produced Soul King level masters. You should know that the champions of the Soul Master competition in recent years all belong to the Spirit Hall. Strength. The power of cultivating talents. These are all the advantages of the Spirit Hall. Even if the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is rich, does a genius care about money? Salas looked at Su Ming confidently. He knew that a genius like Luo valued the future. And the Spirit Hall can give this future. This is why he was willing to agree to let Ning Fengzi let Luo choose for himself. Hearing Sarath say this, Ning Fengzi and Gear were shocked and looked a little embarrassed. Indeed, compared to the impeccable Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is very strong. Both the Treasure Glazed sect and the royal family have obvious shortcomings. The allure of the Spirit Hall is indeed unattainable by other forces. Ning Fengzi originally thought that the swordsmanship could attract Luo, but Luo's reaction just now showed that he was not very interested in Uncle Jian. This is a bit difficult. The conditions that should be given have been given, and the two did not continue to talk, just need Luo's answer. Luo did not answer directly, but stated his needs. I am a student of Tian Shui College now. Now is the Soul Master competition. I can't leave at this moment. I remember that the Soul Master competition is held in the Spirit City. I have already learned about the 7 Treasure Glazed sect and the royal family. I will make a decision after I have a preliminary impression of the Spirit City. What do you think? Okay, okay. Salas was the first to happily agree, as if he was afraid that Luo would go back on his word. He looked at Luo with eyes like a hunter looking at prey in a trap, extremely excited. Salas was very confident about the power of Wuhan City. As long as he took Luo to Wuhan Hall, he would never think of joining other forces. Then I will personally take you to visit Wuhan Hall. Salas smiled confidently, completely ignoring Gel's embarrassed expression, and said to his 2 cardinals. From today on, when we go to Wuhan City, you 2 will protect Luo's safety and prevent others from disturbing you. Fearing that Luo would think too much, Salas added in a cold tone, remember, your mission is to protect safety, not surveillance. Wuhan Hall has always valued geniuses. If you mess up, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yes. The 2 cardinals quickly agreed, looking a little nervous. After doing all this, Salas looked at Luo in a friendly manner. Luo, if you choose the Spirit Hall will never let you down. To show my sincerity, I have a gift for you later, and I will have someone deliver it. Salas left, completely ignoring Ning Fengzi and the others. He left without even showing off, but it was this attitude that made the friendly Ning Fengzi's face darken. Luo, the door of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is always open to you. I hope you can make your own decision after the Soul Master competition. Ning Fengzi and Gear did not stay long. They said a few words to show their friendship and left. Although Luo did not say it explicitly, they had heard the underlying meaning in his words. Yes. Luo has already leaned towards the Spirit Hall, otherwise he would not have said that. Going to the Spirit City, even if they have opinions about Luo's choice, how can the arm twist the thigh? It is still the Spirit Hall's opinion. Since that is the case, they do not want to make trouble for themselves. Although Luo fell into the spirit hall, it was indeed a loss to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. But Luo alone cannot influence the situation of the entire spirit master world. Ning Fengzi did not think of getting rid of Luo. After all, there is still the first academy. In front of Su Ming's talent, Luo is not worth looking at all. Right now it is still the first academy and Tang San's affairs that are important. In the carriage, Ning Fengzi stroked the scepter and muttered to himself. He couldn't help but recall a certain figure in his mind, and felt more and more similar in his heart. Hotel. With wine and laughter, many people in the first academy got drunk. Even Zhu Zuqing, who rarely drank, had a red face and was unconscious. Su Ming also drank a lot, but he used Do's Wan Xin Yi to force him out. You can't drink, but you drink so much. In the hotel room, looking at the two girls' beautiful faces and exquisite bodies, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little ripple in his heart. Bang! The door was closed, and the lights inside were still bright, shining on the two girls' faces, which became more and more red, and their eyelashes kept trembling. Chapter 256 Su Ming, Wedding Date? Who is getting married to whom? I thought you would stay in there for a while. A ghostly voice sounded in the corridor, startling Su Ming, who was walking out of the guest room. In the corridor, the lights were bright. Qian Rongxiu stood by the wall with her hands folded. Her figure was exquisite and graceful, as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. Stay a little longer. Su Ming immediately reacted and said unhappily. There is a free girl in front of me and I didn't touch her. What can I do to these two girls whose hair hasn't even grown out yet? Bah! Qian Rongxiu snorted secretly, her face flushed, and she didn't want to listen to Su Ming's words, so she changed the subject. The scenery in Tiandu City is nice at night, how about going out for a walk? Didn't you say that you want to get to know me better? You can't just leave me alone. If you don't keep your word if you say that, then I won't have anyone to trust. After hearing this, Su Ming thought about it for a while, and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qian Rongxiu seemed to have eaten honey, and couldn't suppress her smile. In summer, the temperature rises and falls quickly. Only a few hours later, it was already a little chilly outside. The night sky in Tianjia was as cool as water, but the stars remained as sincere as ever, filling the entire starry sky. The streets of Tiandu City are very wide, but in the rush of people, they are just right. You have lived here for so long, you must have seen all these scenery, right? Su Ming put his hands behind his back, and Qian Rongxiu knew not to turn around, and quietly accompanied Su Ming. I saw it, and I was tired of it. If you see it alone, you will always get tired of it. But if there is one more person, maybe the most beautiful scenery is not the scenery, but the people, don't you think? The breeze blew, Qian Rongxiu's hair on her forehead lifted, revealing her beautiful face as white jade. She looked at Su Ming with a smile, her eyes almost pulling out silk. Su Ming's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded. You really should have more friends, but it's a pity that your identity. Wanting to have too much is doomed to mean losing too much. A person has only two hands and can't hold everything. Seeing that Su Ming deliberately avoided the important issues and didn't dare to face her directly, Qian Rongxiu didn't press on step by step, and continued Su Ming's words and asked. What about you? Your strength has reached today's level, and you have obtained more wealth than everyone else. What do you think you have lost? What I lost? Yes, if you think it's inappropriate, then forget it. Hearing this, Su Ming pondered. Every bit of the past gradually came to his mind. He was busy practicing all the way, and he never stopped to watch many things. What he left behind was mostly a quick glance. The rich envy the poor for their happy families. The poor pay attention to the luxury of the rich. Life is always full of regrets, there is no such thing as perfection. I have lived 2 lives, and I have had everything I should have. I am focused on the path of practice, so I have no distractions. Su Ming smiled and said meaningfully. If I become a god one day, I guess I will go back to my hometown. It is said that returning home in glory means going back to pretend to be cool. I didn't expect that Su Ming, who was so high and mighty in her eyes, would say such a shameless thing. Qian Rongxiu's jaw dropped. Even if Su Ming said he wanted to conquer the god realm, Qian Rongxiu would not be so surprised. Pretending to be stupid? Even a peerless genius like Su Ming can't avoid this vulgarity. However, this guy seems to be more real. Qianrongxu raised the corners of her mouth and smiled, it seems that the villagers in Dian village are very good to you. Now you still miss them. You misunderstood. Su Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was not talking about Dian village, but another world. If I don't go back, when the old friends die, there will be no nostalgia. Su Ming didn't want to say more, but suddenly goosebumps appeared all over her body. She was horrified and stared at Qianrongxu, saying word by word. What did you just say? The amiable face froze instantly, and Su Ming's eyes revealed an extremely dangerous aura, like a blue dragon that had violated its reverse scale. The evil aura emanating from his body caused his long hair to fly wildly. The wind was blowing, but Qianrongxu felt that she was about to be suffocated. It was the first time she saw Su Ming so angry that she was so frightened that her heart trembled and her face turned pale. Knowing that she had let something slip, Qianrongxu quickly explained. I didn't do anything to Dian village, don't worry. Your grandfather is in Tiandu city now. If you don't believe it, you can ask him directly. If it weren't for me, maybe he would have met with an accident a long time ago. Su Ming stared at Qianrongxu, and only when he saw that the other party looked aggrieved and didn't seem to be lying did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. You'd better not be lying to me. If something happens to my grandfather, I will ask you to bury the entire Wuhan Hall with him. The cold tone, naked killing intent. Qianrongxu pursed her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I said, I won't hurt you. This is the nth time she has said this, Qianrongxu doesn't want to know. But what she knows is that Su Ming still doesn't believe her until now. My heart hurts. If you are right, I will apologize to you in person. Su Ming's tone is serious, and he is anxious and ruthless. Let's go. Take me to see him first. Qianrongxu nodded and led Su Ming to her own courtyard. Soon, the two came to a large manor. From the outside, it was pitch black inside and it seemed that no one lived there. But as soon as he approached, Su Ming sensed the breath of the two soul saints. In his eyes, an antique courtyard appeared in the dark night scene in front of him. At this moment, the lights were on. Obviously, there was a magic array here. Qianrongxu looked very unhappy with her head down. She pushed open the iron gate with a sign of private territory. If you had made me happy today, I would have told you this surprise to make you happy too. I didn't expect you to You actually misunderstood me. Before she finished speaking, Qianrongxu felt a gust of wind in her ears. When she turned her head, Su Ming had already disappeared. Qianrongxu's face became more and more gloomy, like an eggplant hit by frost. The not-so-gorgeous courtyard was built of stone and covered with tile eaves, which looked very similar to the village. The lights were still on, the time was swaying, and the quiet courtyard was filled with a warm and peaceful atmosphere, which could make people forget their troubles at a glance. Master, you do these, will the young master need them when the time comes? Under the eaves, two figures were busy with something, and the sound of whittling was heard. Whether it is useful or not, let's do it first. If I don't move my old bones now, it will be difficult to do it in the future. The scraper scraped away the wood, revealing the shape of the wooden horse. Brin was not unhappy about Su Donger's words. He knew in his heart that with Su Ming's current status, he didn't need him to do these things. These finished toys might not be pleasing, or even not presentable at all. But he still wanted to make them, just as a little gift from himself. Hearing this, Su Donger quickly comforted him. Master, you are talking nonsense again. Other elders of your age are not as lively as you. I think that when the young master gets married and starts a business, he will still need your guidance. As the saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure. Brin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, pretending to be majestic. Okay, you are the only girl who can talk. I can't argue with you, old man. Su Donger also laughed, her radiant smile was like a blooming lotus, warming people's hearts. Suddenly, Brin let out a long sigh, his face mixed with some worry and disappointment. Donger, calculate the time, Schwetter should not have come for a while, right? I don't know what that bastard is doing, leaving all these things to Schwetter. When you see him, you and I, the old man, will talk about him together. How can a grown man do things like this? Su Donger smiled awkwardly, not daring to express her opinion. On the eaves, Su Ming, who was originally very happy, heard the conversation between the two, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. I thought it was a warm scene of a loving father and a filial son, but I didn't expect. Swish! Su Ming's figure flashed and came to the yard. Who? The sudden appearance of the figure startled the two of them. Su Dong'er was extremely nervous and quickly stood in front of Brin. But when he saw the appearance of the person clearly in the moonlight, Su Dong'er, well, who is this? He looks quite handsome. Bulin also rubbed his eyes, feeling very familiar, but this face was very unfamiliar. After leaving Dian village, Su Ming's appearance changed several times, so it was understandable that the two of them could not recognize him. Su Ming smiled after being stunned. Grandpa, I don't seem to have made any mistakes, I actually planned to let Dong'er say me. This familiar voice. Boom. The two of them were shocked, and then overjoyed. Ming'er? Young master. The expectant eyes looked eagerly, watching Su Ming nod. The two of them could no longer control their emotions, and their eyes became hazy. Young master, you are finally back. Su Dong'er ran over excitedly. Bulin rubbed his eyes and silently picked up the guanyin broom beside him. Grandpa, what are you doing? Su Ming's eyelids jumped. What do you say I do? Bulin smiled very kindly, hunched over, but the sword in his hand was unmatched. Seeing this, Su Ming subconsciously wanted to escape. You little brat still knows that I am your grandpa, right? I have been here for so long, and I can't even see you. Today I will ask you how busy you are, and you dare to let Schwetter do these things for you. Little brat, stop right there. Stop? Will you stop and get beaten? Although it didn't hurt, he was such a big man after all. Su Ming retreated again and again, waving his hands to explain. Grandpa, I really didn't know you came to Tiandu City, otherwise how could I hide from you? So, I blamed you wrongly. Brin pressed on step by step, the speed was very slow, but the pressure was full. Wrongly blamed? Is it true? But the broom in your hand will not have this awareness. A noisy chase. Under Su Dong'er's persuasion, Brin finally dropped the broom in his hand and lay on the chair with a breath. Brin looked behind Su Ming and raised his eyebrows. Where is Schwetter? You came here alone. Hey? What's going on? Why does Grandpa care so much about Jianrongxiu? Shouldn't he ask about Xiaowu's situation first? Su Ming frowned slightly. From the previous conversation, it seemed that Jianrongxiu and Grandpa had a good relationship. Without thinking too much, Su Ming answered truthfully. She came too. I guess I made her angry just now, so she didn't come here immediately. Seeing that Brin was safe and sound, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. His attitude just now was indeed not good to Jianrongxiu. He would apologize to her later. But Brin was not happy. When he heard that Su Ming had made Jianrongxiu angry, he immediately blew his beard and glared, and his eyes were already looking for the broom just now. You stinky boy, you still dare to make Schwetter angry. You really think I'm old and you've grown wings, right? What are you still doing here? Why don't you go and find Schwetter back? If she comes back and is still angry, you don't have to come to see me. I don't need you to care. Seeing Brin's reaction, Su Ming was quite confused, to be honest. After not seeing each other for more than a year, it is impossible for Grandpa to react like this. Since he was 5 or 6 years old, he rarely heard Brin speak to him like this. And it was because of Jianrongxiu. Seeing Su Ming still in a daze, Brin was even more angry. Su Dong'er hurried to comfort Brin, then walked over and pushed Su Ming's arm, whispering. Master, you should go and comfort Miss Schwetter first. Miss Schwetter is in a bad mood and can easily hurt her body. Don't be upset at this time. Su Ming looked at Brin with big eyes, then at Su Dong'er, feeling even more confused. Am I in the right place? Is this definitely where Grandpa lives, not a mental illusion? We haven't seen each other for a long time, shouldn't you care about the situation of Xiaowu and me? Why are you all staring at Jianrongxiu? Su Ming asked speechlessly. Grandpa, you won't take Schwetter as your granddaughter, right? Why, do you still have any objections? How could I raise a brat like you who doesn't know the seriousness of the matter? Bulin gritted his teeth, jumped up immediately, picked up a stick and rushed towards Su Ming. Schwetter is my granddaughter, even if you don't recognize her today, you have to recognize her. Su Ming ran away without any hesitation. Originally it was a surprise, but now it was only a shock. Humph! Bulin was so angry that he dropped the stick. He looked very angry and his face was purple. After a long time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head in disappointment. Donger, do you think people change easily? Brin pointed at the direction where Su Ming left with trembling fingers, and said stutteringly. It's only been more than a year, how could he become like this? Su Donger held Brin's hand and said softly, Master, don't get angry, maybe the young master and Miss Schwetter just had a small quarrel. What young couple doesn't quarrel nowadays? It has come to this point. How could the young master abandon Miss Schwetter? Miss Schwetter is kind and beautiful. She and the young master are a perfect match. These are just trivial matters. Maybe she will happily walk around you tomorrow. When the time comes, don't forget to talk to the young master about the wedding date. It's not a good thing to keep dragging it on like this. Hearing this, Brin stopped being angry immediately. He counted the days with his right hand, and his brows frowned even deeper. Alas, time waits for no one. I'm afraid Schwetter's family will have objections. You know Schwetter's family is unusual. It's not good to be in a hurry and lose manners. His eyebrows squeezed into deep grooves, as if he encountered an unsolvable problem. Su Donger giggled, Master, you should talk to Miss Schwetter about this. I don't care about this. Well, I really need to discuss it with Schwetter. Brin nodded seriously. Su Ming? Chapter 257 Jianrongxiu, you bastard. The night was silent. By the pond, Jianrongxiu hugged her legs and looked at the water. The dark water was shimmering with silver light from time to time. That was the color of the moon and the coldest color. But at least, there was this color in the dark world. This color was very similar to her heart at the moment. She thought the life she wanted would be easy, but now she found out. For ordinary people, the simplest is the most difficult for her. Jianrongxiu felt very uncomfortable. She couldn't understand why she had put so much thought into it, but Su Ming was still unwilling to accept her and was still doubting her. Is it really so difficult to believe what I said? Jianrongxiu tilted her head, and a tear slid down her face and fell silently into the night. Can you tell me what happened? A gentle voice sounded. Jianrongxiu knew who it was, but she was indifferent at all. The resentment in her eyes seemed to be completely solidified. Su Ming sighed and said apologetically. I was too emotional before, and I apologize to you. I was too emotional just now, and I may have said some unpleasant words. You should know that I was raised by my grandfather and have deep feelings for him. Suddenly I heard you say that, and I really couldn't believe anything else at the time. I'm sorry for that. Hearing this, Jianrongxiu turned her head and muttered with her lips trembling constantly. I know you're afraid that something might happen to your grandfather. Or rather, you're more afraid of me. You're afraid that I'll use your grandfather to blackmail you. So, I was being sentimental from the beginning to the end. I shouldn't have kept anything from you, right? As she spoke, Jianrongxiu's eyes were filled with tears, and tears kept falling from her face. Sobbing. Su Ming, why is your heart so hard? I've done so much for you, isn't it worth your looking up to me? Yes. I'm really not a good person. I can do anything to achieve my goal. If you don't obey me today, I'll do something bad to your grandfather to retaliate against you. I'm just that kind of person, right? Jianrongxiu stared at Su Ming stubbornly, but her tears flowed faster. The heartbreaking sadness was like a knife slashing Su Ming's heart. Alas! Su Ming was filled with mixed feelings, silent, and sat down with Jianrongxiu. Next to her, not too close, not too far. At this moment, he was no longer the dean of the First Academy. No longer the unique, high-spirited genius. Yes, Su Ming was just an ordinary person, without that perfect quality. Those who are deeply affectionate are often fickle. For other people, Su Ming really couldn't completely entrust his heart. Especially a woman like Jianrongxiu, who he had only known for a few months, or even met a few times. How long had he known Xiao Wu, and how long had she been hated? How long had he known Zhu Zuqing, and how long had she been rejected? Others were suspicious, but he was suspicious of love. Father was seriously ill, and mother took away all the compensation from the family, and also abandoned him. Yes. With him, how could she find a good family to marry? From then on, Su Ming had serious doubts about the so-called love. This is his biggest worry. Do you think I should believe in sudden love? The moonlight was cold and thin, swaying on Su Ming's fair face. Su Ming was smiling, but his heart was more sad and lost. Hearing Su Ming's confession of the past, Jian Rongxiu was also shocked to stop crying, staring at Su Ming, not expecting that the latter grew up in such an environment when he was a child. For a moment, Jian Rongxiu didn't hate him anymore. Or, she didn't know how to hate him like this. How could there be? Jian Rongxiu's words stopped at her lips, unable to continue. Su Ming was staring at her, Jian Rongxiu's nose was sore, and she couldn't help crying again. Yes, there is no such mother in the world. Because such a mother belongs to them. Leaning on Su Ming's shoulder, Jian Rongxiu kept trembling, and her sobbing sound shattered the moonlight in the pond. What is sadness? It's always just the word heart. It took a long time before Jian Rongxiu wiped the tears off her face. She forced a smile, although it was not beautiful, but at least at this moment, she was extremely beautiful. The past is the past, we can actually start over. Some things, if you have never tried them, how can you believe that they really exist? At least I am sincere to you. Just like you said before, you want me to live a better life, and I also want you to live a better life. Isn't the accumulation of little by little the most perfect love? With this pity, why don't you dare to look directly at it? What if it comes and slips away from your palm? At that time, will you make a bitter face and say that there is no love at first sight, no sudden beautiful love? It's easy to deny something, but it's easier to accept something. Putting her hands around Su Ming's waist, Jian Rongxiu smiled warmly and slowly leaned on Su Ming's chest. As long as your heart is still beating, don't let it go cold, okay? Su Ming was so angry that he laughed, but he felt strange inside. It was as if a pair of gentle hands held up a pool of clear water. Drip, 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 drip. The sound was crisp, like the sound of nature. You are still preaching to me here. Don't you know what's going on with you? Comfort me now, help me accumulate experience, and then let me comfort you, right? The palm of his hand passed and brushed away the scattered hair on Jian Rongxiu's forehead. The moon is half full, and the shadows are in pairs. Su Ming stretched out his hand to hold Jian Rongxiu's smooth shoulders, gently embraced her in his arms, rested his chin on the top of her head, looked at the cool moonlight, and in the haze, everything seemed to have changed. Will you comfort me? Hearing this, Jian Rongxiu raised her head. She was a little angry in her shyness, as if she was acting coquettishly. If you don't make me cry, I will kneel down to thank you for not killing me. It's really unjust that a man like you can still find a girlfriend. Yes. Tomorrow I will turn into a more handsome man and tell Xiaowu and the others that I am Su Shui's brother, and then trick them over. In this way, your grandfather is mine, and your girlfriend is also mine. Let's see what you can do, Jian Rongxiu's eyes sparkled, and she smiled evilly and raised her chin, looking like a fierce person you are waiting for. Su Ming's mouth twitched. It turned out that you can offend a villain but not a woman. Knowing that Jian Rongxiu was teasing him, Su Ming smiled helplessly. My grandfather seems to have a good relationship with you. I seem a little redundant. As soon as we met, you heard that I made you angry, so you chased me with a broom and beat me. Why don't you tell me what you did to my grandfather to make him treat you so well? You deserve it. Jian Rongxiu smiled triumphantly, as if she had eaten honey, and she regretted not following him just now. Su Ming was chased and beaten. This scene is more interesting than her being the emperor. Jian Rongxiu still told the story even though she was unreasonable. It turned out that since she met Su Ming, she began to inquire about Su Ming's origins. Hard work pays off. Later, she learned that Su Ming came from Dian village and had a grandfather, so she asked Snake Spear Douluo to take Brin over. If Fei Snake Spear Douluo is very powerful, and is intimidated by his identity as the heir of the Angel clan. Where in Dian village, if he can suppress a few cardinals, he will bring Brin back safely regardless of Bibi Dong's orders. Your identity seems to have been exposed, otherwise Bibi Dong would not send people to Dian village. Fortunately, it was in time, otherwise your grandfather would fall into Bibi Dong's hands. With her methods, I don't think you can escape this disaster. Jian Rongxiu stared at Su Ming worriedly and helplessly. This guy usually looks very smart, how could he do such a stupid thing? Putting your weaknesses within the reach of others, wouldn't it be possible for others to take advantage of you? Fortunately, I am not stupid enough to realize this, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Su Ming's face was gloomy, and he felt scared in his heart. Thank you very much for this. It seems that your mother is making a big move and wants to solve all the troubles at once. A cold light flashed across his eyes, and So Ming finally figured everything out at this moment. No wonder Bibi Dong didn't take any action. She was really waiting for her to fall into the trap. Bibi Dong, Yu Xiao Gang. You guys, wait for me. Swish. Qian Rongxiu stood up immediately, frowned and asked seriously. You mean, Bibi Dong is already planning to deal with you? So Ming nodded. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely quiet. It is really weird that two people who seem to be hostile forces are talking about love here. Qian Rongxiu rolled her eyes and said. Why are you looking at me? It was Bibi Dong who did it, not me. She is she, I am me. If it weren't for me, you would be so passive now. Are you too careless or do you have a problem with your brain? I thought your grandfather was at least a Seoul Douluo level strongman, and I specially arranged for a title Douluo to go there. I didn't expect. The more she talked, the angrier she felt. Qian Rongxiu looked at So Ming as if she was looking at an idiot. The only relative of an ordinary person, instead of protecting Brin tightly, actually let him stay in the village. This brain, it is better to just throw it away. How could I lose to such a person? And I like him. Qian Rongxiu couldn't figure out what she was thinking. 80% of her is like the heroine in the novel, with a bit of a face control attribute. Yes. There is absolutely no other possibility except this. Hearing this, So Ming was not angry, but his mouth curved upwards. He had also considered the matter of Grandpa Brin. First, Grandpa Brin was reluctant to leave the village. Second, he was not able to take him around due to his physical condition. Although Grandpa Brin looked amiable, he was extremely stubborn. 8 horses could not pull him back from his decision, unless he could be scared. For example, find him an 18-year-old girl. Therefore, So Ming temporarily placed Brin in the village. The first academy was completed, and he was talking to Xiao Wu about bringing Grandpa over a few days ago. Only if he went back to the village could he convince Brin. Realizing that something was wrong, So Ming looked at Qian Rongxiu suspiciously and asked. You brought my grandfather here, and he had no objection. Moreover, he lived here with peace of mind and didn't shout to leave. Earlier, So Ming met Grandpa Brin, and the sickle and other things were his life and property. These things are here, which undoubtedly means moving. Home? Take this place as home? Live here permanently? Brin's previous behavior clearly meant this. He would get red-faced if he took advantage of something in Dian village, and he wanted to give things away. How could he live in peace in this luxurious place in Tiandu city? Although the courtyard was imitated from the village, the decorations and furniture inside were not. For Grandpa Brin, it was no less than a huge fortune. He accepted it with peace of mind? Stared at by So Ming's interrogating eyes, Qian Rongxiu's heart trembled, and she immediately looked away, her face burning like boiling water. Maybe he feels good about me. Qian Rongxiu's tone was a little stuttering, soft and without strength. Just good. So Ming looked at Qian Rongxiu's profile and continued to ask, just good, can he chase me and fight because of you? If I hadn't checked his physical condition, I would have thought he was bewitched by you. Tell me. What are you hiding from me? Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu became even more shy and wanted to dive into the pond. You won't die if you don't ask. Knowing that this matter could not be concealed, Qian Rongxiu bit her pink lips tightly. I told him that I am your girlfriend. Swish. As soon as the words came out, Qian Rongxiu immediately stood up and wanted to run. But So Ming grabbed her calf. Boom. Qian Rongxiu's body trembled, and she froze in place in an instant, her ears were completely cooked. You, let go. Qian Rongxiu glared at So Ming with shame, her shoulders shaking. Explain the matter clearly first. So Ming didn't believe it was that simple. I know my grandfather's character. Even if you said you were my girlfriend, he wouldn't be like this. You're hiding something from me, right? Qian Rongxiu, whose calf was being held, was like a snake being held by its 7 inches, and her mouth was short and spitting. Panting, Xianglan's face was about to melt, the stimulation overwhelmed her inner rationality. She pursed her pink lips tightly, not daring to let So Ming see her appearance at the moment, lest he laugh at her being so frivolous at the moment. Her calves were her sensitive parts, especially at this moment when she was being held by the person she liked. In Qian Rongxiu's opinion, the stimulation was no less than So Ming kissing her. Although she was teasing So Ming every time. But Qian Rongxiu couldn't stand the teasing at all, she was just a novice and loved to play, and wanted to take the initiative. I beg you, let go first, okay? Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you. Qian Rongxiu squatted with tears in her eyes, pitiful, and her tone was soft and cute, like a pet trying to please its owner. She pressed Su Ming's hands weakly with both hands, fearing that the latter would be stimulated by a slight force. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's face flushed like a delicate rose, with spring feelings on her face, Su Ming also frowned, and didn't react for a while. I didn't do anything. Could it be? He stroked his thumb slightly. Qian Rongxiu was struck by lightning, and her throat made a shameful sound that was difficult to make normally. Instantly, she pressed Su Ming's shoulders with both hands, so that she didn't fall down. You bastard! Qian Rongxiu blushed and pursed her lips into an M shape. Chapter 258 The First Woman, Qian Rongxiu. In the early morning, the morning sun shone, leaving flickering fragments of light in the pond. In the pavilion, Su Ming packed his clothes. There was a trace of red on his cold face, and his eyes glanced to the side with a dazed look. On the bench, Qian Rongxiu bent her knees and looked at the lake view, looking very cold. But when you look closely, you will find that Qian Rongxiu's delicate eyelashes are trembling constantly, and the blush on her pretty face is diffused in her blue eyes. Her whole face is red, exuding the charm and shyness of a girl. There are some scraps of cloth left on the blanket, as if something has happened. Ahem. Su Ming coughed twice, and Qian Rongxiu's eyes were as crystal clear as a startled bird flying high, turning into a continuous spring water, and shyly glanced at Su Ming. Time seems to be in chaos. Su Ming rubbed the back of his head and said embarrassedly. Grandpa seems to want to see you very much. He should be up early now. Do you want to accompany me to see him? See Grandpa? Qian Rongxiu's face turned redder. It would be fine if it was any other time. But now. She always felt weird, extremely embarrassed, but it was hard to resist the temptation. What do you want me to do? You're the one who's hitting me, not me. With a playful girlish hum, Qian Rongxiu threw a diamond at Su Ming in a vicious manner. If it were me, I should let Grandpa teach you a lesson, you bastard. I just wanted to taste the flavor of love, but you actually tasted me. Shameless. Thinking back to the taste of last night, Qian Rongxiu pursed her lips tightly, and couldn't help but be addicted to it. The scene of last night's ecstasy was vivid in her mind. She once thought she was really going to die. Everything was because of this bastard in front of her. I just teased you and asked you to kiss me as compensation, but you were so shy that you refused. As a result, while kissing. Pooh. Men really talk a lot, but who knows how dirty they are in their hearts. Seeing Qian Rongxiu still being stubborn, Su Ming showed an ambiguous smile on his face. I don't know who was so stubborn last night, but still insisted on being so stubborn. As for what happened last night, it was probably Qian Rongxiu who took advantage of her rightness and began to deliberately embarrass Su Ming. Kiss me, and we'll let it go. Su Ming was still hesitant at first, but he couldn't stand his bad attitude towards Qian Rongxiu last night. And there was also Grandpa Brin, so Su Ming kissed her reluctantly. It seemed that teasing the embarrassed Su Ming was very interesting. Qian Rongxiu kissed him stiffly, dreaming of seeing Su Minghua running away. He had never kissed a woman before. The momentary passion and Qian Rongxiu's beauty made Su Ming unable to resist reason at that moment. With the responsible attitude of being the dean, he began to correct Qian Rongxiu's poor kissing skills. Although Su Ming couldn't do it either, he was obviously much better than Qian Rongxiu. Then, as they kissed, both of them began to lose control. Then, they made the mistake that all adults would make. Knowing that Qian Rongxiu was shy, Su Ming walked over. Ah! What are you doing? Su Ming suddenly picked her up like a princess, and this posture almost burned Qian Rongxiu's brain. Myself. How could I be hugged by a man like this? I was so embarrassed. Under the soft sunlight, Qian Rongxiu's fair skin exuded this charming brilliance and breath, her face was as red as peach blossoms, and her eyes were blurred and charming. The shy virgin look was haunting, and Su Ming's heart was moved. This Qian Rongxiu is indeed too seductive. Su Ming took a deep breath and said. I will treat you. Otherwise, if Grandpa and the others see you like this, they will laugh at us. How can you hold your head up? Also, didn't you tell him that you ruined my child? Are you scared now? Qian Rongxiu was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She clearly wanted to forcefully keep Bryn, but she didn't really mean that. You only know how to bully me by relying on my favor. Qianrongxiu glared at Su Ming with hatred, then twisted her hand around someone's waist, and the blush on her face was like 100 flowers in full bloom, beautiful and incomparable. This man is really bad. Favor. You haven't become an emperor yet, but your words are updated very quickly. Su Ming smiled, hugged Qianrongxiu and walked towards the courtyard, while using the soul power of the ultimate wood to treat Qianrongxiu's injuries. Lying in Su Ming's arms, the warm breath made Qianrongxiu's face continue to blush, but her heart was extremely sweet, and her beautiful eyes kept looking up at someone. The perfect jawline, the blue-red eyes are as charming as crystal, coupled with the confident and cold temperament. Qianrongxiu felt that her heart was accelerating. Has she really become his woman? Everything feels like a dream. Qianrongxiu smiled sweetly, and she had already noticed that Su Ming's attitude towards her had changed. At least, this guy is not a dullard. Su Ming, let me ask you, how many women do you have now? Qianrongxiu looked up and glanced at him. She leaned against Su Ming's chest and was soft and lazy. The words were very light, as if they were just a casual question without any other meaning. So Su Ming's footsteps did not stop at all. If it were any other man, he would have gone through the gates of hell 3 times with such a deadly question. But Su Ming was not surprised or flustered, and said bluntly. You stare at me every day, how can you not know how many women I have? You even found Dian village, how can you not know this? I think if you stay in the first academy for a few more years, the first academy will have to follow your surname Qianbook. Qianrongxiu was not ashamed, but seemed a little arrogant, shaking her legs. What's wrong with me paying attention to you? I don't even bother to look at other people. The assessment of the first academy is indeed strict. I have arranged dozens of people to come for the assessment, but I didn't expect that only one person came in. No, don't try to change the subject. Tell me the truth, except Xiaowu and that Zhu Zuqing, there should be no one else, right? No. Su Ming said sincerely, I don't know many girls, and I won't take the initiative to pursue girls. You 3, all took the initiative to express your feelings. If I hadn't met you, I would still be alone now. Looking at Qianrongxiu's beautiful face, Su Ming felt a little dreamy. These are all unique beauties on earth, and he has 3 of them at once. This is something to be proud of, but it also feels like it should be condemned. Who cares, I think it's good, and they are fine, that's good. Qianrongxiu seemed to have discovered some big secret. She twisted Su Ming's neck, smiling brightly. So, last night was the first time you took the initiative. Cough cough cough. Such a lewd word made Su Ming cough repeatedly. Qianrongxiu was happy, and she laughed beautifully, as if the general had won a victory and couldn't stop laughing. She didn't want to embarrass Su Ming. After all, under Su Ming's treatment, her fatigue and pain were relieved a lot, so Qianrongxiu didn't continue to tease him. Su Ming, what do you say we should do in the future? The lazy kitten voice sounded, and Qianrongxiu looked at Su Ming tenderly. Qianrongxiu's voice was a bit serious, and she was not asking about the 2 of them. Su Ming lowered his head and asked, Are you asking me? You are the young master of the Spirit Hall and the prince of the Heaven Do Empire, and you will control more than half of the continent in the future. What else? Qianrongxiu pouted and said, If I ask you to listen to me, would you be willing? After a short silence, Su Ming said. You can still do what you want to do. Whether it is based on the relationship between the 2 parties or the consideration of the ultimate beneficiary, I will not stop you from doing what you want to do. If you become the emperor of the empire or inherit the Spirit Hall, it will be a great thing for me. As for other problems, I will find a way to solve them. But... Su Ming stopped and his tone became a little solemn. Qianrongxiu quickly asked, Go on. Su Ming put Qianrongxiu down and said seriously. Something very unpleasant may happen to you in the meantime, you'd better be mentally prepared. If something happens, you'd better choose to believe me. No matter what I do, I must have my own considerations. The person in charge is confused, the bystander is clear. You can ask me, but you can't be unreasonable and lose your mind easily. Some things are not told to you for your own good, understand? Looking at Su Ming's sincere and watery eyes, and reflecting her figure in the bright waves, Qianrongxiu was stunned for a moment, and finally nodded. Don't worry, since I am already your woman, I will naturally consider your feelings. But there is one thing you must promise me, no matter what happens, you can't leave me alone. Qian Rongxiu stared at her big watery eyes. Su Ming laughed angrily and stretched out his hand to rub Qian Rongxiu's cheek. I'm not the kind of person who won't recognize anyone when I put on my pants. As long as you don't hurt my loved ones, why would I abandon a woman like you who is so beautiful and stupid? Qian Rongxiu was about to bar her teeth, but she heard Su Ming continue. Besides, if someone with your status were to take revenge on me one day and call for killing, I would still be very scared. Su Ming pretended to tremble. For a moment, Qian Rongxiu was completely overwhelmed by shame and anger. Ah! This guy is so annoying. Don't you dare say that. Qian Rongxiu chased Su Ming relentlessly. Instantly, the whole garden was filled with sweet fragrance. Back in the courtyard, Qian Rongxiu turned back into Su Shue's appearance. But the sharp-eyed Brin immediately noticed that Su Ming was holding Qian Rongxiu's hand intimately, and his eyebrows trembled immediately, his eyes were bright. Master, should we preach? Su Dong'er looked at Brin inquiringly. Brin. When did I say I would lecture Su Ming? No. What did he do wrong? Ahem. Brin coughed awkwardly and pointed to the room in a condescending manner. I've prepared some breakfast for you, go and eat it yourself. Especially Shuer, you can't be hungry, do you hear me? Qian Rongxiu nodded with a red face, feeling extremely ashamed. I'll get it. Let this brat do these things, you just sit here. Qian Rongxiu's face turned even redder. This has nothing to do with me. Su Ming. The family's status has been declining again and again, and Su Ming is too lazy to explain. It seems that Grandpa Brin is living well here. Breakfast is milk and bread in the palace. Other porridge and food are also exquisite and delicious. Qian Rongxiu is attentive. In fact, with their current cultivation, the demand for food is not large. Only Su Ming is an exception. However, Qian Rongxiu still took the bread handed by Su Ming and chewed it slowly. Her posture is like a dignified lady. If Brin knew that Qian Rongxiu would rebel and subvert the Tiandu Empire, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so bright and kind. Grandpa, it's not safe to live here. Come with me to live where Xiaowu and I live. I built a school not far from Tiandu City. The environment there is not bad. And the people who come and go are all young students. You will probably get used to it. Sure enough. Brin was obviously moved when he heard that the academy was full of young people. He had no other hobbies in his life, he just liked to have young people around him, which was comfortable for his eyes and heart. Minger, this won't affect you, right? Actually, Schwetter's place is not bad, and it won't cause you any trouble, what do you think? Brin's tone was particularly gentle, but full of concern for Su Ming, which made people feel disgusted. Grandpa, there are not many people in his academy, and there are not many things to do. It's called a college, but in fact, the number of people is about the same as that of the school in the village. If you say you want to disturb him, aren't you afraid of disturbing me, and then I and Su Ming will have to run back and forth? Hearing that Su Ming wanted to take Brin away, Qian Rongxiu had no objection, but instead helped him out. Her dignified and virtuous appearance was like a spring breeze. After hearing what Qian Rongxiu said, Brin stopped talking completely. Let Qian Rongxiu run between two places? Even if Su Ming didn't feel bad, he felt bad for Su Shui and the baby in her belly. This is his great-grandson. If he stays in the academy honestly, maybe he can take care of him. Dong'er, go pack your things, let's move. Swish. As soon as Brin stood up, he was pressed down by two hands. Brin looked at Su Ming, then at Qian Rongxiu, do you have anything else to say? You go first. The two said in unison without thinking. With a slightly stunned look, seeing Qian Rongxiu raising her eyebrows at him, Su Ming had to speak first. Grandpa, you should also know Xiao Wu. Cough cough cough. A hoarse cough sounded, and Brin pressed the back of Su Ming's hand frantically, his eyes already floating to the sky. Su Ming paused and continued. I mean, Xiao Wu and Qing Er don't know yet. Cough cough cough. Bulin coughed even louder, as if there was a mouthful of phlegm stuck in her throat, and then she winked wildly. You bastard, didn't you see Shui Er was here? You can discuss this matter in person. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help laughing, and felt that Bulin was much more interesting than her grandfather Qian Daoliu, very close to life, not high and mighty. I actually want to talk about this. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing don't know about Su Ming and me. I mean, Grandpa, Can you not mention this in front of them for the time being? Just treat me as your granddaughter. What do you think? Who am I? Where am I? It was all an illusion just now. Shua. Bulin immediately covered Jianrongxiu's forehead. Child, are you okay? Did this bastard give you a mind-destroying drug? You already have a child. Why don't you fight for it? What are you waiting for? Chapter 259 Jianrongxiu, am I prettier? Jianrongxiu's reaction completely stunned Brin. Although Brin is single, there are so many different lives in the village. It's commonplace. Women are very jealous. Originally, Brin thought that Xiao Wu's existence was enough to give Su Ming a headache, but he didn't expect he actually had another woman. 3 in total. Brin felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. Didn't I teach you to love one woman wholeheartedly before? Simply. Well done. Su Ming. I've only heard you sigh that you were young and didn't get married. When did you teach a child about love? Ahem. With no emotion on his face, Brin, who was naturally dignified, coughed and said. Schwer, a good girl like you is willing to be with Su Ming. This boy is so lucky in his 8 lifetimes. He smiled warmly, but immediately restrained his smile and said without question. Don't worry about other things. I'll talk to Xiao Wu in person. It's embarrassing to keep dragging it out for your situation. I think we can settle the marriage first. What do you think? Ahem. Su Ming couldn't keep calm and looked at Brin in shock. Marriage? Set the marriage? I was with Jianrongxiu yesterday. Su Ming was embarrassed. He knew that Bulin Lin said this because he misunderstood Shui Er's pregnancy, so he said. Grandpa, aren't you too anxious? Why are you in such a hurry? Men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. It's a matter of mutual affection. Why, do you think I, your grandfather, am meddling in your affairs? Bulin Lin seemed to have eaten gunpowder, spitting and glaring at Su Ming fiercely. Looking at Su Ming's frustrated look, Jianrongxiu found it more and more interesting. She knew that she had bet on the right horse, so she spoke up to help. Grandpa, I also think this matter is a bit anxious. My family doesn't know about this yet. I'd better ask them first. As she said this, Jianrongxiu raised her eyes and gave Su Ming a shy look. She had never been unwilling to get engaged, but this matter really happened too quickly. She didn't know what her grandfather Qian Douluo was thinking. Besides, if the news that she was not pregnant was exposed, she would not know how to face Brin. The relationship that was established with great difficulty might go back to the past. This matter cannot be rushed. Pa. Brin slapped his forehead in annoyance. He was getting more and more confused as he got older. How could he have the final say on this engagement? Instantly, the dignity of the head of the Brin family disappeared, and he looked at Schwer with some trepidation. Schwer, Grandpa, I know your family is not ordinary. So, I want to ask if there will be any problems in your family. You also know that Su Ming came from a poor and remote area. He is not a good match for you. Your family. Brin's face was full of embarrassment. Although he wanted to speak more obscurely, he was afraid that Jianrongxiu would understand. A good match. Can our Su Ming really marry up? On the side, Su Ming put down the bread in his hand without any appetite. It seems that Grandpa has not realized what the current situation is. Or, the understanding of oneself is still stuck in a few years ago. Jianrongxiu was also extremely shocked. She didn't expect that Brin would say such a thing. Don't you know how outstanding your grandson is now? It's not right for the family. Jianrongxiu couldn't help laughing. She used to pursue Su Ming, but she didn't expect that it was the other way around with Brin. I feel a little comfortable for some reason. Although her status is indeed noble, Su Ming's first academy has great development prospects. With her status, the only ones who can match her are the 3 major sects. But is the first academy really worse than the 3 major sects? Seeing Brin looking at her eagerly, Jianrongxiu smiled and comforted. Don't worry, if my grandfather knew about Su Ming's situation, he would definitely be very satisfied and there would be no problem. It's just that I don't want others to know about my relationship with Su Ming for the time being. Jianrongxiu didn't have any complaints or sadness. Instead, she looked at Su Ming and felt happy in her heart. It's good as it is now. If she really quarrels with Xiao Wu and the others, it will be bad. At least wait until her relationship with Su Ming is further solidified, otherwise how can she compare with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing who have followed So Ming for so long? But Bulletin Lin was not willing at all. How could this be done in secret? How can this be done? Shuer, you don't have to worry about this. I, an old man, can still make the decision. No one can be wronged, not Shuer and grandson. As he said, Bulletin Lin called So Ming aside and asked about the specific situation. Knowing that the three women would meet, So Ming had no intention of continuing to hide it. He told Bulletin Lin about Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing's situation. But Bulletin Lin was silent for a long time after listening. You mean, all three girls took the initiative to pursue you? No. You are lucky in love, don't girls nowadays value looks instead of sturdiness? Brin's CPU is about to burn out. It doesn't make sense. Back then, I wasn't bad looking, but only one girl expressed her feelings to me, and she was 200 pounds cough cough. So Ming sighed, so now, Xiao Wu and the others don't know about Shuer's situation. Shuer, I have seen what your daughter is thinking, and she is not going to make it difficult for me. But this matter, after all, cannot be covered up. I am not worried about Xiao Wu, but I am afraid that Zhu Qing will think too much. So Ming focused on Zhu Qing's situation. When he heard that she was abandoned by her fee and copyright and hated the man who was unfaithful, Brin was secretly sweating. This was a high-end game. You have made Xiao Wu obedient, well, my efforts were not in vain. After thinking for a while, he knew that So Ming was not convenient to talk about this matter. When he opened his mouth, it was clear that he wanted to wrong the girl named Zhu Qing, and this would not work. Forget it, I'll find a way. Looking at the handsome So Ming in front of him, Brin was full of relief. It was worth it for him to have such an excellent grandson in this life. Anyway, he didn't have much time to live, so it didn't matter if he was a villain a few more times. Can the resentment be taken to the grave after the person is gone? Looking at each other, the grandfather and grandson couldn't help but laugh. An old man in the family is like a treasure. For many things, no matter how capable one is, one does not have the control of the elders over major events. It has been a long time since I last saw Xiao Wu, and Brin missed her very much. Let Su Donger pack up quickly, and the few of them took a carriage to leave the villa. So Ming and Qian Rongxiu were in a carriage. Brin didn't want to disturb the two people's warming relationship. If he knew what So Ming was doing at the moment, he would probably dismantle the carriage directly. Yes. There was no flirting atmosphere. So Ming was carving the inscription of the soul guide with a carving knife. Qian Rongxiu propped her chin and stared quietly at the side, her eyebrows and eyes sparkling, as if she was more curious about everything So Ming did. Especially So Ming's concentration, Qian Rongxiu's eyes were full of stars. Men with talent and hard work are always so charming. That is, I forgot that there is a beautiful woman around me. Humph. Oh, why am I thinking about it again? The scenes of last night kept flashing, and Qian Rongxiu slapped her head in shame and anger. How could she think about such things? It was so embarrassing. Why are you blushing for no reason? You blush when you look at me. When I am here in the future, your IQ will drop to negative numbers, right? The teasing voice was full of ridicule. So Ming was still concentrating on carving the inscription. You can still communicate with me? Qian Rongxiu asked in surprise. I didn't say no. This is the distraction control of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, which can completely separate one's mind. With my current mental power, this matter is simply too simple. Suddenly, Qian Rongxiu pouted angrily and said with teeth bared. So before, you left me here without saying a word. If you didn't say anything just now, did you plan to not talk to me all the way? I wanted to pinch someone for revenge, but seeing So Ming's serious look, Qian Rongxiu could only withdraw her hand angrily. I don't see that you are unhappy, The words were interrupted immediately. I am very unhappy now. Qian Rongxiu's face was squeezed, aggrieved and resentful. It's time to be alone now. When I arrived at the first academy, how could I have such an opportunity? As a result, you are carving here. You can chat with me, and you are halfway through the journey, and you tell me now? Due to the factors of Brin and So Ming, Qian Rongxiu deliberately reduced the express delivery of the carriage to the lowest. Time, an hour has passed. An hour. Qian Rongxiu felt that she was at a loss just thinking about it. The charming eyes were bulging with anger, and she was almost heartbroken with grievance. Swish! The carving knife made a stroke, and the metal in his hand drew a refined light. So Ming embedded the remaining shell with it. Originally, there were several small pieces of metal, but they were combined into a whole, and there was no trace of any connection. There was a silver-white metal bracelet in his hand. Looking at the angry lovely girl, So Ming understood that Jian Rongxiu, who looked holy and noble, was the type who was clingy. She was not like the cold fairy in the novel who pretended to be cold and indifferent. So Ming raised the bracelet in his hand. This is the soul guide bracelet I made, which can store some soul power. It's a bit low level, I'll give it to you to play with. I'll give it to you when I make a better one in the future. Bracelet? Soul guide? Jian Rongxiu exclaimed, and asked in surprise. You mean, this is a soul guide? So Ming, you can make soul guides? Jian Rongxiu's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new world. She had already taken the bracelet and looked at it carefully. As Jian Rongxiu injected soul power into it, her face became more exciting. So Ming. Jian Rongxiu just raised her head and instantly felt her hands being held. Her whole body was surrounded by warmth, and her back was a solid chest skin. Jian Rongxiu's pretty face was a little hot, and she felt extremely comfortable and sweet. There were two balls of excitement on her face, and her little mouth was sucking. You, what are you doing? Jian Rongxiu pushed So Ming with her shoulder. Will you not be angry now? So Ming put his arm around Jian Rongxiu's lower abdomen and doted on her shoulder, gazing at her unique beauty. This guy is too good. Jian Rongxiu's heart was pounding, almost fall. She responded in a daze, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Didn't you dislike such intimacy before? Leaning on So Ming's chest, Jian Rongxiu looked up at the side of the former's chin, a little uncomfortable with such enthusiasm. Other women are naturally like this. But you are different, you are already my woman. Although I don't quite understand the thoughts of you girls, I have to treat you better. At least it's appropriate for lovers. Jian Rongxiu was immediately overjoyed, as if she had received the favor of the gods, and she was very happy. Especially the phrase my woman, which almost shattered Jian Rongxiu's Tao heart. She asked foolishly. Then tell me, am I prettier than Xiaowu and the others? Do you care so much about this issue? I am a woman, so I naturally care about the opinions of my sweetheart. Jian Rongxiu twisted her body, her eyes serious and urged. So Ming did not think of some sweet words, such as just because you are you and you are unique to please people, but said truthfully. In terms of age, you are at the most beautiful age. You can be said to be a fairy with a beautiful face, and you can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. Whether it is your figure or temperament, few people can compare with you. Xiaowu and the others are younger and have not fully grown up. Even Zhu Qing's figure is not necessarily better than yours. Premature apples and naturally ripe apples naturally give people different tastes. Especially your skin. She was dizzy and unable to extricate herself from the compliments, but when she suddenly heard the word skin, Jian Rongxiu covered someone's dirty mouth as if her tail was stepped on. Don't say that again. When she mentioned skin, she immediately thought of last night. Bad hands. Bad mouth. Bad man. Jian Rongxiu blushed instantly. So Ming did not continue to speak, but just looked at Jian Rongxiu's exposed skin, as if he was admiring a precious jade. Because of the accident with her previous clothes, she is now wearing a hollow long skirt, with her arms and shoulders half exposed. That is a kind of graceful skin that So Ming has never seen before. It is moist and white and clean. It is not fat or greasy, but very smooth, like milk, giving people an unreal smooth feeling. The purifying effect of the angel soul power has been completely integrated into Jian Rongxiu's body, and she looks completely flawless, so that people can't let go. Seeing So Ming dare seeing her being looked at like this, Jian Rongxiu felt shy and happy. She shyly covered her collar, fearing that someone would be tempted by her beauty and do that to her in the car. Bang! Leaning back against the car, So Ming put the bracelet on Jian Rongxiu's wrist and hugged her to look at the scenery outside the window. Jian Rongxiu was as quiet as a sleeping cat. As long as the fresh wind blew her hair and rolled on So Ming's chest. I will be busy recently. If I don't have time to accompany you, you should practice well by yourself. When I have time, I will take you out to play. This is Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Sunflower, which has the effect of purifying martial souls and removing impurities. Although your angel martial soul has the ultimate holiness, the ultimate fire is indeed insufficient. This fairy grass may be able to help you. I don't want it. Keep it for yourself. I don't lack these cultivation resources. I have divided the fairy grass with Xiaowu and the others. Since. Swish. The two hands grabbed it instantly. So Ming couldn't help laughing and pinched his cute nose lovingly. Now that you have received the benefits, shouldn't you do something for me? How about helping me find some medicinal herbs? Qianrongxiu. I always feel that I have lost something. Chapter 260 Qianrongxiu is in love and has no hope. No help. I won't help you no matter who I help. I won't help you if I help you. I won't be misunderstood by you, and I won't be looked down upon by you. I don't want to waste my efforts for nothing. As soon as she said this, Qianrongxiu regretted it immediately. The relationship had just been established, how could she say such a thing? He won't help you when he helps outsiders? This is to distance herself from the relationship, which makes Su Ming feel cold. Besides, he gave her such a valuable gift. If she rejects him now, she will be too heartless. Qianrongxiu regretted it so much. If she had known, she would not have said such nonsense and acted like a spoiled child. I hope he won't care. Qianrongxiu prayed in her heart. But what you fear will come true. Yet. Hearing Qianrongxiu say this, Su Ming did not continue to force her and responded lightly. Those medicinal herbs are precious medicinal herbs, which are used to restore Tang Hao's strength. It was indeed his lack of consideration to let Qianrongxiu do this. He should let Qin Ming run around, or ask Rongrong if he could get it. A sound of HMM was like thunder from heaven. Qianrongxiu's face turned pale instantly. She didn't expect Su Ming to give up without any bargaining. Is he angry? The more Qianrongxiu thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. She grabbed the hem of her skirt tightly. Even if it was her, if they confirmed the relationship like now, and Su Ming still treated her coldly as before, she would be angry. The fairy grass in her hand burned Qianrongxiu's hand. Qianrongxiu. You are a big fool. You are willing in your heart, why do you have to refuse? Does it make you look so noble? Tick-tock. Tears dripped down her cheeks, and happened to hit the back of Su Ming's hand. Su Ming was stunned, raised his hand, and subconsciously stretched his head forward to look. Qianrongxiu quickly turned her head to the side and wiped away her sad tears. What's there to cry about? Su Ming was a little confused. Did she cry just because he didn't ask her for help? Isn't this girl's emotional defense too fragile? Su Ming exerted a little force on his arm, and Qianrongxiu, who was not heavy to begin with, was easily turned over by Su Ming. What are you doing? Qianrongxiu's eyes were a little evasive, and her slightly red eyes were clear. She must have cried just now. Su Ming rubbed Qianrongxiu's head with heartache. You girl, I just didn't ask for your help. Is it worth crying for? I'm really worried about you being like this. If I take away something that belongs to you one day, you might have to thank me later. Su Ming spoke in a gentle tone, with a strong doting tone, which made Qianrongxiu feel much better. Qianrongxiu looked at Su Ming seriously and said. Now that we are at this point, my things are naturally yours. If you need anything in the future, just tell me directly, don't say anything like helping me. Su Ming. It's not that many years of being in love, so you can't say such high-level words. You. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Su Ming was so uncomfortable that he wanted to teach her a lesson, but looking at Qianrongxiu's affectionate look, he couldn't say it. Okay, you can help me find these herbs when the time comes. Su Ming wrote down the hard-to-find herbs on a piece of paper. If he couldn't find them, Daming would have to go to the Star Forest again. Qianrongxiu was overjoyed when she got the paper, and immediately put it away, fearing that Su Ming would take the candy back. Su Ming laughed and shook his head. Thinking of Qianrongxiu's future test of becoming a god, he couldn't help but want to say a few more words. Shuer, you are a proud girl of heaven, and you must have your own rational thinking. Even if you like me, you can't completely approve of everything about me. If I am an unforgivable bad guy, you don't need to show mercy. Love is one aspect, but some things are always more important than love. You will inherit the throne of the angel god in the future, and you can't make such a low-level mistake. Yet. Lying on Su Ming's chest, Qianrongxiu nodded obediently, with stars in her eyes. Repeat what I just said. Okay, did you just say something to me? Su Ming. Forget it, give up the treatment. First Academy. Su Ming left a message and disappeared, and everyone was used to it. Under Zhao Wuji's organization, everyone had successfully returned to the Hungry Academy, waiting for the Spirit Master team of Tiandu City to pass by, so that they could go to Tiandu City together. Dang dang dang. Fierce sparks burst out on the forging table, and sparks flew everywhere. Under the scorching sun, Tang San was forging a piece of dark silver metal with a hammer. What was surprising was that no matter how Tang San forged it, the metal did not change at all, which showed how hard it was. Xiao San, waist and horse are one. The power technique of hammer is not only about the strength of the legs, but also about the waist as the axis. You can only use 49 hammers now, which is too dependent on the instantaneous burst of power of the body. This is the ultimate fighting method of Su Ming. You can learn from it, but you can't fail to come out. As a member of the Tang family, Tang Hao didn't continue to speak, and silently put away the wine gourd in his hand. A Yin glanced at Tang Hao, and hurriedly called Tang San, who was forging, to come over to eat fruit. When they stopped practicing, only A Yin could order the father and son. Okay, take a break. Seeing that Tang San was unwilling to stop, Tang Hao had to speak in person. Hearing this, Tang San wiped his sweat and walked over. That kid asked me to come over, but he himself was nowhere to be seen. This arrogance is getting bigger and bigger. Tang Hao silently complained, and the two smiled and didn't say anything, not getting involved in this. Tang San asked, "Dad, do you also think that the spirit hall has been too quiet recently?" Tang Hao nodded, his rough face looking very serious. "I didn't think so much before, but now I think that with the spirit hall's style, it is absolutely impossible for the First Academy to grow so easily. Under the calm water, there are often undercurrents." That kid thought well. I was too anxious about this matter. As he spoke, Tang Hao couldn't help showing a look of regret on his face. If he had known that this would happen, he shouldn't have taken out the soul bone. Although his hands and feet have recovered now, his soul power is only at the soul Douluo level. If he really met a few worshippers of the Spirit Hall, things would become very bad. How dare you say that? If you're so stubborn next time, I wonder who will save you in the future. Looking at Ayan's reproachful yet gentle eyes, Tang Hao smiled bitterly, but his heart was extremely comfortable, and he even said he didn't dare. Hey? Suddenly, Tang Hao's face changed slightly, and his expression became strange. Swish! Xiao San, that kid is back. Tang Hao stood up. Tang San looked at Tang Hao in astonishment. Dad, are you going there? He knew Tang Hao's temper and rarely went to greet anyone. When the two met, he usually passed on the message. It was extremely rare to take the initiative like today. It's different this time. I have to go and see him. A Yin, come with me. Tang Hao shook his head, as if you will know later, and walked towards the gate with a mask on. It seems that there are new guests. A Yin said to Tang San, and the two followed. New guests, do they need to be so grand? Tang San was stunned. There were probably not many guests in the entire Soul Master world that his father had to greet. So, who was it? Could it be the uncle in the rumors? Soon, the academy knew about Su Ming's return and came here one after another. At the gate, Brin stared blankly at the magnificent school in front of him, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. There was no surprise in his eyes, but indescribable panic. Although the first city has not been completely built, its scale is already large enough. I have never seen a city before. This huge academy has never been seen in Brin's world. Schwer, is this the academy you mentioned before? Pointing at the academy in front of him, Brin's arms were shaking a little. Although he knew that Su Ming had made progress, he dared not dream of such progress. Such an academy would probably cost tens of thousands of gold coins, right? Brin thought secretly. The academy is not only Su Ming's credit, but also built by everyone together. But he is stronger, so he is temporarily the dean. The people inside are very interesting, I believe you will like them. Qian Rongxiu said gently, without any signs of lying. As for weakening Su Ming's influence, he also wanted Brin to accept it slowly, so as not to face too much shock. After all, Brin will know these things when he asks later. Hearing Schwer say this, Brin felt relieved. It's good to be together. If there is something, everyone should shoulder it together instead of suffering alone. Grandpa! Suddenly, the joyful cheers pierced the sky sharply. Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu rushed towards Brin like a wild goose and threw herself into Brin's arms in an instant. Grandpa, why are you here? Brother brought you here, right? That's great. I can eat the buns you made every day in the future. Wow, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you okay? Xiao Wu's eyes were tearful and she cried with joy. She looked around with her big watery eyes and felt relieved when she saw that Brin was fine. The caring, missing and gentle look came from the heart, which made people's hearts soften. Okay, Grandpa will make you some dumplings today. Make more dumplings, so you can eat as much as you want. Bulin's eyes were a little moist, and he touched Xiao Wu's head with deep affection. Su Ming is a sensible boy, and Xiao Wu is a lovely elf. Although they were noisy, Bulin was very happy in his heart, and he couldn't resist Xiao Wu's affectionate output. It seems that I have to learn to act like a spoiled child. Qianrongxue was thinking. At the door, Tang San and others suddenly realized. The old man in front of them turned out to be Su Ming and Xiao Wu's grandfather. In this way, isn't he also their elder? No wonder Dad has to come here. Looking at the somewhat serious Tang Hao, Tang San understood instantly. He knew Bulin because he had been to Dian village. Su Ming, Dad can ignore it, after all, the two of them just don't get along. But Su Ming's grandfather, no matter how aloof and unruly his father is, always has to give him some face. If he doesn't come, with Xiao Wu and Su Ming's feelings for Brin, the relationship between the two sides will not be severed, but it will be almost the same. Even Tang San himself feels that from Su Ming's perspective, it is really unforgivable for his family not to come. Zhu Qing, don't lose your manners. You are Su Ming's girlfriend, you can't go behind us. Ye Lingling pulled Zhu Zuqing, who was in a daze, and reminded her seriously. It is not appropriate for them to go there at this time, but Zhu Zuqing must go to say hello. The blank look disappeared, Zhu Zuqing came back to her senses in an instant, and then realized that she had made a mistake, and hurriedly walked over. What should I do? Grandpa Su Ming won't dislike me, right? If I had known earlier, I should have prepared a gift. Looking at Brin, Zhu Zuqing's heart was beating wildly, and her face had already been shy and red, like a rose moistened with water. As if she realized something, Ning Rongrong walked over quickly, and put a delicate box into Zhu Zuqing's hands behind Brin. Remember to return it to me. Ning Rongrong blinked ambiguously and mischievously, and then stopped where she was, not trying to steal the limelight and cause misunderstanding. As the manager of the external procurement of the first school, plus the identity of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Rongrong lacked everything else, but gifts and gold coins. What are you waiting for if you don't send them out quickly? One by one, you can tell at a glance that no one has a gift in their hands. Pay attention to etiquette. Etiquette, do you understand? Zhu Zuqing felt warm in her heart, looked at Ning Rongrong gratefully, and immediately felt a lot more at ease. Zuqing, come here quickly. Xiao Wu waved enthusiastically. Why are you still so hesitant? Can't you just run a little? Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing's heart trembled, and she quickly quickened her pace. This kid has a good eye. Bulin looked at Zhu Zuqing kindly. Whether it was her appearance or her figure, he was very satisfied with the woman in front of him. She was a good material for giving birth to a child, and the child would not be hungry after having a baby. Hello, Grandpa. My name is Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing tightly grasped the box in her hand. She was usually cold and calm, but now she was visibly embarrassed and uneasy. This is a gift for you, and it is also my heart. The voice kept rising and falling, and Zhu Zuqing struggled with suffocation and panting. Bulin nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time nodded to Zhu Zuqing, telling her not to be so nervous. Okay, I am embarrassed to accept other people's gifts. But the old man always wants your gift. Sure enough, just like Ming'er said, Qing'er, you are beautiful and refined, and you are a rare beauty. Zhu Zuqing was very shy. But inside, pink bubbles were rising, and there was an indescribable excitement and joy, thinking that he had finally passed the test. The more he felt that Zhu Zuqing had a good temper and was a good candidate for being a housewife, Buletin Lin started chatting with Zhu Zuqing about family matters. For example, what was the situation at home, how many people there were, how they came to the Tiandu Empire, and how Dian village was very close to the Xingluo Empire. These guys, it's not in vain that I love you. It looks like I can increase the difficulty in the future. Su Ming looked at the direction of the gate, and smiled knowingly. A secret place behind the side of the gate. A group of people were dividing the gifts from Ning Rongrong and Xiao Xin here, and they were already arguing a little bit, and they were about to fight and rob them directly. They knew clearly how much Su Ming helped them. Usually, Su Ming didn't need them at all, but now, they would come. Su Ming didn't ask for anything in return, but he could repay Grandpa Bulet and Lin. The result was the same. Dad, how about you? Before Tang San finished speaking, the gift he had chosen had already fallen into Tang Hao's hands. Pick another one. Tang Hao said domineeringly. After all, he was a famous senior, and it was inconvenient for him to compete with Ning Rongrong and other juniors. It doesn't count as snatching something from his son. Pick one for me too. Ayan smiled and blinked. Tang San. You are really a real mother and father. Tang San, you took 3, remember to make up for them. Ning Rongrong shouted in the chaos. Tang San. Chapter 261 Brin, the god of acting. Hello, Grandpa Brin. You are Tang boy? It's been a while since we last met, and you have changed so much. Hehe, they have indeed changed a little. By the way, these are my parents. Hello. Grandpa. Oh, you are Tang San's father. I'm not saying that you are a drunkard and abandon your children. I know Tang boy, Xiao Tang, a prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold. A man must be able to bear it. You are right. Tang Hao's embarrassed smile seemed to be carved out of concrete. This scene stunned everyone. This old man is really too fierce. Tang Hao was helpless. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever criticized him like this, but the other party just stood from the perspective of his parents. Refute? If he refutes this, wouldn't he really become the kind of person who refuses to repent? Knowing that Tang Hao and his family were from the next village, Brin had a stronger feeling towards Tang Hao's family than others. As for gifts, Brin didn't want to accept them. At his age, he didn't have too much greed for money. But there were too many girls in this academy. Even he couldn't resist the coquetry and could only respond one by one. Grandpa, you see everyone likes you. Stay here in the future. Then my brother and I can see you every day. Xiao Wu held a group of gifts and enthusiastically arranged accommodation for Er Ming. Behind him, Zhu Zuqing and others followed, and the atmosphere of laughter was particularly harmonious. That's right. There are more people here in the academy, so Su Ming doesn't have to worry about your safety. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, go clean up the room first. Rongrong and I will take the old man to the garden to sit and catch our breath. You go too. Su Ming gestured to Qianrongxiu. There were some things he couldn't say to the latter. Okay. Qianrongxiu smiled and left without saying much. I feel that her breath is a little familiar. Looking at Qianrongxiu's back as she left, Ayan frowned slightly. She always felt that Qianrongxiu's breath made her disgusted. Su Ming smiled and said bluntly. This girl's martial spirit is the holy sword. It is probably a sacred breath, which is somewhat similar to the Wuhan Hall. Ayan suddenly realized that her feeling was not wrong. Su Ming, aren't you afraid that she is from the spirit hall? Before Ayan finished her words, Su Ming said, she is my woman. Hearing this, Ayan stuck out her tongue like a naughty girl and didn't continue to make trouble for herself. It was Tang Hao who criticized Su Ming for being fickle and not loyal like himself. This made Tang Hao very proud. Under tacit agreement, neither of them continued to argue about it. First, Su Ming would have his own considerations, which did not need to be said by the two of them. Second, even if Su Shui was really a member of the Spirit Hall, they would not do anything to her. Given her age, she must be a junior of the Spirit Hall, so there was no need to pursue the mistakes of the younger generation. What's more, she was Su Ming's woman. Looking up and down at Tang Hao, who was neatly clad, Su Ming smiled playfully. I heard that you only have the cultivation level of Soul Douluo now. Swish. Tang Hao's face darkened and he turned and left. From the look of this kid, it was obvious that he was going to do something bad. What? A fair fight? Tang Hao could not guarantee it. After all, he had sparred with Su Ming before and abused the latter badly. With this kid's revengeful mentality, he might kick him next. If he was completely abused by Su Ming in the academy, would he not have face? Ayan, look at your Tang Hao, he is actually scared now, ah. Su Ming started to nag Ayan from behind, rubbing salt into the wound, absolutely professional. When I was not as strong as him before, I never flinched in battle. Sure enough, a man with a family is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. The word face is really harmful, ah. Yin laughed, is the competitive spirit among men always so weird? Su Ming, you have 3 women, will you still have teeth when the time comes? Yin puffed up her cheeks, showing the charm of a mature woman, and asked. Also, according to seniority, you should call me aunt, right? How can you always call me Yin? That's right. Tang Hao also glanced back, looking old and angry. Boy, according to reason, you should call me uncle no matter what. After all, you are the head of a courtyard, and you dare to make fun of your elders without paying attention to basic etiquette. I will talk to your grandfather about this matter. Su Ming smiled from the bottom of his heart, thinking that it was time to pay attention to seniority. From Tang San's perspective in the past, it's not too much to call him uncle, after all, your age is there. But now, the seniority is messed up. According to seniority, I am the dean of the academy, and I naturally have an equal dialogue with students' parents. How should Yin and Xiaowu's age and seniority be discussed? The soul beast ancestor and I are friends, and Yin is a descendant of the soul beast, old Tang, otherwise you can call. Before the word ancestor came out, Tang Hao had already quickened his pace. Don't listen, cuckold chanting. Yin was curious about the soul beast ancestor, and followed Su Ming to ask. Su Ming did not hold back, and told some stories about the origin of soul beasts, which opened Yin's eyes. He didn't expect there were so many stories. Soon, the 3 returned to the back mountain of the academy one after another. This is a place for worship and cultivation, and it should belong to the forbidden area of the academy. But there are still newcomers, and it seems that Su Ming's words have some effect. Even when Yin and Tang Hao passed by, they did not show excessive surprise. They seemed to be used to such a daily routine. They greeted politely and did their own things. Tyrone even brought a meat shield to ask Tang Hao for advice. Tang Hao did not refuse, but his face looked a little stiff, and he was as serious as usual. After a while, the matter was over. Looking at the figure exercising on the mountain, Tang Hao seemed to see the shadow of Su Ming. Although these newcomers are not first-rate in talent, they are all candidates for cultivation. Birth is precious, but if you study hard, God will not let down those who work hard. Yin took over the conversation. She was very careful, unlike men who like to hide things. She said frankly. It is a good idea for students to take the initiative instead of being complacent. Daming and others will occasionally give guidance. It can be seen that these children are unwilling to succumb to fate. Su Ming smiled with satisfaction and nodded. If some of these people admit defeat, they will lose their lives in a lifetime of pain. Tang Hao and Yin were both stunned, and they felt the same solemnity in their hearts. They thought to themselves that this was the case. Su Ming did not lie. 12 newcomers in the academy, if taken separately, about half of them would be candidates for the template of the protagonist in the novel. For example, Zhao Jianxing, an orphan since childhood, lost his relatives, and the source of his disaster was the dispute among the Tiandu nobles. In recent years, Su Ming has seen the oppression of class differences. Although his cheap mother-in-law Bibi Dong is a crazy woman, Su Ming supports her inflammatory remarks about unifying the continent to benefit the people. Even Dian village needs to pay more taxes and rent every year. Even if the land is bought, the lord of the earl can change the owner of the land in an instant with a word. This is the cruelty of the feudal domain. If the people in the academy who have unfortunate experiences cannot change their fate, they will lose their own lives. And this is also the group that Su Ming specially recruited. The first academy has no shortage of means to cultivate titled Douluo, but what is needed is the heart to climb up. You guys chat, I'll make tea for you. Yin said, and then went to the Western-style building built by the academy. She was quite satisfied with the residence designed by Su Ming, which was luxurious and low-key. The environment on the back mountain is also comfortable. Western-style buildings, streams, and lakes. Forging platform, vegetable garden, pavilion. Su Ming looked around and couldn't help but joke said. It's different when my wife comes back. Life is so different, tisk tisk tisk. Swish. Su Ming's figure flew into the air and landed in a sleeping basket made of blue-silver grass, which made someone dislike him. The fragrance of flowers and plants was brought by the gentle breeze. Looking around, there was blue sky and white clouds, and the surrounding streams were humming, which had the charm of dispelling troubles. Tang Hao didn't look at Su Ming, but asked himself. I heard from Xiao-san that you think the spirit hall will be detrimental to the first academy. Su Ming, who closed his eyes to rest, had a lazy look on his face, and said slowly. It's more than detrimental. It should be said that the spirit hall wants to wipe out all of us. The expression of enjoyment was very relaxed, and Su Ming didn't seem to take it seriously. But facing the absolute superpower of the spirit hall, how could there be any ease? Tang Hao frowned and asked. You mean, the spirit hall will attack the first academy in the spirit master competition? Su Ming glanced at Tang Hao, and the words that suddenly popped up made the latter's back cold. Compared to the first academy, I think the spirit hall is more interested in your family. What? Tang Hao's pupils shrank suddenly. Clang. At this time, a crisp shattering sound came. The tea flowed from the broken porcelain to the ground, dyeing the ground dark brown. Yin recovered and quickly bent his legs to clean up. Boy, do you mean that the spirit hall knows I'm here? Tang Hao's voice sounded like it came from hell, so cold that it made people tremble. If it weren't for luck, I'm afraid my grandfather Brin would have been a guest at the spirit hall. The spirit hall, the hospitality never diminishes. Su Ming still closed his eyes, and his words still sounded so easygoing, as if he was talking about family matters. But the ghosts and wolves howling in the back mountain, the killing intent and anger, could not be hidden. When anger reaches its extreme, people will become calm as ice, and will freeze all objects unreasonably. The spirit hall's move really touched Su Ming's reverse scale. Although Su Ming will not destroy the spirit hall that Jian Rongxiu's family has worked hard to build. But Bibi Dong must not continue to sit in the position of Pope. This is Su Ming's last bottom line. Knowing that Su Ming was really angry this time, Tang Hao felt scared and secretly thought that the spirit hall really caused him a big trouble. Tang Hao knew the ability of the spirit hall, but compared with the furious Su Ming, he was more willing to fight with the old man Jian Douluo. She was able to endure for so long, watching the first academy grow bigger and bigger, and only took action until the finals of the Soul Master competition. I have to say that the strategy and forbearance of Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, are terrifying. Tang Hao's face was solemn. He had heard of the current Pope Bibi Dong a long time ago, and the latter was indeed a rare and excellent ruler of the Spirit Hall. In just over a decade, the Spirit Hall has developed almost at a rapid speed. Even he, who was preparing to avenge Yin before, did not dare to take action against the Spirit Hall easily after finding out this information. No wonder the finals of the Soul Master competition were not originally held in the Spirit Hall, but were deliberately changed to. But, with a cold light in his eyes, Tang Hao asked the doubts in his heart, I always wear the mental immunity mask you made when I go in and out, and I have never used the clear sky hammer. How did Bibi Dong know that I was hiding in the first academy? Su Ming opened his eyes, paused for each word, and said a name solemnly. Yu Xiaogang. Boom. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with disgust. The flesh of his iron fist was shaking because he was holding it too tightly. The ground also began to tremble. The breeze passed through the woods, but it did not bring any coolness. What it did bring was just thorough coldness. If I had known this, I should have listened to you. Boom. The stone chair where Tang Hao sat suddenly turned into anger. On the other side, the excitement faded away, and everyone knew what to do and did not bother Brin. In the courtyard where Su Ming lived, only Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing were chatting with Brin. Brin looked at Xiaowu and Zuqing, and his expression became more and more worried. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He was almost worried. Grandpa, what's wrong? Zhu Zuqing was the first to realize the problem and reminded Xiaowu to ask. The latter looked at the uncomfortable Brin in confusion. Brin sighed, looking at his second girlfriend with pampering and heartache. Xiaowu, tell Grandpa, do you really like Ming'er? The two girls were a little shy immediately, but they were looking forward to it in their hearts, and nodded. Pa. Hearing this, Buletin Lin slapped himself painfully. The crisp sound almost broke the hearts of the two girls. Grandpa, you. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing looked at Buletin Lin in horror, and the latter waved his hand and said distressedly. Xiaowu, Grandpa actually always knew that you like Ming'er, and Grandpa is also very happy that you are together. You and I have watched you grow up, and I know that you are kind and pay attention to feelings, but you also know your temper. You are too free and easy, and you do whatever you want, and never consider the consequences first. My original idea was that although I hoped Ming'er would be with you, I actually wanted Ming'er to have a more stable wife besides you. A more stable one? That's Zuqing. No. Grandpa is not talking about this. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing frowned and looked at Bulletin Lin, feeling a little something bad happened. Because at this time, Brin was in pain, self-blame, and guilt, his eyes became wet, like a child who made a mistake. Faced with such a Brin, the two girls were at a loss, and their appearance of walking on thin ice was more like a child who made a mistake, and they were frightened every moment. Seeing the two girls' worried look, Brin knew that the time was ripe, so he told the story. Generally speaking, he was saved by Qian Rongxiu, and then seeing that the girl had a good appearance and personality, he adopted her as his granddaughter and recommended Su Ming to her. The latter thought it was a joke, but when she saw your brother Su Ming, she seemed to really like Ming. Xiao Wu. So, brother really wants to call Su Shui's sister, she is not joking? Zhu Zuqing. Is it that Su Ming is asked to choose one of the two? Or? Brin's old eyes were full of uneasiness and guilt as he looked at Zhu Zuqing. If I had known that Ming had Qing'er, I shouldn't have done this. It's me, Grandpa, who has caused you trouble. As he spoke, Brin's nose was sore and tears flowed freely. This scene broke the hearts of the two girls. Brin kept wiping his nose with his arm, with snot and tears. He held Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing tightly with his left hand. Xiaowu, Qing'er, just live happily. Don't let my confusion affect your relationship with Su Ming. Wow, I'll go and tell Shui later that I took in a granddaughter. It's my own fault. Anyway, I don't have much time to live. At most, I'll give this life back to Shui and ask her not to bother you. Don't worry, I'll go right away, without wasting time. Wow! Brin stood up, suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes, and fell down uncontrollably. Grandpa. Chapter 262 set off to Wuhan City. After Bulan's superb acting, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing didn't make a fuss. Perhaps they were afraid that Bulan would make a fuss, fearing that something bad would happen to him. Because of Qian Rongxiu's existence, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything for the time being. However, Su Ming had some more things to do here. You can't find Bulan, but you can find Su Ming. Qian Rongxiu's matter will ultimately depend on Su Ming's opinion. Brother, what do you mean to Su Shui? Do you think that the two of us can't take care of you? Men, The two girls' entanglement was fruitless in the end. Because they saw what Su Ming meant, it was obvious that someone would accept anyone who came and wanted to. Explain? Su Ming chose to remain silent. After all, it was hard to say whether he had a relationship with Qian Rongxiu. If he said it, they would make a fuss even more. It is possible that they will come to bother Su Ming at night. After all, they have been wanting to live together for a long time. Finally, under the temptation of Bulan's engagement, the two girls chose to forget about it. Bulan's suggestion was to sign the engagement between the three girls and Su Ming after the Soul Master competition. Su Ming had no doubts about this. Even Zhu Zuqing agreed. Although she was the daughter of the Zhu family and had an engagement with Dai Mubai. But at this moment, she was already in love with someone. As for the Zhu family's affairs, Bulan also forced them to Su Ming. Why, do you still want to abandon your responsibilities like Tang's father? This sentence made Su Ming speechless. Knowing that he was indeed a little guilty, Su Ming had to agree to this. At night, the moon was bright. The continuous flute sound was like a white silk swaying in the sky. Su Ming, who had just come out of the bathroom, smiled. This girl is really a troublesome person all day. Come up. The soul power penetrated the floor and formed several golden characters downstairs. The beauty smiled sweetly and slid in through the window that Su Ming opened with a flute. Looking at Su Ming in pajamas, Qian Rongxiu's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Why did you ask me to come up? Qian Rongxiu pretended to be innocent, and her elegant voice was full of coquettish charm. You ask even though you know it. Su Ming snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu blushed even more, but looked at Su Ming boldly, with a shy look in her eyes full of sweetness. That's right, I miss you. I know you play the flute, so I play it for you. What can you do to me? Su Ming waved his hand and motioned Qian Rongxiu to sit by the bed. What's wrong? Why are you so serious? Two soft hands climbed onto Su Ming's arms. Su Ming said. I have something to discuss with you. You won't return to the Spirit Hall for this Spirit Master competition. How about taking care of Grandpa at the First Academy? Qian Rongxiu's body was a little stiff, and she said aggrievedly. You don't want to meet my family, right? The joy in her heart was instantly dashed. Jian Rongxiu had wanted to take this opportunity to take Su Ming to meet Jian Douluo. After all, it was time to finalize their relationship. She had to discuss the engagement with Jian Douluo. But Su Ming didn't let her return to the spirit hall. It was clear that he didn't want to continue the engagement. Jian Rongxiu's eyes suddenly turned red. Women in love are always the most vulnerable, especially women who have entrusted their bodies to others, whose hearts are particularly fragile. Su Ming said unhappily. Look at you, I don't know what's in your head every day, you just think about it. My clone has agreed to join the spirit hall now. When you return to the spirit hall, are you still afraid that I will run away? Then you won't let me go back. Jian Rongxiu pouted her lips, her holy, elegant and charming look, like a kitten scratching her heart. Not letting you go back, letting you accompany Grandpa to cultivate feelings, isn't this a serious matter? Not only you won't go back to the spirit hall, I also plan to let Zhu Qing stay. Anyway, it's only a month away, it's not like I won't come back. Jian Rongxiu looked strange, always feeling something was wrong. But thinking about dealing with the relationship with Brin, Jian Rongxiu had to consider the trade-offs. She saw Su Ming's attitude towards Brin. As long as Grandpa Brin didn't drive her away, Su Ming had no way to do anything. After thinking about it, Jian Rongxiu agreed. But in an instant, her face flushed and it was difficult to speak. No, you can go, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Su Ming nodded. When I come back, Qing'er's family needs to be dealt with, and your affairs will be dealt with at the same time. It just so happens that the spirit hall is at the junction of the two empires. I can take the three of you to the Xingluo Empire for a tour and give yourself a long vacation. How about it? Is it a honeymoon? Jian Rongxiu looked at Su Ming tenderly and asked in a trembling voice. Su Ming was speechless. Shuer, what kind of things have you watched recently that are not suitable for children? Even if her true appearance is hidden, Su Shue's appearance is not bad at all. Charming peach blossom eyes, curved eyelashes. Under the snow-white skin, the pink lips are like a solitary plum blossom that stands proudly in the snow, sparkling with the bright red drops of pomegranate, making people want to take a bite. She is already extremely beautiful, but now she is shy, with a pitiful and charming look in her sorrow. The immaturity of a young girl and the tenderness of a young woman are perfectly blended together, revealing the softness that cannot be ravaged. Seeing this, even Su Ming's heart was shaken, and he coughed lightly. It's just a trip, the honeymoon is after marriage, let's talk about it later. Oh. Jian Rongxiu was shy for making a mistake, but she was laughing in her heart. Silly, how could she not know what a honeymoon means? The atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. Remember not to let Grandpa get into trouble. I've handed Grandpa over to you. Su Ming gently stroked Jian Rongxiu's white chin and said sincerely. You are the oldest, have the highest status, and will have to bear the most in the future. Do you understand what I mean? I. Jian Rongxiu knew what this meant, her face instantly turned red, and her snow-white neck turned pink and hot. In order to prevent Jian Rongxiu from going to Wuhan City, Su Ming had to give up Zhu Zuqing, otherwise he couldn't explain it back. This Wuhan Hall incident was bound to be a big trouble, and Su Ming didn't want Jian Rongxiu to get involved. No matter which side Jian Rongxiu stood on, it would not be a good thing for her. Especially, this matter also involved Tang Hao and Haoshan sect. Say that Jian Sunji was not killed by Tang Hao? Tell her the truth of that year? It was still too cruel for her. Su Ming felt good that she could stay out of it. A week passed. Including the Royal Academy team, a total of 16 teams, led by Xue Qinghe and escorted by the Royal Knights, set off for Wuhan City. From the look in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Su Ming knew that he was not Jian Rongxiu, and thought it was good that this girl didn't follow. Go. In the wilderness, a large group of people and horses raised rolling yellow dust. Tang San rode his horse to Su Ming's side, and felt that the surrounding abilities were being attracted and absorbed by Su Ming. Tang San couldn't help but feel a little envious. He also practiced breathing, but he had never reached the state of Su Ming's side-by-side practice, there was no need to fall into deep meditation. Is there something? Su Ming looked at him sideways and asked in a low voice. Xiao Wu and the others were in the carriage. How confident are you this time? Tang San looked ahead nonchalantly, so as not to let the other members of the team notice. There were many people here, and if the sound of horses' hooves was not too loud, Tang San would not have asked this question at this time. Hearing this, Su Ming returned a meaningful smile. If you are not confident, you won't go. Tang San was silent for a moment. This Soul Master competition is already a major event that the entire First Academy has high hopes for. The First Academy has never lost. This is the banner they raised, and it cannot be easily broken. Even if there are dragon pools and tiger dens ahead, they have to go and try. However, this behavior of entrusting one's life and property to others does make Tang San feel a little helpless. Even if he is a Soul King, he can't help against a titled Douluo. He is similar to Su Ming, both are stubborn people, and he will definitely go to the Spirit Hall. The Soul Master competition will definitely belong to the first student. The champion of the palace. No, the enemy is attacking. Who are you? How dare you attack the Imperial Knights? Suddenly, the right wing became chaotic. Looking around, more than 200 Soul Masters in black have rushed into the camp of the Royal Knights and are slaughtering them. 4 rings. 5 rings. 7 rings. The lowest level is also 4 rings. There are even 2 7-ring Soul Saints and a Soul Douluo level strongman. Even the Royal Knights can hardly compete with such a large team of Soul Masters. They have already shown their defeat, and the black-clothed men are killing towards the central convoy. What happened? The commotion woke everyone up. Everyone from the 5 Elements Academy left the carriage one after another and was ready for battle. Brother Xiao Wu and others also gathered around and formed a formation. None of Zhao Wuji's teachers came to this Soul Master competition. They are the only ones who can be relied on, and they must fight as a team. But looking at the charging team, Su Ming frowned. Because after the mental power investigation, there was no trace of titled Douluo around. Without titled Douluo, dare to attack the elite college and the Empire's Soul Master army? The Wuhan Hall would definitely not be so stupid. There are at least dozens of cardinals in the original work, plus 2 titled Douluo. I'll be back soon. The sound of arrows rang out, and Su Ming had arrived at the front of the Tian Fang camp. Instantly, everyone's attention was focused on Su Ming. The First Academy is quite famous, not to mention Su Ming, the dean. What does he want to do? Such doubts flashed through the minds of countless people. Standing in the air, Su Ming's eyes excited a golden arc. And in the center of the positive arc, there was a purple gem light. The extreme golden eyes. Mind control technique. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, dense golden rays burst out from Su Ming's eyes. Bang! The head of the Soul King in the front exploded instantly. Then, it was the second one. The third one. Bang, bang, bang. The scene of the skull exploding and the blood and brain bursting out was too tragic to make people feel sick. Many girls had already turned their heads and started vomiting. In just a moment, most of the Soul Masters who rushed over had died. Even the Soul Douluo felt his scalp tingling at this moment. Is this guy a devil? Damn it! The intelligence didn't say there was a titled Douluo inside. The Soul Douluo in white wanted to escape. But as soon as he took a step, he suddenly felt his brain buzzed like a big bell. The sky was spinning, his consciousness became blurred, and he fell to the ground like a dead leaf. The sound of the wind in his ears made the last bit of consciousness numb. Swish! The right hand formed into a claw, and the man in white fell into the palm of his hand like a chicken. Su Ming then withdrew and left, ignoring the remaining remnants. Things happened so quickly that everyone just reacted and looked at the figure falling into the middle of the team in horror. The battle is over just like that? One person killed more than 100 Soul Masters with one move, and even a Soul Douluo and several Soul Saints? Is this a human? To be the Dean of the First Academy, his strength is indeed extraordinary. Shui Binger shook his hand, and her palms were already full of cold sweat. It is rumored that Su Ming is about the same age as Tang San and the others. He has such a strong strength at such an age. Shui Binger subconsciously glanced at the indifferent Luo. Yes, in front of him, even a peerless genius like Luo is not enough. Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian looked at each other, and they could see the panic in each other's eyes. Today, I'm afraid there is a shadow lingering in their hearts. Maybe it's fear, maybe it's admiration. Anyway, it will always exist. Legion leader Gear glanced at Su Ming, looked at the captured Soul Douluo Soul Master, and finally chose to turn a blind eye. He was too embarrassed to ask Su Ming for people. If something went wrong, he might not be able to save his life. Su Ming's attack just now was extremely strange. The soul Douluo was captured. He, a soul saint, clashed with Su Ming and didn't know how he died. Dean Su, this guy should not be the mastermind. You can use his mouth to pry open the mastermind behind the scene. Perhaps afraid that Su Ming would kill people directly, Shui Binger came over to remind him, and pulled Shui Yuer back by the way. The big girl stayed in the first academy, she was really promising. Ming, I'll come to see you later. Shui Yuer waved happily. Suddenly, Shui Binger walked faster. Hee hee. Ming scratched his head shyly, and his silly smile showed some reflection and enlightenment of human nature. The same stupidity, but not so clear. Damn it, the Spirit Hall is so bold that it dared to attack the Empire team. It's really the Spirit Hall's clothing, this. My god, does the Spirit Hall want to kill us all to ensure the Spirit Hall's championship? Angry voices came from a distance, and it seemed that the identities of those men in black had been exposed. Tang San, who came back, also nodded, indicating that he was indeed a member of the Spirit Hall. Su Ming waved his hand and said, let's all go back, just pretend nothing happened. Seeing that Su Ming didn't want everyone to know the truth, everyone had to disperse in dismay. Su Ming's mind moved, whose order did you receive? The white-clothed spirit master moved his mouth and slowly uttered a name. Instantly, Tang San's pupils shrank suddenly. It was him. Chapter 263, Elegant and Easygoing Qiande Liu. Asshole. In the Pope's palace, the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Several cardinals knelt on the ground trembling, their eyes almost touching the ground under their foreheads covered with cold sweat. Several people were also wondering in their hearts, it was just that the Tiandu side was attacked, why would His Highness the Pope be so furious? This kind of thing has not been done before in the Spirit Hall, and friction has long been common, but it has not been made public. The skirt fell, covering the perfect long legs. Looking up, Bibi Dong's cold and beautiful face was full of frost, looking like she was going to eat people. Glass, which main hall allowed the unauthorized action? Did you old guys get your heads kicked by a donkey? Now everyone's eyes are on the Soul Master competition. Tiandu was attacked, and it was done by the Spirit Hall. If it gets out, how will the world see my Spirit Hall? It's like this on the road. If there is an accident in the Spirit City, how can we stop the gossips? Bibi Dong was very angry at the moment, almost fuming, and her narrow eyes were filled with murderous intent. For the encirclement and suppression plan of this Soul Master competition, she took great pains to paralyze the First Academy and Tang Hao. Now, everything is disrupted. The frightened fish will definitely be on guard, and the encirclement and suppression will also be affected. It was a perfect plan, but now. Bibi Dong couldn't say these things directly, so she could only vent her anger at the reputation of the Spirit Hall, which made her feel more and more uncomfortable. The cardinal named Glass glanced at Bibi Dong in panic and said in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, I have found out that the attacking team is not from the Spirit Hall, but other forces pretending to be. This action is definitely to destroy the Soul Master competition and slander my Spirit Hall. Please calm down, Your Majesty. I will go down and investigate thoroughly immediately, give the world a satisfactory answer, and live up to the glory of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong sneered and sat down expressionlessly. Investigate thoroughly, what to investigate? There are only a handful of forces that can send 200 Soul Masters to die, and she is not ready to go to war with all the major forces head-on. Forget about a thorough investigation. The more this matter goes on, the bigger the noise will be. When Tiandu Fang arrives at Wuhan City, you should hold a grand welcoming ceremony to let everyone see the attitude of Wuhan Hall, and all the rumors will be broken. Although the voice was faint, it was full of irresistible majesty. Several cardinals immediately nodded in agreement. She didn't care about the glory. She cared about Tang Hao and the First Academy. Bibi Dong turned and asked. I ask you, was it really the Dean of the First Academy who solved this matter? Glass told the story again. Hearing that Su Ming could easily defeat Soul Douluo, Bibi Dong's eyes showed a hint of coldness. But she soon regained her composure, her fingers tapping on the table, and I don't know what she was thinking. Okay, you guys go down. Bibi Dong said lightly without even raising her eyes. Everyone got up and left as if they had been pardoned, without any intention of staying. The Pope's main hall has restored its quiet atmosphere. The only thing left is the cold and noble woman, blending in with the brilliant and deep environment around her, and it is unclear whether it is light or darkness. It seems that his strength has become stronger again. Bibi Dong seemed to be talking to herself. But as soon as she said this, a slight sound of footsteps also sounded. Yu Xiaogang, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a stern and hard face, appeared behind Bibi Dong. He stood with his hands behind his back, and seemed to still be unable to let go of his pride, and was very arrogant. He is a monster. Although he was unhappy, Yu Xiaogang still agreed. But then, his face became completely gloomy, his eyes half closed, and his fierce look was revealed. His talent is better than Tang Hao and Yu. If he was not too young, he would definitely be a big worry for the spirit hall. Knowing that Yu Xiaogang was provoking her, Bibi Dong remained calm. No matter how good a genius is, if he doesn't grow up, he is just like an ant, which can be destroyed by a single blow. He deserves to be proud of the fact that I can mobilize the spirit hall to encircle and suppress him. Yu Xiaogang raised his eyebrows. Are you really so sure? If we let the tiger go back to the mountains, there will be endless troubles. Yu Xiaogang, are you questioning me? Boom! Suddenly, the whole palace trembled, like a cold wind passing through, making people shudder. Yu Xiaogang's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but he clenched his hands tightly, unwilling to give in. In his fearful eyes, a fierce look suddenly flashed. The former Bibi Dong was as young as a girl, and obeyed his words. Now, she even began to act like a pope to him. Very good! Yu Xiaogang roared fiercely in his heart. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling Yu Xiaogang to retreat. The latter turned around and left without stopping. Xiaogang! Looking at the place where Yu Xiaogang left, Bibi Dong's cold eyes suddenly showed a complex look. Forget it, in the end let's just vent your anger. Bibi Dong sighed, and her bright eyes dimmed instantly, filled with indissoluble sorrow. As the Pope, Bibi Dong had already sent people to investigate what happened to Yu Xiaogang. Before meeting Su Ming, Yu Xiaogang was still the same as usual, without much change. But after Nodding City, Yu Xiaogang began to change. Heaven and earth vitality, it turns out that innate soul power is not absolute, and it can be supplemented in the infant stage. Blood-quenching body, that Su Ming is indeed a genius among 10,000. Two people have the fourth soul ring of the 10,000-year soul ring, hehe. Looking at the collected information in her hand, Bibi Dong's eyes were regretful, lost, and sad. She knew why Yu Xiaogang changed. Being crushed in his most proud field, such pain tortured him. The purpose of coming to the spirit hall was not for himself, but for the spirit hall team. Yes, only by defeating the enemy in his most proud field can we avenge the previous shame. Xiaogang, are you also using me as a tool? A ghostly mocking sneer flashed across. Bibi Dong's heart felt like a knife cutting, her pretty face was half smiling and half crying. Jealous genius. Forced disciples. Betrayed by friends and relatives. How could such a person be the high-spirited him at the beginning? You have changed, and I have changed too. Bibi Dong pursed her lips tightly, watching the parchment in her hand turn into ashes, heartbroken and powerless. Once I can never go back. After half a month's journey, the group finally arrived at the Spirit City. And they were arranged to rest in the best hotel in the city, preparing to participate in the finals of the Soul Master competition. Martial Soul City is indeed a holy land for Soul Masters. Soul Masters can be seen everywhere in the city. Even some servants can actually have the cultivation of great Soul Masters. Knowing that the crisis in Martial Soul City is lurking, Su Ming forbids Xiaowu and others to go out, so as not to give Bibi Dong an opportunity. He himself came to the main hall of the Martial Soul Hall in Martial Soul City alone. The reason why it is the main hall is that there is a Pope Hall in Martial Soul City, so only the main hall is set up. But even the main hall is larger than the Holy Hall of the Martial Soul Hall, and there are even 3 Soul Douluo sitting inside. After leaving the main hall, Su Ming continued to wander around the city. After a while, he got what he wanted. Looking at the people coming and going, Su Ming laughed at himself. The strength of the Martial Soul Hall is really terrifying. If you don't trademark T come to this city with your own eyes, it trademark S hard to imagine what it would be like to have tens of thousands of soul masters gathered together. But it saves a lot of trouble. Su Ming shook his head. Just as he was about to go to the back mountain of the Spirit Hall, a charming fragrance suddenly floated over. It was a unique fragrance, like a long-lasting rose and musk blended together, but it was not pungent. Fine wine attracts drinkers. And this fragrance hooks the soul of a man. It turned out to be her. Su Ming glanced at the charming tall woman with a mature style, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Qing'er suffered a lot of injustice when she was in the Zhu family, most of which was caused by this sister. Forget it, let Qing'er deal with it. Su Ming and the red-haired man in the Xingluo royal team looked at each other, and the latter's mouth corners curved slightly. There is an individual competition in the final of the Soul Master competition. We can't let the Xingluo Empire be eliminated early. The clone also understood Su Ming's meaning. With him, it is absolutely impossible to be eliminated hastily. As for Zhu Zuqing, Su Ming could not persuade her to come. But Shui'er knew the situation and how important this Soul Master competition was to Zhu Zuqing, so she drove Zhu Zuqing into the carriage. Qian Rongxiu did not disappoint Su Ming with this ending. As he walked, Su Ming's body suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared. When he reappeared, Su Ming had already arrived in a palace. What caught his eye was a magnificent and ancient angel statue. Although it looked like a sculpture, the angel's eyes were colorful and looked alive. The surrounding walls were colorful crystals. Under the refraction of light, the surface of the stone statue was filled with a layer of magnificent brilliance, giving people a sacred and inviolable feeling. Even Su Ming couldn't stand it when he looked at it, and subconsciously looked away. Fortunately, this pressure was not very aggressive, but just existed quietly. Like a narcissus blooming alone, pure and beautiful, it makes people around feel a little warm, forget their troubles, and make people feel peaceful. Su Ming drove his spiritual power to slowly approach, wanting to see if he could use this to improve his spiritual power. As long as the distance is appropriate, it should not anger the angel god. Although the angel god is a bright and pure god. But as a soul master, it is better to be pious and respectful. A steady voice sounded. I saw a figure coming to the statue of the angel god and bowed respectfully. His eyes were particularly focused and serious. Although this has been done thousands of times, the man has not slacked off at all, and even fanaticism can be seen in his eyes. The man is very young, almost 30 years old. A golden hair, three-dimensional facial features, like an ancient European noble, exuding the elegance and grace of aristocrats. However, the man's eyes seemed a little cold at this moment, half closed and staring at Su Ming. Boom! There were lightning and thunder in his ears, and there was a sense of oppression that a storm was coming. It was as if an ancient guardian in the sky was launching a destructive attack on Su Ming with anger. Su Ming was shocked, and for a moment he couldn't get rid of this oppression. There was a sense of guilt for tarnishing the beauty of the world, and he felt like giving up resistance and confessing his guilt. But when did Su Ming give up? Swish! The sharpness of the extreme gold instantly burst out from Su Ming's eyes, and the damage of the extreme gold pupil hit Qian Daoliu. Hey! I didn't expect Su Ming to be able to break free. Qian Daoliu's eyes were a little surprised. But seeing him wave his hand, the golden light was like cotton wool, with extraordinary power, and the attack of the extreme gold pupil disappeared instantly. The combined attack of mental power and ultimate gold was blocked so easily. The three ultimate Douluos are really powerful. Su Ming took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling. This was the first time he met such a powerful human spirit master. Poseidon in the Sea God Island. Qian Daoliu in the Spirit Hall. Emperor Tian in the Star Do Great Forest. They are all synonymous with invincibility. In the Battle of the Star Do Great Forest, Emperor Tian was injured and did not exert his absolute combat power, but he still suppressed Tang Hao who was exploding. Especially when Su Ming risked everything and forcibly burned the huge power obtained by Tianmen's hundreds of thousands of years of spirit power, he understood the horror of the ultimate Douluo. Therefore, facing Qian Daoliu's move, Su Ming was very calm. The ultimate attribute can't get much advantage in front of the ultimate Douluo. As for mental power, 2 words, he. Although his normal combat power is not as good as Qian Daoliu, if he fights to the death, Su Ming feels that he should have a 20% chance of winning. Although it is only 20%, such a chance of winning has already shocked the 98th level peak Douluo. Of course, the premise is that Qian Daoliu cannot be in Wuhan City. Wuhan City has the blessing of angel power. Fight? Su Ming is not so stupid. Of course, he will not fall into the trap. As long as Qian Daoliu does not participate in the Wuhan Hall's affairs, Su Ming is confident that his group can evacuate safely. If he participates, he can only call people. This kid. Su Ming's heart is not calm, and Qian Daoliu's heart is also the same, his mind is changing in all kinds of ways. If Su Ming's soul power has not reached the peak, the extreme gold just now is not so easy to resist. He can win because of the difference in soul power. Just when Qian Daolio wanted to observe Su Ming's situation further, he suddenly felt an invisible wall that isolated him from the outside. This feeling of not being able to see through made Qian Daolio even more surprised. Swish! A letter flew by. Qian Daolio picked it up casually. Seeing the angel mark, Qian Daolio's pupils shrank suddenly. He ignored Su Ming and opened the letter to read. The more he read, the darker Qian Daolio's face became, and his admiring eyes towards Su Ming became unfriendly. The good cabbage in my own garden was taken away by a pig. Schwetter has always been arrogant and rarely asks for help, but this letter actually. And she also said that she was going to spend the rest of her life with Su Ming and cultivate herself to become a god. This is a typical case of being deceived to the point of being a fool. You. Qian Daolio put down his shaking hands. If it weren't in front of the angel statue, he would have to let Su Ming understand how powerful this troll who has lived for nearly 1,000 years is. Follow me. After saying this, Qian Daolio waved his hand, and the surrounding scene changed instantly. When the two appeared, they had already arrived in a small world covered by holy light. Damn it! I have cultivated myself for hundreds of years. You % and asterisk number IN, I must kill you today. Without saying anything, Qian Daolio rushed towards Su Ming with a sword. Su Ming! This is different from what I thought. Shouldn't I sit down and have a good chat? It's best to talk while drinking tea. Chapter 264 First Academy vs Douluo Team. Qian Daolio is a patient, and he is seriously ill. This disease is called red eye disease. Only by looking at bright red things can he regain his composure. Finally, under the treatment of Su Ming's 6 soul rings, Qian Daolio regained his composure for a short time. In the bamboo forest, there was a faint sound of wind. An old man and a young man sat here, drinking tea quietly, as if nothing had happened. Qian Daolio stared at Su Ming. Sometimes he was happy, sometimes angry. Sometimes he felt a headache, sometimes he felt relieved. The atmosphere was unusually silent. Seeing this, Su Ming spoke first. Su Ming, the dean of the First Academy. There is another identity, the assassination a few years ago, maybe you have heard of it. Qian Daolio nodded, but still did not speak. He was indeed very satisfied with these conditions at present, but it was not enough for him to sell his granddaughter. Su Ming continued. I came to you this time, first, I want to meet you, so as to deal with the relationship with Schwetter. Second, it is for the matter of the Spirit Hall Soul Master competition. If I am right, the Spirit Hall will be very interested in the First Academy. The government is going to take action, right? Qian Daolio narrowed his eyes slightly. When you encounter danger, you ask me for help. You are very good at using Schwetter's relationship. Young man, your talent is indeed good, but if you have such a purpose Qian Daolio's charming smile of aristocracy became extremely cold at this moment. If Su Ming's purpose is realized, he will definitely not show mercy. Even if Schwetter will be furious, as long as Su Ming does not die in Wuhan City, Schwetter can't blame me. Su Ming shook his head, his tone was still calm, not aggressive, and he said neither humble nor arrogant, I am not here to ask you for help. With Bibi Dong's current situation of participating in the Rakshasa God assessment, you will not easily take action against her. You are Schwetter's only grandfather, and you are very important in her heart. If it is not necessary, I don't want to conflict with you. Of course, if you want to remove obstacles for the Wuhan Hall, I can only passively fight. Qian Daolio stopped talking again, because he didn't feel any fear from Su Ming's eyes. Especially when Su Ming mentioned the Rakshasa God assessment, his pupils shrank into needles. After a while, Qian Daolio sipped his tea and said calmly. You knew that Wuhan City was a trap, but you got in. Su Ming, you are not a fool. So, what do you rely on? Qian Daolio stared straight at Su Ming. He didn't believe that Su Ming was so arrogant and thought he could defeat him. Everyone has something they want to do, even if it is a dangerous place, they will try it. Just like the first time the senior went to the Sea God Island, there is always an inexplicable belief in his heart, isn't it? A deep reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and Qian Daolio was obviously stunned. How do you know these things? Su Ming did not answer, and continued to talk to himself. The Spirit Hall is now under the control of Bibi Dong, and it looks very good, with the potential to swallow up the world. But Bibi Dong's purpose is not here. She just uses the power of the Spirit Hall to destroy the Angel clan. Everything she does is revenge, revenge for the harm she has suffered. Speaking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. It's true that there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Such a crazy woman will lead the spirit hall into the abyss. I know that the spirit hall is currently under the control of the elder hall, but this deadline is estimated to be only 10 years. 10 years later, Bibi Dong will inherit the Rakshasa god. Noticing that Jian Daoliu's face began to change, Su Ming directly revealed his last bit of luck. I know you want Shue'er to inherit the angel god and compete with her, but now Shue'er will not let you die for the throne. If you die, how lonely will Shue'er be in this world? Senior, have you ever thought that Shue'er didn't want to be a high god, but was forced to that position, and finally had to accept her fate? Of course, this is also your expectation. That's all. Su Ming raised his chin and drank the last cup of tea. The first sip of fragrant tea always has a little bitterness, waiting for the bitterness to come. If the senior participated in the encirclement and suppression of the First Academy by the Spirit Hall, I would not show mercy. This time, I didn't let Shue'er come because I wanted an ending that both parties could accept. This time, either Bibi Dong stepped down, or I dragged the Spirit Hall down with me. Bang! The teacup fell on the table, and was about to fall over. But the tea did not spill. At the same time, Su Ming's figure had disappeared. Jian Daoliu's face was uncertain, and he was completely absent-minded. It seemed that Su Ming's words had a great impact on him. After a long time, Jian Daoliu finally let out a breath. When he reached out his hand, the tea had already cooled down, and Jian Daoliu was extremely helpless. This kid actually threatened me. With a cold snort in frustration, Jian Daoliu had a headache. With Su Ming's talent, plus the ability to build the first school, and Qian Rongxiu's love for her, Jian Daoliu didn't mind the two of them being together. Jian Daoliu also knew about the encirclement and suppression of the Spirit Hall this time, because he actually supported it against Tang Hao. Just now, he even thought that Su Ming promised to get rid of Tang Hao, so he supported Su Ming and Shue'er to be together. But unfortunately, Su Ming knew too much, and he probably knew that Tang Hao was not the culprit. And with his understanding of Bibi Dong's inheritance of the Rakshasa god, even Jian Daoliu felt a deep sense of crisis. Especially, Shue'er already knew that the inheritor of the angel god himself would fall. Will she still be willing to participate in the god? Do you want to test it? At this moment, the means of checking Bibi Dong are almost dead in name only. In 10 years, the Spirit Hall will fall completely into Bibi Dong's hands. This is something Jian Daoliu doesn't want to see. After all, the Spirit Hall belongs to the angel family. Bibi Dong's existence is just to stabilize the Spirit Hall and let Shue'er inherit the Spirit Hall smoothly. But now, things are completely beyond his control. Either support that kid and see if it really works. Or let Bibi Dong kill him, and use this as an excuse to let Shue'er inherit the throne to avenge that kid. A cold murderous intent floated across Jian Daoliu's warm face, and he shook his head again after a while. This result is too cruel for Shue'er. Is Wuhan City really going to be the starting point of the war? Jian Daoliu called a few priests over and find out how Bibi Dong offended Su Ming, and made that kid choose such a straightforward and dangerous solution. Fight to the death. Until he learned from Zhu Douluo that Bibi Dong had sent people to capture Su Ming's only relative, Jian Daoliu was furious and said that she was not a mother. Indeed, Su Ming was eager to solve the troubles brought by the Spirit Hall, and it was also because of this consideration. His current soul power is only level 65, and he still needs to work hard to cultivate and improve his soul power. He has to try both the Killing City and the Sea God Island, and he can't stay in the First Academy for a short time. Once he starts a head-on confrontation with the Spirit Hall, Su Ming must always be on guard at the Academy, and he must also guard against various harassments from the Spirit Hall. Will Bibi Dong start a war 10 years later? No. In Su Ming's opinion, if he retreats safely this time, Bibi Dong will not give him a chance to develop, and the plan will definitely be advanced. The crisis of relatives at any time. The sudden change of the situation. Qian Rongxiu's difficult choice. Su Ming will not let such a situation happen. The best way is to directly solve the threat from the Spirit Hall this time. At the very least, Bibi Dong must be severely injured, unable to smoothly inherit the throne, and have no time to take care of other things. This can also usher in a relatively stable period of time. Mother-in-law and son-in-law fighting, there is really such a ridiculous thing in the world. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Su Ming returned to the hotel. I wanted to contact Gu Yuina, but after thinking about it, Su Ming gave up. After all, Gu Yuina and the others took the side of the soul beasts to help humans attack the spirit hall. If this matter spreads, it will be detrimental to the collection of faith. By then, he will definitely be labeled as a traitor. Moreover, Qian Daoliu can't sit idly by and can only be forced to stand on the side of the spirit hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the perfection of the mind control technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host Dozhuan Xingyi for breaking through to the 5th level. Tang San and others spent 3 tense days in cultivation. Su Ming also pushed forward the skills that he had not yet perfected, preparing for the battle after the competition. The finals were divided into 5 rounds, and the winners advanced. In the first round, the 3-seeded teams of Tiando, Xingluo, and Wuhan Dian automatically advanced, and 30 teams competed for 15 places. Remaining, 18 teams. In the second round, the 2 champions of the promotion match advanced, which means that the first academy does not need to participate in the second round. 16 teams, including the Wuhan Dian team, competed for 8 places. Remaining, 10 teams. In the third round, the runner-up of the promotion match advanced, and 8 teams competed for 4 places. Remaining, 6 teams. In the fourth round, there was no by-promotion, and 6 teams decided the top 3. Remaining, 3 teams. In the fifth round, the wheel, individual, battle will decide a team for the finals, and then the other 2 teams will participate in the team battle. The winning team will get a place in the finals. The first round was very easy, and the first academy faced a team from the Tiandu Empire. Although they knew they couldn't win, the opponent didn't give up directly, but they enjoyed fighting with the first academy. Tian Shui Academy advanced in the third round. There were very few academies that could fight the first academy head-on, and they all missed it perfectly. Tang San and Xiao Wu didn't participate in the battle. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong led the first academy to show their power on the fighting stage. Soon, the game came to the fourth round. On the field, only the last 6 teams were left. The first academy, Wuhan Hall. Tiandu Royal Academy, Xingluo Royal Academy. Tian Shui Academy, Shenfeng Academy. The 4 teams from the Tiandu Empire also made the audience of Wuhan City talk about it. And this final semi-final was also held in front of the Pope's Hall. Since the Soul Master competition, this was the first time Su Ming had seen his cheap mother-in-law Bibi Dong. It must be said that Bibi Dong's temperament was as cold as a queen. With a devilishly charming mature woman figure and an angelic and beautiful face, every move carried the power of a superior, making people unable to help but worship her. Su Ming was observing Bibi Dong, who was also curious about Su Ming. Swish! The 2's eyes met on the soul fighting stage. Su Ming returned a polite and meaningful smile. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly, her mouth corners slightly raised, and her eyes seemed to be observing her prey. Kill! Bibi Dong tacitly understood. At this moment, a provocative voice suddenly sounded. Zhu Qing, you can't even keep your man, are you ready to accept your fate? Oh, I thought you, with your 10,000-year soul ring, would be our real opponent when you used the martial soul fusion technique. The finger tempted across her lips, and Zhu Zuyun was like a mature female cat. That smiling face, but there was no tenderness in her eyes, full of cold disdain and sarcasm. As she spoke, she also showed a kind expression of speaking up for Zhu Qing. Now you are the only one left, what should you do? You. The blonde Davis pulled Zhu Zuyun and blamed. Forget it, she is your sister after all. In the last days, let her enjoy the glorious moment of life, which is also the last thing I, her brother-in-law, do for her. The smile in her heart was about to end. I couldn't help but burst out. Davis didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise in this Soul Master competition. Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai have actually parted ways. In this way, the throne and life will be controlled by themselves. How could Davis not be happy? He wanted to thank Zhu Zuqing for her great accomplishment. Contempt. Naked contempt. Although Davis sounded like he was speaking for Zhu Zuqing, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was mocking her in a sarcastic way. Especially the phrase "the last time," which directly hit Zhu Zuqing's heart. Tang San, Xiao Wu and others cursed and were about to step forward, but were stopped by Zhu Zuqing. Although she was angry inside, Zhu Zuqing still kept a smile on her face. She had waited too long for this day, how could she lose her mind because of it? I hope that in the competition later, your bones will be as hard as your mouth. Zhu Zuqing looked at the two with a fake smile, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. As if sensing something terrible, Davis and Zhu Zuyun's bodies froze and their shoulders shook twice. When they came to their senses, they were immediately ashamed and angry. They snorted coldly and left with a dark face. Zhu Zuqing looked at everyone helplessly. "Su Ming, I'm sorry, I made you laugh." Su Ming said seriously, "No, you looked very cool just now." Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing's fair face flushed, and she responded tenderly. "Okay, what to do, I don't need to teach you." Su Ming looked at them one by one. "Be careful in the Soul Master competition, if someone dies, you will be disqualified." Tang San. Tang San smiled harmlessly, "Don't worry, I know." Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu put her hands behind her back, "Beating people is Ming's business, you just divide it up." Ling Ling. Ya Ling Ling nodded seriously, "Don't worry, I will treat them and won't let them die." Wrong Wrong. Ning Rong Rong blinked at Zhu Zuqing, "Don't worry, I know who is the protagonist." Seeing that Su Ming chose all the main choices, everyone couldn't help but mourn for the Xing Luo team. "Why did you pick this guy when you could pick anyone else? You deserve it." Chapter 265 The True Form of the Spirit, the Nether Spirit Cat. People who are familiar with Su Ming know that Su Ming looks very cold and ruthless on the surface. However, what he cares about most is the people he has recognized. Especially those who have established a relationship like Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. Compared to Tang San, even if they have only known each other since childhood, Su Ming's help to Tang San is not small. Not to mention, Zhu Zuqing is still a woman he recognizes and a future partner. Davis and Zhu Zuyun's provocation is dancing on the edge of a knife. They should be glad that this is at the Soul Master competition. Everyone looked at each other, sympathizing with Davis, and their anger also rose. Zhu Qing is not only Su Ming's woman, but also their companion. Protecting one's shortcomings is not just Su Ming's character. They all protect their shortcomings in the First Academy. In the spectator seat, Dai Mubai, who had already defeated the Divine Wind Academy, showed a gloating smile on his face. "I thought Davis would just provoke me, but I didn't expect him to dare to run to the First Academy." "Didn't you really ask what kind of academy the First Academy is?" Boss Dai, although we didn't fight, Tang San and the others must stand up for Zhu Zuqing this time. "I have to say, your brother is really brave. He dares to provoke Su Ming and the others." Ma Hongjun's eyes turned and reminded. "Boss Dai, if your brother fails miserably, you may be able to compete for that position." As soon as these words came out, Dai Mubai was instantly moved. But after a while, he smiled lonely and shook his head. "Impossible." Dai Mubai's face was a little bitter, but also a little relieved. "From the moment I lost the fusion of martial souls with Zuqing, I have lost the possibility of inheriting the throne, unless..." At the end, Dai Mubai stopped, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Now he really has no chance to inherit the throne. There are few titled Douluo in the royal family. The Dai family relies on the martial soul fusion skills with the Zhu family to be as strong as the titled Douluo, so that they can firmly suppress the other Grand Dukes. If he wants to inherit the throne, he must become a titled Douluo and use his strength to withstand the martial soul fusion skills of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuyun. Or, one of Davis and Zhu Zuyun dies. But is it really possible? Dai Mubai stared at Zhu Zuqing, who walked onto the fighting soul stage. Looking at her confident and flamboyant face, Dai Mubai clenched his fists secretly as if he understood something. "Yes, I can do it." Dai Mubai has already made a decision in his heart. Your own destiny should be in your own hands. When the First Academy came on stage, almost all the distinguished guests stared at them. Even Bibi Dong, who was originally lazily leaning on her seat, straightened her back, revealing her flawless backline and plump forequarters, and her crystal phoenix eyes flashed with expectation. Finally, it's here. Everyone who knew about the First Academy began to get excited. Even Huo Wu and others who had always been at odds with the First Academy started to fight. With full energy, he dared not blink. Since the Soul Master competition, the First Academy has never sent out such a strong team. Even in the promotion match, the substitutes participated. Although the individual battle has been revealed, the real team battle. Today, he finally came. On the soul fighting stage. Ming stood alone at the front. Xiao Wu and Tang San separated the two wings. Behind them were Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ye Lingling, 3 people in a line. The most surprising one was Duguyan. As a control-type soul master with poison attribute, she stood at the back. This position surprised everyone. Because soul masters like Douluo should try to get forward and throw poison on the opponent's face in order not to hurt their teammates. You let a young boy stand at the front, hey. Davis' eyes were full of contempt, as if the victory of this battle was already in his pocket. As for the origin of the First Academy, he naturally inquired about it and knew that the other party was a dark horse recently born in the Tiandu Empire and was extremely powerful. There were even 2 soul kings in it. But facing their martial soul fusion skill, the Nether White Tiger, which was comparable to the strength of the Soul Emperor, what could the 2 soul kings do? As long as there was no powerful martial soul fusion skill, Davis was not afraid of losing at all. Unfortunately, Davis was too concerned about the situation of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Knowing that the 2 were separated, he was already overwhelmed by the joy of the future. Yes, he didn't know how terrifying the First Academy team was. Or, no one knew. The second game of the 4th round of the finals, the First Academy team will play against the Douluo Royal Academy team. Fighting Soul officially begins. As the red cardinal referee's loud voice fell. In an instant, colorful soul rings and martial souls bloomed dazzlingly on the stage. Compared to the best soul master soul ring configuration of the Douluo Royal team, the martial spirits of the First Academy were released, and all the spectators could not help but gasp. Double 10,000-year soul rings, Soul Master Tang San. 10,000-year soul ring, Soul Master Xiao Wu. 10,000-year soul ring, Soul Master Ye Lingling. 10,000-year soul ring, Soul Master Ming. 10,000-year soul ring, Soul Master Zhu Zuqing. 9 treasure glazed pagoda martial spirit, Soul Master Ning Rongrong. The least noticeable one was Douluo, the former vice-captain of the Tiandu Royal Academy, who had the green-scaled snake martial spirit. 1 team, 3 soul masters, 6 10,000-year soul rings. Such a shocking scene made the sculptures on the square of the Pope's palace look dim. The onlookers had already lost their voices. How is this possible? In the stands, 3 handsome men and beautiful women were already stunned at this moment. The muscles at the corners of the mouth of the black-robed man beside them also twitched. If Su Ming saw them, he would definitely recognize them. Because these people were none other than the Hulina siblings, Yan and Yu Xiaogang, who were defeated by him in Soto City. Davis and Zhu Ziyun felt a chill on their backs, but before they could say anything, they were greeted by the second soul ring on Xiao Wu's feet. And, Tang San's Purple Demon Eye. The dual control of Charm and Purple Demon Eye was Xiao Wu and Tang San's initial fighting mode. At the same time, it was also the most effective way. In an instant, except for Davis and Zhu Ziyun, the other 5 people all felt dizzy, and their eyes were white, as if the world was about to hang upside down. Third soul skill, King Kong Titan Body. Seeing the excellent opportunity created by Tang San and Xiao Wu, Ming was full of thick and solid golden light. The figure of the Titan ape, like an ancient demon, roared and charged ferociously, and rushed straight towards the Douluo royal team. Davis was very anxious, and immediately possessed his martial spirit, and at the same time performed the White Tiger Vajra transformation, fighting with Ming, trying to delay this period of time. But just after the collision, Davis's face changed, because the opponent's strength actually made his arm hurt. At the same level, he actually lost. He is a top beast martial spirit, the White Tiger. Get out of here! Ming's nostrils were filled with white smoke, and he slapped out with a palm. Bang! In the sound of metal stirring, it seemed that something broke. This is impossible. Davis' eyes were broken, the golden light on his body dimmed, and the whole person was blown away like a cannonball. In the sky, a touch of bright red suddenly appeared, which looked even brighter under the morning sun. Wise! Zhu Ziyun was horrified and immediately jumped up to catch Davis, but even she was pushed back by the inertia, and her chest hurt. After repelling Davis, Ming ignored them and rushed towards the remaining 5 poor guys. Tang San also began to use his skills to clean up the garbage on the fighting spirit stage. The 2 soul masters who were stunned by Tang San's purple magic pupil were the first to wake up. But as soon as they woke up, they were greeted by the black-blue-silver grass, and they were instantly knocked out of the fighting spirit stage. The 3 people controlled by Xiao Wu were even more miserable. They had no chance to wake up at all, and were slapped away by Ming, and their chests collapsed. And this was the result of Ming's saving strength. Without the possession of the martial spirit, with Ming's third soul skill Titan King Kong body, the force of more than 20,000 pounds at this moment, let alone the Soul Master. Even if the Soul King came, it would be easy to solve it with a slap. Fearing that Ming would not know the seriousness of the situation, Ye Lingling in the back treated the 3 Soul Masters to prevent them from dying. In a split second, only Davis and Zhu Ziyun were left on the Xingluo Empire side. Their arrogant faces were now so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Ming did not continue to attack, but occupied a corner of the fighting arena, forming an iron wall-like defense. Tang San and Xiao Wu also separated, each occupying a corner of the fighting arena. The 3 of them and Zhu Ziyun formed a prismatic space, trapping Davis and Zhu Ziyun in the middle. The 2 were facing Zhu Zuking. No way, the First Academy is so strong, that's the Xingluo royal team. I didn't expect that the Xingluo Empire would stop at the top 6 this time, this is something that has never happened before. The First Academy is really too terrifying. The audience's chattering made Hulina and the other 2 feel nervous, and their confidence in victory was shaken. Is such a First Academy really something they can contend with? Although the First Academy is powerful, it is not invincible. Don't forget your trump card. Yu Xiaogang glared at the 3 people with a frown and reminded them deeply. Trumpet card. Hearing this, Hulina and the other 2's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, their trump card will never lose. Thinking of that terrifying move, the 3 immediately became confident. The Spirit Hall has never lost. The champion this time will belong to the Spirit Hall. Hulina glanced in the direction of Bibi Dong and swore in her heart. On the throne, Bibi Dong loosened her hand holding the scepter, and was naturally shocked. The 4th soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. The ability to fight across levels. Even she couldn't help but be curious and wanted to explore the secrets of the First Academy. But after being surprised, her beautiful eyes showed a look of regret. It was a pity that so many geniuses were slaughtered. No matter how good something is, if it doesn't belong to the Spirit Hall, it's the enemy of the Spirit Hall. A cold laugh passed through Bibi Dong's heart, and she was no longer shaken. Fengzi, what are these little guys doing? Gu Rong, who was smiling, asked knowingly. Our Rong is getting more and more beautiful, but it's a pity. This 4th soul ring is not 10,000 years old, it's a bit eye-catching. What else can I do? Of course I'm taking revenge. Ning Fengzi smiled meaningfully, he knew Zhu Zuking's life experience. Just now, Davis and the other 2 went to the First Academy to provoke, how could the First Academy let them go so easily? You damn it! Surrounded like prey, Davis felt his dignity was ruthlessly trampled, and his violent eyes began to overflow with golden light. At the same time, Zhu Ziyun also began to emit the same purple-black light. Soul Fusion Skill. Those who knew about the Dai family's martial soul fusion skills were only slightly surprised, and looked at the situation on the fighting spirit field with curiosity. How should the First Academy respond to the powerful martial soul fusion skills? Are they just watching? Seeing Tang San and the others watching the show motionlessly, everyone was a little confused. This is a martial soul fusion skill. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other, and smiled at Zhu Zuking and the others. While Davis and Zhu Ziyun performed the martial soul fusion skills, the 4 people's standing formation began to change. The 4 people who were originally side by side began to stand in a line. At the back, it was Duguyan. Next, it was Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling. And the one in the front was Zhu Zuking. Netherworld Spirit Cat, Zhu Zuking. Pa! Ye Lingling put her hands on Zhu Zuking's back, and then Ning Rongrong and Duguyan followed. The 3 women at the back were like a train, and Zhu Zuking at the front was the locomotive. The stars are turning. Instantly, the terrifying soul power of the 3 women began to be infused into Zhu Zuking's body. With Zhu Zuking's body, it was difficult to bear such a huge energy. But at this moment, Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong's super auxiliary martial spirits played a powerful role. The 4 people fought and turned, forming the 4 people into a whole. Everyone took on their own limits, and at the same time, they continuously raised Zhu Zuking's limits. Zhu Zuking is the leader. It is the only locomotive. Boom! The grey energy overflowed from Zhu Zuking's body, instantly covering the entire fighting spirit arena, and even the golden light released by the nether white tiger was covered by this heavy black. Swish! The flexible and slender tail swung through the black fog. On the fighting spirit arena, the sound of claws tearing the ground rang out. The black fog was already large enough, a full 6 meters high, but a huge black and purple shadow could be seen swaying in the middle. Squeak! The inhumane roar of a tiger, the sound of glass scratching the blackboard. Something was constantly hitting the ground and kicking. The weak whimpering sounded like a puppy being stepped on, weak and pitiful. Pa! A slap! Pa! Another slap! Someone seemed to be disciplining his disobedient pet. Looking at everything that happened in the black fog, Su Ming couldn't help but feel happy for Zhu Zuqing. After untying this knot in her heart, her state of mind would probably be perfect, and her future cultivation would be smoother. As for Davis and Zhu Zuyun, Su Ming didn't care. Bang! The huge netherworld white tiger, like a piece of garbage generally, they were kicked out of the fighting arena. The black fog on the arena dissipated, and a huge patterned black cat more than 5 meters high also dissipated. Except for the sharp-eyed strong men, ordinary people could not find out what happened inside. But the disintegration of the nether white tiger and the serious injuries and embarrassment of Davis and Zhu Zuqing were visible to everyone. The Xingluo royal team was defeated. What a wonderful match! I didn't expect that the auxiliary martial spirit could be used in this way. A trace of enthusiasm flashed across Ning Fengzi's face. He was expecting and aggrieved in his heart. Who knows the feeling of not being able to get the good things in front of him? What the Seven Treasures Glazed sect lacks the most is the auxiliary martial spirit. If the Seven Treasures Glazed sect also has the unique skill of Dozhuan Xin Yi, the strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will be even better. I didn't expect you to have this trick. With the appearance of the martial spirit's true body, Bibi Dong looked at Su Ming with a few colder eyes. If Nana and the others were to face them, the winning rate would probably not exceed 30%. Spirit Hall is in danger. Chapter 266 The Defeat of Spirit Hall. How is this possible? In the stands, Hu Lina, Yu Xiaogang and others were stunned, and their faces, which had originally had hope, turned pale at a visible speed. 4-in-1 fusion skill. Just now, it was a 4-in-1 fusion skill. Hu Lina and Xiaoyu's shoulders were trembling slightly, because the 7-in-1 fusion skill was already the biggest trump card of the Spirit Hall team. Adding the spirit fusion skills of their two soul kings, the energy that burst out is definitely at the level of soul saints. But Zhu Zuqing just now, in front of the 4-in-1 fusion skill, has already burst out the energy of the soul saint level. These are only 4. And they are 7. If Xiaowu and Tang San can also join the fusion, wouldn't they be defeated? When they thought of this, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. Yu Xiaogang was also muttering to himself, saying it was impossible. Because the fusion of the 7-in-1 requires very strict conditions, it is impossible to perform it so easily. Indeed, the conditions for the fusion of the 7-in-1 are very strict. But the ability of Dozhuan Xin Yi is the control of energy. The 7-in-1 is actually the gathering and fusion of soul power, and the two are basically the same. When Su Ming practiced the third level of Dozhuan Xin Yi, he understood the mystery and began to organize the practice of fusion skills for Tang San and others. Now, there is no need for auxiliary soul masters to perform it. It trademarks a pity that Tang Hao and others didn't trademark T practice it, otherwise the 4-titled Douluo combat power would perform Dozhuan Xin Yi, and the current situation would become very easy. Dozhuan Xin Yi will become the signature combination skill of the First Academy in the future. First. Dark Horse, it's a dark horse, it even defeated the Xingluo Empire. Tisk tisk, look at how surprised you are, the first school defeated Xingluo, that's a done deal, what's so strange about this? Brother, why are your hands shaking? 30 years of Parkinson's, what's wrong? You don't look 30 years old, do you? Amid the cheers of the audience, Zhu Zuqing returned to her original appearance. Listening to the praises around her and the miserable appearance of Davis and the others, Zhu Zuqing didn't feel as happy as she imagined, but felt a little disappointed. Originally, she thought that defeating Davis and the others would give her satisfaction, and she could trample on them at will and dominate her own destiny. But now, Zhu Zuqing seemed to understand that they were just poor creatures teased by fate. If she wanted to get rid of such a fate, she could only rely on herself. Thank you. Turning her head to look at everyone who had gathered around her, Zhu Zuqing suddenly showed a heartwarming smile, as sweet as a pink peach blossom blooming in the snow, and bowed deeply to the 6 people. Thank you for your companionship over the years, thank you for your support. It is the luckiest thing in my life to be able to meet you. It was the first time to see Zhu Zuqing show such a gentle look, and everyone was a little surprised. But thinking of their own changes, everyone couldn't help but feel happy for Zhu Zuqing. Zuqing, you look pretty when you smile. Yelingling gently rubbed Zhu Zuking's face. She was the only one among the few people who didn't make people hate her. What are you thanking me for? When did you become so distant? You don't treat us as your own people, right? Xiao Wu pretended to be angry. Yes, I didn't help you with anything, just some small things. As he said that, Tang San looked in a certain direction and blinked. You should not thank us, but someone else. Swish. Zhu Zuqing blushed and didn't dare to look in Su Ming's direction. With the congratulations of everyone, several people left the fighting arena with a happy face. The scene erupted in thunderous cheers, and even the other colleges watching couldn't help but applaud and congratulate. Strong. Too strong. The first appearance of the first school's full selection surprised everyone. 3 Soul Kings. Martial Soul True Body. With such a powerful strength, which college can compete? It's over, it's over. I feel that the first academy will win this competition. Damn. Are all the people in the first academy monsters? When did the 4th spirit ring become a 10,000-year spirit ring? This is simply a crushing defeat. Let's see how the Spirit Hall will perform against Tian Shui Academy tomorrow. I'm afraid. Hey. The figure that left happily was so dazzling in the bright sunshine that even though everyone in the first academy had left, some people still couldn't react. Boss die, boss die. Ma Hongjun pushed Dai Mubai, and the latter finally came to his senses and looked at Xiao Ao and Ma Hongjun in confusion. What's wrong? Ma Hongjun and Oscar were quite surprised to see Dai Mubai so calm. After hesitating for a while, Oscar still asked the doubts in his heart. Boss Dai, I have a question, don't be angry. Dai Mubai's face was frowned, a little unhappy. Just ask, why hesitate so much? Have you really given up Zhu Zuqing? Swish. After saying that, Oscar immediately hid behind Ma Hongjun, using the former as a meat shield, and kept pushing forward. Xiao Ao, damn you. Hehe, my thin arms can't stand the torment of Dai boss. Looking at the 2 funny guys in front of him, Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly. When he looked back at the passage, there was no trace of Su Ming and the others. Dai Mubai's eyes were particularly calm, without any anger or hatred for his wife being taken away. Since Zhu Zuqing announced the end, he really hated Su Ming, and whenever there was no one around, he would grit his teeth. Yes, no man would tolerate his fee and copyright hooking up with another man. But after this year's experience, Dai Mubai didn't say let it go, but at least he had gotten used to it. Zhu Zuqing was indeed a very good girl, and now he was no longer worthy of her. She also deserved a better home. Su Ming was indeed a very good man. He had never seen a young generation like him. It's not his talent that's outstanding, but his personality that makes people not jealous. He can have everything now because he deserves it, not because he's lucky. Monster. After cursing in a low voice, Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly, not knowing how sad it was to be in the same generation as Su Ming. So that people like Tang San would become a foil. I couldn't even beat Tang San's first martial spirit, let alone Su Ming. Bibi Dong returned to the Pope's palace with a livid face, and called Hulina and the others in. Teacher Hulina's mind was in a trance, as if she was still immersed in the battle just now. The scepter hit the ground, sending out a circle of black waves. Bibi Dong stared at Hulina with a frosty face. The 2 trembled, and in the chill of fear, they dared not have any more thoughts. Bibi Dong opened her thin lips, and her cold voice was like an emperor declaring. The strength of the First Academy is indeed formidable. You must not be careless. It's not that their fusion skills cannot be broken. Several elders will come up with a way to break it for you later. Remember, it is a taboo for military strategists to be afraid before fighting. Yes, teacher. Your Majesty. Bibi Dong waved her hand and sent a skull emitting a graceful halo to Hulina. Nana, take this skull, otherwise you can't break the girl's mental control. Teacher, this. Hulina's beautiful eyes and eyelashes kept trembling, wanting to ask Bibi Dong if she was wrong. Because this skull is the prize of this competition. If I absorb it myself, the Spirit Hall will not be able to give out the prize. Wouldn't the reputation of the Spirit Hall be ruined by then? Just prepare for the finals with peace of mind, and I will take care of the rest. Remember, the Spirit Hall must win this Soul Master competition. Bibi Dong just gave a cold look, and the brother and sister didn't dare to say a word more. It was not until the 2 siblings left that Bibi Dong shook her head in annoyance. Under her jade finger, the cold light in her eyes was like a faint iceberg. First Academy, hee. Don't think that you won, this prize belongs to you. What Bibi Dong never expected was that the First Academy did not meet the Spirit Hall team in the finals. Because the opponent of the Spirit Hall in the fourth round was Tian Shui College. Yes, the Five Elements College, which was not in the eyes of the Spirit Hall, was able to defeat the Spirit Hall team and advance to the finals with the First Academy. In fact, it was not that the Spirit Hall team was weaker than Tian Shui College, but because the Spirit Hall team underestimated the enemy. It was not because Hulina absorbed the soul bone and did not participate in the competition that led to the failure. It was that the Spirit Hall underestimated the abilities of Luo and Shui Binger. The combat mode of the Spirit Hall was very similar to that of the First Academy. Hulina first used her Fox Charm to control the opponent. Then used the Spirit Fusion skill to quickly end the battle. Because the current number 1 school is too popular, if the Spirit Hall wants to regain its position, it must defeat the opponent. And this is the fastest way. Unfortunately, Hulina and Humei are completely useless in front of Su Ming's extreme ice. The evil ice itself has the property of purification and is very immune to mental aspects. Seeing that Luo was not affected at all, Hulina was shocked. Although she did not use spirit bones, her mental attack was not something that ordinary people could break free of. Although Xiaoyu and the others did not waver, Hulina's first-hand advantage had been lost. The first spirit skill, freeze. Almost at the same time, Shui Binger used the control spirit skill. With the support of the auxiliary soul master, the 7 strongest people in the Spirit Hall were instantly frozen. Su Ming had fought with Xiaoyu and others before, and knew that the opponent was most confident in the martial soul fusion technique. The key to this battle was also the martial soul fusion technique of Hulina and the others. Targeting. This was Su Ming's, oh no, Luo's strategy. It was actually very difficult to freeze the Soul King with the cultivation of the Soul Sect, even with the support of the auxiliary Soul Master. But after Luo's ultimate ice blessing, under the cover of the domain Ice World, Shui Binger summoned the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul and successfully did this. Yan wanted to use his fire attribute to break it, but the speed was not as fast as usual. Because of the continuous freezing effect. Feeling their bodies being constantly eroded by the severe cold, the members of the Spirit Hall team fell into an ice cave. In the end, they could only watch Luo's ultimate sword fall. Knowing that Shui Binger's soul power could not continue to delay, so did their own soul power. So Luo made a prompt decision and used his strongest move. Sword control technique. Boom. All the effects of soul power and soul rings were injected into the martial soul evil thought ice. More than 20 swords flew in the air. Each sword carried a special aura. That was not soul power, but spiritual power higher than soul power. It was the spiritual power that was constantly compressed in Luo's body from practicing sword control, and it was also the source of activating sword control. The pressure of spiritual power caused the space in front of the entire Pope's palace to be extremely distorted, revealing black holes like water vortexes. The wind and clouds changed, and the sky changed color. And in the black hole, the ice and snow swords had long been thirsty. Each sword contained a terrifying power that surpassed the Soul Emperor. If it fell, Hulina and the others would die. Just when everyone thought that tragedy was about to happen, an angry voice sounded. Stop! Bibi Dong flashed in front of Hulina and the others, swept the scepter, and blocked all the attacks without any shaking. In this battle, the Spirit Hall admits defeat. Bibi Dong said this sentence with great reluctance. Her face was dark green, she was so unwilling and frustrated that she almost wanted to kill someone. But thinking that Luo would join the Spirit Hall in the future and become the top genius of the Spirit Hall, she could only suppress this anger. The Spirit Hall's admission of defeat completely shocked everyone at the scene, even Yu Xiaogang was stunned. The Spirit Hall did not meet the First Academy in the finals. Stop, top 6. Puff. The frustration of being stepped on by Su Ming made this master of theory so angry that he vomited blood and fainted on the stands. How is it possible, how is it possible? Blood foam rose and fell, and he was hoarse. Even if Yu Xiaogang was unwilling to believe it, it was a foregone conclusion. The Spirit Hall lost. 7-1 no, even the Spirit Fusion technique could not be used, and the Spirit Hall was defeated. And the graceful figure of Luo holding a sword and standing on the soul fighting stage has become a scene that many girls dream of. Fuck, this is the Dark Horse, Tian Shui College actually defeated the Spirit Hall, I am dreaming. So powerful, the attack of this boy just now, I am afraid that even the Soul Saint would have a hard time facing it. It's getting more and more interesting. I wonder who will be the champion between the First Academy and Tian Shui College. Tian Shui College is just lucky. Listening to the praises around her, Huo Wu cursed and hit the railing, and her eyes looking at Luo couldn't help but feel admiration. If they also have a genius like Luo, the glorious moment of Tian Shui today will belong to them. The faces of Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai were also very bad. I thought the First Academy was already a strong rival, but I didn't expect Luo from Tian Shui Academy to be so powerful. In this 5th round of the game, are they going to be reduced to foils? Boss Dai, where did this Luo come from? His eyes can't even beat my evil fire. How should I know, but in the next battle, let's. Seeing Dai Mubai and the other two bragging about the First Academy again, Yu Tianheng was so angry that he left directly. Humph. Tang San will be ruined by my men sooner or later. Facing the irrational Yu Tianheng, Dai Mubai and the other two looked disgusted. Defeat Tang San, are you dreaming? It's just that his woman was robbed. Boss Dai didn't say a word when his fee and copyright was robbed. What's the big deal? Chapter 267 Zhu Zuking, I'm not young anymore. The Spirit Hall lost to Tian Shui Academy unexpectedly, which was something that all the strong men who watched the Soul Master competition did not expect. Because the Spirit Hall was too strong and had won 3 consecutive championships, there was no possibility of losing in the 4th round. The entire Spirit City was in an uproar because of the Spirit Hall's defeat. The Pope's Palace's Bibi Dong was furious, and the entire Spirit Hall was shrouded in a cold haze. Elder Ju, immediately recall all the titled Douluo outside. I don't want any accidents in the finals in 3 days. This time, we must destroy the number 1 academy. Looking at Bibi Dong, whose eyes were filled with evil purple light, Ju Douluo was terrified and left the Pope's palace in fear. Crack! In an instant, the lights and glass of the entire palace shattered. Among the countless fragments, a group of purple the dark flames were licking, and it seemed that they would appear in reality at any time. Bibi Dong was furious, while on the other side, an uninvited guest arrived in the hotel of Tian Shui College. He was a handsome man, his face looked a little depressed, and his cold eyes were occasionally filled with angry flames. Yu Tianheng, you and I are opponents in the competition. It is inevitable that people will criticize you for coming to me at this time. Shui Bing'er frowned and seemed unwilling to see the visitor. Her face was cold and indifferent. While speaking, she couldn't help but look at Luo who was practicing on the balcony. Yu Tianheng looked at Luo with deep fear, but he didn't come for Luo today. Shui Bing'er, we are all smart people, so I won't hide anything. Yu Tianheng said with a hearty smile, openly and confidently. Although your Tian Shui Academy defeated the Spirit Hall, the strength of the First Academy should not be underestimated. In a head-on team battle, your Tian Shui Academy may not get any benefits. In that case, why don't we join forces and eliminate the First Academy together first, what do you think? Swish! Shui Bing'er's face moved, and a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Eliminate the First Academy first? Shui Bing'er never thought that Yu Tianheng's purpose of coming here was to join forces with Tian Shui Academy. Why don't you tell us what both sides should do first? Shui Bing'er remained calm on the surface, with a slight smile on her lips, but she felt disgusted in her heart. Yu Tianheng is a disciple of the upper 3 sects and the captain of the Tiandu Royal Academy team. His mind is so dirty. Thinking that Shui Bing'er was interested in forming an alliance, the smile on Yu Tianheng's face became even more intense. I believe you also know that there will be individual battles before the finals. Although the 2 losing parties will start a team battle again, as long as one party is seriously injured in the individual competition, it will be impossible to defeat the other party in the subsequent team battle. As long as both sides target the First Academy together and severely damage it, then no matter which side fails to advance, the chance of winning will be much greater. Fearing that Shui Bing'er would not agree, Yu Tianheng said again. In the previous promotion match, you have already fought against the First Academy, and I believe you also know how powerful they are. I admit that you have the strongest strength on your side in a single fight. Luo can definitely fight 3 people alone, but don't forget that this is a 3-way individual battle, and Luo can only defeat 2 people from the First Academy at most. If you and I really start a battle, with the background of the First Academy, they will definitely be the ones who reap the benefits. By then, even if you and I win, we can't defeat the First Academy, because there is Ye Lingling in the team, and her ability is group healing. Right now we must try our best to hit the first academy hard in the individual competition, only in this way can we gain the upper hand in the team battle. Yu Tianheng's voice was seductive, and the smile on his mouth became more evil. Indeed, cooperation between the two sides can weaken the power of the first academy. However, he is not only suppressing the first academy, but also targeting Tian Shui Academy. As long as Luo is on the field, the weaker academy of the Royal Academy will be on the field, forcing the first academy to send out the Soul King to fight. Let Luo defeat Xiaowu and Tang San, the bastard, and the balance of victory will belong to the Royal Academy. Without Luo, they can easily control Tian Shui College. Although there will be a 3-day break in the finals, Tian Shui College does not have a strong healing soul master. In other words, as long as the first academy team is eliminated by Tian Shui College, Royal College will be the biggest beneficiary. Just when Yu Tianheng was immersed in the dream of defeating the first academy, a sneer shattered his dream. Shui Bing'er, you. Shui Bing'er snorted coldly. Yu Tianheng, don't think that the 5 of you know your little tricks. You are not worthy of using Tian Shui College as a knife. Shui Bing'er. Yu Tianheng squeezed out 3 words from his teeth. However, Shui Bing'er had no intention of stopping at all. Her bright eyes were as clear as water, and her angry face was full of sarcasm. She scolded without any hesitation. You were born into an extraordinary family, but I didn't expect you to be so dark. This is the Soul Master competition, a noble occasion for the Soul Masters of the Academy, not a conspiracy for you to play tricks. If you say it again, I will report your Royal Academy's conspiracy to the competition committee. Okay, okay. I didn't expect that I would humiliate myself. My poor self-esteem was trampled on again. Yu Tianheng was so ashamed that he was furious and stared at Shui Bing'er with sinister eyes. In that case, I am being sentimental. Oh, I want to see, without the Tiandu royal team, what can you use to compete with the first academy? Bang! The door closed heavily, and the whole room was shaking, as if someone's residual anger was beating. Shui Bing'er sighed helplessly and regretfully. The dignified Tiandu Academy team actually disregarded the dignity of the Soul Master, which was a shame for the Tiandu Empire. Yu Tianheng, you are too personal. Thinking of the resentful look in Yu Tianheng's eyes when he left just now, Shui Bing'er somewhat understood Duguyan's choice. It is indeed not as good to be with such a guy as Tang San. At least the latter's strength and character are outstanding in the first academy, and even he admires him a little. Tian Shui Academy, I can only help you get here now. On the balcony, strands of frost gathered, and Luo also opened his eyes. He exuded an extraordinary the coldness, even the scorching sun could not dispel, making the whole room seem empty and cold. Shui Bing'er smiled slightly and came to the balcony. On the frozen balcony, her confident and bright face was like a blooming blue enchantress, beautiful and mysterious. 3rd place is not bad, this is beyond our expectations. If it weren't for your sudden joining, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to enter the top 6 in this Soul Master competition. Shui Bing'er winked at Luo playfully, as if rewarding someone's efforts. Luo nodded in relief. Now that his spiritual power has been completely exhausted, he can no longer use the sword control technique in a short time. Although the cooperation of the Ice World can freeze the Wuhan Hall team, the effect will be completely different for the first academy. Ming's Titan Giant Ape is too destructive and has little binding force on him. Tang San's speed can at least delay a few seconds without being frozen. Zhu Qing's visual prediction plus speed can also not freeze her. Although this is a locked soul skill, it is futile to advance and lock it again. What's more, there is the defense shield of the mutant 9-star Begonia, which is difficult to break without the attack power of the high-level Soul Emperor. In the battle against Xingluo Royal, it seems that Xiaowu and Tang San's mental control is a victory. In fact, even if they let go of the battle, they have no chance of winning. The gap in hard power is too big, even the tip of the iceberg is enough to crush the opponent. This is the strength of the first team now. Seeing that Mr. Luo is so cold, Shui Bing'er pouted her lips, always feeling a little uncomfortable in her heart. For some reason, she always thought of the scene of Shui Yu and Ming together, and there was an unknown flame in her heart. Shui Bing'er pursed her lips, the light in her eyes flickered, and she said earnestly. Luo, the Spirit Hall is not a good place to go. The Spirit Hall is very ambitious. If you want to use the strength of the Spirit Hall to become stronger, it is understandable, because it is a personal choice. What I want to say is that if you encounter danger and setbacks, and you want to come back, I can. The hands intertwined on her lower abdomen suddenly tightened, and the force was visible to the naked eye. Shui Binger's heart began to accelerate uncontrollably, making her thoughts seem to be on fire. Luo quickly interrupted Shui Binger's story, staring at her without any ripples, like an ice sculpture. I was born to practice cultivation and don't want to care about other things. Binger, thank you for your concern. Some things are better not to be said clearly. Maybe the me you see is not the real me. What you think and think is not necessarily empty. Tisk tisk, so ruthless. Shut up. In the sea of consciousness, Tianmeng, who was lying on the ground with his chin propped up, curled his lips. If he had known earlier, he would have followed Su Ming. At least he could learn some human emotional skills, unlike this guy, who has no humanity. Shui Binger is a great beauty after all, but she didn't give him any chance at all. She deserves to be single. Sure enough, as Luo said this, Shui Binger's originally lively eyes instantly became like dead leaves withered, showing a color of resentment and disappointment. Okay. I hope that in the future, you can realize your dream and become the most powerful soul master. Squeezing out a gentle smile, Shui Binger did not continue to disturb him and turned to leave the room. Tick-tock. Cold water dripped from the ice on the balcony, leaving a mark on Luo's still warm face. The main body and the clone were so similar that Su Ming was also entangled by Zhu Zuqing. In the bedroom, seeing Zhu Zuqing, who was wearing a cool short skirt and had a pretty face, suddenly appear, Su Ming could only smile awkwardly. Chinger, you are not in the room to adjust your breath and prepare for tomorrow's game, but come to me. Seeing that Su Ming was still pretending to be confused, Zhu Zuqing bit her bloody red lips and sat beside Su Ming. Her two soft hands entangled with him, causing Su Ming's arm muscles to tremble violently. Su Ming, have you done that with Sister Shuer? At the end of the conversation, Zhu Zuqing's face was also extremely hot. As a girl, she actually said such nonsense. Su Ming was shocked in his heart. Before he could speak, Zhu Zuqing, who was embarrassed, spoke first. You don't need to explain. On the day you came back, I smelled a strong scent of Sister Shuer on you. Maybe you can't notice it yourself, but Sister Shuer's attributes are opposite to mine. How could I not know? Looking at Su Ming, Zhu Zuqing's face flashed a trace of anger, but then explained the strong resentment. Head slowly leaned on Su Ming's chest, and the warm feeling seemed to be able to soothe all the dissatisfaction and coldness. Su Ming, I know I'm not as sunny and free as Xiao Wu, always like to pester you and please you. I'm not like Sister Shuer, who dares to love and hate, and is generous. But I'm really grateful to have you by my side, supporting and encouraging me all the time. It's not because you let me see hope that I'm willing to like you. Chinger won't joke about her body. Zhu Zuqing raised her head and glanced at Su Ming secretly, seemingly timid, and the eyes of her beautiful eyes became more and more determined. She couldn't act intimate with Su Ming in front of others, but when they were alone together, she could be bolder. She didn't want to end up with nothing after loving him. Su Ming was relieved that Chinger didn't sound dissatisfied or angry. After all, Shuer's matter happened too quickly, and he was indeed a little sorry for Zhu Zuqing and the other two girls. Su Ming gently stroked Zhu Zuqing's head with a delicate and elegant orchid fragrance, and smiled. I have never thought about it that way, and I know you are not that kind of person. If it weren't for your care over the years, I wouldn't have been able to practice wholeheartedly. There is a saying that goes, it's hard to find a confidant. Although you are not the most dazzling, you are the most indispensable and the most reassuring. I feel particularly comfortable with you. Although there is no magnificent love, the plain and simple life is also fascinating. The years are quiet and good, and Su Ming is less worried about the future with a beautiful woman in his arms. If it weren't for the change in the situation, Su Ming is actually very satisfied with the woman in his arms. It was the first time that Zhu Zuqing heard such touching love words from Su Ming's mouth. A sweet smile rose on her lips. It turned out that she was so important in this guy's heart. Zhu Zuqing, who got the answer, seemed even bolder. She just hugged Su Ming's waist and pushed Su Ming down on the bed with a slight push. Zhu Zuqing lay on Su Ming's chest like a cat, blushing and embarrassed. She couldn't raise her head at all. Her plump and charming body was undulating, and every arc was so fascinating, forming a perfect S-shaped figure. After several exchanges with Jian Rongxiu in this regard, Su Ming did lose some concentration, and his body had a tendency to catch fire. Ahem, all right, Chinger, stop making trouble. You are a little younger now, so don't tempt me. Let's talk about it in a few years. Tomorrow is the final of the Soul Master event. Concentrate on the competition. Su Ming tried to coax and deceive Zhu Zuqing to get up, but the latter was like mud and refused to get up. Su Ming, in fact, I am not young anymore. The words, like the sound of mosquitoes and flies, set off an ambiguous spring breeze in the room. Chapter 268 Doguyan vs Shui Binger. After a day of rest, the final individual battle finally arrived. Next, it is the competition for the top 3. The first school, Tiandu Royal Team and Tian Shui College will start the individual battle. Finally, standing on the Fighting Soul stage will directly stand on the stage of the final. The sky has just brightened, and the front of the Wuhan Hall is already surrounded by people who come to watch the game. Since the competition venue is set in the square of the Pope's Palace, these people cannot enter directly. Everything must be done according to the rules of the Spirit Hall. This year's Soul Master competition is definitely the most exciting, which is really surprising. Brother, who do you think will win today's game? It's really hard to say. These 3 teams are too strong. Luo's personal strength is unique, but the lineup of the First Academy is too strong. As for the Tiandu Royal Team. Okay, you can stop. If they can win, I will eat shit directly. Hearing this, a man looked over curiously and asked. Hey, brother, are you so pessimistic about the Tiandu Royal Team? The man did not answer, but a small nobleman belonging to the Tiandu Empire sighed. It's not that I don't think highly of the royal team, but his opponent is too strong. As soon as this was said, everyone was speechless. The royal teams of the 2 empires in the past were basically on par with each other. The Xingluo Royal Academy is now completely defeated by the First Academy. The Spirit Hall team was defeated by Tian Shui Academy. In comparison, the Tiandu Royal Team is not good enough. If it weren't for the good luck of Tiandu Royal Academy, I don't think they would have made it to the top 3. One person's speech suddenly ended the conversation. Yes, no one refuted. Because Tiandu Royal Academy did escape 3 times and did not encounter any strong team. Even the good Shenfeng Academy is not full of soul masters, and there is a clear gap with Tiandu Royal Academy. As more and more people came, the Spirit Hall had to open the door and let all the audience in. On the street, Su Ming was leading a group of people shopping. Since coming to Wuhan City, everyone has never been allowed to move so freely. Take advantage of this time to take them around Wuhan City to satisfy everyone's curiosity. Zhu Qing, this candy man looks so good, how about we buy some? Xiao Wu, do you want to look at it or eat it? Wrong, look at what you said, of course I want to eat it, what's the use if it looks good but doesn't taste good? Xiao Wu. Ye Lingling led 4 girls to the front to choose gifts. As younger brothers, Zhao Jianxing and others acted as cart pushers, with large and small bags in their hands. After staying in the hotel for such a long time, they were so depressed from practicing that they had no time to play. How could the girls continue to endure it? Some vendors knew the clothing of the First Academy, and gave Xiaowu and the others some discounts for this. A few dollars of discounts were enough to make them happy for a while. That cheerful look didn't look like they were going to have an individual competition. If you didn't know, you would think they came to Wuhan City to play. When we met students from other colleges along the way, they were too lazy to greet them and walked faster than usual after seeing the situation of the First Academy. It's great to have strength, and you can be so arrogant just because you have strength, right? Ga. Er Ming, how are you and Shui Yu are doing? Su Ming asked Er Ming jokingly. What was funny was that a lollipop was stuffed in the mouths of the 3 people. The 3 people who showed their might on the fighting spirit stage were now trapped by the candy. Because the candy was too sweet, so sweet, but they were embarrassed to spit it out, otherwise there would be refills. Er Ming's face was slightly red. It's okay, Yu is very good to me, I plan to give her some gifts recently. He didn't know where to put his hands, and kept rubbing his palms. The embarrassed look of the little boy fully showed that when a man is shy, there is really nothing for a woman. Seeing this, Su Ming and Tang San laughed happily. Er Ming's appearance is not bad, but he is a little shy. Every time, Shui Yu comes to him. The 2 get along more like an older sister raising a younger brother, and everyone is very happy to see it. Okay, the game is about to start. After walking around the street for a long time, Su Ming called everyone to gather when he saw that the time was almost up. Playing is playing, making noise is making noise, but don't forget the business. Xiao Wu and the others also immediately collected their minds and put all the gifts into Su Ming's super large storage ring, planning to divide them up when they returned. When everyone arrived at the spirit hall, the scene was already crowded with people. Almost all the people from Tian Shui College, Spirit Hall, Tiandu Royal College, etc. were waiting here. The first academy, on the contrary, came last. It seemed that the competition could start as soon as the first academy arrived. Looking at the first academy that came late, Bibi Dong's face was a little ugly, but she didn't say anything, and waved her hand to let the cardinal announce the start of the game. The fifth round of the Soul Master Competition Finals is about to begin, everyone is silent. The fifth round is to determine the final candidates for the finals. It will be in the form of an individual battle, and the winner will enter the finals. The two losers will fight as a team, and the winner will compete with the first place in the individual competition to determine the final champion. Now, please invite the representatives of the three parties to come on stage to draw the order of appearance. The one who draws the first place will undoubtedly be targeted by the people behind. But Xiao Wu's luck is really not good. She drew the first place, and the next place is Tian Shui College. The Tiandu Royal College, which is located at the end, has all the advantages. Tang San, you asked for this. Yu Tianheng looked at Tang San with a provocative charm on his face. He sneered, like a hunter looking at the lingering prey. Unfortunately, Tang San ignored this clown and was discussing the order of appearance with everyone. Let me go first. I know the people of the Tiandu Royal team. Even if we face Tian Shui College, there will be no problem. This way, it will be easier for you to arrange the troops later. It was Duguyan who spoke, and Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded when they heard it. The first one to go on stage should not be too weak or too strong. If you are too weak, others will target you, and finally the team will be the leader, allowing the third party to reap the benefits. If you are too strong, the same situation will occur. The best situation is to have someone draw out the main force of Tian Shui Academy. Ning Rongrong and Ye Lingling are both auxiliary spirit masters, so they naturally cannot play and need to be replaced by others. In the ranking of the strength of the first academy, Xiao Wu and Tang San are the strongest, followed by Zhu Zuqing and Yi Arming, and the latter two can't do anything to each other. Zhu Zuqing and Yi Arming fought, and the result was a draw. This is not because Yi Arming is afraid of Su Ming's revenge, but because he really can't do anything to Zhu Zuqing. Strong attack system restrains sensitive attack system? There is no such concept for Zhu Zuqing. Speed and predictive ability make Zhu Zuqing's strength very different. An opponent who can't be hit by a sensitive attack system can only be beaten passively in despair. Even if Yi Arming uses the gravity field, in front of Zhu Zuqing's netherworld, they were powerless. The effect of the netherworld is not only to slow down the opponent's speed, but also to weaken the opponent's perception. Basically, the opponent's eyes are black and can only rely on mental perception. In the netherworld, Zhu Zuqing's speed can double. Even though the gravity field greatly suppresses Zhu Zuqing's speed, Yi Arming still can't do anything to Zhu Zuqing. If Zhu Zuqing couldn't break Yi Arming's defense and could only leave a blood mark, Yi Arming really couldn't beat Zhu Zuqing. Zhao Jianxing and others' strength can't hold up this place. The best person to play is Dugu Yao. At least, she should be able to kill the absolute main force of both sides. Swish! Seeing that everyone had no problem, Dugu Yan didn't hesitate and directly rushed to the fighting spirit stage. First Academy, Dugu Yan, who will come? Looking around with cold eyes, Dugu Yan was extremely arrogant, as if there was no opponent at all. Although he was the weakest among the first generation of students in the first academy, not just any cat or dog was worthy of being his opponent. Swish! For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Tian Shui Academy. As the existence that defeated the Spirit Hall, Tian Shui Academy's popularity was not inferior at all, and the scene was full of male cheers. Dugu Yan, formerly the vice-captain of the Royal Academy. The people of Tian Shui Academy were also excited. They were eager to go on the field to compete with Dugu Yan. But Shui Binger's simple words calmed them down instantly. Deputy Captain. Deputy Captain of Tiandu Royal Team. Sister, then Wei Suo's face was solemn. Shui Binger did not answer. The next second, she stood up with her legs straight. Sister, you. Instantly, everyone opened their mouths. Shui Binger smiled sweetly, like a princess in a fairy tale. The strength of the first academy is not as simple as it seems. Except for me and Luo, none of you have a chance of winning against her. Dugu Yan's martial soul, the Bailan snake, is highly poisonous. If you have any problems, then the next game will not need to go on. As she said this, Shui Bing'er also showed a helpless look on her face, bent her legs, and landed lightly on the fighting spirit stage. As the captain of Tian Shui College, she was the first to go on the field. In fact, it was not the smartest choice, but it was the most in line with the interests of Tian Shui College. Tian Shui College plus Luo, there are a total of 4 soul masters. Except Suo, who is an auxiliary soul master, there is only Yu Hero left. But the martial soul coral barracuda does not have a strong resistance to the poison. The existence of water will also accelerate the spread of toxins, which is tantamount to asking for trouble. Luo can't play at the moment, so he can only play by himself, at least defeat Duguyan, so as to facilitate the subsequent battle. Even if the first school wins in the end, they still have a chance to advance to the finals. This is Shui Binger's enlightenment. Tian Shui College, Shui Binger, Martial Soul Ice Phoenix, the 43rd Control System Station Soul Master, please teach me. Kaka. Clusters of ice spikes spread from the solace of Shui Binger's feet, forming the shape of a snowflake. Shui Binger's dark blue eyes passed over the figure of an ice and snow elf. Ice blue feathers appeared behind her, huge wings fluttered, and the exquisite ice phoenix pierced the sky with a sharp cry, circled on the fighting stage, and landed steadily behind Shui Binger. Against the backdrop of the ice phoenix, Shui Binger was like a darling of ice and snow, with blue hair exuding infinite whiteness and beauty, incomparable. Such a beautiful appearance immediately caused everyone to exclaim. But the ice phoenix was summoned at the beginning, which was enough to show Shui Binger's attention to Duguyan. Pay attention! Duguyan also released the green-scaled snake martial spirit, and whispered a reminder, and the second soul ring under his feet began to beat. The two were just in their own half of the field, and there was no intention of a direct collision. This is the general fighting style of control-type soul masters, and they cannot participate in head-on confrontation like Tang San. Duguyan also knew Shui Binger's soul skills. It was difficult for him to get close to her, and he would definitely be bounced away by the resistance of the ice ring. In that case, let's have a fair and controlled confrontation. Crack! Before Duguyan's soul skill was released, she was frozen, with her arms raised in front of her body, unable to fall. Instant soul skill. It's over, Duguyan won't lose like this, right? As expected of the ice that defeated the Spirit Hall, Shui Binger's first soul skill is really abnormal and can't be defended at all. With Duguyan's power, it's probably not easy to break the ice. Just as everyone was feeling sorry for Duguyan, Duguyan's third soul ring suddenly lit up. The purple poisonous mist could not be released to the outside world and continued to spread in the ice. Crack! Crack! The sound of ice cracking sounded, and the entire Spirit Hall square fell silent. Third soul skill, Violent Purple Poison. Boom! Duguyan's soul power surged, instantly shaking off the loose ice. The accumulated poisonous fog exploded in an instant, covering the entire fighting spirit field in an instant, like ink dripping into water, unstoppable, without any stagnation. Shoo! Just when everyone thought Shui Binger would be hit, the crisp sound of a phoenix rose to the sky. Shua, the exquisite phoenix broke through the poisonous fog. Shui Binger stood on it, with the cold light of frost flashing on her body, and it seemed that she had just used her soul skills. This is difficult. Seeing this scene, Tang San and others' faces sank, as if they had already anticipated the final outcome. If it were in a closed place, Duguyan's poison would still work. But in the open-air square of the Pope's palace, the maximum degree of poison only existed at a height of about 5 meters, far lower than the height of Shui Binger's ice phoenix. Just now, Shui Binger's ice armor withstood Duguyan's instantaneous poison explosion. Now the latter wants to win, so he can only concentrate the poison to launch a long-range attack. But Shui Binger's air advantage is too great, and she can also use ice elements to block the spread of toxins and form a defensive position. The Air Soul Master has a huge advantage over the Ground Soul Master. Duguyan also knows the current situation. She raised her finger, and all the toxins seemed to be summoned by the Emperor and began to gather towards her. Shua! The original poisonous fog instantly turned into a small poisonous arrow, following the movement of Duguyan's finger, aiming at Shui Binger in the sky. Go! The order fell, and countless venoms shot towards Shui Binger. The provoked ice phoenix was full of crystal light, opened its mouth, and an extremely cold breath sprayed out of its mouth, instantly freezing all the flying venom and solidifying it in mid-air. Do you think it's over? Chapter 269 Yu Tian's Trump Card, Soul Bone. The toxins were frozen. Just when everyone thought Douluo Yan's attack failed, the clusters of ice cones, losing momentum, unexpectedly rushed towards Shui Bing'er again against common sense. Boom! When the ice exploded, all the toxins were released at the same time. Shui Bing'er was hit head-on, showing a painful look, her body arched backwards, falling downwards like a kite with a broken string. The situation changed instantly. But the next second, an unexpected scene happened, and a blue light fell from the sky. Due to the interference of the explosion, Douluo Yan didn't expect Shui Bing'er to attack at this time. Kaka! The ice sculpture rose up, and the crystal ice sculpture showed a pair of stunned eyes. Boom! With the shocking blow of the ice phoenix, Douluo Yan was directly knocked out of the ring as the ice exploded. Bang! Shui Bing'er fell heavily on the ring, and the dull sound made people's heartstrings tense. In a place that no one could see, Shui Bing'er's tender face was trembling in pain, and the twisted black lines were running on her face like spider webs. Since Douluo Yan fell out of the ring, Shui Bing'er of Tian Shui College won this round. Hey! Exciting! Even the people in the first academy couldn't help but admire Shui Bing'er in their hearts. Under such circumstances, she could still make such accurate judgments. Looking at the entire Soul Master competition, I'm afraid no one is better than Shui Bing'er in terms of control over the overall situation. Although the first academy lost, Douluo Yan lost without regrets, and it was indeed a very exciting game. But the entire fighting soul field was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The referee's voice had fallen for more than 10 seconds, but Shui Bing'er didn't get up. The audience also began to cheer for Shui Bing'er. As if sensing the cheers of the crowd, Shui Bing'er leaned on her arm and staggered to her feet. Shui Bing'er's beautiful face was now full of hideous lines, her figure was floating, and she was standing with difficulty. Everyone felt that they were holding their breath in their chests, fearing that if they spit it out, they would blow down the female soul master in front of them. Referee, continue. Shui Bing'er felt that her brain was getting heavier and heavier, and it seemed that she would fall asleep at any time. She knew that this was Douluo Yan's poison. Now was not the time for her to fall. Once she fell, all the advantages would belong to Tiandu Royal Academy. I must take one more away. In this way, the 3 academies can return to the starting line. Hearing that Shui Bing'er wanted to fight again, everyone at the scene was immediately moved. What a strong woman, even if she was poisoned, she still wanted to fight. Sister, forget it. Sister. Shui Yu'er and the others were also stunned, their eyes full of worry, and they wanted to call Shui Bing'er down. But looking at the strong back waving her hand, they had to swallow the words that were about to come to their mouths. Shui Bing'er has good talent and excellent character. If she is brought to our #1 school, I wonder where she will go in the future. Tang San said with emotion. He rarely admires people, let alone a woman. But Shui Bing'er deserves this respect. Hearing this, Xiao Wu and the others did not refute. Even Douluo Yan, who returned dejectedly, did not attack Tang San at this moment. Shui Bing'er deserves this respect. Su Ming touched his chin, thinking. Indeed, Shui Bing'er is very suitable. Shui'er has her own things to do and will not be the leader of the next academy. If Shui Bing'er is recruited and trained, she will indeed be a suitable candidate for the dean in the future. Especially in terms of mind, leadership is very strong. It's too early to think about it now. It's not certain whether you can go back alive. Su Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head, his eyes passing through Bibi Dong, the crazy woman. Shui Bing'er, you are also in such a mess. In that case, I will send you off. Swish. On the Royal Academy side, Yu Tianheng jumped onto the fighting spirit stage. But his eyes did not stay on Shui Bing'er for too long, but stared coldly at Tang San below the stage. Tang San, you will not dare to go on stage later, right? Arrogant. Not only to the first academy, but also to Tian Shui Academy. The look of completely ignoring the opponent makes people gnashing their teeth in hatred. Tang San raised his hand towards Shui Bing'er. Your opponent is Shui Bing'er from Tian Shui Academy. The battle has not started yet, so how can we talk about the end? Yu Tianheng snorted coldly, looking at Shui Bing'er, who was most disgusted with this hypocritical look. Shui Bing'er, you are already at the end of your strength. Do you want to go down by yourself, or should I take you down? Shui Bing'er opened her mouth, but no sound came out of her throat. Black blood flowed from the corners of her mouth instantly. She looked like she was poisoned. Duguyan's poison was already severe, not to mention the mixed poison that condensed the poison pill. If it weren't for the powerful ice attribute soul power in Shui Binger's body, she would have been unconscious at this moment and faced the crisis of death. Wow! Shui Binger raised her right arm in pain. The fourth soul ring at the bottom of her feet, the 1000-year soul ring rhythmically, emitted a purple light. Fourth soul skill, heavy snow and ice. Boom! The ice phoenix spewed out, and the entire fighting soul stage was shrouded in blue clouds. Shua! A blue sharp blade broke through, followed by overwhelming wind, snow and hail. The entire fighting soul stage was bombarded by this violent storm. The exploding ice and snow bombarded the fighting soul. The soul stage roared, as if countless shells were pouring down on the enemy's position. Among them, Shui Binger was also included. Generally, soul masters would control the release range of soul skills, but at this moment, Shui Binger seemed to be fighting with the instinct of her body. Releasing soul skills was all she could do. Shui Binger was instinctively knocked down to the stage by her own bombardment. Damn it! Yu Tianheng didn't expect that Shui Binger would embarrass him even if she lost, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Now he could only launch the soul skill Thunderbolt to smash all the ice cubes. Fortunately, this was Shui Binger's last attack. If she was defeated, Yu Tianheng would probably be so angry that he would commit suicide directly. But everything was worth it. Yu Tianheng once again cast a provocative look at Tang San. At this moment, there was no need for the referee to announce the winner, and everyone knew the result of the battle. If you want to fight, then fight. Tang San didn't say anything nonsense, and his figure was light, like a ghost, and he came to the soul fighting stage. There is no need to arrange troops and battle formations. No one is more suitable than him. Tang San, I will let Yanzi know that her choice is a huge mistake. I remember that you have lost to me more than once. You. The battle between rivals is really interesting. But Su Ming's focus is not here. Erming, take 2 detoxifying candies and send them to Shui Yuer. Su Ming threw 2 candies to Erming and tilted his chin towards Tian Shui College. A trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. For some reason, he actually sensed Luo's emotional fluctuations just now. Is it an illusion, or? Duguyan pulled Su Ming and reminded him. Dean, Mr. Zhao's detoxifying sugar beans may not be useful. I asked Mr. Zhao to try it before, and it can only detoxify about 60% to 70%. If you want to recover completely, you need the help of other herbs. Su Ming asked, do you have the corresponding herbs with you? Duguyan looked embarrassed, I have, but it needs to be boiled, at least for a while, now. Su Ming frowned, a little unhappy with Duguyan's answer, his own poison does not deserve an antidote? Seemingly seeing Su Ming's dissatisfaction, Duguyan hurriedly explained. In the past, the dosage of toxins was controlled in battles. This time, I was forced to use such a large amount of toxins. Besides, Xiao San used to make the antidote for me, so I could only make it on the spot. The more she talked, the more helpless Duguyan became. Now the toxins she released could not even be solved by herself, and she needed a detoxifying pill. Su Ming asked, what level has Dozuan Xingyi reached? Duguyan said truthfully, only the 2nd level, and there is still some time to go to the 3rd level. Hearing this, Su Ming did not continue to ask. No wonder Duguyan could not absorb the released poison again. When he moved the ice to hit Shui Binger, Duguyan's Dozuan Xingyi was at least at the 2nd level. Unexpectedly, this was already his limit. Duguyan was the last to enter the academy. Although he had experience in cultivation in the academy, he joined only a short time after all, and did not cultivate to the 3rd level like Tang San and the others. When you cultivate to the 3rd level, combined with the effect of the poison pill, you should be able to detoxify yourself. Su Ming walked towards Tian Shui Academy, because Shui Yuer had already run over, and her anxious look showed that Tian Shui Academy did not have the ability to detoxify. After all, even the detoxification pill made by Xiao Xin, a level 77 soul saint, could not completely detoxify the mixed poison. How could Tian Shui Academy have a more powerful soul master? There must be a spirit hall, but Tian Shui Academy eliminated the spirit hall and would never save Shui Binger. Brother Su. Shui Yuer looked pitiful, her delicate face was full of uneasiness and anxiety, her eyes staring at Duguyan, complex and difficult to describe. She can't do anything, I'll try. Su Ming waved his hand, and then walked towards the Tian Shui Academy team alone. Don't worry, there will be no problem if brother takes action. Yet. Ming accompanied Shui Yu back. Su Ming also came to Tian Shui Academy. Facing Su Ming's arrival, Shui Wu and other women were visibly nervous, even suppressing their anger, and dared not show any disrespect. The person in front of him was a person who could control Soul Douluo with one hand, at least a title Douluo level strongman. Su Ming came to Shui Yu without any hindrance. The latter lay flat on the ground, her bright oval face twitched slightly, her brows furrowed in pain, the blood at the corner of her mouth had turned black, and the blood was sprayed and stained her clothes. How much poison did Dugubo give Duguyan? Su Ming stretched out his right hand, and the palm of his hand revealed an emerald green light, which passed into Shui Binger's body. Affected by the extreme wood, the toxins that invaded Shui Binger's blood were like water encountering a dry sponge. The flowing fruit mainly affected the heart, lungs, and 8 extraordinary meridians. When the energy of the extreme wood came back, it had already turned black and gathered in Su Ming's palm to form a palm-sized black ball. Wow! The golden light wrapped the black ball and quickly shrank. The original venom disappeared in an instant. Behind Su Ming, a soft white light shone and fell on Shui Binger, healing Shui Binger's injured meridians. Who else could it be except Ye Lingling, who possessed the 9-heart begonia? Ming, you will participate in the competition later. Stay here for a while and then go back. After saying this, Su Ming left the. On the ring, the battle between Tang San and Yu Tianheng had already begun. Yu Tianheng was indeed worthy of being the genius of Tiandu Royal Academy, as he could hold Tang San for 30 seconds. The lightning and the pitch-black blue-silver grass were like 2 blue-silver and black dragons roaring and raging, and the terrifying power left the fighting arena scarred. Unfortunately, Yu Tianheng's thunderbolts were not as strong as before in suppressing Tang San's blue-silver grass, reaching the point of instantly shattering it. After awakening, and being nourished by the black jade bamboo, the blue-silver grass was now too resistant. What's more, Tang San was still a soul king, suppressing Yu Tianheng to death. Despair had already covered Yu Tianheng's face, she stared with fear and anger, as if she couldn't believe that Tang San had become so powerful. Even when he was in the Imperial Academy, he only lost by a narrow margin. Now. No. I can't lose. Yu Tianheng waved his hand violently, and the violent lightning exploded in all directions. Even Tang San had to temporarily avoid the edge and stop attacking. Yu Tianheng's resentful eyes turned red, and the bloodshot was like a red nematode wriggling. Buzz! A strange texture suddenly appeared on his right arm, and the silver texture formed the shape of armor. Soul bone! Tang San frowned slightly, and had never heard that Yu Tianheng had a soul bone. Su Ming in the audience was also a little surprised, thinking that Yu Tianheng must have worked hard to defeat Tang San. Tang San, if you have the ability, try to block my soul skill. Yu Tianheng shouted, and the thunder on his right hand covered with scales rose. The prototype of the Thunder Dragon was wrapped around his arm. The Thunder Dragon exuding destructive momentum was lifelike, as if it had come alive, rather than just a vague shadow of the 3. Blue Lightning Thunder Dragon Speed. Yu Tianheng's long hair was flying, and he looked like a madman. His 4th soul ring was driven to the extreme, and his soul power was also pulled to the limit. The strongest 4th soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon Speed, the Soul Bone soul skill that can double the soul skill, and the 3rd soul skill, Dragon Fury, which increases the thunder attack power by 100%. It can be said that this attack is the greatest damage that Yu Tianheng can burst out. Su Ming had tasted the power of Blue Lightning Dragon Speed in Soto City, but even if it was used by the Soul King, it seemed not as powerful as it is now. Shua! The dragon is 3 feet long and as strong as a human body. The thunder power is transformed into a dragon shape, which is already in an extremely compressed state. The dragon scales are vivid, and the dragon's eyes are flashing with the majesty of a real dragon. Although it was only a trace of majesty, it was enough to destroy the world and intimidate powerful enemies. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has a successor. However, this genius has been blinded by anger. Knowing that this was Yu Tianheng's most powerful attack, Tang San did not dare to neglect it. He clenched his arm and a sharp spear was tightly held in his hand. Turning around, stepping forward, and bending his legs. Swish! The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus spear, swung with all his strength, flew towards Yu Tianheng with an equally unstoppable posture, surrounded by countless blue-silver grasses, like a cannonball that could explode at any time. Soul Bone Skills and 1000-Year Soul Skills, 100-Year Soul Skills and 10,000-Year Soul Skills. Top Beast Martial Soul Master, Twin Martial Soul King. This battle will finally be decided. Chapter 270 Clear Sky Hammer. Puff. The ground of the fighting soul stage was dyed red with bright red blood. On Yu Tianheng's chest, the sharp stick was flowing with blood. From the back, the stick pierced his body. Puff. Yu Tianheng spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the stick on his chest with fear. The blue-silver overlord spear, which was originally in his hand, was now like being bitten by thousands of insects. Only the thickness of a thumb was left, and it was covered with charred black after lightning. When he slowly raised his head and looked at the opposite side, the charred figure became more and more blurred, and the eyes were hazy and swaying. Bang! Yu Tianheng fell straight down. Even though he was unconscious, Yu Tianheng's eyes were still staring at Tang San's direction, 3 parts of anger, 7 parts of fear. How could he lose with the soul bone skills and the blue lightning dragon speed? How could he lose himself? On the opposite side, Tang San forced the lightning in his body out of his body, sweat oozed from his forehead, and his chest was exposed to naked charred flesh and blood. It seemed that the victory just now was not easy. Yu Tianheng's attack just now was indeed powerful, even he couldn't resist it just now. Fortunately, he practiced Dozhuan Xin Yi, and the repairability of the blue-silver domain, so he was safe and sound under the thunder bombardment. Quick, save him! Shui King he hurriedly shouted to the attached medical officer. Daimyo Bai and others who were also in the Royal Academy finally recovered and rushed to the fighting soul stage to carry Yu Tianheng down for treatment. It was close. I thought Tang San couldn't resist Yu Tianheng's attack just now. Ning Rongrong patted her chest, and she was really scared just now. With the explosive power of the soul bone soul skill plus 2 soul skills, Yu Tianheng is fighting desperately. If it were any other soul master, he would probably be roasted directly. Ye Lingling's heart finally fell, and she patted Duguyan's tense shoulders, and it was okay. Sitting in the audience, Su Ming felt a little itchy and annoyed. If I had known earlier that when I registered at the first academy, I should have let Zhao Wuji take my place temporarily, so that I could also participate in the Soul Master competition. It trademarks not that Su Ming wanted to bully others by taking advantage of his strength to achieve a perverted feeling of pleasure. Just like a carnivore. Suddenly I saw the delicious food in front of me. If I don't take a bite, I will feel uncomfortable. Tian Shui College, who's next? Tang San put away the blue-silver grass, not wanting to waste any more of his soul power. With the 9-star begonia's treatment, Shui Binger has woken up. The light in her eyes is focused, and she looks completely alive, but her face is less pink. Tang San's strength is one of the best in the entire first college. You can't fight him head-on. Try to consume his soul power as much as possible. Yu Tianheng was seriously injured. The Royal College will never let it go so easily. Driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, or driving the wolf to hurt the tiger. Either way, it is a favorable situation for Tian Shui College. Shui Binger didn't name anyone, but the meaning of her words was very clear. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the first college. And in the team, a woman at the Soul Master level also jumped onto the Soul fighting stage. Gu Qingbo, level 38, Spirit Kang Lang Swordfish. Tang San. A name instantly made the whole place boil. Tap tap. Shui Binger walked over in high heels, her figure dancing, her hazy and beautiful face revealing an intellectual beauty. Thank you for saving me, I owe you a favor for the first academy. The friendly smile faded, and Shui Binger said solemnly. It's the Soul Master competition now, Tian Shui Academy can't let you go, I'll repay you later, forgive me. Ning Rongrong smiled and blinked, if you don't let us go, can you beat us? Shui Binger smiled, but she didn't get angry at all, everyone knows the strength of the first academy, no one dares to say they can beat you. But if it's 2 against 1, I believe you will also be very tired. At the end, Shui Binger half squinted her eyes, looking like someone who is not easy to mess with. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms and stopped talking. It was not because she was afraid of Shui Binger, but because she did not want to talk to her. The Soul Master competition has always been about strength. It's just a small favor, so I'll repay you. Su Ming added meaningfully, if we don't become enemies in the future, we'll be even now. Shui Binger was stunned, not understanding what Su Ming meant. Su Ming did not continue to explain. It was not very glorious to use Tian Shui Academy. But being the top 3 or even the runner-up was enough to make up for it. Without any surprise, Tang San defeated Gu Qingbo, but Gu Qingbo still used his speed advantage to make Tang San consume some soul power. Tang San completed a series of 2. Sister. It's okay, you've done well enough, the difference in cultivation is there. The scene returned to the Royal Academy. The captain was seriously injured, and the original team members were already suppressing their anger. Dai Mubai wanted to compete with Tang San, but he was beaten to the punch by someone else. That was a big man with a strong body, his exposed skin was covered with tendons, and he looked like a small mountain. Shi Mo, my spirit is the black tortoise, I'll teach you. As soon as the words fell, green tortoise shells appeared on Shi Mo's chest and back, wrapping the main part of his body tightly. With a loud shout, Shi Mo suddenly exerted force on his back foot and attacked Tang San. Ready for close combat? Okay, I'll accompany you. Tang San immediately used the black jade hand to pull the opponent closer. Ha! Shi Mo's strength was very strong, and his punch made a terrifying sound of wind, almost brushing Tang San's face. It looked very thrilling, but looking at the smile on Tang San's mouth, it seemed that everything was under his control. Bang! Tang San leaned back, used his left hand to support the ground, and kicked Shi Mo with his legs, knocking him back. Shi Mo's face darkened. He had to continue to look at Tang San, who was already attacking quickly. After the attack just now, Shi Mo had already understood Tang San's strength. Such a powerful force was even stronger than that of a defensive spirit master like him. He knew that it would be difficult for him to win, but as long as he delayed long enough, he could continue to consume Tang San's physical energy. So, Shi Mo took the most surprising action. Turtle. Shi Mo's neck shrank, and he actually took the initiative to shrink into the tortoise shell. Such a shocking scene made the high atmosphere at the scene a little frozen. Tang San's mouth twitched, unable to understand what the other party was thinking. But, the victory in hand should not be wasted. The blue-silver grass immediately entangled Shi Mo's exposed feet and threw him out of the fighting spirit stage. Ga. It seemed as if a crow flew over the scene, and many people cursed in their hearts. Yu Tianheng, who had just woken up, was so angry at the operation of the team members that he fainted again. In the fighting spirit arena, Tang San seemed to be an invincible existence, and won 8 consecutive victories. In an instant, only 3 people were left in Tiandu Royal Academy and Tian Shui Academy. Apart from the auxiliary spirit masters, there were only a few people who could play. Bang! With the 9th place, Shen Liuyu, the spirit master of Tian Shui Academy, being eliminated, the only one left in Tian Shui Academy was Luo. Tang San. Tang San. 10 in a row. 10 in a row. The cheers on the scene seemed like the gods were angry, and they could not help but reach a climax. At this time, Tiandu Royal Academy a man walked out. He had blonde hair, majestic and stern, and his angular face was tough and unyielding. He had 2 pupils in his eyes, which were fierce and cold. With a smile on his lips, Dai Mubai said helplessly. I originally wanted to fight you fairly, but I didn't expect it to be this way. You have won 9 people in a row. I'm afraid your deeds will be famous in the mainland soon, Tang San. Tang San's face was pale, and he forced himself to be energetic. If you don't do it now, do you want to give me time to recover? Dai Mubai still didn't do it. Looking at Tang San, who was soaked in sweat and had no soul power, he still felt a little incredible even though he had seen it with his own eyes just now. Tang San, in your current situation, it may be difficult for you to release your soul skills. You'd better know what's good for you. You have done enough. You know it's impossible to do it, but you still do it. Do you think you can still defeat me in your current situation? Dai Mubai released his white tiger martial spirit, and the black tiger pattern shone on his body. The explosive muscles made his clothes bulge. The aura that burst out was not inferior to Yu Tianheng. Tang San did not respond, maintaining the blue-silver domain to restore his physical strength and soul power. Well. Seeing that Tang San was still not ready to admit defeat, Dai Mubai sighed helplessly. Although he wanted to fight Tang San fairly, even if he lost, he was not allowed to do so at this moment. At least, he needed to make the old stubborn people of the Dai family realize his potential before he could plan for the future. He must not lose this battle. Dai Mubai walked towards Tang San step by step. His speed was not fast, as if he wanted to give Tang San a decent end. Until there was only 2 meters left, he stopped. Tang San, go down. Dai Mubai stretched out his hand and slapped Tang San. The next second, the terrifying crisis exploded his scalp. Dai Mubai felt a chill in his heart and retreated to the back reflexively. Tang San had a black hammer in his hand, with faint patterns wrapped around the cylindrical hammer head. It was so heavy that it seemed to be weighing down the air. The sudden appearance of the thing completely shocked everyone present. That a martial spirit? Huo Wu and Feng Xiaoshan's heads were buzzing. In a flash, their entire backs were wet. Tang San, he actually has a second martial spirit? What's going on? What is that thing Tang San is holding? Cheating. The Soul Master competition cannot use other tools. This is cheating. Fuck you, didn't you see the reactions of those big shots? Some people who didn't understand the situation looked at the VIP table. A strange scene happened before their eyes. Not only Ning Fengzi and others, but even Bibi Dong stood up, staring at the fighting spirit stage with a murderous look on her face. Hao Tian Chui. 3 words appeared in the minds of all titled Douluo at this moment. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked horrified, as if they recalled the fear of being dominated by someone. Only Ning Fengzi's eyes shone with an unusual light. Sure enough, Tang San is from the Haoshan sect. Twin martial spirits, a 14-year-old soul king, and the Haoshan Chui, hee. Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly and shook his head, not knowing whether to congratulate someone or sympathize with someone's experience. Such an amazing talent is incomparable in any era. Unfortunately, even such a peerless genius can hardly cover up that person's brilliance. This is the Haoshan Chui, will Boss Dai fail? It's hard to say, after all, it is the first weapon martial spirit, and Tang San is definitely not playing around when he uses it here in the spirit hall. Ma Hongjun and Oscar also broke out in a cold sweat for Dai Mubai. Although Tang San has reached a dead end and has little fighting power left, the reputation of the Clear Sky Hammer is there. Especially with Su Ming and Tang Hao behind Tang San, the fighting power that can be unleashed when he fights hard is unpredictable. Good. Tang San, you finally use the Clear Sky Hammer. Let me see how powerful your Clear Sky Hammer is. First soul skill, White Tiger Body Barrier. The first soul ring under his feet lit up, and a circle of white light shield formed in front of Dai Mubai, firmly guarding the body behind him. Dai Mubai clenched his fist and rushed towards Tang San, and his powerful fist raised a sharp wind. Bang! A black light flashed, and a figure retreated back along the ground with a dull collision sound. Unable to bear the weight, the Clear Sky Hammer in Tang San's hand also fell to the ground. His hand still held the hammer handle tightly, and his thunderous eyes stared at Dai Mubai opposite. I didn't expect you to have such a strong power. The pain in his chest made Dai Mubai's face pale, and the shield of the first soul skill was broken in an instant. Feeling the terrifying power of the Clear Sky Hammer, Dai Mubai dared not neglect it, and immediately used the third soul skill White Tiger Vajra transformation. Attack power, defense power, and strength increased by 1 time at the same time. Dai Mubai's body suddenly swelled, and blacker horizontal stripes appeared on his skin, as if a majestic tiger was attached to his body. As a power-type soul master, Dai Mubai was very shocked. Tang San's current state was clearly unable to lift the Clear Sky Hammer. But the power of the hammer just now exceeded 6,000. What Dai Mubai didn't know was that Tang San's body strength had reached 10,000 pounds. If he hadn't been exhausted at this moment, with the power of the Clear Sky Hammer, he only needed a simple hammer to lift the user. He was completely defeated by the first soul skill. Using the first soul skill and the second soul skill at the same time, feeling the power of the physical runaway, Dai Mubai smiled confidently. With a force of 10,000 pounds, even if it is a soul king, I have the confidence to fight. And everything is thanks to a person he doesn't want to face. Su Ming. Although Su Ming has not been in Shrek Academy for a long time, the word diligent has been deeply imprinted in the minds of him and Oscar. They have never given up the necessary physical training. With the blessing of Tang San's Xiantian Gong, the first 3 levels, they have also made some progress in the road of tempering their bodies, and will not encounter the situation like the fat man. Although they parted ways, they are actually from the same source. Tang San, if there is a chance in the future, let's compete again. Dai Mubai was covered with shining golden light, and quickly approached Tang San. Listening to the tone, it seems that he wants to completely defeat Tang San. It's not over yet. Tang San's fingers holding the clear sky hammer turned white, and he twisted his waist, using the power of his body to drive the clear sky hammer to move. Clear sky hammer, chaotic cloak hammer technique. Chapter 271 Xiao Wu, let's go down together. Boom. The shocking energy exploded in the fighting arena. Tang San's hands were bulging with blue veins, and it seemed that they would be broken like a bowstring at any time. Finally, after the last bit of strength was exhausted, Tang San was repelled by Dai Muebai's explosive power. He didn't have much control over his body, and at this moment he could only retreat with inertia. The clear sky hammer had already slipped out of his hand, and at this moment he had no strength at all to control the clear sky hammer weighing more than 1,000 pounds. Finally, with no room for retreat, Tang San fell off the fighting arena. Swish! A beam of white light fell like petals, and began to heal Tang San's physical fatigue. Duguyan came back holding Tang San, who looked really exhausted. Even the 9-heart begonia treatment failed to wake him up immediately. Everyone who saw this scene gasped. Awesome! Although Tang San lost, the battle between the top 3 and 9 is probably unprecedented in history. The young generation of soul masters are so powerful now. First there was she, then Tang San. Could it be that the soul master world is about to usher in a glorious era? Exquisite! I have never seen such a wonderful game. It makes my blood boil. Twin martial spirits, and the clear sky hammer. This boy's talent is probably unmatched in the entire continent. Everyone stared at Tang San, as hot as looking at endless treasures. Unlike the high-level soul masters who were thinking about the purpose of the clear sky sect, they had already immersed themselves in this wonderful game. What power struggles have long been forgotten? Look! A finger pointed directly at the fighting stage. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and was even more horrified. On the stage, Dai Muebai knelt on his knees, and a large amount of blood, as sticky as oil, flowed under him. Even more shocking was Dai Muebai's right hand, which was fractured backwards at the moment, and the wound exposed the white bones stained with blood, which looked particularly tragic. My God, I thought the first academy lost, but I didn't expect that both sides were injured. The clear sky hammer is too terrifying. Even in such a situation, even the top white tiger martial spirit couldn't stop it. Looking at this situation, Dai Muebai should be unable to fight again. 1 against 9, he was able to take down a top soul sect. Tang San's terrifying fighting power made everyone at the scene tremble with fear. When this boy grows up, he will definitely be no less than Tang Hao. The murderous intent in Bibi Dong's eyes became stronger and stronger. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that Yu Xiaogang had told her, otherwise. When Tang San grows up to Tang Hao's level, it will be too late to deal with him. And there is another person. Bibi Dong's eyes passed through Su Ming, with a hint of regret in the cold light. If she could catch Su Ming's grandfather, her plan would be foolproof, but unfortunately. Is the gap so big? Dai Muebai covered his broken right arm and got up with difficulty. His eyes were full of loneliness. His bitter smile sounded like crying and relief. I thought Tang San was already struggling to death, so he chose to fight hard. Or, in that situation, he didn't want to dodge at all. He was hiding his body, but his body didn't want to show weakness to the opponent at that time. The result was that the power of the chaotic cloak hammer method had exceeded the limit of his body's endurance. Referee, I give up. Dai Muebai left with a depressed look. He did not go to the Royal Academy, but just took a deep look at his 2 companions, then left the fighting arena, ready to leave the Spirit Hall, and leave the Spirit City. Boss Dai. Ma Hongjun's brain was buzzing. If Boss Dai's current injury was not treated, where would he go? Could it be? Ma Hongjun was anxious and wanted to catch up, but was held tightly by Oscar. Xiao Ao, you. He was so anxious that he wanted to curse, but seeing Xiao Ao's suppressed and reluctant face and the crystal tears in his red eyes, he could only swallow the words that came to his mouth. Xiao Ai will know. Ma Hongjun was trembling, unable to believe that he was the last to know. They haven't said goodbye properly yet. Oscar Scar nodded, and said, crying, I also judged this from Dai Boss's expression not long ago. Fatty, everyone has his own way to go, and Dai Boss also needs to make a future for himself, so let Dai Boss go. Do you want to kill him? Oscar turned his peach blossom eyes aside, his face already wet with tears. Ma Hongjun sat down as if struck by lightning, and the whole person was at a loss, as if he had lost his soul. Tang San also knew the reason why Dai Muebai left, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but he still chose to remain silent. With Daimyo Bai's current situation, if he appeared in the field of vision, the Xingluo royal family would definitely not give up. At that time, there would be a fight for the throne. You can only hide far away and wait until you are strong enough to take back the right to survive. This is the only way Daimyo Bai can choose. Fight for the throne? Without the fusion of his martial soul with Zhu Zuqing, he has no chance. Even if his strength exceeds Davis. If I hadn't met Su Ming, I would have had the same fate. Zhu Zuqing retracted her gaze, but cast it back to Su Ming, who was thinking. She felt lucky, but her heart was more stable. Yes, now she has so many friends, she doesn't have to be like before. There is only Luo left in Tianshui College now. Do you plan to avoid him or go head on? Su Ming threw the question to Xiaowu and Er Ming. Luo is too strong. There is no benefit for us to go up. I think it's better for you, Tai Long, to go up and drag all the people from the Royal College down with you. Er Ming just wanted to take revenge, but was pulled back by Xiaowu's ears. You're going up, this guy is my brother's clone, I don't even want to get beaten, why are you rushing up? Xiaowu said. Tai Long had to bite the bullet and stand up even if he had 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. Luo's appearance also brought the atmosphere to a climax. The only soul sect that made the Pope surrender, plus the rumor that Luo will join the Spirit Hall. Such an honor, even some cardinals are very optimistic about Luo's performance. As long as Luo wins the championship and joins the Spirit Hall, the championship will still belong to the Spirit Hall in disguise. Luo's talent alone is enough to win the championship. It can be said that no matter what, their Spirit Hall will win. So when Luo came on stage, even the knights around him shouted with swords, as if they had come to their home court. It's a pity for Luo. If Tianshui College had a lineup like the First Academy, the champion this time would definitely belong to Tianshui College. Yes, Luo's strength is indisputable, but it's a pity that Tianshui College's strength is a little worse. It was Luo who brought Tianshui College to a height that doesn't belong to him. The current situation is already Luo's biggest victory. In my heart, he is the champion. The sound of stomping in her ears, a pair of pink fists clenched tightly, Shui Binger didn't look at these people, her eyes were still on Luo. Even if Luo would leave, he is now a member of Tianshui College. Without any surprise, facing Luo, Tai Long was quickly defeated, staring at the frost and snow on his body and trembling as he walked down. Defensive Soul Masters and Strength Soul Masters, although their bodies have been enhanced, do not seem to have such high resistance to cold. Or, Luo's extreme ice is too abnormal. The Royal College was also defeated. Without Yu Tianheng and Daimyo Bai, the last Wind Chime Bird Soul Master had no ability to resist. The battle came to the head-on confrontation between Tianshui College and the First Academy. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Er Ming vs Luo. It was a 3-on-1 situation, but the First Academy seemed extremely serious. Luo. He is definitely capable of 1 against 3. Er Ming, go ahead. Xiao Wu patted Er Ming's shoulder, it's time to see you. Er Ming. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Facing Luo, who defeated the two with just a little effort, the latter's strength is now at its peak. Er Ming didn't dare to say that he could win this time because he didn't win last time. Besides, that freezing ability is really annoying. Er Ming still went up with a brave face. As a man, he absolutely couldn't say that he couldn't do it. This was a matter of principle for him. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still frozen by Luo Bing. The powerful freezing ability even raised a 4-meter high, nearly 20-meter long, and wide frozen zone on the fighting spirit stage. Even though Er Ming used the amplitude soul skill, he still couldn't break through. Er Ming, who was off the ground, had a significantly reduced strength. The ending was the same as last time, without any difference. After launching such a huge skill, knowing that Luo's strength had decreased a lot at this moment, Xiao Wu rushed onto the fighting soul stage without hesitation, leaving Zhu Zuqing at the end. Brother, look how I threw him off. Before going on stage, Xiao Wu made some harsh words. It didn't seem like she was going to fight souls, but rather to seek revenge. She obviously had some small emotions towards Su Ming. Xiao Wu is so confident, can she really defeat Luo? Tang San asked curiously. Luo had defeated both of them at the beginning. I don't know, Xiao Wu is like this, very stubborn. Hehe, I agree with Rong on this point. Let's see what expression Xiao Wu will have when she comes back later. Zhu Zuoqing laughed angrily. Shouldn't everyone cheer for Xiao Wu? Everyone. Come on. No, come on, she will take off. Several people smiled knowingly. It seems that they often tease Xiao Wu. Let's see, maybe she can really win, but the victory is probably not glorious. Su Ming said intriguingly, and Tang San and others were more expectant. Su Ming's mouth corners rose, but he didn't say much. With Xiao Wu's spirit skills, there is only one possibility to defeat Luo. Maybe, it should be similar to what I think. If you don't lose in 1 minute, I will lose. Facing Luo with his hands on his hips, Xiao Wu's momentum was not weak at all, and his chin almost poked the sky. Let's start. Luo raised the long sword in his hand, signaling Xiao Wu to take the lead. He also wanted to see how Xiao Wu could beat him. Humph. Seeing that Luo always looked cold, the shadow of childhood suddenly emerged. Xiao Wu was so angry that she immediately used Qinggong to rush towards Luo. Luo did not take action directly, but observed Xiao Wu's actions to see what she was doing. Domain, activate. Xiao Wu came to the center of the ring, and her body suddenly appeared a strange crimson. Bang! A huge pink rabbit appeared behind her, and then turned into countless pink light spots and scattered. The beautiful pink streamer was like sand from the Milky Way scattered on earth, incredibly beautiful. The audience was attracted by this strange scenery, and their excitement calmed down instantly, and their amazing eyes were full of appreciation. It's actually a spiritual domain. Several titled Douluos looked envious. As we all know, the spiritual domain is one of the most difficult to obtain, and the deterrent power it brings is extremely strong. The effect felt now should be able to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness. As for other abilities, we have to explore them further in practice. The interest of several titled Douluos immediately came up, and their majestic eyes were as still as a mirror lake. It seems that they are more curious than facing Tang San's blue-silver domain. Luo was stunned, as if he didn't expect Xiao Wu's domain to be used at the first hand. He reacted and immediately used the domain to collide, so as not to be disturbed by Xiao Wu's domain. Bang! But surprisingly, the solid ice spread to the range of Xiao Wu's domain and began to show signs of breaking. It was like suddenly changing from solid ice to floating snow. The strange scene was only a moment, because Luo's extreme ice had already surged and covered all traces. But people with discerning eyes still caught the change in that moment. Xiao Wu's domain, in addition to softening the spirit, seems to have a physical softening effect. As soon as the thought came out, Tang San's face froze immediately. No. It's poisonous. The spirit itself restrains me, and now the domain restrains the blue-silver grass? Having fought with Luo, Tang San knew that the hardness of the blue-silver grass could not be compared with the ice used by Luo. In the icy and snowy world, which vine can break through the ice? Xiao Wu's domain can soften the extreme ice to a certain extent. In other words, the softening effect on the blue-silver grass must be stronger. Thinking of the battle with Xiao Wu, the blue-silver grass softened on the ground like an earthworm. Tang San's mood instantly fell to the bottom. Although this is an exaggerated idea, the actual difference is estimated to be not too far. The absolute softening domain encountered the ice world domain? It can be clearly seen that the two domains are frozen, because Xiao Wu's soul power level is much higher. In the sky full of Fan's spiritual light, Xiao Wu's third soul skill flashed silently. Teleport. When she appeared again, Xiao Wu had come behind Luo. What? Everyone stood up in surprise. Using the domain as a cover, there is such a connection? Luo was shocked, and it seemed that he was not prepared for Xiao Wu's sudden appearance. Luo was instantly covered with ice and snow, trying to prevent Xiao Wu's attack. The spreading effect of the extreme ice is very good. Xiao Wu suffered a loss and was frozen before. This time, she will never let herself be frozen, so naturally she will not launch a close attack. Unfortunately, Luo miscalculated a little. Xiao Wu is not here to defeat him, but to eliminate him for revenge. With a smile in her pink eyes, Xiao Wu's braids and jade legs immediately wrapped around him. Knowing that Luo in front of her is Su Ming's clone, she is naturally bold, because she doesn't have to worry about someone getting jealous. Fifth soul skill. Soft bone lock. Facing Luo's full use of soul power to freeze herself, the third soul ring on Xiao Wu's feet lit up before her whole body was frozen. Third soul skill, teleport. Luo, you lose. Xiao Wu raised the corner of her mouth high, and her figure suddenly disappeared. Bang! The ice exploded under the ring, and Luo was also forced to the fighting soul stage by Xiao Wu. In an instant, the whole audience was silent. Puff! Countless students spitted for this. How can you be so shameless? Chapter 272 Tang Hao, I am actually the Pope. No one would have thought that the outcome of this battle would be so dramatic. Luo, just lost like this? The audience couldn't help but not believe it, even Tang San and the others didn't believe it. Xiao Wu actually eliminated the strongest Luo in this way. Although the behavior was a bit shameful, Luo was in dead land on the stage. Instantly, the whole audience was stunned. Su Ming was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to do this. Su Ming could be sure that Luo did not let her go and was extremely focused throughout the whole process. But the only omission was that he did not choose the most direct attack. With the moves of the 12 swords of Xuanyan, it was actually not difficult to defeat Xiao Wu. But unfortunately, he chose to watch Xiao Wu's methods, and the ending was doomed. This girl, her little thoughts are getting more and more. After understanding Xiao Wu's strategy, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little proud. No wonder he provoked Luo like that before going on stage. Most people would look at the other party's methods when faced with such shameless words. In this process, Xiao Wu became the attacker and Luo became the defender. Using the activation time of the domain covering soul skill, Xiao Wu came to Luo's back by surprise and gave a fatal blow. This is Xiao Wu's overall offensive strategy. In the current situation, such a move is undoubtedly successful. I thought Xiao Wu would lose, but I didn't expect this ending. This is... Knowing what Tang San meant, Ye Lingling covered her mouth and laughed. Fortunately Xiao Wu is a girl, otherwise the audience would not forgive her for using such means. Tang San understood and laughed. Yes, only girls can play tricks like this. If it were me, I would be embarrassed to walk back facing the audience. Ah! Xiao Wu is so amazing. She can even think of such a way. Too cute, my damn girlish heart. Bah, what's the heart, jade or not, I think you are just cheap. Xiao Wu, I love you. After recovering from the shock, everyone immediately burst into unparalleled cheers. Such an unexpected result is more interesting than a head-on battle. Yes, after watching more than a dozen rounds of battles, they are all the same. Xiao Wu's behavior just became a seasoning. Luo fell to the ground with a look of astonishment and disbelief. I actually lost just like that? Lost? Luo stared at Xiao Wu indignantly, but was suppressed by the latter's smug expression. What do you think? It's only 1 minute. You lost. Xiao Wu provocatively stuck out her tongue, with a smile on her face, letting you bully me last time. My brother's clone is also him. I defeated the clone, which means I defeated my brother. Tisk tisk tisk, after so many years, I finally let out a breath of anger. Damn it! I should have kicked him again just now, anyway, I didn't mean it. Unfortunately, there is no such possibility. Xiao Wu patted the dust off her body, like a general who had won a battle, and returned to the camp of the First Academy happily. Luo's mouth twitched, his face was a little grey, but he didn't know what to say. He was unwilling to accept such a result. Finals, you won't have such a chance. With cold anger flashing across his pupilless eyes, Luo returned to Tian Shui College. Shui Binger and others were not dissatisfied with Luo's defeat. Tian Shui College was already very successful to be able to fight until now. You can see that Vice President Lan Chen was already grinning from ear to ear. Top 3. Secured third place, this overwhelming wealth finally came to Tian Shui College. With Luo's defeat, this battle of souls also ushered in the final ending. The First Academy successfully entered the finals with an absolute advantage. And Tian Shui College and Tiandu Royal College will decide the last team in the finals in the form of a team battle. On the third day, the competition was held as scheduled, and ended with the victory of Tian Shui College. Although the 7 teammates of the Royal College were all soul masters, they lacked a real pillar and were completely unable to stand up. The Spirit Hall team was defeated by Tian Shui Academy. Facing Shui Binger's spirit fusion skills, the Royal Academy's defeat was not unfair. The final competition will be held in 3 days, but the situation in Spirit City has begun to change. It can be seen with the naked eye that there are many more patrol troops in the city, and the number of bishops is also rising. Ning Fengzi found Su Ming as soon as he noticed the abnormality of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall must have targeted Tang San for such a huge battle. Or, it was Tang Hao. Go out. After Su Ming's voice fell, Xiao Wu and the others left the room tactfully. Only Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were left in the room. Every time he saw Su Ming, Ning Fengzi had a strange feeling. It seemed that miracles were happening to Su Ming every moment. Unpredictable, unclear. The atmosphere suddenly became a little depressing. Ning Fengzi didn't waste any words and said seriously. Recently, Wuhan City is not peaceful. Tang San's identity has been exposed. Wuhan Hall will never let it go. Haoshan sect has been in seclusion for many years. The appearance of a successor is like a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh. If I'm right, Tang San's father should be that one, right? When Ning Fengzi mentioned that one, his eyes were obviously brighter. I don't know if it was because the door was pushed open. Swish! Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo looked at the newcomer in unison, with a scorching color flashing in his eyes. Sure enough. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were so excited that they could not help but burst out. After many years, the famous Haoshan Douluo finally appeared again. Tang Hao took off his mask, and under his weathered face, there was a hint of emotion. I have heard that the Seven Treasures glazed sect master Ning is very wise, has a far-sighted sense of smell, and makes accurate judgments, which makes Tang have to admire him. Brother Tang. Ning Fengzi stood up and greeted him, with a smile on his lips. Jian Douluo found something wrong and frowned. Tang Hao, your cultivation. Cultivation, is it wrong? Ning Fengzi looked at Jian Douluo in surprise. With Tang Hao's talent, he should be at least above level 95 now. Could it be that Uncle Jian thought it was too low? Jian Douluo did not explain, and he was extremely unbelieving in his heart. It was not the first time he had seen Tang Hao, and he was very clear about his cultivation. In the previous few times, Tang Hao's cultivation was definitely not lower than his own. But now, he looked like he had just entered the title Douluo stage. With such a huge gap, if it were not for Tang Hao's unmistakable appearance, Jian Douluo would have doubted whether the person in front of him was Tang Hao. You should know that before Bibi Dong, Tang Hao was the youngest title Douluo. After more than 10 years, his realm could not be so superficial. Tang Hao's eyes sank slightly, and after thinking about it, he did not explain the reason. He was not the kind of person who easily revealed his thoughts. Seeing this, Chen Xin did not continue to ask. With the appearance of Tang Hao, everything became less obscure. Ning Fengzi said bluntly. Brother Tang, according to the intelligence we got, the power of the Spirit Hall is shrinking towards the Spirit City. Such a large-scale change is definitely not a small matter. It seems that this change should be aimed at you, Brother Tang. The appetite of the Spirit Hall is getting bigger and bigger. Now that the Haoshan sect does not come out, I am afraid that the entire continent will be under the shadow of the Spirit Hall in the future. Hey! Can you give some reaction? Seeing that Su Ming and Tang Hao's faces did not change at all, Ning Fengzi's mouth twitched, wondering why the two could be so calm in the nest of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao looked at Su Ming and smiled helplessly. To be honest, we too know the plot of the Spirit Hall very well. If my guess is correct, after the final of the Soul Master competition, the Spirit Hall will attack the First Academy. As he spoke, Tang Hao's eyes also showed a fiery fierce light, and he said arrogantly. It's been many years since I fought with the Spirit Hall. I think it won't disappoint you. This time, the Spirit Hall will pay the price. Ning Fengzi. Chen Xin. Are your brains okay? Big brother. This is the Spirit City, the base camp of the Spirit Hall. Others don't know how powerful the Spirit Hall is, but how could he not know? Let alone Tang Hao, even if the three sects are added together, they may not be able to defeat the Spirit Hall. The powerful worshipper of the Spirit Hall is the top-titled Douluo in the world, and it is said that he has not fallen yet. In addition to the Spirit Hall, there are no less than 10 titled Douluo. Ning Fengzi wanted to wake up Tang Hao, but the latter's fearless aura was too strong. He knew that Tang Hao was not unaware of the strength of the Spirit Hall, but was simply unyielding and dared to challenge the Spirit Hall directly. Such courage made Ning Fengzi respect him. Haoshan Douluo was still the same Haoshan Douluo. I'm afraid that only Brother Tang can talk and laugh so happily in the Spirit City. But the strength of the Spirit Hall is so strong that we must be on guard. With a smile, Ning Fengzi aimed at Su Ming. My friend knew the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall, but he dared to come in directly. I think he should have some foolproof plan, right? The elite disciples of the First Academy are all here. If an irreversible battle really happens, with their strength, it will be difficult for them to leave the spirit city on their own. So, what do you rely on to be so calm? Ning Fengzi finally understood why Zhao Wuji and the others did not come together. But his inner confusion was even greater. Because Su Ming needed to take care of more than 10 disciples of the First Academy, he would definitely be too busy to do anything. Comparatively speaking, letting Zhao Wuji and the others come here could at least relieve some of the pressure. Su Ming did not answer directly, but asked a question. If we really fight with the Spirit Hall, will the 7 treasures glazed sect join the battle? Swish! Ning Fengzi's smile froze immediately, and he stared at Su Ming for a moment, then shook his head firmly and said, "No." Ning Fengzi looked indifferent. Without any embarrassment, he would not risk the entire 7 treasures glazed sect. Fighting the Spirit Hall head-on will not benefit the 7 treasures glazed tile sect in any way. It will only expand the battle infinitely. Of course, if we take care of the other people in the First Academy, I believe we can still do it. Comparatively speaking, the Spirit Hall's target is actually on the 2 of you. Su Ming nodded, neither disappointed nor angry. Indeed, it is the best choice for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect not to participate. If possible, Uncle Hao, you should not participate either, just take Tang San and the others away. You are talking nonsense. Tang Hao was furious. The steady man cursed directly. The coffee table in front of him exploded instantly, and countless glass fell down. When did I ever run away from the battlefield? When he came, he explained everything to Ayin, and she didn't even say a word to stop him. Do you know what you are saying? Ah! Swish! Tang Hao lifted Su Ming's collar and said angrily. When I beat the Pope, where were you? Tell me to leave and run away. If it gets out, where will I put my face? Swish! Furious, Tang Hao threw Su Ming back to the sofa. I tell you, how long you can stand in front of the Pope's palace is how long I can stand there. Don't think that you can order me around just because you are stronger. There is no coward in the Tang family. Even if you die, I can't die. Grandfather Tisk, you should worry about yourself. Hearing this, Su Ming heard something else from this. Did Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu have an explanation? According to Tang Hao, he seems to be able to leave the Spirit Hall safely. That's right. In the original Spirit Master competition, this guy also made a scene in the Spirit Hall, and Qian Daoliu didn't show up at all. So, it is very likely that this is a factor. Shaking his head, Su Ming didn't dwell on this issue. After sending Ning Fengzi and the others away, Su Ming planned to say a few sincere words to Tang Hao. If you have anything to say, say it now. If you keep talking nonsense, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Tang Hao drank tea slurpingly, only feeling that the water was stuck in his teeth, and there was no aroma of wine at all. Su Ming said with emotion. Uncle Hao called you. Even I am a little uncomfortable, but I am actually quite happy to stay and fight. But this battle is different. If it is a completely hostile relationship, there is no problem in pressing the Spirit Hall hard. Unfortunately, my target is Bibi Dong. You can understand that the purpose of my coming to the Spirit Hall this time is to persuade her to abdicate. So there are only 2 final results of this battle. Either the Spirit Hall wins and Bibi Dong continues to dominate the Spirit Hall, or the Spirit Hall changes its master and I will dominate from now on. So, do you understand what I mean? Ahem. The dignified Haoshan Douluo coughed because of the tea. The water overflowed from the corner of his mouth, but Tang Hao did not realize it at all, staring at Su Ming in horror. Are you kidding, or are you serious? Dominate the Spirit Hall yourself? It is hard to understand. Do you think that if you defeat Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall will support you as the Pope? Tang Hao's head was buzzing. Could it be that Su Ming's mental state has begun to become abnormal due to the excessive pressure in recent days? Su Ming felt a little sad about the fickleness of fate. Whether you believe it or not, this is the fact. I am definitely not aimless. From the perspective of standpoint, you are from Haoshan sect after all. If I dominate Wuhan Hall and have a conflict with Haoshan sect in the future, imagine whether you will regret helping me today. Su Ming looked at Tang Hao in questioning. Tang Hao was silent for a long time and patted Su Ming's shoulder. Su Ming, in fact, I am the Pope. If you want the position of Pope, just tell me, there is no need to be so roundabout. Su Ming. Chapter 273 Tang Hao's Magical Imagination. Whether it is a friend or an enemy is itself a difficult thing to determine. Time is always flowing, and things are always developing. Maybe today's brother will be your competitor tomorrow, and this is also true in love. The relationship between Su Ming and the Tang family has also come to the edge of change. As a former good friend, Su Ming didn't mind making it clear so that both sides could have their own considerations. From Schwetter's side, if nothing unexpected happens, they will become husband and wife. The spirit hall will not fall into Hulina's hands at that time, and it is still up to them. So where will the meaning of the spirit hall's existence go? Although Su Ming has his own thoughts, he cannot completely decide the entire spirit hall. After all, the spirit hall belongs to the angel clan. Of course, it is also because of Schwetter that Su Ming cannot force his will on the former. Just like a son-in-law, no matter how kind he is, he will always stay away from the woman's property. This is not only a question of quality, but also a question of conscience. The angel clan has persisted for thousands of years, and he convinced Schwetter with just one sentence? Su Ming feels that the emergence of this situation is pathetic. And the key issue is: what does the spirit hall think of other sects? If Schwetter insists on unifying the continent, it will inevitably conflict with Haoshan sect and other forces. What will be her choice then? So, Su Ming must make this matter clear. Because the man opposite is Tang Hao, and they have been friends for nearly 10 years, Su Ming will never let the other party be kept in the dark. And the task issued by Su Ming himself is also to control the continent. Su Ming has his own calculations for the specific things. If it can be unified peacefully, it must be a peaceful unification. If not, then they can only meet with swords. Therefore, the mission of the angel family is superimposed on Su Ming. The path of believing in God will inevitably stand on the opposite side of the major forces. Even, the spirit hall. But in terms of faith, Su Ming is on a different path, so they can be compatible. Realizing that Su Ming is not joking, Tang Hao's face immediately became stern. He stared at Su Ming for a long time, his eyes full of complex emotions of reminiscence. The little guy who used to be able to kill him with a wave of his hand has finally started to cause him headaches. Tang Hao didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. Especially, when he was willing to risk his life to save Su Ming, such a change happened. One-sided wish, fed to the dog? Hee. Seeing that Tang Hao had been silent, Su Ming did not urge him, perhaps he also knew how the other party felt at the moment. So, this is also the reason why Su Ming has been unwilling to be too anxious with Qian Rongxiu. A person who is most afraid of trouble meets the most troublesome woman, and the result is destined not to be perfect. Can you really control the spirit hall? After an unknown amount of time, Tang Hao finally uttered a word. His eyes were as dim as boiling noodle soup, so blurry that one could not see his mental activities clearly. There was a bit of trembling in his voice, as if he was happy, but also seemed to be in panic. Su Ming sighed and said truthfully. On the first day I came to Wuhan City, I met Jian Douluo. If I ask him not to participate in this battle, he might agree to my proposal. What's the reason? Tang Hao asked hurriedly. He couldn't believe that Jian Douluo was not ready to take action when he saw the Wuhan Hall being attacked. Jian Douluo and I have some relationship. According to seniority, I should call him Grandpa. Su Ming nodded in his heart. According to Schwetter, it was indeed okay for him to call him that. But Tang Hao's face turned pale and he laughed like crazy. Grandpa? Ha 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 ha. So, you are actually from the Angel clan. The benefactor of the Tang family is actually from the Angel clan, our biggest enemy. Su Ming, you have kept it a secret from us. When he called Su Ming's name again, the remaining tenderness in Tang Hao's eyes completely disappeared, and he roared helplessly like a mad beast. No matter what, he could not have imagined that it would end like this. He thought that Tang Hao would be played like a clown. Boom! In an instant, terrifying energy erupted around Tang Hao. With a loud bang, the tables and chairs around him turned into powder in an instant, and even a thick layer of the wall was scraped off. Tang Hao's eyes were scarlet, and reason and killing were constantly struggling. The surrounding scenery was shrouded in a layer of white light and desolate murderous intent. The sudden movement attracted everyone. Even Du Guyan, who didn't like to meddle in other people's business, came to Su Ming's room. Seeing the situation on the scene, he couldn't help but feel a little numb. As a titled Douluo, he couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Would these two monsters really fight? Dad, brother. Tang Hao and the other 7 were also very scared. Because of the influence of Tang Hao's domain, their hearts stopped suddenly. Su Ming, Yu Daming also rushed over, looking at Douluo with crazy eyes. Get out! Tang Hao waved his hand, and the terrifying wind and waves he raised were like a tornado, sending Tang San and the other 7 out. Bang! The door was heavily slammed shut and embedded in the wall, and the cracks extended to the ceiling. Ha ha ha, more than 10 years of planning, it turned out to be for me, Tang Hao. Soul Hall, you are really willing to spend blood. Tang Hao's face was completely occupied by a smile, but it was colder and fiercer than ever. He exuded a trembling aura and murderous intent, and his eyes widened like an angry devil. Under the influence of Tang Hao's magical domain, the gravel on the ground was shaking and slowly rising into the air, like a student who was punished to stand. Swish! The cloak behind him was pulled off with force, and the bright words number 1 on it were so shocking. All the time, someone's face was slapped. I, Tang Hao, was blind to trust you and fell into the trap of your spirit hall. But don't think that I, Tang Hao, am a vegetarian. If you want to take me down, you should also consider your ability. Swish! Tang Hao threw the cloak on the ground and stepped on it fiercely. From today on, my Tang family will sever all ties with you, Qian Su Ming, let's wait and see. I, Tang Hao, will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. Listening to Tang Hao's impassioned rebuke, Su Ming's face became more and more wonderful. Qian Su Ming? Do you think Qian Douluo's Chinese language was taught by a math teacher? Would he choose such a name? Is there something wrong with this guy? Where does he get such a rich imagination? Su Ming laughed and shook his head. I say, old Tang, your brain is not very intelligent, so don't assign so many tasks to it. When did I say I was from the angel family? The angel family all have angel martial spirits. Do you think I have an angel martial spirit? Besides, when you were a soul Douluo, it would be easy for me to kill you. Why would I go to such trouble to bring you to the soul city? Tang Hao's murderous eyes condensed, and he was also attracted by Su Ming's meaning. Thinking carefully, Su Ming's words did make sense. If Su Ming was really a member of the Soul Hall, how could he help his family so much? Just now, wasn't he himself? Then what do you mean? Tang Hao's eyes the cold light remained. You and Qian Douluo are grandfather and grandson, maybe you just found out suddenly. Now I've fallen into your trap, you took my head, and sat on the throne of the Pope, this is your goal. Su Ming. The grandfather and grandson relationship between Qian Douluo and I is not a blood relationship, and I never thought of taking your head, and your head can't help me ascend to the position of Pope. I said that I came here this time for Bibi Dong, but I just want to tell you in advance because of this relationship. If you withdraw now, maybe in the future when the Spirit Hall starts to unify the continent, you won't regret your decision today when you and I stand opposite the Haoshan sect. Su Ming's eyes seemed particularly sincere, and his rippling eyes reflected the spring light on the mirror lake. Bibi Dong was right about one thing, the current situation on the continent should be changed. Unification may be the best choice. It is also the best choice for the grassroots people. Although he is not an expert in governing the country, Su Ming has also studied politics for a period of time. The feudal hierarchical society will eventually move towards a republic of equality and freedom, and then enter a more adaptable modern society. It's time to make some changes to the aristocratic system today. Tang Hao sorted out his thoughts and seemed to understand what Su Ming meant. You mean, you also want to unify the continent, but you don't do it on behalf of the Angel clan, but on your own. That's right. Are you sure you have no blood relationship with the Angel clan? You're not blind, you should be able to see it. So, do you really plan to replace Bibi Dong and become the Pope? Tang Hao's voice suddenly rose several times, even louder than when he was furious just now. His eyes widened like a goose egg. Replacing Bibi Dong and becoming the ruler of the Spirit Hall, you really dare to think? Even I haven't thought of such a crazy thing. Su Ming shook his head, I am not willing to be the Pope, but I don't want the powerful power of the Spirit Hall to fall into the hands of bad people. And if the First Academy wants to develop, it will certainly touch the authority of the two empires. On the way, Emperor Shuiye pretended to be assassinated by the Spirit Hall. I think he hopes that the First Academy can turn to the Tiandu imperial family. With the help of the power of the Spirit Hall, it will save a lot of trouble in the future. Tang Hao sneered contemptuously, so you recognize the thief as your father and worship Qian Douluo as your grandfather. Bang! So Ming gritted his teeth and slammed his giant fist towards Tang Hao's chest. Tang Hao didn't expect So Ming to attack suddenly, and the whole person was blasted against the wall by this huge force. The wall containing the steel plate was sunken with a figure. What are you crazy about? Tang Hao cursed and spit out the gravel in his mouth, taking a long breath while rubbing his chest. Damn, this kid is really ruthless. Crazy. I've been disliking you for a long time. I don't want to argue about right and wrong, but Tang Hao's mouth is really foul. So Ming's figure flashed, followed by another punch. Knowing that So Ming's strength has exceeded 100,000 pounds, plus his cultivation has greatly decreased at this moment, without using the spirit, his physical strength is not So Ming's opponent at all. Even if he can use the spirit to fight, he is still not an opponent, plus he is in the spirit hall at this moment. So, the two can only fight in the room. In less than 10 seconds, Tang Hao was knocked to the ground by So Ming and was beaten and kicked. You recognize the thief as your father, right? I let you recognize the thief as your father. Your uncle. I am your uncle Hao. We are all broken off. Hao, your sister, you forgot what happened just now, right? So Ming, if you do it again, I won't be polite. Bang. So Ming received another heavier punch. You dared to step on the school's sign just now, who gave you the courage? Ah. You're also breaking off ties, you're pretty good at playing, aren't you? Tang Hao. The thing I regret most in my life is that I didn't kick someone more when he was a child. A little while later, the noise in the room quieted down. Tang Hao sat on the gravel floor. His cheeks kept twitching, and his right eye had a dark circle under his eyes, and he looked like he didn't sleep well. Hiss, you're really bad, you've been wanting to beat me up for more than a day or two, right? Tang Hao stared at So Ming fiercely, thinking about getting back at him. Not just a day or two, but every moment. So Ming corrected him, and Tang Hao's face became even darker. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao didn't care about what happened just now. Problems between men can be solved with fists, that's the easiest thing. The most serious thing is weapons. You kid recognized Jian Daoliu as your grandson, so how did you convince Jian Daoliu? I have met Jian Daoliu before, and I know he is not a good person. If you want to convince him, even the slightest flaw will be seen through. I am very surprised that you can escape from him unscathed. You can't say that I took his cabbage. Bah! I am not a pig. So Ming waved his hand, don't ask about this, anyway, the result is like this now. If Jian Daoliu really takes action, he will have to face nearly 20 titled Douluo in the entire Wuhan Hall. Even if you help me, I plan to unify the continent in the future. When the time comes, they will also attack Haoshan sect. This is an inevitable result. Tang Hao nodded. He completely understood what So Ming meant. That is to say, whether he helps or not now, the two sides are likely to become enemies in the future. And the premise is that he will stand up for Haoshan sect. Although he is dissatisfied with Haoshan sect in his heart, he also knows that he owes Haoshan sect a lot. When it comes to life and death, Tang Hao asked himself that he would never sit idly by. After all, that is the sect that gave birth to him and raised him. Tang Hao's face was stern, and his hoarse voice seemed to contain salt. If that day really comes, how will you treat Haoshan sect and other sects? So Ming patted the dust off his body and replied calmly. I can't do things like massacring the entire sect and killing innocent people. If you resist stubbornly and refuse to surrender, then I can only kill the chicken to scare the monkey and shock the world. I'm not kidding. If it really comes to the moment when the knife needs to see blood, I will not have any mercy. The wheel of time always glides on the bloody river. This world has a cultivation system, which looks very exciting, but since I came to this world, I don't really like the appearance of this world. Chapter 274 The murderous intent of the finals of the competition. The entire machine of the Spirit Hall is running at high speed. The Spirit Hall is not like an organization, but like a hidden country. In just 2 days, So Ming has a further understanding of the increase in the number of soul masters around him. What are you doing? Why don't you allow us to go out? Outside the gate, Xiao Wu and Er Ming are confronting a cardinal. The two have very ugly faces, and their eyes are gloomy and staring at the row of soul masters behind the cardinal. So many soul masters are no less than putting them under house arrest. I'm sorry, Wuhan City has been a little uneasy recently. For the soul master competition, please stay in the hotel with peace of mind. Don't worry, all expenses will be covered by our Spirit Hall. This is not just for you, but also for the Tian Shui Academy team. Please don't think too much about it. For distinguished guests, the Spirit Hall has always given the greatest respect. The Cardinal was not angry at the two's disrespectful attitude. His gentle smile was like a blooming flower, and his posture was very low, even humble. But in the eyes of Xiaowu and Er Ming, it was a smile with a knife hidden. On the balcony, Su Ming watched all this quietly, without any change in his expression. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, it was deep red and mellow, with a bitter color. The Spirit Hall is not even going to continue the last performance now. The dagger is revealed. It seems that they will take action soon. Tang San's voice was not as high as usual. It seemed that he was dragging his breath and slowly exhaled with the sound. The storm was coming, and the depressing atmosphere was always so hard to breathe. The Spirit Hall is sure that we dare not take action directly in the Spirit Hall. At that time, all the initiative will be in their hands. But this way, the intention is also put on the surface, and everyone knows it. Su Ming waved his hand and asked Zhu Zuqing to bring Xiaowu and the others back. I heard that you want to unify the continent. Tang San asked casually. Your father didn't hide it from you. I thought he would maintain his cold personality, give you more mysterious colors, and highlight the image of a great father. Su Ming did not deny it, and this made Tang San laugh helplessly. Still making such a joke at this time, the originally envisioned situation did not go according to the script at all. Why do you suddenly want to unify the continent? With your personality, you should not like to manage these mundane things, right? Even if you are allowed to be the emperor, with your personality, you probably won't do it. Su Ming smiled, I really don't want to be an emperor, but now that things have come to this path is the most suitable path for me. Everyone has their own interests and needs. If these interests need to meet the needs of some people, do you think it is worth doing? Tang San frowned. He originally wanted to persuade Su Ming, but he didn't expect the latter's attitude to be so firm. Do you think the current continent is not good? Tang San did not give up. In his opinion, unifying the continent would inevitably be a bloody tragedy. At that time, countless people would sacrifice themselves for this. The scene of rivers of blood was what he did not want to see. Su Ming stared at Tang San, and the latter's eyes told him that in his opinion, the current situation of the two empires was actually not bad. Just like the Holy Soul village, although poor, at least there was no war, and the people lived a comfortable life. Once the war started, there would be a lot of suffering. Knowing that the world Tang San came from was fundamentally different from the world he came from, judging from the clothes of the Tang sect, it was at least an ancient society. In other words, the world Tang San lived in before was very likely to have a feudal dynasty. So in his opinion, there was nothing wrong with the existence of the two empires now. Knowing that there would be a war tomorrow, and not knowing what the result would be, Su Ming gave himself a day off. At the moment, he was in a good mood and did not mind talking about it. The good and bad of the times can be seen from the system of the empire. A dynasty where the monarch controls power, wealth, and land, and the entire country is working for the monarch. People serve the system of this country, not for themselves, and I don't even belong to myself. Do you think such a country is really good? Isn't this what it should be? Tang San continued, without the so-called country, how can there be peace for thousands of families? Su Ming, I think your idea is a bit extreme. Ordinary people worship nobles, but also enjoy the peace brought by nobles. Although this form has the flaws of high and low, it is not unacceptable. If the nobles don't come to rule these people, then others will come to rule. At that time, they may suffer a more severe situation. Do you want this to happen? This is the generation gap of the times. Su Ming shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, a turbulent era flashed through his mind. The ancestors once encountered the confinement of an era. It makes people sigh how they broke such a deadlock. Su Ming did not continue to answer Tang San's question, but asked a few questions. If one day every household can get a few plots of land, and do not have to pay a penny of tax, and even have money to let you farm, would you be happy to live in such an era? Yes. Tang San nodded without thinking, but from his eyes, he obviously did not believe that such a thing would happen. Su Ming said again. If one day, there is no so-called monarch in this world, and the governor is elected by you and other people on the continent one by one, how do you think such a person is compared to the monarchs and nobles inherited from generation to generation? Of course, it is better. Tang San looked at Su Ming in horror. Su Ming then asked. If one day, the soldiers of this country put the people first, do not oppress or enslave the people, and do not fight for the monarch, but fight for themselves, for the people they love, and for the peace of the country and family, do you think such an army will lose? Boom! Tang San's eyes burst open, he was terrified, and he said it was impossible. How could such a country appear in the world? The people are the masters. A country formed by the people, not the monarch? Everyone has land to plant, everyone lives and works in peace and contentment. Tang San once knew that someone mentioned the existence of Peach Blossom Spring. Who can not yearn for such a life? But does such a world really exist? Tang San didn't want to believe it in his heart, because it was too fantastic, and it was something he didn't dare to think about. But at this moment, Su Ming talked about it, but it didn't feel so far away. Su Ming, you don't want to build such a country, do you? Tang San's voice was trembling, just like the panic when an earthquake came. What's wrong with this? Su Ming smiled, and when he saw Xiao Wu and the others coming back, he did not continue the topic. This. Tang San wanted to say something but stopped, and could only look at Su Ming's back and keep silent. He really didn't know what to say. For some reason, he always felt that what Su Ming said was not false. A person who is good at creating miracles represents miracles in itself. Could it be that the world before Su Ming was like that? Tang San's heart suddenly lurched. After a long time, he looked up and looked around. Under the dazzling sunlight, teams of bishops were lined up around the hotel. Red clothes and black robes. This scene made him feel cold. The sky was clear and the air was fresh. The bright sunshine made Su Ming secretly say that it was a good day. In the square of the Pope's palace, the lively atmosphere was replaced by a solemn and oppressive atmosphere. There was no cheering, and the silence made the birds stay away. The audience in the stands were also replaced by characters with old-fashioned faces and looked difficult to mess with. From the aura they exuded, it was not difficult to judge that these people were soul masters. The only happy thing was that Bibi Dong was considerate enough not to ask them to change into soul master clothes, so as not to affect the performance of the first academy in the competition. The final of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, the first academy will play against Tian Shui Academy, and the players from both sides will go on the court. After the referee's announcement, Xiao Wu led everyone up. Su Ming sat on the chair, quietly watching everything happening in front of him. The difference is that there are 3 people around him this time. Daming, Tang Hao and Douluo. The focus of the 3 people has long been not on this game. No matter who wins or loses, they will face the attack of the entire spirit hall. The heavy atmosphere weighed on the hearts of several people like a lead ball. Daming, you will take Xiao Wu and the others away later. With the space soul bone, it is not a problem for Ming to take Xiao Wu and the others away. Su Ming looked at Tang Hao and Douluo and said coldly. It's not too late to leave now. There's no need to accompany me to fight to the death here. If I can't beat you, you will just die if you stay here. Even if I win, you won't get much benefit in the future. Why do such a thankless thing? Tang Hao snorted, boy, don't be so self-indulgent. I'm not staying here to help you. What if you have a good I'll stay and collect your body to prevent it from being taken away by wild wolves. Don't worry, Qian Douluo is still alive and Bibi Dong won't do anything to me. Although my grandfather is missing, the agreement between him and Qian Douluo is still there. At least my life will be fine. You should worry about yourself. Douluo squinted, although I am not as strong as them, I have never backed down in front of the spirit hall. Besides, there are others to accompany you. How can you let such a good thing monopolize it alone? It's none of your business, don't meddle in it. Su Ming sighed and said angrily, you are all sick in the head. Tang Hao and Douluo ignored Su Ming's stubbornness. They were just doing what they thought was right, as long as they were willing, that was enough. Although he knew that Su Ming was planning to unify the continent, Tang Hao still chose to stay. Although he was not optimistic about Su Ming's future, at least he could not let him die in the spirit hall. As for Douluo, it was purely out of interest. At least in Su Ming's view, his relationship with Douluo was not good. If he left, Su Ming would actually understand it more easily. Well, I'll send Xiao Wu and the others away. Ming nodded with a complicated look. He actually wanted to stay, but Su Ming could only feel at ease if he did this. At worst, he would come back after Xiao Wu and the others were settled. If a few people were captured, he could still find a way to rescue Su Ming and the others. If it really didn't work, he would ask Di Tian and the others to come and help. Tang Hao, you are finally willing to show up. Looking at the three figures around Su Ming, Bibi Dong's mood suddenly improved, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. All three titled Douluo are here, it's great to catch the First Academy and Tang Hao in one fell swoop. Douluo is just a clown. That Daming, his strength is not to be feared. Tang Hao, after so many years, your strength has actually regressed. Excited mood was beating in her chest. Bibi Dong seemed to have seen the scene of suppressing Tang Hao and Haoshan sect. How could she not be happy? Even if Su Ming is very strong, how strong can he be? Bibi Dong regretted mobilizing so many soul masters at this moment. Such a treatment is not worth it for the First Academy now. Maybe, we can also eliminate the people of Kai Bao Liulai sect together. You tapping the table with her hands, Bibi Dong looked in another direction, a trace of purple evil appeared in her beautiful eyes. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are here, Ning Fengzi is also here. If they die in Wuhan City, the entire 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be in her pocket. The only thing that made Bibi Dong hesitate was probably the Tiandu royal family. After all, someone had been planning for so long, if... With a flash of thought, Bibi Dong immediately made a decision. The opportunity is rare, even if other branch halls are not informed in advance to retreat. But as long as there is no news, there is enough time to operate all this. After operating Wuhan Hall for so many years, Bibi Dong is confident that he can handle things properly. Your Majesty, several priests still haven't expressed their opinions, you see, Zhu Douluo said with difficulty. What? Bibi Dong's fists clattered. What are these old guys thinking? Such a great opportunity, they are still hesitating. Go back more and more confused. Bibi Dong cursed in a low voice and immediately said. Go tell those old guys that even if they don't make a move, I will take down all of them this time. I want to see if they are from the Spirit Hall and if they are still on the side of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a resolute killing intent, as if she was ready to burn her boats. Even if the 7 great priests did not make a move, the Spirit Hall still had 9 titled Douluo. With the addition of 1,000 cardinals and 500 soul Douluo, she didn't believe that she could not take down the 5 titled Douluo on the scene with the power of the Pope's palace. Yes. Zhu Douluo responded and left quietly. On the other side, in the ancient elders' hall, the red and golden armor symbolizing the worship radiated dazzling light under the bright light. The 6 worshippers gathered here, and everyone's face was particularly heavy. They knew clearly what happened in the square of the Pope's palace. But without Jiande Oliu's words, as supporters of the angel family, they would naturally not participate in it. But now, what is going to happen in the Pope's palace has to make them worried. Second brother, Bibi Dong's move is reckless. Doesn't the chief worshipper really intend to stop it? Yes, it's better not to stop it. Let us wait here all the time. What should we do if things change? Second brother, please say something. What does the chief worshipper mean? In the second position, the burly golden crocodile Douluo was calm and motionless, closing his eyes to rest, as if completely isolated from the outside world. Chapter 275 Wuhan Hall, the real purpose is revealed. Boom! In the fighting spirit field, the battle between the First Academy and Tian Shui College finally began. The First Academy once again combined, still causing everyone to be dazzled. The explosive beauty of the soul ring can always stir people's emotions. The 9 treasures have a name, one is, power. The 9 treasures have a name, the second is, speed. Ning Rongrong's blessing instantly fell on Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Er Ming. The 3 of them were like prehistoric beasts, rushing straight towards Tian Shui College. Knowing that mental attacks were ineffective, the 3 people took a very simple approach. Reckless, most of the people in Tian Shui College are girls, and there are no power-type soul masters or defense soul masters. As long as they break into their camp, no matter how powerful the martial soul fusion skills of Shui Binger and the others are, they dare not release them again. Third soul skill, resist ice ring. Dong! The dripping water gave up the white waves and rolled up, forcibly repelling the 3 people who rushed over. First soul skill, freeze. First soul skill, freeze thousands of miles. On the ground, the cold current was divided into 7 parts and attacked Xiao Wu and the others. Sharp ice knives fell from the sky, freezing people's souls. The extreme ice from the evil thoughts was cut from Luo's sword. Behind, Shuiwu's steps were agile and she began to dance. Snowflakes fell, the wind and snow became fierce, and the entire fighting spirit stage changed the environment in an instant. Fourth soul skill. Seeing this, Lingling, who did not treat, emitted a strange yellowish light from the 9-heart begonia in her hand. This scene made Ning Fengzi frown in the stands. 9-heart begonia is a healing martial spirit. It was white and pink before. How could it suddenly change? Everyone also noticed something was wrong. When the battle just started, no one was injured. Wouldn't it be a waste of soul power for Lingling to use the fourth soul skill to treat? Just when everyone was wondering about Lingling's decision, a surprising scene suddenly appeared, covering their throats. Originally a healing soul skill, it actually formed a solid defensive shield in front of Tang San and his men. Boom! Ice knives and cold currents rushed in, and were instantly blocked by the shield created by Lingling. Just like closed petals, even if winter is coming, it will not let its children get hurt. Shui Bing'er's freezing lost its effect for the first time. Damn! Isn't Lingling a healing soul master? How come she has defensive skills? Damn, this shield is a bit too strong. It can withstand a soul skill and nothing happened. Sure enough, the previous battle of the First Academy didn't go all out. Everyone couldn't help but sweat for the beauties of Tian Shui Academy. It's not that you are not strong, but that the opponent is a bit too strong. Shui Bing'er was also surprised, her eyes were gloomy, and her eyes turned to others. The two marine soul masters began to use their soul skills to create a water environment to pave the way for the next battle. After leaving Luo, no one from Tian Shui Academy attacked, and all of them huddled in their own half of the fighting arena. They knew very well that with their strength, a head-on collision with the First Academy would only bring trouble to themselves. So, they had to concentrate their strength on one point. Wow! The extremely cold world of ice kept freezing the water area and turning it into icebergs. The proud ice phoenix stood on the top of the mountain, staring proudly at the enemy standing in front of it. Ming, who had just rushed over, was immediately frozen along with the shield. But the effect of the shield did not disappear, and it supported a small space for him to move. Yes, the shield is very strong. Be careful! Shui Bing'er shouted to Luo urgently. She had seen Xiaowu using her soul skills. Unfortunately, with Ning Rongrong's speed blessing, Xiaowu's movement speed was too fast, and her freezing could not work. If Xiaowu shot Luo down again like last time, then they would be defeated. Luo also noticed this and used the Swanyan sword move, the universe is my way. Move as you wish. In the blink of an eye, Luo appeared behind Ning Rongrong and the others like a ghost. Swish! Before Luo could swing his sword to attack, the alarm bell of danger rang behind him. The claws swept past, and seeing Luo dodge, Zhu Zuqing immediately rushed over, trying to delay Luo's attack. It was not difficult for Tang San and the other two to take down Shui Bing'er and the others. The real opponent was Luo. 100 Claws of the Netherworld. The sharp claws danced wildly at Luo like a tornado, and countless dark after-images flashed before his eyes with cold murderous intent. Facing the current intensive attack, Luo could not find a chance to swing his sword at all. He could only use ice to defend and try to freeze Zhu Zuqing with the domain. Unfortunately, such a strategy was completely useless to Zhu Zuqing under Lingling's enhanced 5th soul skill, and even her movements did not become slower. Lingling has already reached the level of Soul King. Under the outbreak of the 5th soul skill, the shield formed needs a strong blow from a high-level Soul King to break it. Before the freezing of the extreme ice, the top plant martial Soul 9-heart begonia obviously has the advantage of resistance. Every time she attacked, Zhu Zuqing predicted Luo's attack, which gave the latter a headache. He had to use Qian Kun Ren Woxing to distance himself. Because of the blind situation, he was not allowed to continue fighting with Zhu Zuqing. Because in a short period of time, 2 people from Tian Shui College had been eliminated. Seeing Luo coming back, Xiao Wu, who had used teleportation continuously, finally stopped playing around and retreated honestly. Yes, it was Xiao Wu who eliminated the 2 people from Tian Shui College. Since the last time Luo was eliminated, Xiao Wu has learned this new way of elimination. Without Luo's ice and snow freezing, she didn't need to take a one-for-one approach at all. She could just take the person out of the ring and kick him down. The situation instantly came to 7 against 5. From the beginning of the battle to now, the First Academy has been completely suppressing Tian Shui College. When the control ability doesn't work, the shortcomings of Tian Shui College have been completely exposed. In addition to Shui Bing'er and Luo, there is no strong soul master who can withstand the pressure. Similar to Lanba Academy, unlike the other 4 academies, Tian Shui Academy's admissions criteria are not limited to nobles. Just this point alone, Tian Shui Academy's student source is lower, such as Royal Academy. In addition to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the White Tiger Martial Soul, there are also Ghost Leopard and Black Tortoise, which are all very good martial souls. Tian Shui Academy, located in Tiandu City, is difficult to obtain powerful Sea Soul Beast martial soul masters on the seaside. On the other hand, any one of the first academy can be independent. This is a huge gap in foundation. It can't go on like this. Shui Bing'er looked at Suwu solemnly, and the latter immediately understood and prepared to perform the martial soul fusion technique. All the preparations have been completed at this moment, and it's time for the final blow. Boom! The ice blue light suddenly lit up on the fighting soul stage. Shui Bing'er and Suwu raised their arms high, and a huge cold air mass condensed above them. The water vapor around was condensing into ice crazily. The baptism of violent storms was brewing. The remaining 2 women also began to inject water-attributed soul power. Luo took a deep breath, and the whole person turned into an ice sword, falling into the interior of the entire cold army. Boom! The earth-shaking ice and snow energy expanded and exploded like a nuclear bomb. Instantly, the effect of the entire martial soul fusion skill increased by more than 10 times. Even the shield created by the Soul Saint was completely unstable and exploded. The azure light shone across the sky of the entire martial soul hall. This is a terrifying move that has never appeared since the Soul Master competition. It is even more terrifying than Zhu Zuking's martial soul true body. Fusion skill. Tian Shui College's fusion skill. Swish! In the audience, countless people stood up, excited. This is an unprecedented Soul Master competition. Now, it is the critical moment to decide the outcome. Bibi Dong also came close to the fence of the stands, her eyes were burning, and the terrifying wind and waves lifted the noble skirt. Off the court, Su Ming was also somewhat shocked by Luo's behavior. He twisted the entire fused soul power with his own strength. If it weren't for the power of his ice-attributed soul bone and the guidance of the ultimate ice, ordinary people couldn't do it. Boom! Above the fighting spirit arena, the ice sword with a handle of more than 20 meters long burst out. The accumulated terrifying power turned into thunder, and it would fall at any time to penetrate the entire fighting spirit arena. Seeing this scene, Tang San and Xiao Wu were both stunned, surprised that Tian Shui Academy could actually burst out such a terrifying attack. Return to your position. The enemy has already revealed the biggest trump card, and the first school should do the same. If you want to fight hard, just try it. With Tang San's shouting, Xiao Wu and Er Ming immediately returned to the team. Swish! 7 people stood in a row, using the same moves. This time, it was a fusion of 7 people. The one in the front was neither Xiao Wu nor Tang San, who possessed the Clear Sky Hammer spirit. The power of the Clear Sky Hammer, which was a fusion of 7 people, would surely be a move that would destroy the heavens and the earth. Tang San was a Soul King at the moment and was fully capable of performing it. The only problem was that the Clear Sky Hammer needed to be swung forward, and it took time to control it from lifting it to exerting full force. Although this time was short, it was not as direct as another way in the current situation of hanging the sword. Roar! The roar of the ferocious beasts penetrated the entire spirit city. In front of the Pope's palace, a huge black shadow rose up, dotted with golden streamers, like an immortal god roaring at the sky. The Titan giant ape, more than 10 meters tall, appeared, dark and overwhelming. The terrifying deterrent force made even Zhu Douluo feel a chill in his heart. Such a terrifying pressure, it actually gives me the feeling of facing a 100,000-year-old soul beast. This first academy must not be left. On the side, the depressed Yu Xiaogang seemed to understand something at this moment, and was roaring wildly. Unfortunately, in the roar of exploding energy, his voice was so small. Golden light gathered. The overwhelming destructive energy condensed in the mouth of the Titan giant ape in an instant, and blasted towards the falling giant sword with great force. Boom! The devastating explosion exploded in the Pope's palace. Damn it! Pope Bibidong immediately realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly joined forces with Zhu Douluo and others to block the energy. If the Pope's palace was destroyed, where would the face of the spirit hall be? Boom! At the last moment, everyone only saw the golden and blue light disappear, and the Titan giant ape and the giant sword shattered at the same time. In an instant, it was like the beginning of chaos, with only endless turbulence tearing apart. Everyone was almost blinded. Finally, under the control of Bibi Dong and several tidal Douluo, the spreading energy was compressed back. The wind was calm, and the sky was blue and white. It seemed that nothing had happened. The sight moved to the fighting spirit field, and a surprising scene appeared. All the people in Tian Shui College, including Luo, fell unconscious on the stage. The first school, Tang San, and the other 6 also fell on the stage, their faces slightly pale, and they seemed to be pushed off the stage by the energy wave just now. The 7-person fusion skill with 3 Soul Kings is naturally more powerful than the 5-person fusion skill of Tian Shui College. Although the latter has the blessing of the martial soul fusion skill. But hard power is hard power after all. Just energy explosions are always unreasonable. It's like an iceberg, even if it is shattered, the debris falls from the sky, and you can still feel the care from the hail. Tang San and the other 6 were pushed down like this. On the fighting spirit stage, Xiao Wu's figure suddenly attracted everyone's attention. With the invincible golden body skill, she perfectly avoided the energy explosion just now and successfully stood at the end of the fighting spirit. Win, ha ha ha. Kinga, we are the first, did you see it? Xiao Wu and the others are so awesome, first in the Soul Master competition, the championship is ours. The cheers from the first school rang out in front of the Pope's palace. The most excited ones were not Tang San and the others, but the students who joined later. At this moment, their faces were completely covered with smiles, and the reserved girls also let go and cheered with everyone. This restlessness also completely ignited the suppressed mood of everyone at the scene. The first and second words echoed loudly in the sky above the spirit hall for a long time. Xiao Wu, come back. Su Ming used his hands to grab Xiao Wu on the soul fighting stage and used the star shift to pull her back. Congratulations, the first school. You won the championship of this Soul Master competition. A noble and dignified voice sounded in front of the Pope's palace. In an instant, all the voices disappeared. The audience looked at the beautiful figure in surprise and admiration, and more than 80% of the audience stood up respectfully. This scene was no less than a nuclear bomb explosion. Spirit Hall. They are all from the Spirit Hall. People from several major colleges looked at Bibi Dong in horror. Spirit Hall, what are you trying to do? Ning Fengzi also felt something was wrong and whispered to Jian Douluo, asking him to bring Ning Rongrong back quickly. The situation was critical. Su Ming smiled calmly, walked slowly onto the soul fighting stage, and greeted Bibi Dong. I heard that the champion of this Soul Master competition will be rewarded with 3 soul bones. Doesn't the Pope plan to give them out? The Spirit Hall naturally doesn't care about 3 soul bones. Bibi Dong raised her hand, and 3 crystal soul bones floated in the air. The skull given to Hulina was also replenished in a short time. But the soul bone was always under Bibi Dong's control, and there was no intention to give it to Su Ming. Everyone noticed this keenly. Could it be that the Spirit Hall didn't want to give the soul bone and wanted to turn against the First Academy? With a move of her hand, the soul bone was taken back, and Bibi Dong looked at Su Ming with a sneer. But those who are against my Spirit Hall are not qualified to receive this honor. Should I call you Su Ming, or should I call you Shi, the first genius of the continent? Swish! Instantly, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo sandwiched Su Ming's retreat. The latter had a sinister look in his eyes, wishing to skin Su Ming alive. And Bibi Dong's words instantly exploded the atmosphere of the whole venue. Su Ming, turned out to be Shi? Chapter 276 8 Super Douluo Clones. Shi? The Dean of the First Academy turned out to be Shi? As soon as these words came out, the whole venue was silent. As the first genius who had risen to fame, Shi failed to participate in this Soul Master competition, which has always been the focus of several major academies. Because they also wanted to pull Shi to their own camp. It's a pity that all the news was like a drop in the ocean, and the amazing genius of Soto City disappeared without a trace. It was originally thought that he had been taken in by the Spirit Hall, but the bounty issued by the Spirit Hall denied this, which ignited everyone's hope. Looking at the young voice, the deans were speechless. Who could have thought that she was so young? Moreover, he actually founded the first school that won the Soul Master competition. What a monster! No wonder he is so powerful, that's why. No wonder Tang San and the others are so powerful, that's why. Huo Wu, Shui Binger and the others were like seeing the sun through the clouds, and they were completely awakened. It is said that she suppressed the Soul King level strongmen with the Soul Venerable cultivation. That time and that moment, isn't it right now? Tang San and the others are not the shadows of she. Everything seemed to become clear at this moment. Su Ming laughed, not surprised. 2 years ago in Soto City, the Spirit Hall taught me a good lesson. A month ago, you reminded me again. Now, you remind me of my previous identity again, Bibi Dong, should I thank you, the Spirit Hall? Su Ming smiled but didn't smile, and the unique golden domain burst out instantly. The entire fighting arena was instantly wrapped in a layer of golden mist. Under the scorching sun, it seemed as if the endless golden sand was blown up by the wind. How dare you! You little brat, you actually said to the Pope. Boom! Before the cardinal who jumped out finished his words, his entire head exploded instantly, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Such a bloody scene made everyone's scalp numb. He actually killed the cardinal in the Spirit Hall, crazy. It was simply crazy. Everyone in the First Academy also opened their mouths wide, staring at the scene in a daze. Only Tang San remained somewhat calm, his eyes shining, and being a man should be like this. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Looking at the small house that was looking at Su Ming anxiously and worriedly, De Ming gritted his teeth and chopped up with a knife. Xiao Wu fainted, followed by Er Ming. Facing the attack of the titled Douluo attack, they have no place to resist. Tang San and Dugu Bo also knocked Dugu Yan and others unconscious. Dad, you. The brain fainted. Tang San looked at Tang Hao in horror, as if asking why he lied to him, but unfortunately, he was greeted by Tang Hao's stiff face. Boom! A blue light burst out from De Ming's right arm, and a strange black hole space was formed above the First Academy in an instant. How dare you! Bibi Dong's face turned cold, and she immediately rushed over here. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo also realized that the First Academy wanted to escape, and they left Su Ming behind, trying to stop all this from happening. Su Ming ignored Ju and Ghost Douluo, and someone would take care of them. Su Ming stared coldly at Bibi Dong who was rushing over. If you want to pass me, you have to ask me if I agree or not. Su Ming stood sideways, in the Golden Realm, an upgraded version of the Forbidden Realm of living beings, and the golden terrifying spiral ball immediately condensed in his hand. An ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating its own strength. Bibi Dong sneered, and the scepter in her hand swung out a terrifying purple light. The arrogant look was like a swan. It seemed that she felt that this attack was enough, so she focused her attention on Tang Hao and De Ming and chased them faster. Ju, little ghost, you should pay back the blood you shed that year. Tang Hao's eyes revealed scarlet murderous intent, and the pure murderous intent turned into an extremely solid wall. Boom! The killing god domain directly repelled all the titled Douluo who rushed over. With a clenched arm, the clear sky hammer, which symbolized the first weapon spirit, burst out with terrifying thunder power. Tang Hao's cloak fell off, revealing his strong muscles. I am the only one, domineering and majestic. With a look of disdain, he was like a peerless killing god standing in the world, and those who saw him were afraid. If anything happens to them, your spirit hall will be buried with them. A terrifying mooing sounded in the black hole, and De Ming's arrogant voice sounded domineeringly. Using the brief gap created by Tang Hao, Ming successfully led all the students into the black hole and left the spirit hall. For a while, only 3 people were left in the entire First Academy. Asshole! Bibi Dong was so angry that her face began to twist. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back and lowered her eyebrows to see that the Raise Nan she had destroyed had actually arrived in front of her. Not good. Realizing the weirdness of the Raise Nan, Bibi Dong was horrified, holding the scepter horizontally with both hands, and an indestructible shield formed in front of her. Although she could only use the 98th level strength, Bibi Dong was confident that she could block Su Ming's attack without the spirit of the spirit. But the result was that she underestimated Su Ming's strength and the horror of the Raise Nan. Moreover, this was a Raise Nan condensed from the ultimate gold. The attack power of the ultimate gold has been maxed out on the Raise Nan. It is a kind of energy that can instantly annihilate objects. Boom! The Raise Nan with a diameter of 1 meter exploded in the middle of the fighting arena. That small object seemed to contain the terrifying destructive power of a nuclear bomb. The golden light enveloped everything. The Pope's palace disappeared. Rolling smoke and dust rose from the deep pit under Su Ming's feet. Gurgle. The 3 people who escaped, Ning Fengzi, swallowed their saliva in fear. In front of Su Ming, a large pit with a diameter of more than 300 or 400 meters appeared out of thin air. It was like cheese, dug hard by a spoon. The large pit swallowed up the entire Pope's Palace fighting arena. Also swallowed up the entire Pope's Palace and dozens of cardinals. The destructive power is so terrifying. Swish! The space was distorted, and Bibi Dong appeared in front of everyone again. But now, she was no longer the celestial, cold and charming Bibi Dong. Her upper body was covered with purple-black armor, and her face was also covered with a layer of carapace. 4 more eyes grew under her eyes, her abdomen became flat, and the spider spears with corrosive mucus and green hair on the long side looked very disgusting. This scene made Bibi Dong's majestic image begin to waver. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, which has a sacred mission, actually looks so evil? If Bibi Dong had not firmly controlled the Spirit Hall, I am afraid that there would be trouble at this moment. Bibi Dong's face was dark, and she glanced coldly at the Pope's palace behind her. The Pope's palace was destroyed, and she, as the Pope, had lost all her face. You all deserve to die. Boom! The shocking black soul power, like a surging tide, raged in front of the Pope's palace. 98 level peak cultivation, even the clear sky became dark and cloudy, as if the world was about to end. The audience who should run had already fled. Shui Binger and others also left, not daring to get involved in this battle. Only Ning Fengzi and the other 2 were left, watching from the sky. With Bone Douluo, if the situation was not right, they could use space shuttle to escape directly. But at this moment, the 3 of them were full of sternness, and the strength displayed by Bibi Dong was far beyond their expectations. Bibi Dong, she hid too deeply. Not only Ning Fengzi was surprised, but also the cardinals of the Spirit Hall and many titled Douluo were also stunned. In addition to being shocked, they all became excited. This is their Pope, this is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The Pope who never let them down. The Spirit Hall will win, His Holiness the Pope will win. An ancient war song floated above the Spirit Hall. Even Su Ming felt his adrenaline surge. Die, all die. Yu Xiaogang, who escaped from Su Ming's raised nan with ragged clothes, screamed in excitement. He had waited for this day for a whole year. As long as Su Ming died, he would still be the world's unique pioneer of spirit master theory. The shame of the past will finally disappear. Retribution, this is retribution. Su Ming, have you ever thought about this day? Swish swish swish. All the titled Douluo hiding in the dark no longer hid and jumped out one after another. Tang Hao, with your life, wash away the shame of my spirit hall. Haoshan Douluo, haha, I don't think he is as powerful as the rumors say. This will be your grave. There are 10 titled Douluo. Some are on the ground, some are in the air, surrounding the entire fighting arena into a net, and it is impossible to escape. The scene is magnificent. Just relying on you low-ranking people, you want to take my life, Tang Hao, hum. Tang Hao raised the Haoshan hammer, how could he tolerate these people, and immediately rushed towards the ghost Douluo with the highest cultivation. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I, Douluo, could also be welcomed by so many titled Douluo. Chrysanthemum Pass, I'll meet you. Douluo also seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and faced Chrysanthemum Douluo. Suddenly, above the fighting arena, there were constant roars and explosions. It was as if countless artillery collided and exploded. Facing the siege of 5 titled Douluo, Tang Hao, who had just recovered to level 91, was not at all weak. The black thunder of the clear sky hammer roared, treating the titled Douluo as metal on the forging table, but this metal was slightly hard. The remaining 3 titled Douluo did not participate in the battle, but surrounded Su Ming with Bibi Dong. Fighting requires cooperation and experience, otherwise too many people besieging one person will have the opposite effect. On Tang Hao's side, there were only 3 main attackers, and 2 flanks were ready to go. Su Ming, your talent is worthy of the name of the first genius. But the fallen genius is just a piece of yellow earth. Bibi Dong's face was ferocious, the purple light in his eyes slowly faded, and he sneered. If you can surrender to me, I can spare your life, what do you think? Su Ming did not answer, a golden horizontal sword with extreme sharpness rose from the ground and fell into his hand like a child. Submit. Bibi Dong, don't think that others don't know what you're thinking. The cultivation gained from swallowing should be very fascinating to you, right? You. Bibi Dong's pupils trembled violently, and the guilty conscience that was seen through by Su Ming made her instantly furious. The next second, a bright red light flashed in her eyes. Bibi Dong was completely stunned. In the sky, the thorny porpoise Douluo looked down with a dull expression. At this moment, the clear sky hammer had arrived. Bang! The thorny porpoise Douluo vomited blood and fell rapidly from the sky. A large pit of more than 10 meters was smashed on the ground, and his life and death were unknown. As soon as the 600,000-year soul rings appeared, the battlefield was immediately divided. Shua Shua. The titled Douluo who besieged Tang Hao and others also contracted their defenses. As titled Douluo, they knew what 600,000-year soul rings meant. Such a horrifying scene was enough to shatter their cultivation mentality of more than 10 years. People always maintain a certain degree of awe for the weird. How is it possible? How is it possible to have 600,000-year spirit rings? Absolutely impossible. It is the limit for ordinary spirit masters to bear 100,000 years. Are they all sacrificed? This boy's talent is actually better than Tang Hao's. The titled Douluos looked at them in fear. They had no intention of fighting at all and were anxious to figure out all this magic. No wonder the young lady fell in love with him. His talent is simply shocking. Snake Spear Douluo had a complicated expression. He looked around and couldn't help but step back a little. He often protected Qian Rongxiu and knew the relationship between Su Ming and Qian Rongxiu. He came back without telling Qian Rongxiu because of Bibi Dong's Pope's order. He didn't tell Bibi Dong the truth because of Qian Rongxiu. The battle was going wrong. As an old minister, the best choice was not to participate. The Pope's palace was destroyed, and none of the priests in the Elder's palace showed up. Snake Spear Douluo didn't believe there was no reason for this. The relationship between the Pope's palace and the Elder's palace has always been complicated. Neither Qian Rongxiu nor the Elder's palace is easy to mess with. This kid might call him son-in-law in the future. It's better to wait and see. Snake Spear Douluo would never have thought that his choice would establish his position in the Spirit Hall in the future. 6. In the Elder's palace, the 6 priests felt their scalps tingling, and their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Okay. You really opened my eyes. Then today, I can't let you stay. Bibi Dong was completely murderous, and her beautiful eyes were full of evil purple. Su Ming's threat was far greater than Tang Hao's. In the future, he will definitely be her biggest worry. Can't let you stay. Everyone in the Spirit Hall, listen up. Kill the heretics at all costs. We must not let this kid leave Spirit City. A sharp voice spread throughout the Wuhan city. Yes. From all directions, thrilling responses rang out, the bells of battle were roaring, and murderous intent was soaring. Bibi Dong, today is the day when you will be a god. Sizzle. The God Slayer suddenly pierced the ground. Su Ming's first and second soul rings lit up at the same time. Bright golden light formed a mysterious pattern under Su Ming's feet. Buzz. When the God Slayer was pulled out, a fantastic golden aura rose, and 8 other figures appeared. Their bodies were made of golden light, and they held the same horizontal sword made of extreme gold in their hands, and their sharpness was no weaker than the God Slayer in Su Ming's hand. At this point in Su Ming's cultivation, the increase in the first soul skill blade reached a terrifying level of 170%, which had already broken the inherent situation limit. The second soul skill void body creates 8 clones, each of which is 70% of the original body's basic value, and the average value is 7,000. It is definitely a top soul Douluo. Even this value alone is enough to fight against the weakest Douluo. Add the abnormal defense and attack power superimposed by the ultimate gold, and the 10% of peak slash distributed to each clone. The strength of the clones is almost approaching the level 95 Super Douluo. 8 Super Douluos. Although there is no soul ring skill, the use of the Hunyuan sword slash is enough to fight against the 9 titled Douluos on the scene except Bibi Dong. Chapter 277 Fighting with Bibi Dong. Swish, swish, swish. 8 clones just separated, with Su Ming as the center to support the octagonal star, each facing a titled Douluo who participated in the battle. Tang Hao. You really didn't count us too. Tang Hao and Douluo looked at each other, helplessly choosing to stop. They also saw it, no wonder Su Ming told them to leave directly before. It turned out that he really had such a powerful strength to fight against the Spirit Hall. After creating so many powerful clones, how much soul power does this guy have left? Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, this was what he was most worried about at the moment. 8 clones. Each clone exudes strength that is almost the same as that of a titled Douluo. Creating such clones must consume an astronomical amount of soul power. Yes, Su Ming consumed a lot of soul power, but it was not so much that he could not afford it. When the second soul skill was upgraded to 100,000 years, its function was also changing. In the past, if Su Ming wanted to create multiple clones, he needed to activate the second soul skill multiple times. Now he only needs to activate it once to create multiple clones. The maximum number is 9, but he has been able to create 8. When he reaches the Soul Saint realm, he will probably be able to break through to 9. After all, if he breaks through to the Soul Saint, his actual soul power will be the same as that of a titled Douluo. So Su Ming has only activated his 100,000 year soul skills twice. This time, he is determined to overthrow Bibi Dong's position as the Pope. Even if he does not have the power of the Pope's palace, at least the position of the Pope will return to Schwetter's hands. In this way, he can cultivate to become a god with peace of mind. Spring and Autumn Dream. Boom! The dazzling golden light rushed into the sky, and the God Slayer buzzed. At this moment, it is no longer a cold weapon, but a giant dragon that can soar into the sky at any time. Not good. Zhu Douluo's pupils trembled violently, and he quickly released his spirit body. Countless golden flower petals formed a protective shield in front of him. Other titled Douluo did not dare to neglect it, and they all took action to defend. 8 terrifying sword beams came with a bang. Boom boom. Only explosions were heard. 1, 2, 3. The 8 titled Douluo who were besieging were all knocked away. As titled Douluo, they retreated a full 100 meters before they barely stopped. No one could steadily defend against Su Ming's Hunyuan sword slash. Even people like Thorny Porpoise Douluo still vomited blood under the defense of their spirit bodies. Soul power. Power. Spiritual power. With the 3 elements superimposed, the damage of this move is far more terrifying than what the naked eye sees. Su Ming once defeated Jian Douluo with the secret of sword drawing slash. The damage of the clone's move just now was not even 50% of the damage of Su Ming's active use. However, the instantaneous burst damage of Hunyuan sword drawing slash is too terrifying. And the ultimate gold has further strengthened this layer of damage. The instantaneous burst is equivalent to the attack of the 8th or 9th soul skill of the titled Douluo. How can an ordinary martial soul body withstand this attack? Seeing that 8 titled Douluos were injured at the same time, Bibi Dong was furious and horrified in her heart. Su Ming, you underestimate the spirit hall. Seeing that Ghost Douluo and the others were about to come up, Bibi Dong waved her hand to stop them and said domineeringly. With your strength, you are not his opponent. Do what you should do. Su Ming, I will fight you personally. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and a purple-black ball of light exploded in the sky, forming a strange rune. Spirit Hall, must win. All of a sudden, all the cardinals at the scene raised their right hands and injected their energy into the magic circle. Thousands of cardinals injected at the same time, and the purple-black magic circle became even more terrifying, and the sky above the entire spirit hall was twisted. Boom 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 boom. The purple-black energy exploded, connecting to the other 8 titled Douluo in several torrents. As the Pope, Bibi Dong connected to the largest and thickest one. This scene looks very similar to Tang San and the Meteor Hammer. The difference is that the power of this strange magic circle is used to enhance strength. There is no such means in the original work. Is it developed by Bibi Dong herself, or is it the power of the Rakshasa god? Su Ming can feel the horror of the magic circle. There are very few magic circle inscriptions in the Douluo world, and they are basically all colored by gods. The Hell Road magic array in the Killing City, the inscriptions on the holy pillars of the Sea God Island. Sacrifice. The earliest inscriptions in the Douluo world are definitely originated from sacrifice. Su Ming was shocked. In other words, this is indeed a means to correspond to gods. Under the nourishment of purple-black energy, the eyes of Zhu Douluo and others burst into purple evil charm, and their bodies were wrapped in black mist, like demons rushing out of hell. In an instant, the flowers, plants and trees around the Wuhan Hall withered instantly. Even some older bishops had dry faces. Bibi Dong, you are really willing to do this to take me down? Su Ming said sarcastically, sharing the energy and vitality of the cardinal to supply himself. Bibi Dong's cultivation at this moment is almost the same as that of the extreme Douluo. And her cultivation is still fixed at the peak of level 98, and she is unwilling to cross the line. And this extra step comes from the blessing of the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall. Rakshasa god is worthy of being one of the evil gods. Such means are really unbearable. However, this is also Bibi Dong's helpless move. She obviously realized So Ming's strength. Relying on the peak of level 98, she may not be able to take him down at this moment. Instead of doing this, it is better to kill the enemy in one battle. Thousands of cardinals, if divided equally, the power to be born is not particularly large, and they can recover. Death Spider Emperor. Bibi Dong was murderous, and the huge black female demon spider figure appeared behind him. Like an ancient beast, with its fangs bared, a large amount of highly toxic mucus was brewing in the spider's mouth. So Ming, there are only a few people in the entire continent who can make me launch such a large-scale suppression against you. This method was originally prepared for another person. You died a worthy death. Boom. The terrifying black poisonous fog erupted from Bibi Dong's body. Seeing this scene, everyone in the spirit hall retreated immediately. Even the titled Douluo could only avoid it urgently. So Ming wanted to dodge, but Bibi Dong did not give him a chance at all and had already ejected. The 8 spider legs gave her a huge speed boost. In the blink of an eye, Bibi Dong had already arrived in front of So Ming. Like a mantis with a knife arm, the sharp spear of her right arm stabbed towards So Ming. Bibi Dong exuded a foul odor, which made So Ming frown slightly. He immediately blocked the way with the God Slayer in his hand. Bang! So Ming was repelled in an instant, and a burning numbness came from his arm. Looking down, he saw that black spots had splashed on So Ming's arm. This was the first time he was repelled in a battle, and he was weaker than others in strength. So Ming's heart began to accelerate, and the long-lost passion burst out from adrenaline. Seeing the black mist on So Ming's arm, Bibi Dong sneered in his heart. If you are poisoned by me, even if you have extraordinary cultivation, you can't stand it for long. So Ming wanted to force the poison out, but Bibi Dong's assassin's poison was really powerful. It's not that So Ming's means are not good, but that he is suppressed in cultivation. After all, Bibi Dong's cultivation is at the level of extreme Douluo at the moment, and even Daming and others can't stand the poison. The only lucky thing is that the poison splashed on So Ming's right arm, which is exactly where So Ming's soul bone is located. Bear Lord! So Ming roared in his consciousness. He had to go all out in this tough battle. With Bear Lord observing the battle situation at the same time, the combined combat power of the two would definitely be improved by several levels. Ha ha ha, you are actually beating the Pope of the Spirit Hall. You are really good. Don't worry, leave it to me. Just use your soul skills. Emperor Tian didn't kill me, so I won't let her kill me. Boom. A pale purple gold light overflowed from his arm. In a trance, a 15-meter-tall dark gold giant bear flashed by. The purple spiritual light emitted was like the residual power of a god, with unparalleled power and mystery that made people unable to help but worship. Knowing what So Ming needed at the moment, Bear Lord immediately activated the right arm soul bone skill frenzy for So Ming. More than doubled the speed, attack and defense, and soul skills. So Ming's body did not have any muscle changes, but the golden light on his body was radiant, just like a Vajra Arhat walking in the world, without a flesh and blood body. The first soul skill amplification was raised again. The God Slayer, who was originally wrapped in a layer of golden air waves, was now like a flower gun, emitting an irresistible and terrifying flame. The flame from the ultimate gold, just staring at it, felt that his body was about to be destroyed, and his spine was chilled. Death Spider Web Binding. The crisis flashed in an instant, making Bibi Dong's face cold, and a deep purple spider web sprayed out from her abdomen. Layer by layer, the thick spider web was nearly 30 meters in diameter, covering the sky and the sun. Swish! 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 Under the spider web, a golden triangle pattern suddenly appeared. The spider web that could trap a 100,000-year soul beast became very fragile under the 3 terrifying knife lights. In the missing hole, the golden figure appeared in front of Bibi Dong like a ghost. The god, fall. The terrifying speed shocked Bibi Dong, and she immediately used her arm spear to fight with him. Swish! Long thorns protruded from her body, densely packed, wrapping her like a hedgehog. This was her single target defense skill, Thorn Spider Armor. Swish! Sparks burst out, and the thorns fell to the ground. Bibi Dong fell to the ground, with cold sweat on her forehead. Looking closely, she saw a bloody mark on her armor, and red blood was oozing out. Your Holiness, was actually injured? Seeing this scene, the bishops were in their throats. With so many people gathered and led by His Holiness, could they not take down that person? One person fought 10 titled Douluo alone. Is he a real devil? You're looking for death. The bright red color turned the purple light in Bibi Dong's eyes into a piercing red light. Her killing intent had never been so strong, just like when she was against Kyung Sunji. Boom! The unique and terrifying pressure, like the arm of God, shook the entire Wuhan Hall and made it tremble. The evil spirit around Bibi Dong condensed and returned to her body. There was no attack on the outside, but the strong aura inside seemed to have become the absolute master of this field. Every move she made resonated with the heaven and earth, and no one was allowed to blaspheme. In the Elder Hall, several great priests were dumbfounded. Such a powerful aura would scare even them. Could it be? Is Bibi Dong's strength no less than that of the great priest? Swish! A golden light expanded, and Qian Daoliu finally appeared. He stood in front of the glass window, looking at Bibi Dong, who finally got serious, with a complicated look in his eyes. In just over a decade, he has grown to where he is now. It's a pity that the angel family is so poorly blessed. What an injustice, what an injustice! Boy, you underestimated the peerless Douluo. Qian Daoliu looked at Su Ming, and for some reason he was a little worried about him. Su Ming's talent and strength were all proven by everything in front of him. Schwetter had no objection to being with him. It's a pity that he needed to survive this hurdle. I don't know if you can still create a miracle. Qian Daoliu clenched his fists under his sleeves, and the terrifying pressure he exuded made the worshippers, including the golden crocodile Douluo, dare not make any sound. Under the expectant gaze, Qian Daoliu made a decision that he would not let Schwetter make the same mistake again. Su Ming must not die in Wuhan City. What a strong aura! Above the Duhun arena, Su Ming looked solemn as he looked at Bibi Dong's appearance at the moment. The gap between the Super Douluo and the Extreme Douluo was indeed completely different. Bibi Dong, who seemed calm, actually made Su Ming feel the threat of death. The 8th soul ring shone, and an identical Bibi Dong appeared out of thin air. Shua Shua! 2 figures rushed towards Su Ming in no particular order. Bang! The God Slayer and Spider Lance collided fiercely. Bibi Dong did not give Su Ming a chance to breathe. Her main body and clone attacked in succession. The suppression force from the extreme Douluo was like a huge mountain approaching. Su Ming's strength exceeded 200,000 jin, but in front of Bibi Dong's attack, he was still beaten back step by step. Bibi Dong, who had a poisonous martial soul, actually suppressed himself with her strength. When, after blocking the attack, Su Ming's eyes glowed with gold, and the golden light from the extreme golden eye instantly swept towards Bibi Dong behind him. Ah! Bibi Dong was about to form a mental defense, but she regretted it the moment she came into contact, because the ultimate gold mental power could not defend at all. Suddenly, blood flowed out of Bibi Dong's eyes and ears, and she let out a shrill scream. Bang! Above the sky, after the shrill scream, a dull cry of pain sounded at the same time. Su Ming's mouth was bloody, and he began to fall to the ground, and the strong golden light wrapped his body. Swish! Landing steadily, Su Ming's eyebrows twisted, his left hand stretched out, and pulled out the sharp black thorn inserted in his waist. The thorns as thick as his arm sprayed with black and red blood, and the ground was immediately corroded into a creepy pit. Su Ming held the slashing god tightly, breathing heavily. If Xiang Jun had not activated the dark gold invincible body and forcibly resisted Bibi Dong's sneak attack, I'm afraid his body would have been pierced directly by the poison spear at this moment. I didn't expect you to hold on. Bibi Dong stroked her hair, revealing a charming demeanor, but her eyes were full of sneers and ridicule, as if it was Su Ming's honor. Bibi Dong's domain suppresses Su Ming's mental power too much, and his soul power is also being consumed. If we continue to fight like this, the situation will be very unfavorable to Su Ming. Tang Hao frowned tightly after seeing the clues. Not only Su Ming, but even his clone was suppressed, showing signs of defeat. Su Ming's burst was indeed enough to fight against the extreme Douluo. It's just that the consumption was too great. Chapter 278 Call You Mother-in-Law. The collision of domains depends on the strength of soul power and domain. Su Ming's golden world is indeed powerful, and it is definitely a first-class or even top domain. Like the killing god domain, it is a domain that has reached the extreme. If Su Ming becomes a god, the future golden world will also grow into a more powerful domain. However, Bibi Dong's cultivation is indeed more powerful. In the death domain, So Ming's mental power was suppressed by 30%, and he had to continue to consume his soul power because he needed to maintain the superimposed damage of the Golden World. Under such circumstances, So Ming could not resist for long. If it were normal, Bibi Dong's sneak attack would not have been so easy to succeed. In the original work, Tang San, who was at the soul Douluo level, fought with Bibi Dong, relying on the artifact trident in his hand. Even if the God Slayer was powerful, it could not be compared with the Sea God artifact. And it was Bibi Dong who had made further progress and reached the limit Douluo at this moment. So Ming, your strength is indeed strong, but it ends here. Bibi Dong stood proudly in the air, like a victorious general, exuding a strong sense of satisfaction. Swish! After that, the external soul bone wings behind Bibi Dong flapped, and she attacked So Ming again as fast as lightning, not wanting to give him any chance to breathe. Boom! Knowing that So Ming's soul power was running low, it was better to use soul bone skills instead of soul skills. Compared to soul skills, soul bone skills save more soul power. Boom! A dazzling golden light cut through the sky. The terrifying purple gold giant bear rose higher and higher. With a roar, the air exploded instantly, and Bibi Dong was forced to stop. The giant bear, nearly 15 meters tall, stood on the fighting arena like a god of war. The iron tower body, arms bulging like hills, and purple gold claws over 2 meters long. The surface of the bear was no longer dark gold hair, but a different purple gold color, which was more solid and tight. It was so dense that it seemed that all the sharp blades in the world could not break his defense. So Ming's trunk bone skill the true body of the bear. Originally, only 70% of the strength of the bear's body could be exerted, but under the nourishment of the behemoth's blood, it can reach 100% of its strength. And every time So Ming obtains a soul ring, he can also stimulate the behemoth bloodline, raising the upper limit of the soul ring age of the Bear King. In other words, as long as So Ming hunts a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the age of the Bear King's body will be raised by 100,000 years. If it exceeds 200,000 years, it can be raised by 200,000 years. If So Ming hunts a 200,000-year-old soul beast, the 580,000-year-old cultivation of the Bear King, the strength of the Bear King's true body is enough to rival the ultimate Douluo in the Soul Master world, which is definitely not something Bibi Dong can contend with at this time. The only drawback is that there are only 3 minutes. Boom! The dark golden figure of the Bear King began to shrink, and the purple gold light gathered into a height of 2 meters, tightly merging with So Ming's body. In this way, not only can the Bear King's true body be used to avenge So Ming, but also a 2-on-1 suppression situation can be formed. You actually hunted the dark gold terror claw bear. Bibi Dong looked at the Bear King in horror. She had heard of the other party's reputation when she entered the Star Do Great Forest. It is rumored that there is a creature that can kill the ultimate Douluo in the heart of the Xingda Great Forest. The Bear King in front of him is one of the fierce beasts that can bring a fatal blow to the ultimate Douluo. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a strange scene happened. Someone in the cardinal camp suddenly attacked the people around him like crazy. Already maintaining the inscription array, these cardinals never thought that their companions would take action, and they were all severely injured. Originally, it was just a small area of scuffle, but nearly 20 soul saints rioted, including several soul Douluos, and they abruptly detonated the chaos in the team of thousands of people. Assholes, what are you doing? Bibi Dong shouted loudly, trying to stop these people with her strong authority. But just one voice could not break So Ming's mental control. Damn it! Sensing that the power of the array was weakened, Bibi Dong's face turned pale, and he could only hurriedly fight with So Min who rushed over. Bibi Dong, you are too arrogant to defeat me with only your first martial spirit. So Ming and Xiang Jun shot out at the same time. It seemed that they had a natural tacit understanding and merged perfectly. Humph, a dying struggle. The spider spear in Bibi Dong's hand released an even more amazing evil spirit, as if it was made of thousands of undead spirits. Bang bang bang! The two of them launched a terrifying collision in the air, so fast that even the titled Douluo could only see some after-images. Sizzle! Slayer God escaped from the terrifying golden flames, and a destructive bear paw came at the same time with the power of slashing and swinging. Thunder exploded, and a huge deep pit exploded in the entire Pope Palace Square again. Only So Ming was left in the sky. It was obvious what happened. Bibi Dong was shot down by So Ming. Even though Bibi Dong, the extreme Douluo, maintained her martial spirit true body, everything was in vain in the face of absolute power. After a short period of adaptation, the two can attack synchronously, and the power of the Bear King and Su Ming's own power are superimposed. Bibi Dong can withstand Su Ming's attack, but the normal power and attack of the Bear King have already approached the limit of Douluo. Even Tang Hao, the spirit body, could not withstand the ordinary claw of the Bear King. What can she do? Above the sky, the blades are trembling, and the robes are fluttering. The god fell on his waist. Su Ming stepped in the air, pressed his body into a bow, and used the tried and tested sword slash. Behind him, the Bear King's claws were raised at the same time, overflowing with sharp golden energy. Where the claws were, the space was distorted to reveal a black hole, unable to withstand this power. Hunyuan sword slash. Sky claw. The golden and dark golden light formed a terrifying cross slash, from the god's judgment, descending upon the world. Retreat quickly. Everyone evacuate the spirit hall immediately. Seeing this scene, several spirit hall titled Douluo were terrified and shouted to the cardinals below. The bishops who were originally fighting in the melee, looked at the falling cross slash, their hearts trembled violently. The dark cloud of death was shrouded, how could they dare to maintain the magic circle? The bishops used their soul skills one after another and fled here quickly, wishing they had more legs. Does this kid want to destroy the spirit hall? Seeing this, Jian Daolio was very angry. Don't panic, be well. Seeing that several worshippers couldn't sit still, Jian Daolio threw down a word, and his body released the supreme holy light. Outside the Elder Hall, a brilliant angel over 100 meters long appeared, with a fairy-like appearance and jade color, transcendent and above the earth. She folded her wings and surrounded the entire Elder Hall in the middle. At the same time, the world-destroying cross finally reached the ground. 10 meters. 100 meters. 500 meters. The cross attack suddenly became larger, and its length instantly exceeded a kilometer, covering the entire Pope's palace and the square. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. From a distance, a mushroom cloud appeared above Wuhan City, rising straight into the sky. Golden flames vented and lasted for a long time. Under this attack that was no less than a nuclear bomb, the entire Wuhan City was shaking, and countless buildings collapsed in an instant, as if they had never existed, leaving no trace. Hua! The smoke and dust enveloped the Wuhan Palace, and the ground made crackling explosions. After the explosion, the entire Pope's palace and the surrounding buildings had disappeared. Looking around, there was a huge pit with a diameter of more than 2 kilometers and a bottomless depth. The abyss was in the shape of a crescent, and the gap in the crescent was exactly the location of the Elder's palace. The golden holy angels converged and dissipated. Under such a terrifying attack, the Elder Hall was not damaged at all. In the Elder Hall, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Jian Daoliu's mouth, which was quickly wiped away by him and no one noticed. He also used a trace of divine power to barely resist the attack just now. With the dragon body of Emperor Tian, Xiong Jun was able to injure him with a sky-splitting claw. His attack power was terrifying and could definitely kill the ultimate Douluo. And Su Ming's Hunyuan sword slash just now, the terrifying power and attack in that moment also reached the top ultimate Douluo level. If not for this, Jian Daolio would not have been able to use the angel's divine power to protect the inheritance place of the angel god. Jian Daolio ordered. No matter how big the attack on the spirit hall is, no worshipper shall participate in this battle. Those who disobey will be severely punished. There was a cold killing intent in Jian Daolio's voice, and it was definitely not just talk. With the strength Su Ming showed now, he must protect him. He saw unique talent in Su Ming. Stronger than Tang Chen, even several times stronger. He thought Tang Chen might be able to open up the path to godhood before, but now he is more certain that Su Ming can. If he can't become a god, that path is a dead end. With Schwetter's angel god, the spirit hall is about to usher in the era of the strongest double gods. The glory of the angel family will continue completely. Even if the spirit hall cannot unify the continent now, it will definitely belong to their angel family in the future. Jian Daolio couldn't imagine how terrifying the great-grandson would be after Schwetter and Su Ming combined. The current situation is something Jian Daolio couldn't even dream of, and he even wanted to praise Jian Rongxiu's vision in his heart. Bibi Dong, your era is over, Jian Daolio muttered to himself. As long as it is within the range that Schwetter can accept in her heart, Jian Daolio doesn't care whether Bibi Dong lives or dies. Swish! Above the huge pit, the space twisted, and a figure in a mess appeared. Bibi Dong's face was pale, and she was breathing heavily. She had no wounds on her body, but her aura was very weak, and she could not maintain her original Super Douluo level. Looking at the deep pit under her feet, Bibi Dong was still in fear. If she hadn't used the 9th soul skill of immortality twice, how could she have survived? So Ming, be buried with the spirit hall. The black light on Bibi Dong disappeared, and another emerald green light enveloped her again. I saw a spider web texture on Bibi Dong's forehead, and 3 pairs of dark green spider legs grew on her back. Her black spear turned into a sharper dark green, spreading the weirdness of devouring souls. The second martial soul, the soul-devouring spider emperor. If the first martial soul is a poison control martial soul, then the second martial soul is completely a combat martial soul. The most powerful offensive martial soul. The weak Bibi Dong showed a sarcastic smile, moved in the air, and slowly approached, seemingly in no hurry to take action. Because Su Ming's current situation was very bad. No. It was terrible. Su Ming lowered his head, his arms were hanging down, and his long silver hair was wet with sweat. The violent panting could be heard from a long distance, and the heavy and urgent breathing exposed his weak state. The real body of the Bear King disappeared. The world of domain gold could not be maintained. Except for the sharp horizontal knife in his hand, Su Ming was like a lamb on the chopping board in Bibi Dong's eyes, and he lost the power to resist. Your method just now was indeed so powerful that even I can't resist it. But you don't know that my Death Spider Emperor's 9th soul skill can revive me. Seemingly wanting to see Su Ming's helpless and desperate expression, Bibi Dong sneered. As a winner, she should enjoy the glory of the moment. Now, do you have anything to say? Bibi Dong was very happy. Trampling the enemy underfoot always makes people feel satisfied. Swish! Su Ming slowly raised the horizontal sword in his hand, and sweat slid down his face. But Su Ming raised his mouth and sneered. Bibi Dong, do you think I don't know that you can be resurrected? Guess why I have to force such an attack even if my soul power is exhausted? What do you mean? Bibi Dong's face changed drastically, as if she realized something, and sneered again. Do you think that if you let Tang Hao and others escape from Wuhan City, you can escape the control of Wuhan Hall? You are too naive. As she spoke, Bibi Dong let out a low, mad laugh, and looked at Su Ming greedily. I might as well tell you that I don't take them seriously. As long as I devour you, my strength will easily reach the peak of the extreme Douluo. By then, no one in the entire continent will be my opponent. I should thank you a lot. Thank you for letting me realize my wish to unify the continent so many years in advance. Su Ming, for you, everything is over. Swish! Bibi Dong approached step by step, her right arm sliding the spider spear on her left arm, making a soul-slaying sound. Like a butcher who has finished sharpening his knife, approaching his prey. Su Ming shook his head and sighed. There must be something hateful about pitiful people, this is indeed true. Bibi Dong, you are right. Everything should be over. Boom! A roar sounded from afar, and the last fireworks finally rang out at this moment. What happened? Bibi Dong paused, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Spiritual power surged, and when she saw the scene in the distance, Bibi Dong was furious, staring at Su Ming with a cannibalistic look. A few miles away, Tang Hao, Douluo and Daming were fighting with the 9 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Su Ming's 8 ethereal bodies, like the god of death, harvested unscrupulously on the battlefield. Facing the clone of the titled Douluo's combat power, the cardinal had no power to resist at all. Puff! Puff! Blood flew, and figures fell one after another. You are looking for death. With so many cardinals dead, Bibi Dong's heart was broken. She approached Su Ming madly with hatred, and the spider spear in her arm was full of murderous intent. Boom! A terrible and irresistible force descended. Bibi Dong did not resist at all. Her body was instantly knocked away. She looked at Su Ming in horror. Su Ming, with long hair flying and a tired face, slowly rose up, with an intriguing smile on his mouth, like a god or a demon. Bibi Dong, the biggest mistake you made was to deal with me in Wuhan City. The attack that exhausted all my soul power was not to kill you, but to drive them out of your protection circle. In terms of seniority, I should still call you mother-in-law. Bibi Dong was stunned, and could not come back to her senses. Boom! A strange red light suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 279 The Battle of Three Gods, the Angels are coming. The mysterious power turned the sky into a blood-red color. Such an amazing power is no longer something that humans can possess. God. Only gods can burst out the energy to change the world. Swish. In the elder hall, Douluo rushed out first, followed by the other priests. The priest elders who had been watching the show finally appeared. But they were not there to help the Pope. Looking at the sudden change in horror, Douluo could not hide his excitement, and muttered something incredible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are just a sole emperor, how can you have this power? Bibi Dong pretended to be crazy, unable to believe what she saw. Her cold and proud eyes were completely dominated by fear at this moment. The aura emanating from Su Ming was what she had been pursuing. God. That was the power that only gods had. As a candidate for the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong had felt that power before. Oppressive. Overbearing. Irresistible. Just as she felt at this moment, her hands and feet were trembling with coldness, and she could not raise any room for resistance. Buzz. Suddenly, an ancient and vast voice sounded, and the golden light rushed straight into the sky, as if the door to the divine world was opened to welcome his followers. A golden giant hundreds of meters tall stood on the spirit hall. The light golden robe rustled, and the long silver hair, like the Milky Way, flew melodiously under the embellishment of stars, reaching the sky. The man's face could not be seen clearly, but the aura of the man was so noble and luxurious that everyone could not help but worship him. The cardinal, who was still normal, half knelt on the ground uncontrollably. Although they were not believers, they still could not hide their respect and fear, and expressed their submission to the gods with a pious attitude. The golden crocodile Douluo and others could not stand in the air, and all fell to the ground and bowed respectfully. After reacting, Douluo also lowered his head, looking straight ahead, and it was obvious that he was in a mess, and he had completely lost his former calmness. Calm down. The power of God is indeed extraordinary. The whole body was enveloped in golden light, and the warm feeling made him want to shout. Su Ming clenched his fists. The power was so fascinating that he felt that he could easily destroy the entire Wuhan city at this moment. One day, I will be able to control this power. Su Ming smiled indifferently, and the corners of the golden god's mouth in the sky also rose. The warm smile was like sunshine, bringing all kinds of beauty to the world. With Su Ming's cultivation, it is naturally impossible to burst out such a terrifying power. The reason for this is because of the effect of the crazy fighting body. In a short period of time, it absorbs 2% of the defeated's power, soul power, mental power, etc. You must know that there are thousands of red cardinals and tens of thousands of black cardinals in the Wuhan Hall now. As long as he defeats about 1/3 of the soul masters on the scene, Su Ming can have the power comparable to that of gods in a short period of time. This is the confidence that Su Ming dares to come to the Wuhan Hall. It is also the reason why the massive destructive force broke out and forced the group of bishops away. Without Bibi Dong's protection, the cardinals were completely vulnerable in front of the titled Douluo. What's more, the previous puppet sneak attack had defeated nearly 100 cardinals. 100 cardinals. According to the average value of 5,000 cardinals, 2% is 10,000. 10,000. As long as these less than 1,000 cardinals are defeated, Su Ming's strength can be pushed to the god level. Now, he is undoubtedly successful. Bibi Dong, it's time to wake up. Su Ming's huge palm fell towards Bibi Dong, and the terrifying pressure made the entire Wuhan Hall sink. No. Bibi Dong, who was in the middle, suffered the most brutal suppression. The power of the gods made her unable to raise the slightest resistance. Boom. At this moment, a strange pattern spread out on Bibi Dong's forehead, and the purple evil light enveloped her whole body. She actually withstood Su Ming's simple palm of god-level strength. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, and suddenly felt something was wrong. She is the successor I chose, and it is not the turn of others to point fingers. The evil voice exploded in the spirit hall, like a deep bell stirring in everyone's heart, making people tinnitus. Boom. The purple light rippled, tearing the golden world apart. The same god emitting terrifying power stood above the spirit hall. The purple smoke was lingering, making it difficult to see the true face. There were more than a dozen red dots swaying on the top of the head, like a skeleton. The black skirt was lifted up, revealing round and plump thighs, radiating charm. The mysterious woman was flashing red light and purple evil spirit all over her body, full of forbidden beauty. The charm that makes people afraid and unwilling to look directly. Who are you? The shadow of the Rakshasa god asked the figure behind Su Ming in a stern voice. Of course I am. Su Ming's voice sounded at the same time. The shadow of the Rakshasa god frowned. After a simple conversation, she sensed that Su Ming and the strange god were one. A god without a throne? Rakshasa god laughed immediately, and the giggle penetrated his bones. I thought they were both the inheritors of a powerful god, but I didn't expect Su Ming to take his own path to becoming a god. Ants without the protection of God. Little ghost, disrespecting my inheritor is disrespecting me. Since you are ignorant, you should use this cultivation to make amends to my inheritor. The dark fingers, the fingertips glowed with a biting purple light. Rakshasa god continued to laugh, and reached out to Su Ming with one hand, as if he could hold the latter in his palm. Su Ming's eyes turned cold, and the slashing god in his hand suddenly emitted an unprecedented golden light. Rakshasa god, unless you come in person. Otherwise, with your divine thoughts, you can't protect Bibi Dong. How dare you? Rakshasa god was furious. A mere human ant dared to defy her will. Disrespect me and you will die. Rakshasa god stretched out her hand, and a strange sickle of death appeared in her hand. The magic patterns around it were like lightning, with the hideous roars of countless undead spirits. Boom! The sky collapsed, and two terrifying forces collided in the sky, exploding two completely different flame energies. In an instant, the two figures separated. Rakshasa god's phantom retreated, and in the previous confrontation, he actually fell into a disadvantage. A mere mortal actually repelled the gods. Such a shocking scene made Douluo dumbfounded. It was very clear that the power of the gods was not something that the extreme Douluo could contend with. The reason is that the Rakshasa god is not the real body, but only the divine mind. Although he has the strength of a god, he cannot fight against the real god. Just like the sea god fighting the deep sea demon whale king. But Su Ming is not a pseudo-god like the deep sea demon whale king, but a god who has truly broken through to the god level and has reached 1,000,000 pounds of strength. If there is no god position, Su Ming is a god at this moment. Although he cannot compare with the first level god, his strength is unquestionable. You are looking for death. Rakshasa god was furious. How could an ant fight against a god? This is a blasphemy against God. Netherworld Rakshasa. Rakshasa god waved the magic sickle in his hand, and the purple light turned into a 100-meter purple sickle, slashing down towards Su Ming. The oppressive feeling of the divine skill made Su Ming was also a little scared. Fortunately, his soul power and state are full now. Spring and Autumn Dream. The ultimate mystery of the Hunyuan sword slash once again erupted from Su Ming's god slash. It was a golden light with a length of more than 300 meters. The ultimate gold. God-level mental power. God-level energy. The perfect combination of the three, when performed in Su Ming's palm, is a unique divine skill. With the energy of will. With the power of destruction. With the spirit of being unable to attack. Under the bombardment of the golden light, the purple magic sickle was quickly repelled and hit the body of the Rakshasa god directly. Boom! Amid the loud noise, the black and purple mist of the Rakshasa god was dispersed. The ugly upper body of the Rakshasa god appeared in everyone's sight. It seemed that countless poisonous snakes were entwined on her head, and her eyes were scarlet. The magic pattern on her face tore her originally pretty cheeks, as if she had been cursed inexplicably, and her lips were purple and black, which was completely opposite to the image of a holy goddess. Buzz! A terrifying purple aura emanated from the Rakshasa god's body. When the purple aura appeared, even Su Ming's sea of consciousness at this moment felt an inexplicable sting, and there was a weirdness that made people lose their minds. In the sea of consciousness, it seemed as if a ball of evil fog appeared. Boom! The purple aura exploded and instantly covered the entire Wuhan city. All the bishops around them had dull eyes, and their bodies began to shrivel at a visible speed. The spirit was forcibly stripped away, as if they would turn into dry bones and become walking corpses in the next second. No! Stop it! Several major priests were not spared and roared in fear. Their bodies flew upwards uncontrollably. In the next second, they would be swallowed up. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong was indifferent. The Elder Hall is not his own power. But Douluo could not sit idly by and said to Luosha God anxiously. Your Excellency Luosha God, these are all believers of the great angel God, please show mercy. Humph! Hearing this, Luosha God snorted disdainfully, and with just one word, the extreme Douluo was injured and bleeding. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of bargaining with me? If it weren't for the face of the old woman angel god, I would have killed you directly. After saying that, Luoxia God continued to absorb the vitality and soul power of the surrounding creatures, and the entire Wuhan city was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. ZZ. The black light fell and landed on Luoxia God, making her divine consciousness more solid. Damn it! Recognizing Luoxia God's intention, Su Ming was shocked in his heart that he actually devoured living beings to strengthen his strength. Although Su Ming severely injured hundreds of cardinals, he did not kill them. After all, they were Schwetter's future subordinates. But in the current situation, the severely injured cardinals were captured by the Rakshasa god, so how could they have a chance to survive? A dignified god is so shameless. Su Ming raised his hands, and countless golden light balls emerged, as brilliant as stars. Boom! Countless spiral balls attacked the Rakshasa god like stars, trying to stop the current massacre. Old 5. Seeing the light-winged Douluo explode in an instant, several worshippers felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Rakshasa God looked at the blood-red sky and raised a different smile at the corner of his mouth. The believers of light always have such a unique taste. Rakshasa God raised his arm with sharp nails. Senluo Hell! A huge black hole appeared in the void, and a skeleton ghost emerged from the sticky mud. The rays Nan condensed from the ultimate gold was swallowed up directly when it touched the black hole without any splashes. Human, the power of God is not something you can understand. The Rakshasa God moved his arm, and the black hole shifted instantly. Boom! Countless golden light balls appeared again, attacking Su. What the evil god understands, I really can't understand. But what I can understand, how can you, a high god, move? Boom! Behind the majestic figure, a mysterious ring produced by the movement of stars appeared, as gorgeous as the Milky Way, with the interweaving of gold and green, forming the initial destruction and birth. The attacking rays Nan flew backwards again, faster than Su Ming's previous speed, so fast that the Rakshasa god's black hole could not swallow it. Boom! The huge Rakshasa god was covered by a violent explosion. But Su Ming could not see any joy on his face. The law of no harm with eyes. When the attack came, Luoxia God did not make any move, but allowed the attack, which explained everything. Su Ming could feel that Luoxia God's strength was gradually increasing. Even that power was already above him. Bibi Dong watched all this coldly. Facing the tragedy of the spirit hall, she felt a morbid pleasure of revenge. Die! All die! Let this dirty place turn to ashes. Su Ming, today is your death. Thinking of Su Ming's previous words, Bibi Dong couldn't help but roar in her heart. Why can Kyungsunji's daughter get the happiness that she couldn't get? Why? Body of mad battle, burning soul. Looking at the blood flowing like a river below, countless soul masters were in pain. Howling in pain, like a mirror image of hell on earth. Deming was covered in blood, and his body seemed to explode at any time. Tang Hao's soul ring had exploded, barely maintaining his vitality. Su Ming gritted his teeth, and golden red flames began to emerge from his body. The god level burned all the soul power, and Su Ming didn't know whether this body could withstand it. Forced to open the advanced berserker body and burst out the god level strength. With his physique, he was able to survive until now, purely because of Xiang Jun's trunk bone skill, the dark gold invincible body. With the degree of soul power, he maintained the corresponding god level defense. His current body is like the nuclear fusion of the sun. The atom squeezed by the space exploded energy and wanted to break through the restraints, but at the same time, the gravity of the sun caused by the collapse of the mass of matter firmly restrained this force and formed a stable fusion. The god-level strength, the terrifying power that can be generated by burning the god-level cultivation again, even Su Ming didn't know if he could control it. Just when Su Ming was about to fight to the death, a warm and gentle voice suddenly sounded. Stop it all! In the Elder Hall, a kind female voice sounded, and the gentle holy light illuminated the entire spirit hall at the same time. Suddenly, the world returned to clarity. The red cardinals who were drained of vitality regained their fullness under the golden light. Lead the spirit hall, Qian Daoliu welcomes my god. Qian Daoliu half knelt on the ground, and everyone in the spirit hall knelt down. Chapter 280 The battle is over, respect the Pope. Saint Ji, you want to go against me? The white angel wings enveloped the entire spirit hall, purifying all the evil thoughts brought by the Rakshasa god. The abyss that swallowed all living beings was also shattered and closed. This move immediately angered the Rakshasa god. Rakshasa, this is the place of my believers. You are disturbing my faith and inheritance. If it weren't for the fact that she is the mother of that child, I would not allow you. A woman in a golden dress, exuding an incomparably pure and holy aura, came to the center of the battlefield. Qianrongxue was already beautiful enough, but the woman's face was as if she was born and raised by nature, flawless, and could be said to be stunning at a glance. Looking at that soft face, even Su Ming, who had never been very enthusiastic about women, had his eyes inexplicably brightened. It was not lust, but the pursuit of beauty. The beauty of a woman could change the color of the world and make everything fall in love with her, but it could not be desecrated at all. Angel God, named Shengji? It was the first time that Su Ming heard a god call out the name of Angel God. But such a name was indeed suitable for this woman. Junior, meet Angel God. After all, she was Shwetter's ancestor, and she would pass on the throne to Shwetter in the future, so Su Ming greeted her politely. You are very good. Angel God Shengji replied lightly, her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with a little surprise and confusion. Such emotions are rare in women. Humph. Luosha God snorted disdainfully. Even if this place is your inheritance, this person despises the gods and opposes me. I must kill him today. If you stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Shengji shook her head. It seems that she never gets angry on her face. Raksha, you have violated the laws of the god realm by using divine power in the lower world without permission. At this moment, so many people have died. Don't you still not repent? Do you really want to wait until the matter reaches the God Realm Law Enforcement Committee before you give up? Are you threatening me? Luosha God stared at the holy corners of Angel God's mouth with disgust, as if he was born to dislike the holy aura on the other person. Seeing that Luosha God still didn't repent, Angel God didn't continue to pay attention to her, but turned his head to look at the sky. You've seen it for so long, you should have seen enough. Are you so interested in my family affairs? Boom. As soon as these words came out, Rakshasa God's face changed drastically, and he looked at the sky in horror. Gods are not allowed to interfere with the lower world. Rakshasa, you have crossed the line. Boom. The angry voice sounded as if it came from the sky, majestic and solemn, and the words exuded the domineering aura of the only self-respect. It seemed that a first-level god like Rakshasa God did not have much status and face in the eyes of the other party. Hearing this, Rakshasa God's face turned pale, and fear flashed in his eyes. If the previous voice was simple and old, then the next voice was like a knife, full of cold murderous intent. As a god, slaughter the humans in the lower world. Rakshasa, although you are the god who controls evil killing, you have no right to act so recklessly. Don't you want to imitate the former evil god? Swish! Red lightning streaked across the sky, and Rakshasa God waved the Rakshasa demon scythe in his hand to resist. But in just a moment, she was knocked away. If it weren't for the need to retain a trace of Luosha God's thoughts, I'm afraid her thoughts would have been destroyed long ago. I don't accept it. The Luosha God stood up and roared. He is a mortal in the lower world, but he dares to contradict me. Isn't this contempt for me? I am just punishing him. What's wrong with that? He was the first to use the power of God. I was just forced to take action. What's wrong with that? Hearing this, the sky was silent. After a while, the ancient voice sounded again. Luosha, I am in charge of the order of the God realm. Are you saying that I am talking nonsense? Right and wrong, the God Realm Law Enforcement Committee will have its own conclusion. Now, in the name of the God King, I order you to come to the God Realm Committee to accept the trial. After the voice fell, the voice was furious. Rakshasa, you are so presumptuous. Boom. Seeing that Rakshasa was about to attack humans right under his nose, the sky turned completely black in an instant. The terrifying thunder of destruction instantly exploded and fell downward. Boom. The Rakshasa demon scythe was fixed in front of Su Ming, and the unwilling face of Rakshasa God turned into aura and dissipated. Swish! The demon scythe fell to the ground, making a deafening sharp sound. Also falling was Bibi Dong, who collapsed to the ground with a dull look, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Thank you, Senior. Seeing this, Su Ming bowed to the top. From the conversation just now, he also figured out the identity of the visitor. The god of destruction and Shura god are two powerful gods in the world. Now that Rakshasa God's divine consciousness has dissipated, although he is not a god, he can use the power of gods in the lower world. I don't know if the Law Enforcement Committee will take care of this matter. So, Su Ming should still be a little respectful. Unfortunately, Su Ming's words were delayed in getting a response, as the owner behind the voice seemed to have left. However, Su Ming could feel several divine thoughts sweeping over him. There were more than 2 gods. Su Ming suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the angel god was talking about you just now. Could it be that the sea god was among them? Human boy, even if you have 100-level cultivation, you should not emit such a pure divine aura without the status of a god. The god of destruction's voice of doubt sounded, and then he said another sentence. Let go of your divine consciousness. I need to see which god is behind the scenes pushing and blocking, disrupting the order of the god realm. Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with you, and I won't do anything to you, a mere human. Let go of divine consciousness? Su Ming's face changed drastically. In this case, it would be easy for the god of destruction to kill him. But on second thought, it seems that it would be easy for the other party to kill him now. The god of destruction is not a pushover. In addition, the angel god also said in a voice transmission. He has an arrogant personality. Since he has spoken, the god realm will definitely not take action against you. The god realm is above the continent and is respected and maintained by the gods. At this moment, there is a variable in you, which affects the existing order of the god realm. If I don't find out what happened to you, I won't give up. Hearing this, Su Ming was still hesitant. However, he also wanted to find out something. So after thinking about it, he decided to agree. Things like crossing over are not taboos in Douluo continent, so there is only one thing left, the system. If the god of destruction discovers the system, will it be disadvantageous to him with his desire for power? But at the moment, his strength cannot match that of the gods, so Su Ming can only agree. It's better if he doesn't find out. Anger the system and attack it like he did to Emperor Tian. The god of destruction can never defeat the system. Strength is still needed. Otherwise, you won't be as passive as you are now. Very good. Seeing Su Ming agree, the majestic and arrogant voice of the god of destruction suddenly sounded, and a black line descended from the sky and landed on Su Ming's forehead. The divine consciousness entered Su Ming's sea of consciousness and saw the Bear King and the remaining Tianmeng Ice Silkworm power inside Su Ming's sea of consciousness. Suddenly a picture flashed, and the god of destruction was stunned, and the tone from his throat became cold. Oops! Su Ming thought to himself that it was not good. He and Guyuina had met in the Xingda Great Forest before. Now that the god of destruction saw her, it was difficult to deal with it. At this time, a dark and deep eye suddenly flashed in Su Ming's sea of consciousness. The eyes were very ordinary, without any emotional fluctuations. It was like a stone carving, regular, meticulous, but without any emotion, but it appeared clearly in Su Ming's sea of consciousness. At the same time, another eye also appeared. Different from the former, this eye was vivid, with 4 colors, like the 4 seasons in the world, foreshadowing the changes in the world. Boom! Seeing this strange pair of eyes, the god of destruction's mind was struck by lightning, like a frightened bird, and immediately left Su Ming's sea of consciousness. The sky became calm. As if nothing had happened. What are those eyes? The strange eyes impacted the brain's thinking, lingering. Su Ming's heart was full of doubts. What kind of existence is the eyes that can make the god of destruction retreat? Seeing that there was no movement in the sky, Su Ming looked at the angel god next to him with doubt. Senior, are they gone or? The angel god did not answer, and looked at Su Ming with the same fear. There is almost no existence in the entire god realm that can make the king of destruction hide. Could it be, the dragon god? Impossible. If it was the dragon god, then the god of destruction would definitely forcefully open the passage to the lower realm and unite with the gods to kill the dragon god. Even if the Douluo plane was destroyed, he would definitely do so. So, what exactly is it? Su Ming looked at the angel god, who was also staring at him. The awkward atmosphere almost made the entire Douluo continent fall to one side. The angel god came to his senses and did not hide it from Su Ming, saying bluntly. They haven't left yet. But what happened to you has disturbed the supreme god king of the god realm. It is still unknown whether this matter is good or bad. You must be mentally prepared. After saying that, the angel goddess couldn't trademark T help but add another sentence. If they attack you, I trademark am afraid I can trademark T protect you. Fortunately, this is the spirit hall. What does it mean? In the spirit hall, can you compete with the god king? Yes. The sea god can fight with the Shura god in the ocean. The angel god is also a first-level god. It doesn't trademark T make sense for him to lose to others in the spirit hall at home. Otherwise, the faith will collapse and the angel god will no longer exist. However, it doesn't trademark T make sense for the angel god to help me like this. Seemingly seeing the doubt in So Ming trademark's eyes, the angel god trademark's gentle face flashed a hint of shame, and he shouted unhappily. You did it yourself. So Ming touched his head in confusion. Could it be that it was really because of Shui trademark that he recognized himself as the husband of his descendants? Just as So Ming was confused, the cold voice of the god of destruction sounded in the sky. All gods, from today on, only appear in the 9th test of inheritance. If you violate the rules of the god realm, you will be severely punished. Wow! A circle of black waves spread out, but only a few people could hear the sound. Then, the sound disappeared. The god of destruction did not appear. The god of Rakshasa did not appear. The god of the sea did not appear. Such an unexpected scene was beyond So Ming's expectations. Even if the god of destruction was afraid of those eyes, he would not do this. Besides, with your own talents, the two gods, Rakshasa and the god of the sea, who want to take a year-end vacation, don't you have any little tricks? At worst, Rakshasa, you will kill me. Positioning the city of slaughter, expressing his feelings. So Ming didn't care about the benefits, after all, they were on different paths, but at least this attitude proved that the god realm recognized his existence and could inherit other god positions. Even the Azura god didn't dare to make small moves, and this attitude of the god realm made So Ming feel uneasy. However, considering Guyuina, So Ming still called her out of his sea of consciousness and told her what happened in the spirit hall. At that time, Guyuina couldn't stop the smile on her face. Well, the devil's face of eating people. Wait for me. So Ming took the initiative to cut off the contact. Everything was an accident, and it was not his fault. So Ming touched his nose with a guilty conscience, and silently recited Xiao Wu's words in his heart. The scene in front of him was devastated. Except for the Elders' Hall, the Pope's Hall and other buildings no longer existed. It was not surprising that a city could be easily destroyed in a god-level battle. The angel raised his jade hand, and the endless golden light was like the sand of the Milky Way, swaying on the dilapidated buildings of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, which was already in ruins, suddenly restored to its original state. It was even brighter and more beautiful than before. The Spirit Hall is our tribe, and we must advocate light, abide by good thoughts, and not allow evil to grow. Pope Bibi Dong believes in the evil god, which has caused heavy casualties in the Spirit Hall. The title of Pope is really undeserved. Hearing this, all the people in the Spirit Hall bowed their heads even lower. Follow the angel's divine instructions. After taking a deep look at So Ming, the angel Saint Ji disappeared, and the light and shadow sank into the Elder Hall. So Ming breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and looked at Bibi Dong on the ground. Seeing her hair scattered, in a mess, muttering in her mouth, like a madman, So Ming couldn't help but sigh. A perfectionist with a tough and tolerant character, now looks like this. It can be seen how much of a blow everything just now has given her. Yes, after forbearing for decades, she finally touched the shadow of the Rakshasa god, and revenge is imminent. Unexpectedly, it was all in vain. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. Banned. Gathering some of the dissipated power of the god level, So Ming flicked his finger and injected the power of the ultimate gold into Bibi Dong's meridians. Although it cannot completely restrain Bibi Dong's strength, she should not be able to use the power of the martial soul within 3 months. This period of time should be enough to handle everything properly. As the angel god left, Qian Daoliu and other priests stood up. Including the cardinal, everyone's eyes were extremely hot. This was the first time they saw the angel god. That's a god, the god of the spirit hall. Great priest, what should we do with this kid? Golden crocodile Douluo glanced at So Ming. Although the latter seemed to have been attacked and staggered, after what happened just now, how could they dare to have any bad thoughts? Not to mention So Ming's strength, they had to weigh the words "you are very good" from the angel god. Ahem. Qian Daoliu almost smiled in his heart. God, Schwetter's husband, could actually burst out with god-level strength. But on the surface, he did not show any expression. Don't you understand what my god means? Qian Daoliu reminded deeply. Golden crocodile Douluo was speechless and quickly filtered it. God didn't leave any instructions. Qian Daolio was speechless and looked at the other worshippers, but they all looked at each other, and no one understood what he meant. At this moment, a figure flew over and landed in front of Su Ming. Respect my god's will. Your Excellency Su Ming is favored by my god and should be the master of my Wuhan Hall. I, Shalong, pay my respects to His Holiness the Pope. Feeling that kneeling on one knee was not enough, Snake-Spear Douluo directly bowed to Su Ming with the highest double kneeling ceremony. Yes, the Spirit Hall still knows the current situation. Qian Daolio nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 281 Seeing Qian Rongxiu again, embarrassing. Pope? I didn't plan to be the Pope. The Pope has a lot of affairs, so how can he be free? Su Ming frowned. But this scene, in the eyes of Douluo and the other two who just came over, almost made them vomit blood. Even if Tang Hao looked down on the style of the Spirit Hall, he would not look down on the strength of the Spirit Hall. There were nearly 20 titled Douluo in this battle. Such strength would scare even him. Even if the three major sects were added together, they were not the opponent of the Spirit Hall. It can be said that the Pope is a top-notch existence. Even the emperors of the two empires have a gap in status and position with the Pope. At least in Tang Hao's mind, in terms of influence and status alone, there is no one more honorable than the Pope. No. Is this kid really the Pope? Thinking of everything that happened before, Tang Hao was terrified. This is really the internal affairs of the Spirit Hall. Then what are they? A hero who supports the new Pope's ascension to the throne? Or a heretic who opposes the Spirit Hall? Or a traitor of the Haoshan sect? A man of integrity is not afraid of his own shadow, and right and wrong will be determined by themselves. Tang Hao thought to himself that perhaps his current decision would be beneficial to the Haoshan sect. After all, with Su Ming's current strength, no one in the entire continent should be able to compete with him. Since he mentioned before that he wanted to unify the continent, it must not be just for fun. At least it would be much better if Su Ming unified the continent instead of letting it fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives in the Spirit Hall. I hope you can lead the Spirit Hall back to the right path. Tang Hao took a deep look at Su Ming, paused slightly, and then turned his gaze to Qian Daolio. Although there was a blood feud, Qian Daolio was a strong man as famous as his grandfather after all, so Tang Hao still nodded and greeted him symbolically. Wow! Wow! The bishops who returned to the Spirit Hall saw Snake-Spear Douluo kneeling on the ground and understood instantly. Yes. Pope Bibidong was deposed. This is the golden word of the angel god, who can resist? Besides, Rakshasa god almost slaughtered half of the cardinals in the Spirit Hall. If the angel god hadn't appeared, I'm afraid they would have been wiped out. Bibidong didn't treat them as human beings at all. How can such a pope continue to lead the Spirit Hall? On the other hand, Su Ming is trying to prevent all this from happening. And he was praised by the angel god. Just like the prince in the TV series was demoted, the emperor suddenly said Yingguo is like me, the subtext came out. This is to ask the new pope to take over. Respect the will of my god, and pay homage to His Majesty the Pope. Respect the will of my god, and pay homage to His Majesty the Pope. The voice of the flood exploded in the Spirit Hall. Groups of cardinals knelt down and paid homage. Such a magnificent scene is rare in the world. Seeing this, all the elders in the Elder Hall looked at Qian Daolio. Seeing that the latter seemed to be satisfied, they bowed and saluted without hesitation. Even Qian Daolio had no objection, so what could they do if they couldn't even beat the clone? Looking at all this, Su Ming thought about it and didn't refuse. Wait for Shuer to come back, and then pass the position of Pope to her. In this way, he will continue to be the dean of his academy. The Spirit Hall will be much more stable under the control of that girl. After all, he is her husband, and she will not dare to disobey her advice. In this way, there will be no difference between us. At the signal of Qian Daolio's eyes, Su Ming dragged his tired body to get up and slowly said. The Spirit Hall has encountered a major change and needs to stabilize the current situation. All bishops, return to their original positions for the time being, guard the 4 directions for the Spirit Hall, protect the territory and the people, be careful of incidents, and wait for orders. I will not pursue everything that happened before, but you must not take advantage of your power and bully others in the future. I hope you can make up for your mistakes in the future. Yes. Hearing this, the cardinals were relieved as if they had been pardoned. They had attacked Su Ming, and it was a blessing in disguise that they were not held accountable. Swish, swish, swish. After bowing to Su Ming again, more than half of the cardinals left one after another. They were all temporarily recruited by Bibi Dong and had their own duties to perform. The far north, the Star Forest Defense Line City, and the important border town of the Xingluo Empire, and so on. These more than 1,000 cardinals have already drawn a great deal of local strength. If they don't go back as soon as possible, if the situation changes, they will be blamed. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is obviously a powder keg. They would rather go back and be their own local emperor. Su Ming's words really hit the nail on the head. Swish! 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 A bright robe rose from the ground, like a meteor scattering in all directions. Instantly, the sky of the Spirit Hall changed. The huge changes, the 2 sessions swept across the entire continent like a tornado. The Spirit Hall, the Pope changed. The wheel of history began to deviate from its trajectory. Although the buildings of the Spirit Hall have been restored, more than 300 cardinals have still died. Therefore, the Spirit Hall held a 3-day mourning. As for the Pope's coronation ceremony, Su Ming postponed it again and again. After the battle with the Rakshasa god, Su Ming had a deeper understanding. Although he was extreme, light ultimate attribute is powerful, but any god has his own ultimate attribute. Angel god, light and holiness. Rakshasa god, evil and killing. Rakshasa god, judgment and killing. In the battle with the gods, Su Ming realized that the power of his ultimate attribute has not been fully developed. The ultimate attribute is a sword in itself. But this sword can be used by gods at will. And he is attached to another sword. So, Su Ming needs time to retreat and sort out his thoughts. Of course, the backlash of opening the advanced berserker body is too great, and it also takes time to recover. Under the control of the elders, there has been no large-scale changes in the Spirit Hall. And everything that happened in the Spirit Hall spread across the continent at an almost crazy speed. Have you heard that the Spirit Hall's Pope has been replaced? You just know that day, the Spirit Hall fought so hard that even Pope Bibi Dong lost, and... SHH, be careful, that kind of existence is not something we can discuss. Although the entire continent keeps silent about the word God. But the high-level people know the inside story and know that God appeared in this battle of the Spirit Hall. It turns out that there are gods above the titled Douluo. God secretly controls everything on the continent. This news overwhelmed Su Ming's becoming the Pope, but the latter shocked the major forces. 7 Treasure-glazed sect. Because of the battle, Ning Fengzi and others evacuated under the means of Bone Douluo, but there was no damage. But looking at the announcement of the Spirit Hall in front of him, the whole hall was as silent as death. Dad, is there any news about Sister Lingling and Su Ming? Ning Rongrong, who was called over, rushed into the hall, her brows twisted into a knot, and she shouted impatiently. Alas, Ning Fengzi frowned, regretting his decision. Take a look for yourself. He handed the message to Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fengzi didn't want to explain anything. What happened? Ning Rongrong felt a lump in her heart, and she also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. But when she saw the text above, her face suddenly brightened. What? Is the Spirit Hall crazy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Spirit Hall let Su Ming become the Pope if they dealt with the First Academy like this? Aren't they letting a wolf into the house? The hall was quiet and peaceful, but Rongrong felt a sense of chaos in the wind. Who understands? Being robbed by someone who was deliberately trying to kill him, and becoming the master. Those guys in the Spirit Hall are crazy. Dad. Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengzi in horror. This couldn't be true, right? It might be a trap of the Spirit Hall. At first I thought there was a conspiracy. But... Ning Fengzi, with a look of discomfort on his face, patted the parchment beside him and said. This matter will probably spread throughout the continent soon. News has spread inside the Spirit Hall that Su Ming has taken over the Spirit Hall. I heard that it was the angel god worshipped by the Spirit Hall who personally named him. No way. Ning Rongrong's face was sluggish. Su Ming had told them something about God. With the Spirit Hall angel god speaking, who would dare to object to Su Ming, the Pope? So is this true? Thinking about the past few days, I have been looking for information everywhere and trying to save people in the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong's face was as dark as ink. Sure enough, I shouldn't worry about someone. What about Xiaowu and the others? Already in the Spirit Hall. Then Ning Rongrong stole a glance at Ning Fengzi's face, and seeing that the latter seemed not to have heard, Ning Rongrong immediately understood. Swish! In an instant, Ning Rongrong disappeared. Fengzi, Rongrong will be okay, right? Douluo was a little uneasy and wanted to go with Ning Rongrong. After all, they had just got it back from the spirit hall. What if there was trouble again in the spirit hall? Ning Fengzi sighed and shook his head. Uncle Gu, do you think the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is safer than the spirit hall now? Even Tang Hao is in the spirit hall. At this moment, I feel that the spirit hall may be safer than our 7 treasures glazed tile sect. This Gu Douluo looked at Ning Fengzi speechlessly. As the sect leader, you kid, wouldn't you betray me? Jian Douluo understood what Ning Fengzi meant and explained. With the power displayed by the spirit hall and Su Ming's strength, who do you think in the entire continent can be his opponent? I have sparred with him in swordsmanship. I see that swords are like people. With his character, he will not harm his friends around him. If the general trend is that the spirit hall really wants to unify the continent, even if the 3 sects are added together, they may not be a match for the spirit hall. Could it be that you have forgotten the battle with the Pope's palace so quickly? Swish! Gu Douluo's face changed drastically. Forgot? How is that possible? When he thinks of the previous battle, Douluo still feels cold in his heart. That kid fought 10 title Douluos alone. He even fought against the remnant of God. In the past 10,000 years, there has not been such a terrifying soul emperor. Yes. One Su Ming is enough to rival or even crush the 3 sects. In addition to the 10 elders of the Spirit Hall 7 worshippers. Such a powerful force combined together, Su Ming really has some ideas, I'm afraid. Okay, Uncle Jian, don't think too much. The Spirit Hall can accommodate Tang Hao, but it may not be unable to accommodate the 7 treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengzi squeezed out a calm smile and continued. Tang Hao's stay in the Spirit Hall is probably to seek some face for the Haoshan sect. Rongrong is in the 7 treasures glazed sect, it's better to go to the Spirit Hall, at least the relationship between them is good. If something really happens, we can only let it go. At the end, Ning Fengzi's eyes dimmed slightly. Now, they have lost the opportunity to confront the Spirit Hall. Unless, there are gods willing to stand on the side of the upper 3 sects. It must be said that Tang Hao is a smart man. Ning Fengzi admires his sharp eyes, and he was able to bet more than 10 years ago. Moreover, this time he took the initiative to help Su Ming fight against the Spirit Hall. With this relationship alone, as long as Su Ming has a conscience, Haoshan sect can definitely avoid the disaster for Tang Hao's sake. If I had known it would be like this today, I should have been more domineering. Thinking back to using his daughter Rongrong and the sect to win over Su Ming, Ning Fengzi regretted it. Looking at the 9 treasures glazed tower on the ceiling of the main hall, he sighed helplessly. The 7 treasures glazed sect is ultimately lacking some blessings. In the Spirit Hall, a quiet and peaceful day was finally broken. Boom! 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 In front of the Pope's hall, terrifying waves of air surged, the air was like a lake, and circles exploded, and the battle scene was extremely fierce. On the ground, several figures looked tangled and hesitant. Xiao Wu, go call your brother. He should know what happened. It was Tang San who spoke. Su Shui came to the Spirit Hall and fought with her father without saying a word. His mood at the moment was also ups and downs, and he was indignant and didn't understand what happened. Fortunately, my father is strong, so I don't worry about anything going wrong. Now, it's better to ask Su Ming to solve it. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded and immediately rushed towards the Pope's palace. The guards also knew the relationship between Xiao Wu and Su Ming, and did not stop him. After all, it was not the first time for the latter to come here to see the Pope. Swish! But before Xiao Wu could go in, a figure had already stepped out. Your Highness, brother! The hanging heart finally fell, and Xiao Wu hugged Su Ming. She had been worried these days. Now seeing that Su Ming was safe and sound, she was finally relieved. It's good that you're okay. Su Ming smiled happily, which made you worry. Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but immediately changed her mind and said anxiously. Go and have a look. I don't know why Sister Schwetter suddenly fought with Senior Tang Hao. Yet. Su Ming pulled out his hand and flew lightly towards the sky. In the sky, Jian Rongxiu held the holy sword, her aura soaring into the sky, enveloping her whole body. After taking the immortal grass, she turned her flames into extreme flames, and the high temperature released even changed the color of the sky. Boom! The terrifying aura that erupted from Tang Hao instantly repelled Jian Rongxiu. Tang Hao looked at Su Ming with a complicated look, 3 parts strange, 3 parts playful, and 4 parts speechless, as if he knew something. You kid, handle this yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Glancing at Qian Rongxiu, the heir of the angel family, Tang Hao put away the clear sky hammer and left the battlefield. He knew the situation very well back then, and Qian Sunji would never die. There must be other factors. Shuer. Su Ming looked at Qian Rongxiu with a gentle look, and just as he was about to explain, the latter flew away without looking back. Your Holiness has many things to do, I can't disturb you. It's over. It looks like he needs to be coaxed. Chapter 282 Another beauty comes to visit. It seems that Bibi Dong's matter can no longer be concealed. Su Ming sighed and chased after Qian Rongxiu in the direction she left. The mountain behind the worship hall. The bamboo forest is quiet and peaceful. Qian Daoliu quietly held the luxurious porcelain cup, seeming to enjoy the autumn sunshine, and there was an inexplicable smile on his serious face. Shuer, you. Qian Rongxiu walked over before Qian Daoliu could finish his words. She kept a cold and stern face throughout the whole process, like a robot without emotions. She didn't even notice when Qian Daoliu called her. Qian Daoliu sighed inwardly, but pretended to know nothing on the surface, and said loudly. I have recently found some precious medicinal materials, which are in your room. Remember to soak in the bath, don't be willful anymore. Seeing that Qian Rongxiu ignored him, Qian Daoliu shook his head helplessly. This child is getting less and less cute as he grows older. But as a grandfather, he can't get involved in this matter. As a father, it is also his inner pain, and he really doesn't want to mention it. After a while, Su Ming's figure also caught up. In her room, go by yourself. Before Su Ming could speak, Qian Daoliu's voice had already sounded. Then, just like Qian Rongxiu ignored him, Qian Daoliu ignored Su Ming, with a mood. Hearing this, Su Ming didn't say anything nonsense, and consciously walked towards the wooden house. It was a quiet 2-story cottage, all made of bamboo, and looked very simple. But due to the decoration, it looks very exquisite and makes people feel it is not simple. Bang bang bang. When the knock on the door sounded, Su Ming knew Qian Rongxiu was here. Shuer, open the door. After a few seconds, there was still no sound. Seeing this, Su Ming finally used his trump card. I know you are very angry now, but I can explain to you. Remember the 3 rules we agreed on before? If we have a conflict, we must give the other party a chance to explain. After a few seconds, there was still no movement. Su Ming's soul ring flashed under his feet, and a golden figure appeared directly. The figure disappeared. The whole bamboo house became quiet. Inside the house, Qian Rongxiu's face was full of sorrow, her eyes were red, but her ears subconsciously listened to the movement outside the house. After a while, she saw no sound, and she didn't know why, her heart was empty. Swish! At this moment, a strange arm suddenly appeared and grabbed her ankle. Qian Rongxiu was picked up. Before she could react, she was already pinned to the bed. You let me go. Qian Rongxiu stared at the man in front of her with tears in her eyes, hating him in her heart. Seeing this, Su Ming fell down, and when he turned sideways, he held Qian Rongxiu in his arms like coaxing a child. The two faced each other. Su Ming kissed her forehead with pity, and then said, I told you before that we will be in trouble if we are together, you should be prepared. I know in your heart that Tang Hao killed your father, you will never tolerate him, and blame me for deceiving you again, right? Isn't it? Qian Rongxiu asked back, her aggrieved voice shattered all over the floor, cold and heartbroken. She would never have thought that the person she liked was actually a friend of her father's murderer. And he was so foolish that he got along well with Tang San and the others. He even brought them food. Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu felt like a clown. Su Ming did not answer, but said another thing. There is one more thing, you should also be prepared, Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. And her mother is the 100,000-year soul beast that your mother Bibi Dong's second martial spirit hunted. Boom! As soon as these words came out, Qian Rongxiu was stunned. In an instant, all emotions disappeared. Only a deep and incredible shock remained. My own mother killed Xiao Wu's mother? Are you kidding me, right? The voice was trembling, and Qian Rongxiu became visibly panicked. She knew the position of Xiao Wu in the hearts of Su Ming and Grandpa Brin. And she and Xiao Wu had always had a good relationship. Especially after the few of them confirmed their relationship, they interacted a lot on weekdays. Zhu Qing is rather cold. The techniques she practices are all passed down to her by Xiao Wu, so she is particularly enthusiastic towards her. Especially when she heard that she was adopted as a granddaughter by Grandpa Bulin, she often showed off to Tang San and the others, treating her as a relative. She is such an optimistic and cheerful sister. She and I are actually enemies? This. Seeing that Su Ming didn't speak, Jian Rongxue was completely panicked. She doesn't know her identity yet. How should she face Xiao Wu later? No. She must not know the relationship between me and the spirit hall. Jian Rongxue looked at Su Ming nervously and pitifully. On one hand, it's my mother-in-law who wants to kill me. On the other hand, it's the old friend and the enemy of my wife. On the other hand, it's my mother-in-law who killed another mother-in-law. Schwer, how do you think I should deal with these things now? Su Ming smiled but didn't smile. The series of annoying things were like a taut bowstring. If you are not careful, the arrow will be shot out. Jian Rongxue was struck by lightning. She bit her pink lips tightly and dared not make any sound. She felt that she was too willful just now. Although Su Ming hid the existence of Tang Hao from her. But he was also facing so many troubles. Each one was so entangled. Not telling myself might be his decision after thinking it over. When I was with him, he reminded me of these things. Is it possible that now, Jian Rongxue, you have begun to distrust the person you like? Then what do you say? Jian Rongxue asked nervously. At this moment, she had forgotten about the deception of her and the risk of fighting with the spirit hall. These three things are the most urgent to solve. Su Ming said one by one. Bibi Dong is now imprisoned by me. When I have time, I will go to enlighten her. Putting aside the grudge between me and her, she is also a pitiful person. Don't worry about this matter. I will take you to see her when I am free. Jian Rongxue nodded, urging her eyes. The second thing. The second thing is that your father was not killed by Tang Hao. There is another hidden story. I won't tell you the hidden story, and you don't need to ask your grandfather, he won't tell you either. No, Tang Hao killed him? Jian Rongxue stood up with her upper body, and her long golden hair fell on Su Ming's chest. Why? Jian Rongxue blurted out. Su Ming and grandfather, they couldn't possibly not tell me. Grandpa is the ultimate Douluo. Su Ming can even have god-level strength. There is nothing in the entire continent that they should be afraid of. Either, this matter involves gods. Or, this matter is something she must not know. In other words, knowing it would hurt her. There are only these two possibilities. If I have to ask you, will you tell me? Jian Rongxue bit her lips, her tender eyes shattered into thousands of points, trembling, and pretending to be strong. Su Ming didn't speak, his eyelids drooped, and the meaning was very clear. He really couldn't bear to tell Jian Rongxue this news. But with Su Ming like this, how could Jian Rongxue not understand what he meant? I understand. Jian Rongxue forced a smile and slowly lay on Su Ming's chest. The originally calm face suddenly became extremely painful, and tears fell like beads with a broken string. Although Jian Rongxue did not make any move, Su Ming could feel her emotions because his clothes were soaked with tears. Jian Rongxue was not a fool. On the contrary, she was very smart. And smart people are always not as happy as fools, which is clearly reflected in Xiao Wu. There was no speech for a long time. Don't worry, you still have me in the future. Su Ming stroked Jian Rongxue's head and comforted her softly. I will take care of Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu's mother is dead, her spirit rings and spirit bones are still there. She can be resurrected when she becomes a god in the future. I just met Xiao Wu and haven't told her about this yet, but judging from her current expression, she should be able to accept it. You don't have to worry about anything else. When you come back, just accompany your grandfather well. I'll help you take care of the Wuhan Hall first, but you still have to take the position of the Pope. Yet. Jian Rongxue responded softly, and the tears on her face had dried. She wiped her face, slowly adjusted her mood, and raised her head. That snow-white face with delicate skin, like milk, always makes people feel better every time they see it. I still want to continue with the Tiandu Empire. If I can control the Tiandu Empire, there will be less trouble in the future. But I can't go back now. Can you give me the method of clone? Su Ming nodded, and couldn't help but stroke Jian Rongxue's beautiful face with pity, wiping away the tears. It's fine if you want to learn, but you can't learn this thing in a short time. Su Ming seemed to find something wrong and asked. You said you can't go back, it shouldn't mean that Shuya discovered your identity. Because if that's the case, it's useless to go back. Swish. Qian Rongxiu's face flashed with strong shame, and her originally sad and mournful face instantly turned into a rosy glow. 2. Qian Rongxiu hesitated and didn't know how to speak, so she had to quickly lean over to Su Ming's ear and said something. Swish. His eyes suddenly awakened. Su Ming was stunned for a few seconds, and smiled with a forced smile. It's enough to play once. If you play a second time, your grandfather Qian Douluo has sharp eyes and you can't hide it from him. Although he said so, Su Ming swallowed nervously, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He stretched out his right hand with trembling hands and put it on Qian Rongxiu's lower abdomen. Impossible. It doesn't make sense. The more talented soul masters combine, the more difficult it is to produce offspring. Not to mention, the martial spirits of both of them are already god-level martial spirits. If you don't believe it, forget it. Qian Rongxiu was angry and prepared to distance herself with a sneer. But she was immediately caught by Su Ming and pressed under him. Whether it was or not, he had to find out. He tried his best to control his mental power and probed Qian Rongxiu's abdomen. But the scene he saw next made Su Ming freeze instantly. What? When did it happen? Su Ming's eyes lit up, and his surprise was beyond words, so much so that his body was trembling slightly. In a trance, he seemed to hear a surging heartbeat. That was the blood connection. He was also his only direct relative. Qian Rongxiu grabbed the quilt tightly and turned her head away. Just not long after you left, just. The beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Qian Rongxiu blushed, and shyly touched her cheek. Thank you. Su Ming slowly uttered 2 words, and at this moment, he was particularly happy and festive, his eyes were full of tenderness and sweet words. That feeling, like a heavy burden, but it made people feel at ease. It seemed that the whole world treated him well. Being hugged tightly and stared at by blazing eyes, Qian Rongxiu was so ashamed that she couldn't raise her head at all. Next time, even if there is danger, you have to tell me, you can't keep hiding it from me. Okay. I'll take you around the spirit hall and tell you some common sense, so that you won't make a fool of yourself as the Pope in the future. Yes. The young people nowadays. Seeing Su Ming and the other 2 holding hands and leaving happily without even saying hello, Qian Douluo didn't know what to say. Not only did he lose a granddaughter, he also lost the spirit hall. He couldn't control the affairs of the young, nor did he want to control them, so he simply let's just let it go. The spirit hall is very large. In addition to the Pope's hall, there is also a spirit academy. There are also library, various simulated environment training areas, treasure room, as well as confidential room and advisory group serving the Pope's hall, etc. The heritage of thousands of years made Su Ming feel frightened. Although the first academy can have an advantage in direct training. But no one would not feel timid when such an institution is running at full capacity. Seeing the soul bone in the treasure room, Su Ming took it out. After all, this is the prize of the Soul Master competition, and it has to be distributed, so it is not good to protect one side. If you are tired, let's go back first. I'm not tired, I'm not that weak. Then I'll cook and treat everyone to dinner tonight, what do you think? Do whatever you want, why do you ask me? Qian Rongxiu put her hands behind her back, smiled and followed Su Ming out of the library. Facing Su Ming's sudden passionate and warm care, Qian Rongxiu was both happy and helpless. I understand you now. In your heart, I am not as important as the baby. If I don't tell you, you will definitely not be so good to me, Qian Rongxiu glared at someone fiercely, her tender eyes were full of charm, like a spring breeze blowing across thousands of miles. Su Ming did not comment. Whatever you say, you can raise any dissatisfaction now. After all, you can be so arrogant during this period, but it will be difficult in the future. Su Ming pinched someone's face, and it seemed that he really got a big bargain. In the past, I really didn't know what was good for me. Qian Rongxiu's nose twitched, and she glared at Su Ming fiercely, you guys are stubborn, you only know how to bully me. Su Ming smiled, and felt that his heart suddenly became very fulfilled. Especially when teasing Qian Rongxiu, he always laughed so hard, this girl was so cute and adorable. Qian Rongxiu was also enjoying it in her heart. It was not that she liked to be bullied and had a masochistic tendency. But the feeling changed. She finally won once, and won for a lifetime. Unfortunately, such a wonderful atmosphere could not last after all. Soon, a bishop rushed to report. Your Majesty, a very strong and beautiful woman outside the door threatened to see you and has injured 2 elders. At this moment, she is heading towards the Pope's palace. Su Ming's mouth twitched. A very strong and beautiful woman? Sure enough, the words rang in his ears. They have come to the door, why don't you go and see? After speaking, Qian Rongxu left with a cold face. The cardinal's body turned cold. Why was His Majesty's eyes so kind? Chapter 283 Guyuina was betrayed by Nana. Which, how can I let you mess around in the holy land of my Wuhan Hall? Boom. Between heaven and earth, black and white change and yin and yang flow in the world. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo used the spirit fusion technique to try to take down Guyuina directly. As the ministers of the former Pope Bibi Dong, now that the new Pope is in power, their position in the spirit hall is now precarious. After all, Bibi Dong involves the gods, and no one dares to hold Bibi Dong responsible except Su Ming and Qian Daoliu. But the damage caused by the spirit hall is irreparable. One worshipper died. The rest of the worshippers were also severely damaged. If it weren't for the appearance of the angel god, I'm afraid the spirit hall would have been completely destroyed. Although Su Ming said that he would not pursue it, people's hearts always make choices. Under such circumstances, the top leaders of the spirit hall have more or less excluded the 2. After all, the 2 of them are Bibi Dong's most loyal followers. If they don't show some results to impress Su Ming and others, the 2 elders will be marginalized sooner or later. At present, the demon bear Douluo was severely injured, and the other elders were all defeated together. It was the best opportunity for them to take action. Unfortunately, the spirit hall's fusion skill came out. Guyuina only gave a glance, and under that extraordinary spirit, the fusion skill of the 2 was instantly broken. Puff! Like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood and falling backwards. None of the 5 titled Douluo was a match for Guyuina. Crack! Crack! Every time Guyuina took a step, a large amount of piercing ice and snow would condense under her feet, slowing down the passage of time around her. Freezing the passage of time with ice and snow, so mysterious and transcendent, it seems not like a human being. Yes, who can make the titled Douluo feel suffocated by relying on pressure? Su Ming, get out of here! With her long hair raised, Guyuina let out a sharp roar from her mouth, as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, rolling towards the interior of the spirit hall. Why did you come to the spirit hall? Before the figure appeared, Su Ming's voice was heard first. Instantly, Su Ming appeared in front of Guyuina. Your Holiness! Guiju and other Douluo bowed respectfully. Okay, go down and recuperate. Su Ming waved his hand. Seeing that Guyuina had no intention of attacking and seemed to have some connection with Su Ming, they left with peace of mind. Humans are really ungrateful. My soul beast clan trusts you so much, but you actually betrayed us. I tell you, even if I get up, I will drag you to be buried with me. Guyuina bared her teeth and roared, her eyes flashing with fire, and the unique pressure of the Silver Dragon King was stronger than before. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and silently looked at Guyuina's appearance at the moment. What are you doing? Guyuina frowned. He frowned slightly, not knowing whether it was out of disgust or shyness. Su Ming did not answer, but asked towards his sea of consciousness. Nana, what is she doing here? Hearing this, a pure and moving girl appeared in his sea of consciousness. Compared to Guyuina's cold and desolate appearance, the girl was more like a vivid person. Under her curved eyebrows, the 2 star-like eyes were bright and seemed to be full of expectations and joy for everything. Isn't this exposed? Shut up! Outside, Guyuina screamed, extremely embarrassed and angry. Which side are you on? But Nana did not seem to save face for Guyuina. She just paused and continued angrily. You are obviously here to seek refuge, but you are pretending to be like this, as hypocritical as those humans I have seen. Guyuina glared. No matter how hard she tried, she would never have thought that she would be betrayed by herself. Refuge? Su Ming touched his chin. No wonder he felt that Guyuina was abnormal. With her strength, against 5 titled Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and the others only had moderate injuries such as vomiting blood. If they really came to seek revenge, they should have directly used the move of heaven and earth to cripple the spirit hall. After all, if we don't kill the snake, we will be retaliated. Either we don't offend the spirit hall, we can directly injure it and pave the way for the Soul Beast clan. Gu Yuina chose the most outrageous way, and it seems that she doesn't want to completely turn against the spirit hall. Su Ming spread his hands helplessly. I had no choice under the circumstances at that time. The god of Shura and the god of destruction are both here. Do you think I dare not accept their proposal under such circumstances? Besides, you can only blame Tian Ming. Otherwise, our spirits are not connected. Even if they check the sea of consciousness, they can't find any traces of Nana left. So, you agreed and chose to betray me. Gu Yuina was angry and looked like she would not give up. Su Ming changed the subject and asked. Nana said, what does it mean that you came here to seek refuge? He connected with Gu Yuina's spirit and formed a new consciousness Nana. Nana was very curious about human society and often appeared in the sea of consciousness to find him. In order to reduce disturbance, Su Ming gave Nana a unique perspective, so that when she appeared, she could perceive the human world like Xiang Jun and others. Although he only occasionally paid attention to this girl. Or perhaps compared to his soul beast friends, he, a taciturn human, has become a chatterbox. So, the relationship between the two is not bad. Gu Yuina's anger stagnated. She didn't expect Su Ming to not continue in her direction. Seeing that her thoughts were betrayed, Gu Yuina gritted her teeth in anger. I need to hide here for a while. This happened because of you, so you must be responsible. The fair cheeks flushed a little, and Gu Yuina's arrogant and cold appearance also became a little broken. At this time, Tang San and others also rushed over. But when they saw Gu Yuina's flawless face, they were completely stunned. Beautiful. So beautiful. The hazy charm on Gu Yuina was like a fairy, making her look like a fairy from the earth. Instantly, everyone felt that the situation was not good. It's over. Su Ming's backyard finally caught fire. The old lover outside actually came to take responsibility. Xiao. Zhu Zuqing was about to discuss countermeasures with Xiao Wu, but when she saw Xiao Wu sweating with fear, the words on her lips stopped immediately. Xiao Wu has always been fearless, but Zhu Zuqing has never seen such a panicked and shocked look. At this time, shouldn't she be jealous and angry? Why, is it this expression? On the other side, Su Ming was also a little confused. Gu Yuina, although this is the spirit hall, it is indeed blessed by the angels. But with your identity, it's probably useless even if you come here. After all, Su Ming was in the wrong first. Although he was unhappy, he didn't drive her away, but persuaded her kindly. But when this was said, Gu Yuina refuted without thinking. No. There is no place in the entire continent that is safer than your place. Gu Yuina's eyes were very determined, this is a place where the God realm will never take action. Otherwise, how could I run here? The beautiful purple eyes were indignant and powerless. Gu Yuina wanted to cut the things in front of her into pieces at this moment, but she had to ask Su Ming for help. In the current Soul Beast clan, she must not have any accidents. First, Su Ming robbed Tian Ming. Then her whereabouts were known by the God realm. Now, she had to run to seek refuge again. She, Gu Yuina, had never suffered such grievances, and she was facing a human. Wuhan Hall, safe? Realizing that Gu Yuina's words had other implications, Su Ming invited her to the Pope's palace. Her status is not ordinary, even I may not be able to beat her. Besides, she has a bad temper and is arrogant. Don't provoke her if you have nothing to do, especially don't talk about soul beasts. Chinger, go prepare some treats. By the way, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and I'll cook. After telling Tang San and the others, Su Ming led Gu Yuina to the Pope's palace. After a while, a chattering discussion sounded. Su Ming just said that the woman's strength is not inferior to his, doesn't that mean? Sister Lingling, you forgot, gods are not allowed to mess around in the lower realm, so she should not be a god, but the aura she exudes is probably at least at that level, otherwise Su Ming, with his god-level strength, would not be able to say such words. That's right, but why did she come to Su Ming? I don't think it's because of love. I know. The strange voice immediately made everyone look at Ming. Shut up. Xiao Wu glared at him fiercely. Ming, are you looking for death? Realizing that he had pretended too much, Ming immediately covered his mouth. But this situation of trying to cover up the truth made everyone more curious. Zhu Qing, do you know why Su Ming said he would cook for us to eat? How do I know? Zhu Zuqing was speechless. Ahem, you can eavesdrop later and tell us when you come back. Good idea. On the other side, Su Ming took Gu Yuina to the Pope's hall. I didn't expect that you are now the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If you're here to congratulate me, I didn't see you bring any gifts. You wish? Su Ming changed the subject and asked. What did you mean by saying that the God realm would not attack here? Su Ming felt strange when the God of Destruction suddenly left last time. This time, Gu Yuina mentioned it again, and Su Ming had already noticed something was wrong. It shouldn't be because of the Spirit Hall, so it can only be because of me. Or, it could be because of the system. Gu Yuina sighed, as if she had let go of everything, and asked a question with a serious look. Su Ming, how much do you know about the origin of the world? Su Ming's face suddenly changed, and after thinking for a while, he said. The origin of the world should originate from chaos. In chaos, there are origins such as time, space, yin and yang, and heaven and earth. Together, they constitute a new world and become laws to constrain it. The order of the God realm should be based on the origin of the world. It's good that you know. It seems that Su Ming knows a lot, and he doesn't need to explain it slowly. Gu Yuina continued. Time and space, although they are all origins, are not the most core powers. Now the most core origins of the God realm are only destruction, life, kindness, and evil. Even the killing of the Shura God is not the origin, but the extension of kindness and evil. It's just that the killing power of Shura is indeed extremely powerful and can support the power of the origin. In addition, there are actually other origins in the universe, and the power is even stronger. As if he had grasped something, Su Ming immediately asked. You mentioned the power of annihilation in the Star Do Great Forest before. Is annihilation one of them? Gu Yuina nodded heavily. If it weren't for the power in your body, I wouldn't choose to cooperate with you. The power of annihilation is one of the most core origins, and it is the power formed when chaos is destroyed. Su Ming frowned immediately. Although he was a little surprised that the system used the power of annihilation, he was not too excited. He said rationally. Enemy and destruction, although the two forces are different, they should also have something in common. Tell me carefully, what exactly is the power of annihilation? This. Gu Yuina paused, thinking for a moment. She slowly raised her arm, and a magical purple butterfly broke out of the cocoon and flew out of her hand. Look at this butterfly. At the beginning, it was innocent and flawless. Maybe, it will become terrifying, maybe it will become more beautiful. The purple butterfly stopped and extended two different lines. On one side, it is the ferocious and fanged Gumeng ghost butterfly. On the other side, it is the light goddess butterfly that emits a beautiful golden light and is as holy as a god. The beginning of the butterfly foreshadows life, and the two butterflies with completely different attributes represent the evil and kindness they will be in the future. The evil butterfly will be judged by justice and destroyed. This requires external forces to intervene, that is, destruction. These origins, evolving in the world, also created the existence of the god's throne. Even the power of the dragon god is a combination of the power of destruction and creation. Things like space and time, and the ultimate gold flow are just derivatives of these two origins. Su Ming, who has read the original novel, naturally understood what Gu Yuina meant, but what does this have to do with the power of annihilation? It seems that there is no annihilation power in the universe. At least now, there is no abnormality in all planes, and the god's throne is stable. Gu Yuina knew that Su Ming was very confused at the moment. If she hadn't inherited the wisdom of the dragon god, she would have found it difficult to explain the power of it. Nirvana, silence is chaos and freeze in space, and extinction is extinction in time. The combination of the two means stop and nothingness. In other words, it is more like chaos. Just like this butterfly, if the cocoon does not exist, where does the butterfly come from? Where does good and evil come from? Su Ming's heart trembled. Doesn't this mean that the power of annihilation is even higher than the power of destruction? Gu Yuina looked embarrassed. Maybe it is like this. However, the power of annihilation usually exists together with the power of creation, just like destruction and creation, but the latter two are more like the products of the former. Generally speaking, creation breaks through annihilation, creation receives the signal, and begins to create living beings. Destruction and killing the irrational factors will be eliminated, and during this period, the destiny will constantly guide all the changes. If the coordination fails and leads to imbalance, the destiny will be gone, and the whole world will return to silence, and then a new round of reincarnation will begin. Speaking of this, Gu Yuina couldn't help but sigh. The dragon god can create, but he can't control evolution and continuation. If he had mastered the power of destiny, he would definitely be able to evolve the original dragon god realm into a god star, but unfortunately in the end. Alas! Chapter 284 Different Paths. Gu Yuina was eventually placed in the spirit hall by Su Ming. However, considering that humans and soul beasts are incompatible, and Gu Yuina is prone to anger and violence, Su Ming made 3 rules with her. If Gu Yuina dares to do anything out of line, Nana will report to him at any time. When the time comes, don't blame him for being ruthless. In the current situation, Gu Yuina is also afraid that someone from the god realm will come, and the soul beast clan will be in a worse situation by then, so how dare she refuse to agree. In addition to getting some information from the system, Su Ming also understood why the god of destruction saw him. The eyes in the sea of consciousness immediately retreated. Nirvana is the initial state of things. It is also the final state of things. So Nirvana is one of the taboos. Any original power will turn into nothingness when it encounters Nirvana. Where Nirvana exists, gods cannot exist. But what surprised Su Ming the most was the other eye. If Gu Yuina was right, it should be fate. In Taoist terms, it is the evolution of nothingness and existence. In an instant, Su Ming seemed to realize something. Your Majesty, the saint requests to see you. In the magnificent hall, a subtle voice suddenly sounded from outside, just enough to reach Su Ming's ears. Saint. Su Ming muttered, and realized it was Hulina. Let her in. Knowing Hulina's intention, Su Ming did not embarrass her. Soon, Hulina appeared in front of Su Ming with a worried look on her face. Bang! Hulina suddenly knelt on the ground and begged. Hulina knows that the teacher has committed a serious sin, but as a student, the teacher treats me like a parent. Hulina begs His Holiness the Pope to spare the teacher's life. Hulina is willing to serve as a slave to repay him. Hulina's face was full of pity, her voice was almost hoarse. In a few days, she had contacted all the cardinals and the titled Douluo elders. Those who usually respected their teacher were avoiding her like a tiger at this moment. Hulina finally understood what the world was like. It was not Bibi Dong's fault. After all, everyone worked hard for the spirit hall for a future and hope, just like Zhu Douluo. Bibi Dong should never have summoned the Rakshasa god to sacrifice them. It's okay to fight with you. But how can you really kill me? Moreover, in the current situation of the spirit hall, whoever dares to plead for Bibi Dong will be labeled as a heretic and a believer of the evil god. Except Hulina, who has a deep relationship with Bibi Dong, no one else has ever pleaded for Bibi Dong. I won't take Bibi Dong's life. Su Ming looked at Hulina meaningfully. Ya, what do you want? Hulina understood what Su Ming meant, her body trembled slightly, and she was filled with mixed feelings. The genius they once disdained and used as a whetstone has now reached the point where they look up to him. I don't know many people in the spirit hall, especially women. Su Ming came close to Hulina, and while looking at her closely, his tone became subtle. I wonder if you don't mind being a maid for a while. Maid? You are attracted to her beauty, right? Hulina hesitated, and after a brief struggle, she gritted her teeth and agreed. As long as you can ensure that the teacher is safe, I am willing to follow your arrangements. Su Ming smiled with satisfaction, put his hands behind his back and prepared to leave. Let's go to where I live. Hulina was struck by lightning and followed Su Ming in despair. Su Ming came to the palace where he lived. Why did you bring her here again? Noticing the ashamed and angry Hulina behind Su Ming, Qian Rongxiu puffed her cheeks and was full of jealousy. Previously, a beautiful woman came to the door and arranged her in the spirit hall. Now Hulina is brought here again. Are you trying to make me angry on purpose? Su Ming held his forehead and said, I know you may be too busy recently, so I found you a maid. Forget it, I see you don't want to, so forget it. Before Qian Rongxiu answered, Gu Yuina's face changed drastically. No, I absolutely can't leave. But the next second, a heavenly voice suddenly rang out. Who said I don't want to? Come in. Qian Rongxiu gave Hulina a cold look, which seemed to be a bit hostile and difficult to get along with. Hulina felt relieved, clasped her hands, and came to the palace in a reserved manner. But when she walked in, Hulina's mind flashed with a lot of question marks. Looking at Qian Rongxiu's outfit, a white short skirt with gold edges, white stockings, and a loose top of unknown style, sweater. Looking at the palace again, a large area was covered with a snow-white, soft, and luxurious blanket. That feeling didn't look like the place where the Pope lived. It looked like, yes, a woman's room. Su Ming's eyes also flashed with surprise, but then he realized that this should be done by Shue'er. There was no figure, and she started to do these things. This girl. Su Ming shook his head helplessly, smiled, but this sweater was indeed very suitable for her, simple and exquisite, and looked warm and soft, very comfortable. The Pope's clothes are ready, you can go and have a look. I guess you don't like that style either, so let them make it again. As she said that, Jianrongxiu pressed Su Ming's shoulders and pushed him to the bedroom. Bang! The door was also closed. Jianrongxiu looked at Su Ming with suspicion. You really asked her to be a maid, not for other thoughts. Just for this? Su Ming was too lazy to answer, although Jianrongxiu and Hulina didn't have much intersection in the original work. But which daughter would be indifferent when seeing her mother put all her love on a disciple who had no blood relationship with her? So, Su Ming knew that Jianrongxiu's words were just daily jokes, and he was still happy in his heart. Therefore, she changed the subject and said, the woman who just came to the spirit hall is named Guyuina, and she is the soul beast master. I fought with her in the Stardo Great Forest before, and we are now in a cooperative relationship. She will probably live in the spirit hall in the short term. You two are very stubborn. Don't mess with her. I have also told her not to mess around in the spirit hall. Soul Beast Master? Jianrongxiu immediately realized that the matter was not simple, and stopped being pretentious. You mean, her strength is very strong? Su Ming's answer was very simple. Even your grandfather may not be able to beat her. In her peak period, your ancestor, the angel god, was not her opponent. Jianrongxiu was speechless. This is not a love rival, this is an ancestor. You're not very sweet, but you're very good at kidnapping girls. If anyone is not careful, you'll have to make them suffer. With a little tenderness, Jianrongxiu knew whether it was sweet or not. Su Ming began to prepare for the evening banquet. Are you going to prepare a lot of people? Not just Xiaowu and Zhu Qing. Yes. Jianrongxiu was driven out of the kitchen. Go tell everyone in the first academy to come to the banquet in the evening. Okay. Looking at the obedient Hulina leaving, Jianrongxiu's cold face slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Su Ming, this guy, doesn't seem to know nothing. Soon, evening came. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing had already come. Hey, Sister Shue'er, you are here. Zuqing and I looked for you but couldn't find you. Jianrongxiu and Tang Hao had a conflict, and she was angry and ignored her brother. They didn't expect that they would be in her brother's palace in the blink of an eye. Have they made up? Facing Xiaowu, Jianrongxiu, who knew the truth, had a guilty look in her eyes. I just took him to the spirit hall, and I didn't meet you. Where did you go? Oh, we just met Xiaoyu from the spirit hall. He was not convinced, so we beat him up again. You don't know, Tang San and Er Ming killed like crazy in the spirit hall, and I guess many people were traumatized. Xiaowu smirked and stuck out her tongue. That radiant smile seemed to be able to heal everything. Jianrongxiu's heart suddenly relaxed. What about you? You didn't attack. Jianrongxiu smiled. How could I? She fought the hardest. I don't know if she was avenging Su Ming or causing trouble. Zhu Zuqing added. Hee. Xiaowu's pretty face turned red, and she smiled foolishly. Of course, it was revenge. Is she speaking for her? Or is she speaking for the spirit hall? After thinking about it, Jianrongxiu finally chose to shut up. He's busy in the kitchen. You go help him. He won't let me go to the kitchen. Xiaowu didn't think too much and went to help Su Ming. But Zhu Zuqing found something wrong. Sister Shue'er, aren't you hiding something from us? Swish. Jianrongxiu's face immediately turned red. She pulled Zhu Zuqing aside and asked something in a low voice. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing's face flushed, and the iceberg on her face instantly turned into peach blossoms. After hesitating for a long time, she shook her head. No. Jianrongxiu choked up. She originally thought that Zhu Zuqing had known Su Ming for so long that they would have had sex, but she didn't expect. Zhu Zuqing wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She was willing, but Su Ming insisted that she would say it later, even if she hugged him to sleep, she would have no desire. In silence, facing Jianrongxiu's shy and happy, helpless look, Zhu Zuqing seemed to understand, and envied her in her heart. Could it be? She was even more stunned when she realized something further. A light golden light flashed in her dark eyes and swept across Qianrongxiu. Sister Shuer, you. SHH. Qianrongxiu quickly covered Zhu Zoking's mouth, feeling extremely ashamed. Don't tell anyone about it, do you hear me? Qianrongxiu glared at Zhu Zoking fiercely. She didn't dare to let Xiaowu know. At least, if Su Ming didn't make it public, she wouldn't tell anyone about it. Zhu Zoking's eyes widened and blinked, and she didn't move for a long time, her expression seemed to be frozen. What about him? Zhu Zoking's eyes were full of joy and envy. She glanced at the kitchen and seemed to understand why Su Ming liked this. Unfortunately, this treatment was not given to her and Xiaowu first. Sister Shuer, congratulations. Zhu Zoking lowered her voice and smiled to congratulate. She accepted it very quickly and even looked calm. But the disappointment in her eyes could not deceive people. I am a latecomer and I snatched the person you like. It's good enough that you don't hate me. Qianrongxiu's soft and holy smile was like a spring breeze. Knowing that Zhu Zoking didn't mean that, she saw that she was about to refute and said first. Don't worry, the engagement ceremony will be held soon, and you can't miss it. From now on, we are a family. Zhu Zoking couldn't stand it, and immediately turned red and went into the kitchen. Soon after, a large group of people came here. Xiaowu, what is the meaning of this banquet? Why don't you tell us? Can't you learn from Ming? Just wait for the delicious food, why do you have to talk so much? Su Ming is now the Pope, with a noble status. If we don't figure it out, the red-clothed people in the spirit hall will be hunted down by us. Ye Lingling, Ming, Tang San, Duguyan. Even Ning Rongrong, who returned to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, rushed back, and the scene was very lively. Deming and Dugubo did not participate in the conversation of a group of juniors, and sipped tea on the balcony. Looking at the spirit hall in front of him, Dugubo still feels extremely dreamy and has not figured out what happened. Who would have thought that they, who had just fought against the spirit hall not long ago, would become guests of the spirit hall at this moment? And Su Ming, even became the Pope. Soon, the banquet began. The full plate of dishes was served on the table. Under the candlelight, it looked like a bright pearl, and it was even more delicious. Su Ming's cooking skills were well known in the academy. It was just that he was too busy to care about these things. This time, he let them have a big meal. Seeing that Tang Hao didn't come, Su Ming asked Tang San what was going on. The answer he got was that he had left the spirit hall. After today, I will also leave the spirit hall. After all, I was born in the Haoshan sect, and there are grievances between the Haoshan sect and the spirit hall. Before the problem is solved, it is indeed inconvenient for us to stay for a long time. If it weren't for you, my father would have left the spirit hall a long time ago, so he asked me to tell you. Yes, if it weren't for me, how could Tang Hao stay in the spirit hall? Haoshan sect and the spirit hall are incompatible. I used to be the dean of the first academy, upright, and naturally there was nothing wrong. But now, I have become the Pope of the spirit hall? If it weren't for the previous relationship, I'm afraid they would have become mortal enemies long ago. When kindness is reached, justice will be exhausted. Goodbye, I don't know whether we are enemies or friends. Su Ming was silent for a while, not knowing what to say, so he changed the subject. You can hurry up with the Tang sect. Dugubo should go to the Tang sect with you. By then, there will be two titled Douluo sitting in the Tang sect, and the Tang sect will also become the top force on the continent. Soon, there will be big changes in the Spirit Master world. The development of hidden weapons may change some things. Tang San's mood became heavy. He knew what the changes were. Su Ming wanted to unify the continent and restore order. If it was out of selfishness, it would be fine. But the problem is that Su Ming wanted to change the existing situation on the continent. If it succeeds, it must be worth it. But if it fails, the damage caused by this storm is really too great. Even Tang San didn't know which side he should stand on at this moment. Should he try to stop it? Or should he make an effort to promote the progress of the situation? The latter possibility is very low, after all, they are in different camps. The word Tang belongs to Haoshan sect after all. Even if he doesn't agree, he doesn't want to be a despised villain. Chapter 285 All good things must come to an end. The candle light flickered, and the atmosphere of joy gradually became thicker. Su Ming didn't prepare any wine, and didn't want everyone to get drunk. In a blink of an eye, more than 2 years passed. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Now that the Soul Master competition is over, you have all reached the Soul Sect, and some have even reached the Soul King. The time in the academy has come to an end for you. If you want to continue studying at the first academy, you can be an assistant teacher at the academy, or become a teacher after you reach the Soul Emperor. I am only the Pope temporarily replacing Schwetter. I will return to the academy in the future, with the first academy as the center. I would like to hear how you arranged it. Being the Pope for Schwetter? What does that mean? Will Su Shui be the Pope in the future? Under the table, Jian Rongxiu held Su Ming's hand tightly and replied calmly. My real name is not Su Shui, but Jian Rongxiu. I am the heir of the angel family of the Spirit Hall. I kept it a secret from everyone before because I didn't want to cause too much trouble. The reason why I went to the first academy was not to practice, but because of him. As she said this, Jian Rongxiu glanced at Su Ming shyly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed instantly. There is no doubt that Jian Rongxiu's words were no less than a nuclear bomb detonation. So, the truth is actually like this. No wonder Su Ming can become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. It turns out that they are all a family. It doesn't matter who is in charge. No change. Ya Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Dogayan, Zhu Zoking's scalps were numb, they just felt horrified. But Xiaowu and Erming's festive smiles froze and they could no longer smile. The Spirit Hall is the largest organization of soul masters and the mastermind of hunting soul beasts. They hated the people in the Spirit Hall. They never thought that the friend they spent their days and nights with would be the helmsman of the Spirit Hall. Tang San's mouth muscles twitched, and he felt an indescribable resentment in his chest. No wonder his father left without saying goodbye. I'm afraid he also discovered Jian Rongxiu's identity. Jian Daoliu. Jian Sunji. Jian Rongxiu. The one who killed my mother and the one who saved my mother are actually one family? For a moment, Tang San was completely confused. Su Ming could feel Jian Rongxiu's uneasiness, and he also knew that the current situation would easily lead to tensions among everyone. But things always have to be resolved, and they also need to be faced. Su Ming said. As for your mother, Xiao Wu, I will revive her in the future. Gu Yuina is now in the Spirit Hall. The conflict between soul beasts and human soul masters may not be resolved in a short time, but I believe it should be alleviated in the near future. Brother, are you serious? Xiao Wu was pleasantly surprised, and Ming was also very happy. Su Ming nodded, and then said to the empty place. Everyone is here, just take a seat. Nana has already greeted me. If you are reluctant, let Nana take the lead. That girl has wanted to eat human food for a long time. After a moment of silence, a jade arm stretched out from the space. Gu Yuina's cold and stunning face was slightly ruddy. I didn't come here because I wanted to. Nana threatened me. I have no interest in your human food. Swish. Gu Yuina walked to the first seat below Su Ming and Jian Rongxiu. Your Excellency. Xiao Wu and Ming stood up respectfully as if they had met a big boss. This scene once again shocked everyone. From Gu Yuina's tone, she should not be human. When Xiao Wu called her master, didn't she mean? Even Gu Yuina stared at this position without saying anything. Ming quickly moved his seat, and Xiao Wu ran to sit next to Zhu Zuking. There are no outsiders here, and I'll be frank. Xiao Wu, De Ming, Ming, and the others are actually transformed after 100,000 years. As for her, you can simply understand that she is the boss of all soul beasts. Cough 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 cough. The scene immediately rang with scattered coughs. A soul beast transformed after 100,000 years? The boss of soul beasts? The impact of this day by day is almost numb to everyone. First, Su Ming became the Pope, and then Jian Rongxiu was the heir of the angel family. Now, they tell us this again. Ya Lingling smiled. Well, none of you are hiding your identity, right? Don't tell me later that there is a god hidden among us, hee. The atmosphere suddenly became silent again. Everyone was silent, not even surprised, as if to say that this possibility was not impossible. I was a god before. Gu Yuina's beautiful eyes lit up, and her cold face suddenly became enthusiastic. You all have good talents. Are you interested in joining the Soul Beast clan? Don't worry, when the Soul Beast clan rises in the future, I will not miss your benefits. The title Douluo is just the beginning. The Soul Beast clan used to be a great existence that could compete with the God realm. Maybe you can become gods in the future. Everyone, okay, my hands were numb just now, and now my legs are numb. Everyone looked at each other, and after a little hesitation, they all started to shake their heads. In their ears, Gu Yuina's words were no different from I am Qin Shi Wang, send money. The situation of the Soul Beast clan is obviously not as good as that of humans. Why abandon the clan and join the Soul Beast clan? Become a god? The Soul Beast clan has not seen a god for many years. Compared with other gangs, it is obvious that they have a higher probability of becoming gods. Otherwise, how could Xiaowu and the others transform and practice? With a dissatisfied snort, Gu Yuina ignored the others and started to make food for the table. Remember, this is the last time, Nana. Su Ming looked at Tang San, whose face was depressed. Tang San, you should know the current situation clearly. Whether you face it or not, it exists. I don't know whether we will be enemies or friends next time we meet, but the friendship of the past 10 years is real, and I can't erase it. Do your best and leave it to fate. Not everything can go as you wish. Just accept it calmly and try not to regret it. Su Ming raised his glass. This is the first and last glass of wine tonight. There are no eternal enemies, no eternal friends, only eternal years. Don't be sad today, things are not that bad. Come, let's toast together for the past 10 years of acquaintance. After hearing the first half, everyone thought Su Ming was going to break up with Tang San. But after hearing the last part, everyone's heart twitched again, and they sighed for the time they had spent together in the past few years. Life is always so impermanent. They are fine, at least their relationship with Su Ming is not to the point of becoming enemies. But Tang San, the Haoshan sect and the Spirit Hall are sworn enemies. The Tang family also has a blood feud with the Angel family. Su Ming and the Spirit Hall are inseparable. Tang Hao and Tang San are actually on opposite sides. Suddenly, good friends have become enemies. This blow is too great. Duguyan worriedly held Tang San's hand, knowing that Tang San was facing not only emotional pressure, but also pressure in strength. Because at the moment, they simply have no ability to compete with the Spirit Hall. Unless the Tang family and the Haoshan sect draw a clear line and do not participate in the fight. Plus, Su Ming is the benefactor of the Tang family, and the grudges are cleared. This friendship can still be maintained. But Tang San, with a strong temper, is not someone who compromises so easily. Even if he is facing Su Ming. The atmosphere at the dinner table became depressing. Knowing that she had affected the relationship between Su Ming and Tang San, Qian Rongxiu felt very heavy in her heart. She forced a smile and said, "Who says friends can't be enemies, who says enemies can't be friends? My grandfather and your great-grandfather Tang Chen, Tang San, were both enemies and friends. As long as we stand on our own positions and have a clear conscience, it's enough. We don't have to be so clear. At least now, everyone is still friends, right?" As soon as Qian Rongxiu said this, she was immediately echoed. Of course it wasn't because of Su Ming. But what she said was indeed very reasonable. Even if we are in different camps, we can still be friends. It's just that it will be more troublesome at that time. It's not like we have deep hatred. If we really fight, will you, Tang San, kill Su Ming? No, it should be Su Ming who will kill you. As soon as Ya Lingling said this, Ning Rongrong also felt the same way. Sister Lingling is right. Look at my father. He didn't stop me from coming to the Spirit Hall. Although Su Ming is not good at talking, his character is still fine. Even my father is under the pressure of the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he is not afraid. What are you worried about? Uncle Tang Hao is also at ease to leave you here, doesn't it prove that this is not a big deal? Ning Rongrong raised her glass first, but not to Su Ming, but to Shuer, and said playfully. Sister-in-law, you are a kind and wonderful woman. When you become the Pope, you can't use my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect as a target, right? If that day really comes, just let me know. We can talk to each other easily. There is no need to use knives or rob. It really hurts the harmony. Good guy, can you say this to my face? Qian Rongxiu was stunned, but she quickly reacted and smiled. Don't worry, we are all students of the First Academy, and the friendship will never be broken. If we really fight, there is no need to fight to the death. As for the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, when you become the sect leader, Even if I have bad intentions, Su Ming and the others will not let me succeed. I am alone, and I can't beat Xiao Wu and the others in arm wrestling at home, and there is also a boss watching me. Qian Rongxiu shyly glanced at Su Ming, and the shy look of the husband and wife made everyone feel excited. And this joke also broke the atmosphere just now. Ya Lingling covered her mouth and joked to Ning Rong, if Uncle Ning heard you say this, I think he would chase here with a knife. Rong, you still want to be the sect leader? The sect doesn't even want you to feed pigs. For the last sentence, Ya Lingling pretended to be majestic and imitated Ning Fengzi's tone of voice, which immediately made everyone laugh. Sister Lingling, you are the one who feeds pigs. Ning Rong was so angry that she stomped her feet. I think Sister Lingling is right. Rong is good at feeding pigs. Let's go and see. The pigs haven't gotten fat, but she has gotten fat first. Hee, I can't stand it anymore. Goose, don't say Rong is fat, I can't stand it. Ahem, this picture is too strong, why don't we stop eating? Tang San was also amused by Xiao Wu's words. Seeing Su Ming calm and not looking too overwhelmed, Tang San smiled helplessly. It was he who was being too stubborn. Yes. 10 years of friendship. How can it be so easy to break up? I am half his student and half his brother. Dad was treated twice by Su Ming. Mom, because of his transformation into a human form, their family was reunited. Even if they are not on good terms with the spirit hall, Su Ming is innocent. Kyung Sunji is dead, and it is impossible for him to transfer his hatred to Jian Rongxiu. Be yourself, do your own thing, and leave it to fate. What is there to be sad about? Feed the pigs. I am getting fat. What do you mean? Xiao Wu, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Ning Rong's face flushed red, and she rushed over with murderous intent, and covered Xiao Wu's face with cheese. Ah! Rong, you want to die, I'll help you. Suddenly, the two girls fought together, wrestling on the carpet like 6-year-old children. Tonight is destined to be lively. But all good things must come to an end. I know you may leave Wuhan City tonight, tomorrow, or later. But 1 year later, on the first gather at the academy, no matter what you are doing, you must come back after 1 year. Su Ming's tone was very serious, not like a discussion, but an order. The sharp eyes were like a blade passing by, making people dare not look directly at it. A year later, reunion? There was no reason for everyone to disagree, at least this showed that they were still friends. A year? How short? And how long? But it occupied half of their acquaintance. At night, Tang San, Dugu Yan, and Dugu Bo were the first to leave. The oppressive feeling brought by Su Ming made him have to work hard to catch up. Although it was difficult, he would not sit still and admit defeat. The real relationship with Su Ming as an enemy was tense, and it was so exciting that it made people's blood swell and it was difficult to be calm and rational. Rong and Erming played in the spirit hall for a while, and also left here under the protection of Daming. Rong went home. As for Erming, he should have gone to find someone in Tianshui College. Su Ming was worried about Ming's safety, so he asked Daming to follow him. In the blink of an eye, only Su Ming and Qian Rongxi were left in the entire spirit hall. As for Ya Lingling, she planned to travel around the continent before graduation. Su Ming gave her a spirit hall token and asked her to go with the Extreme Earth clone. The Extreme Earth clone has the opposite personality of Su Ming, free and unrestrained, full of curiosity about the unknown, and now has been living happily in the Eastern Principality. Although the clone is now only a soul master and is a little weaker, he can detect any accidents in time. Ya Lingling has no objection to this, it's good to have a companion. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, the quiet night sky floats with the breeze, and the faint cold flashes inadvertently, which makes people tremble. Swish! Su Ming put away the remaining 2 soul bones, which were originally intended to be distributed to everyone, but unfortunately no one was willing to take them, so he left them with him. Chapter 286 What is Love in This World? Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 67. Martial Soul, Slashing God, Quality, Gold, 350380/10000000. Special Constitution, Berserker Body, Advanced. Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Light Kung Fu, Perfect, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Perfect, Mixed Element Sword Slash, Perfect, Gathering Spirit Technique, Perfect, Star Shift, 6th level, Mind Control Technique, Perfect, Melting Clone Technique, 4th level, Imperial Seal // Extreme Gold Eye, Golden Destruction Raise Nan Self-Created Soul Skills Upgrade Points 80. Items owned, LV5 and LV6 Recovery Rejuvenation Pill, Xingluo Spirit Pearl, Decomposable, Hunyuan Immortal Grass, Decomposable, God Level Adaptive Soul Bone, Non-Decomposable, Time Limited Comprehension Card. Strength, 10,324, Normal. Defense, 9,823, Normal. Spirit, 9,030, Normal. Speed, 7,157, Normal. For his outstanding performance in the Battle of Wuhan Hall, Su Ming won a God-level soul bone rewarded by the system. Becoming the Pope, he obtained the Imperial Seal. The Imperial Seal is a comprehensive practice that gathers luck and faith cultivation. It has been separated from martial arts and belongs to the practice of immortal cultivation. Practice to improve cultivation. Soul Skills Burst Strength. Group Amplification Effect. Not only for Su Ming personally, but also can be blessed to others. If Su Ming only cultivates to the 3rd level with the faith and luck of Wuhan Hall, he can directly kill the mind of Rakshasa God. Of course, Su Ming still cannot compete with the original body of Rakshasa God. Unless the Emperor Dao Seal is cultivated to the 6th level, or Su Ming cultivates to become a god, only with the blessing of divine power can the Emperor Dao Seal burst out the most terrifying power. Zhu Qing is a sensitive attack spirit master, and that spirit bone is more suitable for her. It's a pity that the spirit skull was absorbed by Hu Lina, otherwise it could be given to Xiao Wu, so that their strength can be increased. The exquisite body fits well, and Qian Rongxu wraps her arms around Su Ming's waist. A flawless and stunning face quietly lies on Su Ming's left shoulder, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, comfortable and leisurely. No one took the prize of the Spirit Bone Spirit Master competition, nominally to thank me. But I can't distribute it like this, so I'd better keep it, just as the foundation of the school, and reward other outstanding students in the future. This is the most appropriate way to deal with it. The breeze was mixed with a little sweetness, and Su Ming pulled Qian Rongxu in front of him. Are you sure you're just being so careless about the wedding? You really don't have any other ideas? Su Ming swept his arm across his forehead, letting his hair fall behind his ears. He picked up the hood of his sweater and covered someone's head. Qian Rongxu pouted and shook her head, taking off her hood, which always made her hair messy. Ideas? What ideas did you say? Qian Rongxu repeated speechlessly, still not believing herself. I was born in the Spirit Hall and have served as the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire for many years. I have seen all kinds of grand ceremonies. Do you think I care about these superficial things? Besides, no matter how grand the wedding is, who can I invite to attend? Few people in the Spirit Hall know of my existence. Apart from my grandfather and a few worshippers, I have few relatives and friends. Qian Rongxu forced a soft smile. It's just 2 people at the wedding. You are enough. Anyway, Xiao Wu and the others will wait until later. We can hold a grand wedding together to make up for it. If you weren't so bad, I would have wanted to wait for Xiao Wu and the others to come together. Humph! Qian Rongxu was so ashamed and angry that she pinched the soft flesh on Su Ming's waist fiercely, and her passion surged. The moving eyes seemed to be flowing with the river. If you hadn't been naughty, how could you suddenly have a baby? I can't hold the baby to attend my own wedding, right? Oh, it's too embarrassing. I might as well kill myself. What do you mean I'm naughty? It's obviously you who seduced me. Okay, I won't say it anymore. Seeing Qian Rongxu was already grinding her teeth, Su Ming stopped the current topic of self-destruction. Don't regret it, you will dislike this and that. Without waiting for Su Ming to finish teasing, Qian Rongxu angrily stuffed the orange in her hand into Su Ming's mouth. I dislike you for talking too much now. Hiss. So sweet. Su Ming ate it with enjoyment. Qian Rongxu was stunned. It shouldn't be like this. She tasted it. It should be sour. Thinking, Qian Rongxu broke the 2 petals and put them in her mouth. Instantly, her slender eyebrows turned into twisted dough. Ah! You lied to me again. The clouds shyly covered the moon, and soon, it bloomed with a brighter light. Qian Rongxu stretched out her slender jade fingers, looked at the gem on her fingers, and the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably. The forbidden land of the Spirit Hall. Dozens of energy pillars turned into cages, imprisoning Bibi Dong in the middle. Compared to the previous few days, Bibi Dong looked better. But her messy hair was still not tidied, her eyes were dull and dead, and occasionally a bit of unwilling coldness and murderous intent flashed across her, making people dazed. The high and mighty Pope looked so embarrassed at this moment. Swish! A figure appeared silently. Although the movement was very light, it still alarmed the guarding priest. Your Majesty! Go down, I have something to say to her in private. Yes. Su Ming walked to the cage, sat on the ground as if no one was there, and quietly looked at the sad woman in front of him. Su Ming's arrival made the air full of damn disgust. Bibi Dong shuddered and looked sideways, as if she didn't want to show weakness in front of him, and her face was majestic. Why did you come here to see me laugh? After a short silence, Bibi Dong smiled sadly, and her eyes were full of cold light and anger. Su Ming, don't think you won. As long as I am alive, sooner or later, I will kill you. I will never spare a single one of this dirty and disgusting Wuhan Hall. Su Ming didn't speak, still looking at the woman in front of him. The lively and cheerful woman experienced a nightmare, became a high and mighty Pope, and finally became like this. Seeing that Su Ming didn't say anything, but looked at her unscrupulously, his eyes seemed to be filled with pity and helplessness, Bibi Dong was even angrier. Whether it was the failure of strength or the bullying and suppression of Qian Rongxiu, she failed in front of the man in front of her. And he was Qian Rongxiu's lover. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's anger towards Su Ming was no less than Qian Sunji's, and she wanted to cut him into pieces. But suddenly, Bibi Dong made an unexpected move. She saw her fingers moving slowly, and her clothes on her shoulders fell off, revealing her beautiful shoulders. With lotus steps, Bibi Dong's mouth was filled with a charming smile. Su Ming frowned slightly and looked away immediately. Bibi Dong sneered in her heart. You men are all the same. Why are you pretending? Su Ming, if you let me go, I can meet any of your requirements. Shuer is just a little girl. How can she know how to serve a man? Don't you want to? Enough. Su Ming stared at Bibi Dong with his eyes blazing with fire, and shouted. Bibi Dong, you want to destroy other people's happiness even if you are desperate. How has Shuer let you down? Don't you feel ashamed? What's the difference between you now and Kyung Sunji back then? Swish! Bibi Dong's face turned pale, and she clutched her face tightly. Because of the pain, her pretty face had already been distorted. In a trance, her two eyes seemed to show different blurred images. Even Su Ming's figure became two. After a while, she slowly pulled up her collar. Did old man Qian Douluo tell you all these things? Bibi Dong's tone was like a rolling cold current, and her eyes were filled with unspeakable hatred and resentment. She knew what happened back then, and Qian Douluo must have noticed it. But for the sake of the spirit hall, he chose to indulge Qian Sunji. The people of the Qian family should be exterminated. Su Ming remained silent and did not answer, but continued. Shuer and I are ready to get married and accompany each other for the rest of our lives. The body trembled. Bibi Dong stood still as if struck by lightning, and did not move for a long time, or she was not prepared to welcome this. The daughter who she least wanted to give happiness to was about to receive happiness. Should I bless her? Or should I hate her and go crazy? Haha. Suddenly, she sneered. You told me this, are you trying to get me to attend your wedding? I'm telling you, even if I die, I will never bless her. I just want her to not get my blessing, and her life to be full of incompleteness, this is retribution. Su Ming's clenched fist slowly loosened, his face gloomier than ever, staring at Bibi Dong quietly. Go on. Keep talking. You Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and stopped complaining. Because under Su Ming's calm eyes, she looked at her face as if she were looking at a clown. Seeing Bibi Dong didn't speak, Su Ming spoke. You hate Shuer because of Kyung Sunji. Because every time you see Shuer, you will think of this past event. Shut up. Bibi Dong screamed at the top of her lungs, like a madman. Su Ming did not stop and continued. You think her existence is your previous mistake and a stain on your originally beautiful love. Bibi Dong, you are not hating her, but hating yourself, and you dare not face yourself now. Although Kyung Sunji is my father-in-law according to seniority, I am also extremely ashamed of his behavior. It is completely reasonable for you to kill him. If it were any other woman, she would not be blamed for doing such a thing. The eyes covered with flames flashed with a strange color. Bibi Dong looked at the man in front of her in a trance. The heart that was originally full of resentment suddenly felt a little touched and soft. This was the first time she heard someone support him in killing Kyung Sunji. And it was said by her son-in-law. Suddenly, Bibi Dong wanted to listen to Su Ming's words and sat down with her legs bent. I'll tell you a story. Maybe you can learn something from it. Seeing that Bibi Dong's mood had stabilized, Su Ming talked about the TV series he had watched in his previous life. It is said that there is a tomb of the living dead on Mount Zongnan, which was built by Wang Chongyang, the founder of Chuanzhen sect, and later became the Tomb School. The third generation of the Tomb School has 2 disciples, both of whom are beautiful. Because they have lived in the tomb for a long time, they know very little about worldly affairs. That day, Luo's Wang was decorated with lights and full of guests. The groom Liu Zhanyuan was dressed in red and looked very energetic. It was a pity that the bride was not an old acquaintance. That day, the world gained a red-robed fairy who killed a heartless man, and lost a gentle and beautiful girl who was just beginning to fall in love. Su Ming sighed with emotion, but Bibi Dong, who felt the same way, seemed to be addicted and hurriedly urged. What happened to her later? Seeing Bibi Dong's reaction, Su Ming continued to talk. Although Li Macho was cruel and killed Liu Zhanyuan, she spared their daughter because of a handkerchief and accepted him as her apprentice. Because the handkerchief was her token of love, and now it is worn by the daughter. Later, Li Macho was besieged by righteous people and jumped into the sea of love flowers and died, chanting, "What is love in the world? It makes people live and die together." Bibi Dong's eyes were full of sorrow, and she muttered the poem to herself. Suddenly, her nose was sore and her eyes were red. Su Ming continued to tell her the story of another woman. Yes, the story of the heroine Xialong Nu. They depended on each other for life. Innocence was destroyed. Opened the taboo shackles. But was not tolerated by the world. 16 years later, at the bottom of the Heartless Valley, he went to the ancient tomb and died. Su Ming told Bibi Dong the whole story. He rarely tells stories to others, but this time he was particularly serious about it, so serious that he lost his mind and immersed himself in the story itself. What is the so-called love? Is it a vow of eternal love, or is it just wishful thinking, a madness in the eyes of the world? Bibi Dong, do you think you are like Li Machu? You gave everything for a man, but in the end he fell in love with someone else, and in the end you became a female devil that everyone hates. Or is it Xialong Nu, even though she is no longer innocent and is not tolerated by the world, she still passionately gives everything for love, and waits for the lover who can endure 16 years of lovesickness just because of a piece of text. Unfortunately, you have their shadow, but you are not them after all. Your view of love is very similar to Li Machu. You think that the beauty of the past is everything. You can go through fire and water for love, even if you betray your master. But you don't know that true love needs to go through the test of time. And you can't meet a lover like Yang Guo, who can endure 16 years with just one sentence. Yu Xiaogang, does he really believe in your love for him? The forbidden land is silent. Only the candle light flickered. Accompanied by the sobbing sound of pretending to be strong and reserved, it took a long time to let go. Bibi Dong's eyes were tearful, and her eyes seemed to be crying and angry, as if she was struggling with herself, struggling but unable, unwilling to believe, but it was so reasonable, as if it was vivid in her mind. Ask the world, what is love, that makes people promise to live and die? 2 guests flying from north to south, old wings have experienced many cold and hot seasons. Joy is fun, separation is painful, and there are even more foolish children among them. You should say, thousands of miles of clouds, thousands of mountains and snow at dusk, where will the shadow go? Alas! After calming down his emotions, Su Ming said in a deep voice. Bibi Dong, how about we make a bet? Just bet, is your love worth it? Swish! Bibi Dong suddenly raised her head, her pupils seemed to be pulled into bowstrings, nervous and uneasy. But deep in her eyes, she couldn't hide her curiosity and hope. How to bet? Chapter 287, Changes in the Mainland. The news of the Battle of the Spirit Hall spread across the mainland. The situation on the mainland changed as a result. A little nervous. Everyone thought that Tang Hao's appearance would be a symbol of the birth of Haoshan sect, but after half a month, there was no news from Haoshan sect. The 2 empires were also shocked by the strength displayed by Wuhan Hall, and revealed their intention to prepare for war, and stepped up the invitation to powerful soul masters. But Wuhan Hall seemed a little calm. Until a heavy news came out. Douluo Calendar 2645, August 1st. The coronation ceremony of the Pope of Wuhan Hall was held in Wuhan City. The Tiandu Empire still sent Prince Shui Qinghe to participate. The Kai Bao Liulai sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family also sent people to watch the ceremony. The grand scene fully demonstrated the pomp of Wuhan Hall, which was even more than the emperor's enthronement. But with the coronation ceremony, Wuhan Hall fell into silence again. Su Ming went to Xingluo Empire as the Pope. So, things on the Zhu family side were very smooth. Family marriages are meant to consolidate the family's status. Getting close to the Pope is no less important than being the empress of a country, so the Zhu family is naturally happy to see it happen. Even the Zhu family has a bigger ambition, hoping to ascend to the Pope's throne with the help of the Spirit Hall. The prince's wife was robbed. Even if the Xingluo Empire's royal family was indignant, they were powerless. The Zhu family has great power in the Xingluo Empire. From the Queen Mother, the Queen, and the Crown Princess. Even the current emperor has Zhu family blood. In addition to the relationship of brother-in-law and brother-in-law, there is even a cousin relationship. As long as the Zhu family agrees, the Xingluo emperor will have no choice. In addition, Daimyo Bai's whereabouts are unknown, and he deliberately avoided it before. They can only turn a blind eye to it. In the Spirit Hall, Su Ming and Qian Rongxiu held a wedding, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were engaged. There were very few people attending, and Su Ming did not even notify Tang San and his friends. Only Grandpa Brin, Qian Daoliu, and Golden Crocodile Douluo participated. Bibi Dong just looked at it from a distance and did not appear in front of Qian Rongxiu. After that bet, she was betrayed again, and her heart was completely dead. It seems that she has nothing to worry about. The only wish may be to live. Live to see the world. Yes. The purpose of living is to live, and how sad it is. The scale of the wedding is small, and the current situation is not suitable for a grand wedding, plus Xiao Wu and the others are a little young. If it weren't for Qian Rongxiu's sudden pregnancy, Su Ming and the three of them should have been engaged. At this point, a name is needed after all. The Notting City area has quietly ushered in changes. The three cities near Notting City have become Su Ming's fiefdoms. This is the promise made by Emperor Shui Yat. The champion of the Soul Master competition will be awarded the title of Earl. Although it is not appropriate to give this title to the Pope, which means that the Pope's status is lower than that of the Emperor. However, Su Ming took it in the name of the First Academy. He began to reform Notting City, from land, taxes to enterprises, and began to evolve closer to Blue Star. All the land in the fiefdom will be shared, and the people will have the right to use it, and no longer need to pay taxes. This alone won the love of all the people. The small nobles and wealthy businessmen had no power to resist the huge mountain of the Spirit Hall. At the same time, the new classroom jointly organized by the Spirit Hall and the First Academy began to teach the children of ordinary people for free. The content of learning is no longer the history of the empire, but physics, chemistry, minerals, etc. In order to promote the new classroom, Su Ming built a modern factory in Notting City and began to produce simple devices, such as bicycles, electric cookers, electric fans, etc. Su Ming did not know much about technology, but with the help of the system, he dug Lu Gao over, and these things became simple. Originally, the old man Lu Gao was unwilling to contribute to the Spirit Hall, but when Su Ming showed him the basic technology of soul guides, he had no room to resist. Especially after hearing Su Ming say that simple machinery could also burst out the power of a titled Douluo, and further witnessing the wonders of technology, Lu Gao had to dive in. Under Su Ming's organized control, Notting City began to develop towards semi-industrialization, and the people whose land was liberated also began to enter factories to subsidize their families. The birth of various new things also boosted the business of Notting City. For this reason, Su Ming also built a human-powered power station. That's right, it's not wind power, water power, or fire power, but human power. The soul masters in this world are huge power banks, not to mention the assistance of food-based soul masters. Simple circuits began to be laid in Notting City to meet the city's brightness at night and the electricity consumption of families. Lu Gao also began to study steam engines. With his ability, I'm afraid the internal combustion engine will not be too far away. In the Douluo world, there are already fantasy technologies, and with the addition of real technologies, the breakthrough effect is definitely faster than on Blue Star. With the materials that Su Ming knows, if it were placed in the future, I'm afraid he would have to make controlled nuclear fusion. The factors that restrict technology are always the materials. When this road is opened, the road to the future will be smooth. The ice and fire clones work hard to practice. In addition to practicing, the main body, Su Ming, accelerated the conquest of the Soul Guide. In just half a year, Su Ming jumped from a 2nd grade Soul Guide to a 6th grade Soul Guide, and began to work for the technology era. The supporting equipment based on the design of the modern era, such as large energy storage Soul Guide magic cube, semi-automatic lathe, construction machinery, etc. Although Su Ming did not understand technology in his previous life, he was a time traveler after all, so he still had the necessary knowledge. He was instilled with Soul Guide knowledge, made up for the technological design, and then turned the brainstorming into reality. For this reason, Su Ming designed some very useful things, such as the mother-child parallel communication Soul Guide, the explosive same life bomb, and the different direction energy defense bracelet. Of course, the busy Su Ming did not forget to take care of Qian Rongxiu and the others, and would take them out to play whenever he had time. After all, he is a husband and a future father. Although he needs to improve his strength, Su Ming will not forget his family for the sake of cultivation. Time flies, and Su Ming also welcomed his first child. It was a girl. The result was very smooth, without any accidents. After all, the child was taken directly from the belly by Qian Douluo using the power of angels. Every woman is afraid of giving birth, and Qian Rongxiu is no exception. Fortunately, this is a fantasy world. Su Ming was also very curious. Why would a fantasy novel show a scene where an immortal emperor anxiously waited outside the delivery room? The innate qi of a baby is already formed in the abdomen. As long as it matures and does not affect birth, childbirth is just a process. Hehe, Sister Schwetter, did you often bite your fingers like this when you were a child? I don't. It must have been passed on to the baby by my husband. Pouting. Really? Look at the baby biting his fingers. It's so cute. You like children so much. If you want one, can't you just ask your husband to give you one someday? Smirk. Ya, what are you talking about, Sister Schwetter? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. On the soft grass, Qian Rongxiu was dressed in a white dress, dignified and elegant. She smiled at the fleeing Xiao Wukan. The delicate swan neck with her slender hands was perfect and delicate, like white jade. She pinched the little cutie's face with great tenderness. Mom didn't lie. Did you learn it from your dad? Her eyes were gentle, full of sweetness and love. Although she knew that the child couldn't speak, she still talked happily. Her casual smiles and frowns exuded a faint charm of a young woman, blending with her holy and unworldly temperament, making her even more eye-catching. You made up bad things about me when I wasn't around, but you and the baby were having fun. The sudden voice made Qian Rongxiu blush. At some point, there was a figure beside her. Her long silver hair was flying, and her face was like a jade. Anyone who saw her would secretly sigh that she was a handsome boy. I wasn't joking with the baby. Qian Rongxiu smiled shyly, a little embarrassed, and Su Ming's eyes were also on the little cutie in her arms. Her delicate little face was chubby, and her fat little hands and fingers were stuffed in her mouth. If you didn't know, you would think she was eating a lollipop. What a pity. If there were no split clone, this child's talent would be higher. Su Ming rubbed the soft skin with the back of his fingers, and said with a doting face, looking at the 5 colored petals on the child's forehead. Although he said so, from Su Ming's expression, there was no regret. The ultimate gold. The ultimate fire. The ultimate water. The ultimate wood. The ultimate light. The only thing missing is the ultimate earth, and I must balance it back in the future. 5 ultimate attributes, such an amazing talent, is unique in the Soul Master world. I don't know whether this little guy's martial soul is a god-slaying transformation or a 6-winged angel transformation. I think it's pretty good. Qian Rongxiu leaned on Su Ming's shoulder, with a gentle smile, and was very satisfied with her current life. Anyway, we are here, no matter how talented this child is, it won't affect anything. I just hope she is safe and sound. Su Ming shook his head helplessly, just spoil her. I think it's probably because of you that she becomes a spoiled girl in the future. Baby won't do that. Qian Rongxiu glared at Su Ming fiercely, wishing to give all the good things in the world to her daughter and put all kinds of things around her. Have you eaten? Su Ming reminded. My daughter is very well behaved, and it seems that she never knows how to play. If she is hungry, she puts her fist in her mouth, which looks very smart. I have eaten. Mom came just now, and it seems that she likes baby too. She won't be so nice to me in the future. Qian Rongxiu felt a little jealous, but also a little happy and relieved. Su Ming smiled in understanding, as long as the situation gets better. Although under his guidance, Bibi Dong has recovered a little bit of normality. However, it is basically impossible for Qian Rongxiu, a daughter she never treated seriously and warmly, to suddenly get better with Qian Sunji's daughter. However, Bibi Dong cares about his daughter Su Chanyi very much and occasionally brings some things over. Perhaps, this is the relationship between generations. Grandpa Brin is happy every day, as if the strategy of snatching his granddaughter from Qian Douluo has been a huge success, and the two old men have been fighting for this. Yes, fighting. Brin, as a mortal, fought against the extreme Douluo Qian Douluo, but the latter didn't dare to do anything to him. Every time he saw Brin teasing Chanyi and laughing, the grandfather and grandson looked so happy, Qian Douluo felt more uncomfortable than eating a fly. How is the academy? Aren't you teaching soul guide knowledge recently? How is the progress? Fortunately, someone can already make a first-level soul guide. But you can never guess who it is. Kinga. Qian Rongxiu then gave the reason for her guess. She has the best mental power, and she is an auxiliary system, so she usually has more time. No. It's Tailong. Tailong? You mean Tailong? Qian Rongxiu was stunned and speechless, and Tailong's violent appearance appeared in her mind. Soul guide is a delicate job, and he actually succeeded? Qian Rongxiu felt that this world was a little crazy. The more impulsive a person is, the more careful he is, and he can surprise people. That's right. Besides, he really wants to leave get out of class. Su Ming added another sentence. Qian Rongxiu. Can I take back my words? Compared to the harmony in the first academy, the Tiandu Empire is undergoing a major change. Summer, late June. Emperor Shuiye suddenly fell seriously ill and lost consciousness. All the doctors were helpless. Moreover, Emperor Shuiye died on the second day. The sudden change made the entire Tiandu Empire uncertain. Forced to do so, the royal family could only let the crown prince Xue Qinghe succeed to the throne in order to quickly stabilize the situation in the court. Ning Fengzi discovered the abnormality and knew that Emperor Shuiye was poisoned, but he did not blame the gentle Xue Qinghe. Think. Even if he thought about it, he himself did not believe it was Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe's position as the crown prince was very secure, and there was no need to do such a stupid thing. The sneak attack during the Soul Master competition was the work of Emperor Shuiye, sacrificing a soul Douluo to turn the First Academy and the Spirit Hall against each other. As an emperor, Shuiye was not a pushover. Only when Shuiye died and the crown prince succeeded to the throne could Su Ming's plan to unify the continent continue. Almost at the same time, news came from the Xingluo Empire. The Holy Dragon sect joined the other three major sects and formed a new sect, the War God sect, with Beast Spirit Soul Masters. The War God sect was composed of two Beast Spirit titled Douluos. Commander, a powerful soul master in the internal network of Xingluo Empire. Under the temptation of the unique body refining technique Golden Bell cover, many soul masters flocked to it and began to drain the Xingluo royal family in disguise. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. On the agreed day, everyone started to rush back from all over the place. Although he was in the first academy, Su Ming was clear about the news from all sides. Shui'er and Qing'er would tell him every time they were free. During this period, the Tang sect has become famous. With the help of the four major families, it has become very easy to make Tang sect hidden weapons. Tang San went to the slaughter city for training and should be able to come back in a year. Rong Rong is often seen, and often comes to the first academy to practice. The practice tower is extremely helpful for practice. Now the first city where the first academy is located has become a big city under the construction of the Spirit Hall, and various supporting facilities have become complete. Especially the teachers, the number has increased from 4 to 10, and they are selected. Su Ming also relaxed some settings for skills and soul skills, but only the first and second floors. In the New Year's enrollment season, another 50 soul masters joined the first academy. Today, a new round of assessments for old students will be carried out, and the content is only 2 words: gang beating. Under the sun, Zhao Wuji showed a devilish smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 288 The World of Soul Guides. The First Academy, the Gate. 8 or 9 black shadows squatted quietly, looking at the communication watches on their wrists from time to time. Jian Xing, what do you think of the strength of the seniors now? I don't know, but Senior Tang San was already level 52 when he left for graduation. In a year, he should be around level 55. Level 55? Jian Xing, Senior Xiaohu seems to be a sole emperor, is there less? Le Kinga frowned and said, what if Senior Tang San is a sole emperor? I'm afraid we may not be his opponent. Hearing this, Zhao Jianxing also began to think. Several seniors, Ye Lingling and Ning Rongrong, are all auxiliary soul masters, and it is basically impossible to attack them. Their real enemies are actually only Duguyan and Tang San. 12-2, the advantage must be on their side. But if it is a soul emperor, then these 12 people may not be able to beat it. Although their strength has improved a lot, they are all soul sects and soul lords. Not to mention, there is also Duguyan. They have suffered a lot from Duguyan's poison before. If it doesn't work, we can only do it dirty. Zhao Jianxing grinned, revealing a malicious smile. He took out a few black iron lumps from his pocket. The others took a deep breath when they saw this. Good fellow, you brought all these things. Jianxing, Tang San is a senior after all, is it really appropriate for us to do this? Tyrone glared at Zhao Jianxing indignantly, he was affiliated with the Tang sect. How can I survive if you do this? Zhao Jianxing smiled awkwardly, but the next second, Tyrone brought out an iron box. Swish! The box opened, and rows of brand new guns appeared in front of them. Gurgle! The sound of swallowing saliva was deafening, and everyone looked at Tyrone in horror. Big Silly Long, what do you want to do? Don't worry, these are all tranquilizer guns, with low damage. Tyrone grinned, revealing the black sesame seeds on his front teeth. Everyone, we know it's anesthetic. But what are you doing with so much? Those are senior brothers who are in love with each other. Click. Zhao Jianxing was familiar with the road and loaded 30 rounds of anesthetic bullets on it. The rest of the people did not hesitate and began to arm themselves. Skynet Energy Absorbing Gun. Level 4 Energy Gathering Soul Guide Cannon. Soul Guidance Weapon. What's more, someone popped out a level 4 Flexible Fixed Soul Cannon. It can be described as cruel. Time passes. I don't trademark know how long it took, but the communication watch suddenly lit up. Captain, the target has appeared. Copy it, don't expose it. Zhao Jianxing quickly gave everyone a look. Get into your positions and prepare to fight. As soon as the words came out, everyone dispersed instantly and lurked in different places. On the horizon, 3 figures are approaching. Tang San, Duguyan. There is also a woman wearing a palace dress. She is elegant and noble, and exudes a unique aura. Xiaosan, it's not a good thing that you can't get rid of your murderous mood for a while. When you get back from the first academy, go to Yuexuan to study. Everything has been arranged for you. Tang San nodded coldly, a fierce look flashed across his cold eyes inadvertently, and his crazy eyes were as terrifying as a wild beast. Even Duguyan on the side felt completely cold, as if Tang San was a different person. Seeing Tang San like this, Tang Yuehua couldn't bear it. At Tang San's current age, sending him to the killing city was indeed too cruel. Careful. Looking at the gate of the first academy, Tang San's cold eyes showed a look of reminiscence, but the next second, his eyes became extremely cold again. Boom! A shocking explosion exploded where Tang San originally stood, creating a large crater several meters in diameter even in the solid granite. If they had not dodged just now, Tang San and the others would have been severely injured in an instant. Someone like Tang Yuehua who does not have a soul master cultivation level will definitely die on the spot. Who? Tang San's eyes were slightly red, and the terrifying evil aura instantly charged forward. Boom! Being soaked by Tang San's murderous intent, everyone couldn't help but shudder. What a terrifying killing intent! It seems that Senior Tang San's strength has improved again. Everyone, be careful, our target is the seniors, don't hurt innocent people. Control team, prepare to close the network. Buzz! A blood-red line spread from the gate, quickly passing by Tang San and the others. Feeling that the blood line was not threatening and appeared, illusory Tang San frowned slightly but did not make a move. But the next second, the blood line began to change crazily, splitting into dozens or hundreds of lines in the blink of an eye. The originally harmless snare began to emit blazing light the moment it came into contact with the sunlight, trapping Tang San and the others tightly in the center. Sizzling! The sound, like a barbecue, made Tang San feel very nervous. He knew that it was produced by the burning of blue-silver grass. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the blue-silver grass was actually cut into 2 halves. Tang San's eyes flashed wildly. He couldn't even hold the blue-silver grass, let alone the person. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, countless dark vines floated from the ground, instantly imprisoning Tang San and Douluo. Get away! Tang San immediately released the blue star domain, and blue-silver grass began to grow on the dark vines, spreading out under the command as if their lives had been taken away. Douluo relied on toxins to successfully corrode the plants. Tang San held the clear sky hammer in his right hand, and with an earth-shattering strike, he instantly defeated the snare. Baki Zongheng raised his eyes and saw those figures. Tang San said angrily. Stop me, your skin is itchy, aren't you? Tai Long blurted out, well, master, it was Teacher Zhao who asked us to welcome you. Teacher Zhao said, either you walk in, or we lift it in, it's your choice. Tang San sneered, but his murderous intention was gradually fading away. So, you are planning to fight more and less, right? Yu Qingge smiled naturally, Senior, you are joking. If we fight alone, how can we be your opponents? So, this is all we can do. Say it, Yu Qingge looked over, and several figures jumped out instantly, surrounding Tang Hao in a triangular posture. Okay, let's see what you have learned this year. Tang San held the clear sky hammer in his hand, but the next second, the 3 people surrounding him gave him a sense of danger. How is it possible that the 3 of them are not possessed by martial spirits? Could it be that thing? On the other side, Douluo was also surrounded by 3 people. The difference is that those surrounding her are keeping a very far distance apart, as if they know that her poison is not easy to deal with. Boom! The dazzling blue light lit up, like a giant snake breathing fire, and the intense energy blasted towards Tang San instantly. Tang San was about to fly up when he suddenly felt something stuck on the sole of his foot. Forced control skills. Tang San was startled inwardly, and soon realized that it was the soul skill of someone from the academy. His body suddenly spun in circles, resisting with the force of the clear sky hammer. Boom! Tang San's entire body was swallowed up by the smoke. Go back quickly! Yu Qingge's anxious voice sounded, the phoenix in her hand the flute made a melodious sound. Affected by the wonderful sound waves, Tang San felt as if his perception was broken, and his original attacking steps stopped instantly. The attack just now was actually a soul guide. Tang San looked at the cannons in the hands of the 3 people, and felt a slight numbness in his arms, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. The Soul Sect was able to burst out a full-strength attack of the Soul King level with a soul guide. Moreover, looking at the appearance of several people, it seems that they are still at ease. Swish! The 12th seat Su Lin made a gesture, and the other 2 stopped charging the cannon and came behind Su Lin. Clang clang clang! A mysterious linking device appeared on the chest, linking the 3 people together. Su Lin's martial spirit was released, and he held a 7-star knife that was as black as night and painted with 7 stars in his hand. Yellow, yellow, purple, black. The same 10,000-year soul ring made Tang San's face change slightly, secretly thinking that he was worthy of being a student of the First Academy, and he could actually get a 10,000-year soul ring in the 4th soul ring. Back then, even he had wasted a lot of effort. What Tang San didn't know was that the First Academy now pays special attention to body training. In addition to the essence and blood body tempering, there are also elemental body tempering and martial arts body tempering. Basically, the 4th soul ring of the Academy's disciples is a 10,000-year soul ring. Boom! At the same time, a jade scepter lit up above Su Lin's head. Gathering the soul power of 2 soul masters, plus the blessing of auxiliary soul masters, Soul Master Su Lin rushed towards Tang San with the 7-star knife. In a flash, the 2 fought together. Even though Tang San was already a level 57 Soul King, he still couldn't take down Su Lin in a short time, and the 2 fell into a stalemate. On the other side, Douluo was also in a bad mood. At the same time, she was pulled by 2 aerial Soul Masters' long-range attacks, which made her helpless. Moreover, the ground was extremely strange, as if there was a pair of invisible arms that kept pulling her, restricting her movements. Knowing that the gravity device would fail in 10 minutes, Zhao Jianxing also joined the battle. With the cultivation of a soul sect, he, with the assistance of Yu Qingge and the support of the other 2 aerial soul masters, crushed Douluo and beat her back step by step. Once Douluo lost, they all focused their fire on Tang San. A huge land floated above the first academy, like a fairy island. The trees were green, the grass was lush, and there was a beautiful villa in the center, which was so beautiful. Several figures watched the battle below quietly, looking quite relaxed. "Baby, what are you looking at?" Looking at Su Chanyi, who had clear eyes and a look of relish in her arms, Jianrongxiu teased and raised her hand. But Su Chanyi looked down with a babbling sound, as if she had found a new toy and was very surprised. "It seems that Xiao Chanyi also likes fighting, just like my brother." Xiao Wu smiled. She has grown a lot taller in the past year. The immature and childish look on her face is dissipating. She is graceful and looks like a beautiful girl from a small family. It's not good for girls to like fighting, but there's nothing wrong with being like your husband. Baby, don't you think so? Jianrongxiu frowned indignantly. You little guy is so interesting that even your mother doesn't care. Su Ming smiled and took Su Chanyi from Jianrongxiu's arms. Let's go, Dad will take you down to play. With a knowing smile, Su Ming jumped down to the ground. On the ground, the battle was also coming to an end. It was not that Tang San and Zhao Jianxing and the others had decided the winner, but because of the influence of other factors. With the blessing of the Soul Sect Level 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda Martial Spirit, even if Zhao Jianxing and the others were added together, they could not be Tang San's opponent. Although it seems that the two fought back and forth, but dual domains, 100,000 year soul bones, Tang Sec's unique skills, plus the origin of the first school. If Tang San really wants to be ruthless to Zhao Jianxing and the others, he can instantly use the Killing God domain to attack and defeat them. And Zhao Jianxing and the others' passive defense shields also triggered several. In the final analysis, they still took advantage of the Soul Guide. Soul Guide cannons, paralysis bullets, net rays, 20 times gravity devices, triggered defensive Soul Guides. Even so, Tang San did not use hidden weapons. If the fight continues, Tang San's killing intent should be out of control. Damn it, 10 people can't beat 2, what's the use of you? Get out, go to the Thunder Tower, I'm annoyed to see you garbage. After scolding Zhao Jianxing and others, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin forced a smile and walked towards Tang San and others. Good boy, I haven't seen you for a year, and your strength has improved a lot. In a few years, I'm afraid I won't be your opponent. Tang San smiled modestly, but the smile seemed awkward. In the year in the Slaughter City, he was able to sense the strength of the opponent by relying on the aura. Zhao Wuji's strength has definitely improved a lot compared to before. Congratulations to teacher Zhao for breaking through and becoming a soul Douluo. Tang San smiled. You boy. Zhao Wuji patted Tang San's shoulder, turned his head and scolded Douluo for his cultivation. The latter didn't seem to have improved much in a year. Douluo smiled bitterly. There were too many things in the Tang sect, so she didn't have much time to practice. Just came out of the Slaughter City, the killing intent in your body is very unstable. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Tang San's body stiffened. A gentle smile that lasted for years appeared on his face. Long time no. Tang San's smile froze, and he looked at the baby girl in Su Ming's arms in horror. I'll control your killing intent for you later. Su Ming wanted to say something, but Su Chanyi suddenly became so noisy that he could only say a few words and let her go in the direction she wanted to break free. Looking at Su Chanyi reaching for the signal gun on a female teacher's waist, Su Ming was so angry that he couldn't help laughing. His girl was obviously well behaved, but she was curious about these things. Dean. Give it to me. Yes. Su Ming unloaded the bullet and gave the gun to Su Chanyi. Looking at her holding the gun with both hands and pulling the trigger, Su Ming's face began to become strange. Su Ming, this is your daughter. Tang San walked over, his face was as wonderful as it could be. We are the same age, I'm not married, and you have a child? Ning Rong Rong is not uncommon. She smiled and asked for a finger-sized ruby and began to tease Su Chanyi. Exquisite things always have a natural temptation for girls. Rong Rong, I told you that your trick is outdated. With so many of these things, Chanyi is not even interested in them anymore. Nonsense, it's just a matter of time. Give me 5 more minutes. Hehe, let alone 5 minutes, Chanyi won't pay attention to you even if it's 10 minutes. Su Chanyi, who got the gun, didn't care about the ruby at all. She was having a lot of fun with it. This made Ning Rongrong very angry. She secretly cursed the little bad guy who was fickle. Looking at this warm scene, Tang San and Duguyan were stunned. No. Who said we'll go back to the academy in a year? Are we back to see you show off your baby? Chapter 289, Trip to Sea God Island. The development of soul guides seemed to open a door to a new world for Tang San. While being surprised, Tang San couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, only Su Ming could make soul guides. Even if there were only a few hundred soul guides on the mainland, the newly established Tang sect would probably die directly. Tang sect's hidden weapons, except for some basic hidden weapons, basically need the assistance of Tang sect's unique skills. Moreover, most of them are one-time, and they are not unable to compete with soul guides, which are semi-permanent equipment that everyone can use. After returning from the training, Duguyan once mentioned it to him. Now that he really saw it, Tang San realized where the crisis of Tang sect lies. The one who killed Tang sect may not be the enemy, but may be his companion. After coming here for a few days, Tang San was busy learning about soul guides, intending to combine Tang sect's unique skills with soul guides to create more terrifying hidden weapons. Only in this way can Tang sect survive in this world. Su Ming was not stingy and gave Tang San 3 places to learn about soul guides. To become a soul guide, it is not a matter of one day or one night. How dare you sleep 8 hours a day? What's wrong? What's wrong? Have you heard of Brother Tang San? Of course, he is the pride of our #1 school. He is not only the champion of the Soul Master competition, but also the founder of the Tang sect. I heard that he is back. Yes, he is studying soul guidance devices all night long. Fuck. After Tang San came back, the competition in the soul guidance device department seemed to have increased a lot. Da-da-day. Every day, the sound of forging metal was heard. As a forger, Tang San was also pestered to teach forging knowledge. In just 1 year, everyone seemed to have changed, but also seemed to have not changed. The lines on Tang San's face became harder. The most obvious one was Ming. He had fully integrated into human society, and his words and deeds became more stable, no longer a fool. Lingling also came back, with a brighter look in his eyes. But she felt that she was worried. Perhaps it was because of what she saw and heard on the mainland that she felt too deeply. Su Ming called everyone back for one thing. Yes, Sea God Island. It was time for Tai Long and his class to go out for training. It was just right for Tang San and his friends to watch over them, and Sea God Island would increase their strength. Finally, it was Su Ming who gave back. Su Ming handed over the work of the first academy to Zhao Wuji. The spirit hall had Grandpa Qian Douluo and several worshippers watching over it, and with the communication watch, Su Ming was not worried about anything going wrong. When they heard about Sea God Island, which could increase their cultivation and even become a god, everyone was surprised and had no resistance. Everyone, sure enough, as the dean, Su Ming is always so selfless. Su Ming? Are you sure you don't want to go with me? The sky was vast, with white clouds and bright blue. Under the setting sun, a pair of lovers hugged each other. Su Ming looked at Qian Rongxiu expectantly. He actually wanted to take Qian Rongxiu with him, so that the family could go out to sea for fun. Qian Rongxiu smiled, of course I want to take Qian Yi with you, but I don't know how long it will take. There are a lot of things going on in Wuhan Hall and Notting City. I can also help you take care of it. Don't you want me to inherit the throne of the sea god? Su Ming was silent. Because of being pregnant with Qian Yi, Qian Rongxiu has hardly practiced for a year, and her cultivation level is still at level 62. Xiao Wu is about to break through to Soul Emperor now. If this continues, Xiao Wu, who is 10 years younger, will catch up with her. Although Qian Rongxiu is gentle and beautiful in front of him, she is a cold and strong woman to others. Su Ming felt that he could not selfishly delay her. Qian Yi is still so young, Su Ming is also worried about Qian Douluo's education. But if Qian Rongxiu inherits the throne, she probably won't have much time to take care of her, so she can only let Grandpa Buletin Lin and the others look after her. Su Ming thought, otherwise, I'll let the soul guide clone go. But when he said this, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help laughing. Su Ming also laughed. When did he become so sentimental? Okay, if there is an emergency, just contact me, I'll find a way to come back instantly. If you really encounter difficulties, don't think about carrying it yourself, you are not alone, do you understand? Yeah. Qian Rongxiu nodded with a smile, knowing that she was giving orders to herself, and she understood. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Su Ming's neck, her eyes were full of spring water, and she kissed him affectionately. I'll wait for you to come back. Considering Chan Yi's education, Su Ming still kept the clone to prevent Grandpa Buletin Lin and Qian Daolia from quarreling again. At least on the issue of education, Su Ming and Grandpa Brin have the same feelings. Qian Daolia's aristocratic training can easily erase the child's pure nature. Take Tang San and the other 7 people. And 5 soul masters such as Tai Long and Zhao Ji unseen from the first academy. Including Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yan. A total of 16 people, including Su Ming, boarded a luxurious ship and embarked on a journey to the Sea God Island. There was a sign of the Spirit Hall, but there were no accidents on the road. The only accident may be that Xiao Wu broke through the Soul Emperor. A 16-year-old Soul Emperor is also very explosive in the entire Soul Master world. Xiao Wu is a level 61 Soul Emperor. Tang San is a level 58 Soul King. Ya Lingling is a level 57 Soul King. Zhu Zuqing is a level 55 Soul King. Ning Rongrong is a level 52 Soul King. Ming is a level 46 Soul Master. Duguyan is a level 44 Soul Master. Such a cultivation level made Xiaoyu and others, who were already 6 or 7 years older, completely unable to raise any temper. As for strength, everyone in the first academy could fight above their level, so there was no need to talk too much about it. The sea and the sky were one color, the azure blue sea was bottomless, and in the deep blue of the gemstone, there were unexplored dangers. After a half-month sea journey, Su Ming and his party finally arrived at the Sea God Island. Knowing that the Sea God Island was hostile to the Spirit Hall, Su Ming put away the flag before arriving to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. That day, a strange scene appeared on the Sea God Island. An unprecedented spectacle appeared on the Holy Pillar. Tang San, Sea God 9 tests. Xiao Wu, Top 8 tests. Zhu Zuqing, Top 7 tests. Ya Lingling, Top 8 tests. Ning Rongrong, Top 8 tests. Ming, Top 8 tests. Gu Yuina, Top 7 tests. Even Duguyan, who had the lowest cultivation level, had black level 6 tests. The second generation of disciples, because the school was not well known, did not have many disciples with strong martial spirits. Zhao Jianxing, black level 6 test. Tyrone barely reached black level 5 test. The third generation of disciples was completely different. After all, the first school was nominally the best on the continent at that time. After Su Ming became the head of the school, he still maintained the original teaching philosophy, cultivating talents regardless of factions. Therefore, there were many top martial spirits, even disciples from Haoshan sect, Kai Bao Liulai sect, and Wuhan Hall. So now, there are also small-scale factional struggles in the first school. It seems that there are constant small fights, but in fact, they are also conflicts that need to be faced in the future. Ahem, back to the topic. Those who pass the 7 tests can become worshippers of the Sea God Island. You know, worshippers are higher than 7 Douluo. One test tested out the potential of nearly 10 worshippers. How shocking! The entire Seahorse Holy Pillar has been surrounded by a sea of people. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Tang San. The other 6 titled Douluo also gathered here, with shock on their faces. Naturally, no one cared about Su Ming, who was comprehending the divine pattern of the Holy Pillar. With such a grand scene, Poseidon had to show up. Especially when he knew that Tang San was Tang Chen's grandson, he became more gentle. Tang San, to be honest, my great-grandfather has disappeared for many years and his whereabouts are unknown. He has his own way to go, and he will appear when he should. Poseidon is extremely beautiful, with the style of the sea and the mature charm. Gentle, cold, but gentle, no wonder Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen fell in love at the same time. Your Majesty, the Pope has come to visit the Sea God Island. I wonder if Qian Daoliu is doing well recently. The sudden voice brought Su Ming back to his senses. Seeing that Poseidon's face was not right, Su Ming replied calmly. Grandpa is fine, but he often mentions the senior. Unfortunately, flowers fall with intentions, but water flows without ruthlessness. Maybe this is life. After saying that, Su Ming did not ask Poseidon how he learned about the news of the mainland, and continued to comprehend the divine patterns on the Holy Pillar. The use of the comprehension experience card is time-limited, and he did not want to waste time. Seeing that Su Ming did not take her seriously, Poseidon was not angry. She felt the god-level battle on the Sea God Island. And Lord Sea God also gave an order that if there was no trouble, everything should be done according to the rules. But Poseidon's words almost frightened Seahorse Douluo and others. The Pope? He? This brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? Lord Poseidon has ordered that you can come and go freely on Poseidon Island. With one sentence, Poseidon suppressed all dissatisfaction and anger. The great Poseidon does not allow anyone to question him. Poseidon ignored Su Ming, but called Tang San and the others to prepare for their assessment. The crowd gradually dispersed. Only Seahorse Douluo and Su Ming were left at the scene. How did this kid become the Pope? Seahorse Douluo's mind was full of question marks, and he had no intention of practicing at this moment. He quietly watched what Su Ming wanted to do. Su Ming did nothing, but looked at the Seahorse Holy Pillar. But in the subtle details, his eyes did not have any focus, as if his body was just an empty shell, and he didn't know where it went. After several hours, Su Ming's eyes moved. Then, something happened that made Seahorse Douluo dumbfounded. The Seahorse Holy Pillar suddenly burst into golden light, shining on Su Ming. Level 73. Level 74. Level 75. Level 76. Level 77. Level 78. Level 79. Level 80. Seahorse Douluo was stunned. How is it possible? This guy obviously didn't take the Sea God test, but he could actually control the Seahorse Holy Pillar, and the feeling of intimacy was even better than that of Seahorse Douluo. 700,000-year soul rings. Red, 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 dark gold, brilliant gold, red. In an instant, it seemed as if the world lost its color, and Seahorse Douluo's dull eyes seemed to suddenly understand something. Wow! Suddenly, a soul ring fell from the Seahorse Holy Pillar and wrapped around the outer periphery of Su Ming's soul ring. It was a blue-red soul ring, originally a pure color, but now it was stained with blood. Su Ming's cultivation at this moment has reached level 81. It's worthy of being a holy pillar. It contains the energy of tens of thousands of years of soul beasts, and the soul rings of hundreds of thousands of years have not decayed at all. Su Ming looked very happy. The holy pillar and the seabed are the last burial places of many marine soul beasts, so the holy pillar can contain such terrifying energy. Of course, what makes Su Ming even happier is the inscription on the holy pillar. With the inscription above, he can create a soul tower like 10,000 years later. Now, it can ease the contradiction between soul beasts and humans to a certain extent. Moreover, with the experience card of comprehension, he successfully broke through the bottleneck of soul mentors and is now a quasi 9th level soul mentor. Seeing Su Ming was about to leave, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help asking. If you don't try, how many tests will you get from the Sea God? If it's the same as the Sea God's 9 tests, maybe you can. Unfortunately, before Seahorse Douluo finished speaking, Su Ming's figure had disappeared. How many tests? The Sea God will not let him participate in the assessment. The Sea God Temple. In the square, Poseidon was alone. Her soft figure was in this open square, but she had a cold and domineering aura that looked down on the crowd. Swish! Su Ming's figure appeared quietly, bringing a breeze. You should know I'm coming. Su Ming said concisely. Yes. Poseidon nodded. Her eyes could easily see through people's hearts. Poseidon understood what Su Ming meant by that last glance, so she waited here. What was the result of Douluo and you? Although she knew the result, Poseidon still asked a question. She was curious. Narrow victory. These 2 words made Poseidon shake his head. He knew that the young man in front of him was not telling the truth. Su Ming did not explain. After all, without using the advanced level of the Berserker body *, he really needed to do his best to fight Douluo. Convenient. Without dwelling on this question, Su Ming looked at the Sea God Temple in front of him and reminded. Poseidon shook his head, you can go to the nearby sea area, but I can't leave Poseidon Island too far. Swish! As soon as the voice fell, the 2 arrows instantly turned into stray arrows and disappeared in front of the Poseidon Temple. All the holy pillar Douluo of Poseidon Island looked into the distance with a feeling in their hearts. The shocking battle that suddenly unfolded on the sea almost overturned the surrounding sea area of more than 10 miles. How dazzling is the golden color of the sun! How deep and pure is the blue of the sea! The halo is vast. There are hundreds of miles of waves, hitting the shore and swallowing. The breath broke through the huge waves and calmed everything. After an unknown amount of time, the two giants hundreds of meters high finally disappeared. Although the ocean is big, how can we conquer the sun? Poseidon's face was flushed and sweat was dripping. It was rare for her to be so happy today. She had never lost in the sea, but this was the first time she lost to a boy. Your control of the power of the sea is no less than mine. Poseidon praised. She did not gain any advantage in this battle in the sea. It seemed that there was a force resisting and pulling, so that she could no longer use the power of the sea. I guess I will be away for a while. Xiaowu and Tang San will be free from the care of the seniors. Su Ming performed the etiquette of a junior spirit master. Poseidon said good and got a satisfactory answer. Su Ming flew straight to the west of the continent. The handsome and elegant young man, after all, was like a dragon entering the sea, and it was difficult to find an opponent. Chapter 294 Years passed in a flash. Leaving the Sea God Island was something Su Ming had thought about long ago. He knew that his opportunity was not in the Sea God Island, and there was no point in staying here. But for Xiaowu and Qing'er they are a good place. This is what Su Ming had agreed with them when he came. With the communication watch, there is no need to worry about the problem of contact. Flying to the west of the continent, Su Ming finally found the location of the Sun-Moon continent. Compared to 10,000 years later, the overall strength of the Soul Masters in the Sun-Moon continent is weaker now. The strongest is only a 97-level Super Douluo. And the level of Soul Guides is only barely touched. Su Ming knows that it is a medium level 8th level. As for the true 9th level, how can it be called the highest level without pushing it up? Just like a child, at most he knows that trillion is the largest unit of measurement, but the units such as Beijing will appear when it is needed for further use. The 8th level middle grade soul guide that Su Ming knows here is called the 9th level in the Sun-Moon continent, which is also the highest level. People in the Sun-Moon continent would never think that there will not only be true 9th level, but also 10th level, 11th level and 12th level soul guides in the future. The progress of science and technology always requires the accumulation of time. In 10,000 years, they were able to transition from primitive society to modern civilization. What else can't happen? Because the cultivation of humans here is not high, and there is no real 9th level soul guide, they can't compete with top soul beasts, so the relationship between the Sun-Moon continent and soul beasts is very delicate. The entire Sun-Moon Empire had no choice but to worship the evil Eye Tyrant Lord as a totem. The situation on the Sun-Moon continent may still be due to the word faith. First, there are no divine relics like the Wuhan Hall and the Sea God Hall, so there is naturally no divine favor. Qiandaoliu and Poseidon can cultivate to the limit of Douluo, and there are many factors of Angel God and Sea God. People like Tang Chen are definitely rare. Second, Su Ming thinks that the cultivation of the evil Eye Tyrant Lord is also related to the faith of the Sun-Moon Empire. Of course, this is just Su Ming's speculation. The Sun-Moon Empire has no powerful forces, no imperial disputes, and no emotional entanglements. It is the most suitable region for Su Ming to develop. After Su Ming's tyrannical suppression of the evil Eye Tyrant Lord, and with Gu Yuina's presence, the evil Eye Tyrant Lord tactfully expressed his submission. Then, Su Ming entered the Sun-Moon Empire. For those who refused to obey, Su Ming's approach was very simple. Fight. There is nothing that cannot be solved by fighting. How can there be? Then beat them violently. A month later, when the true 9th level Soul Guide appeared, all Soul Guide Masters were eclipsed. That day, the rules of Soul Guides began to be rewritten. The only two 9th level Soul Guides could only downgrade themselves to 8th level Soul Guides. The Soul Master's strength is the best in the Sun-Moon continent. No one can surpass him in Soul Guide. Since then, there has been no doubt in the Soul Master community of the entire Minjiao continent. Su Ming began to make drastic reforms according to the plan. First, it is the issue of faith. In major cities on the continent, weapon soul academies have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The birth of the academy has dissolved many disputes between soul guide organizations and departments. The soul guide world has begun to enter a situation of one dominant company. Su Ming was not stingy and shared all the soul guide knowledge he knew. After all, helping them is helping himself. The improvement of everyone's soul guide level is the improvement of Su Ming's soul guide level. In just 2 years, Su Ming's soul guide level officially entered the 10th level. Secondly, it is the issue of nobles and civilians. Su Ming directly abolished the original noble system, land wealth, and tilted it towards civilians. At the same time, the Soul Guide Alliance was established to introduce soul guides to the people. Su Ming is naturally the leader. Rules are promulgated, and soul guides at all levels are responsible for the people's livelihood in the corresponding areas. For example, the 8th level soul guide is in charge of the area under the 1st level of the main city. The 7th level soul guide corresponds to the provincial capital city. At the same time, assessments are conducted every 3 years. The content includes the overall soul guide level, 3-year improvement level, changes in people's lives, and overall evaluation of people. Anyone who ranks high can enter a higher level alliance for further study, and the alliance guarantees that he will be promoted to a soul master of the 1st level. For those who are in the middle of the assessment, the degree of further study will be reduced accordingly. As the only level 10 soul master, he has become the belief of all soul masters, and they are proud to learn under Su Ming. In addition to soul guides, Su Ming also pays attention to the strength of soul masters. The Soul Academy also offers corresponding soul master courses, which brings a completely different way of soul master cultivation to the Sun and Moon continent, allowing soul masters to go further. Because the development of soul guides and soul masters, the soul beasts are the first to bear the brunt. Su Ming imitated and created a level 9.5 soul guide, and at the same time connected it with other soul guides to cover the forests throughout the continent. Once a soul beast dies, the soul guide will take the initiative to collect its soul ring and give it to the soul master in need after testing. Knowing that there are not more soul beasts on land than in the ocean, and there may be a situation where supply exceeds demand, Su Ming extended the Soul Spirit Tower to 500 miles around the continental sea area. The reason why it is 500 miles is that they do not want to compete with the sea god for faith. Within 500 miles, the soul rings of sea soul beasts are enough for soul masters to practice. From then on, soul masters need to report to the Alliance for review when hunting soul beasts. If there is no suitable soul ring, or if they want a higher level soul ring, they can enter the forest to hunt only after the review is passed. It seems unnecessary, but those who can really enter the forest, they are those who have strong connections with soul masters and soul mentors. Like ordinary people, let alone choosing soul rings, it is good enough to have soul rings. Of course, because of the existence of the assessment mechanism, the leader naturally wants everyone to be stronger. So, it is a relatively benign cycle. Under Su Ming's leadership, the entire Sun and Moon continent is developing in a prosperous direction. The faith of the entire continent converges on Su Ming, and Su Ming is also given a new title Saint Master. 2 years later, Su Ming successfully broke through to the title Douluo. The Soul Ring is the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord. After seeing the horror of Su Ming and cultivating into a god, the always cruel and cunning Evil Eye Tyrant Lord also began to seek the future. Especially when Gu Yuina said that Su Ming would become a God King level strongman in the future, things became a lot simpler. Evil Eye, he has put a knife on my eyeball, what can I do if I don't sacrifice? It's fake. It's all fake. It was agreed that soul masters are not allowed to hunt soul beasts, and you are blatantly violating the rules. Although he was unwilling, Xian still surrendered. 4 soul cores began to appear in Su Ming's body. First, the ultimate wood soul core. Then the ultimate gold soul core. The ultimate water soul core of Sea God Island. The spiritual soul core condensed from the energy of Xian and Tianming. The only thing missing is that the 9 clones that Su Ming dispersed now don't even have a soul core. Ultimate fire, ultimate ice, ultimate earth, ultimate power thunder, darkness. The cultivation of these clones has just broken through to Soul Emperor. 3 years. 3 years. He has been Soul Emperor to titled Douluo, and you Soul Sect seniors have only cultivated to Soul Emperor. It's simply unreasonable. For this reason, Su Ming can only send them to Sea God Island to absorb a wave of Holy Pillar energy, and then break through to Soul Saint and condense the only pure attribute Soul Core. In the blink of an eye, 4 years have passed. During this period, Su Ming also visited the Spirit Hall and Sea God Island many times. Whether it was Xiaowu's test or Shue'er's Angel God test, they all made good progress. After 4 years, Xiaowu's cultivation level reached the 88th level Soul Douluo, Qing'er also broke through to Soul Douluo, and Shue'er's cultivation level was even higher, now she is already the 95th level Super Douluo. In 4 years, 30 levels were raised, this speed of improvement was even faster than Su Ming's. The ancestor of the angel god was really good to his family. On the vast sea, 2 figures were flying fast close to the sea surface. In front of them was a petite girl of 4 or 5 years old. She had long bright silver hair and light golden eyes that were sometimes gentle as water and sometimes swift as thunder, revealing a steadiness that did not belong to this age group. Although her beautiful face is still immature and her figure is not yet developed, from her snow-white and delicate skin, excellent bones, and her lovely appearance like a porcelain doll, we can already see how stunning this girl will be in the future. She is definitely a beauty. Fly close to the sea surface. If you are taken away by a sea wolf, I won't care. A handsome man appeared on the right side of the girl. The two have similar faces. The girl is already good looking, but the man's face is even more transcendent like a fairy. The aura on his body that makes the stars turn is even more attractive. Su Chanyi stuck out her tongue and said in a baby voice. If I am taken away by a sea wolf, I will tell my mother when I get home and say that my father deliberately didn't save me. Hearing this, Su Ming was full of black lines. As she raised her hand, the flying device behind Su Chanyi disintegrated. Ah! Su Chanyi was startled. When she was about to fall into the water, one hand held her collar. Dad, you did it on purpose. That's right, and you sneaked out this time. You are narrow-minded. Su Chanyi muttered, jumped up, hugged Su Ming's arm, and continued to watch the sea view, which was much more fun than the spirit hall. Holding Su Chanyi, Su Ming quickly flew towards the direction of the sea god island. In the sky, only a beautiful white line across the sky was left. Have you chatted with your two mothers recently? Of course, Wu's mother said that she saved a lot of shells for me, which are not available on the mainland. What about your Qing'er's mother? Doesn't she chat with you often? Of course not. I have the best relationship with Qing'er's mother. Every time my mother complains about me, she is the only one who dares to stand up for me and argue with reason. Your Aunt Ning gave you diamonds before, but you were not interested in them. Why do you like shells so much all of a sudden? Shells are so beautiful. They are left by small animals. They are proof of their life. Silly dad. Can I tell you that I just want to leave the spirit hall and go out to play? Su Ming. After a few seconds, Su Kenyi's face was wet and she became a drowned chicken. Now, someone's face was full of despair. I can live because I have a good father. Hurry up, I'm going to Sea God Island to complain right away. Go ahead and complain, I'll see who dares to stand up for you. Just ignore what I said. Sea God Island. Two groups of people are hunting the evil demon killer Whale King. The difference is that Tang San, the first-generation disciple of the First Academy, needs to hunt an evil demon killer Whale King that is over 300,000 years old. And the second-generation Tai Long and Hu Lina, a total of 7 people, need to hunt the 100,000-year-old evil demon killer Whale King in the original book. Do you think Tai Long and the others can do it? Isn't a 100,000-year-old soul beast a bit of a stretch for them? It's hard to say. Xiaoyu and Hu Lina has a martial soul fusion skill, and the two of them are now soul Douluo, so they should be able to fight the evil demon killer Whale King. If it were on land, the chances of winning would be great, but the evil demon killer Whale King in the sea is too flexible, and there are so many other evil demon killer whales, if things go wrong. Tang San, don't forget the trick that Su Lin and the others used in the First Academy. Zhu Qing, are you talking about the fusion skill? On the soul-guided spaceship, Tang San and his 7 companions were witnessing the fierce battle below. The sea surface had been dyed red by scarlet blood. Xiaobai was pulling other evil killer whales. Xiaoyu and Hu Lina were the main attackers, while Yan, Zhao Jianxing and Tai Long were on the flanks, attacking the 100,000-year-old evil killer Whale King. Although they had expected it, the horror of the evil killer Whale King still made Tang San and his companions look solemn. If Xiaoyu and Hu Lina had not had the martial soul fusion skill, Tai Long and Zhao Jianxing would have been able to fuse their soul power and burst out with terrifying power. If it had been replaced by other academies, it would have been terrible. After all, this was a temporary team, and there was no auxiliary support among the 7 people. Yan. The 100-meter-high waves on the sea swallowed Yan in an instant, and the flames on his body were extinguished. Seeing Yan's figure disappear, Hu Lina and the others were anxious. Fortunately, Yan quickly jumped out of the water and returned to the air under the lifting of the flying soul guide. Don't worry about me, do your best to deal with this beast. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed slightly, and they had already made a decision. Suddenly, the rhythm of the 7 people's attacks became more frequent, and the running in was constantly improving. It was not that the evil killer Whale King could not defeat Hu Lina and the 7 people. Helpless Xiaobai led the tribe to harass, and Tailong and his men threw mental confusion soul bombs into the sea. The seabed was in chaos at the moment, and it was impossible for it to call on its men to gather and fight. Many of its men even smelled the blood and bit him. He was the only one with 100,000 years of soul beasts facing 7 people, and they were armed with soul guides to replenish soul power and offensive soul guides. Realizing that something was wrong, the evil killer whale king rushed towards the deep sea and tore all his kind on the road to pieces with his teeth. Dad, Xiaohu's mother, and they are watching the show, and they haven't discovered us yet. Su Chanyi blinked and reminded excitedly. Su Ming closed his eyes and held his forehead helplessly. Sure enough, as Su Chanyi said this, Tang San and Xiao Wu looked up at the sky. Suddenly, everyone's faces were wonderful. Brother. Husband, Su Ming. Su Chanyi. Oops. You make me look stupid. Su Chanyi and Su Ming held their foreheads in the same style. Dad, biological son, can't deny it. Xiao Chanyi, why don't you come down? As soon as the teasing voice fell, Xiao Wu had teleported to Su Ming, followed by Zhu Zuqing. Looking at the father and son in front of them, the smiles on their faces could no longer be piled up. Wu Mom, Dad bullied me and threw me into the sea. Look at my clothes, they are all wet now. Swish. Su Chanyi fled to Xiao Wu's arms, wiping her tears and crying. Her pitiful appearance made me feel sorry for her. Former victim, Xiao Wu. Don't tell me, I'm afraid too. Chapter 291 No one wants the 100,000-year soul ring? Su Ming's sudden appearance distracted Tai Long, Hulina, and others, causing the evil demon killer whale king to escape. Knowing that the contribution of outsiders in the god test would result in a decrease in rewards, Su Ming did not help Hulina and others. Fortunately, after passing the Xiaobai tribe and other seabed tribes, Hulina and others still found the evil demon killer whale king and successfully killed it. The worst thing about a 100,000-year soul beast being killed is that no one can absorb his soul ring. Tai Long and others have just broken through to Soul Saint, and Hulina has just broken through to Soul Douluo. As for Tang San and others, they are also staring at the corpse of the evil demon killer whale king. Tang San's cultivation had already broken through to Soul Douluo, and now he has reached level 84. When he completed the 4th test to challenge the Holy Pillar Douluo, change, he had already broken through to Soul Douluo and obtained a divine soul ring, and it has been nearly 200,000 years. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ye Lingling are also Soul Douluo. Duguyan has just entered the Soul Saint, and the most suitable one is Ning Rongrong. Her cultivation is set at level 79, and she is most likely to break through in a short time. They also have a way to push the cultivation level by 1 level. Look at what kind of soul beast it is, what kind of soul skills do I need from it? Ning Rongrong's words made everyone more autistic. The 9 treasures glazed pagoda spirit takes the root of amplification, and it is indeed not suitable for offensive spirit beasts such as the evil demon killer whale king. There should be divine spirit rings later. What everyone cares more about now is not the age issue, but the compatibility issue. Ming is suitable, but unfortunately he is already a soul saint. There is a more serious problem, Ning Rongrong reminded. Yes, there is also the first 300,000 years of the evil demon killer whale king. Tang San nodded, this is the goal they need to achieve. Although the 100,000-year spirit ring is good, he has already determined to become a god, and he will definitely not lack 100,000-year spirit rings in the future. His clear sky hammer spirit takes the root of strength. Although the evil demon killer whale king has some effect, it is not a big effect. He thought about the same as Su Ming, which was the dark gold terror claw bear, titan giant ape, golden hair lion mastiff and other powerful soul beasts. The evil killer whale king is a last resort. The point is, there is another one behind. Even if he absorbs it, he would rather take the one with a higher age. Are you sure you don't want it? So Kanyi blinked her cute eyes. It's a waste of natural resources. It's a waste of natural resources. This is 100,000-year soul ring. So Kanyi, hold it in, don't panic, it's yours, no running away. Hey? Tang San and others looked at So Kanyi in wonder, smiling and not smiling. Why, you want this soul ring? Okay, no one wants it, then it's yours. Seeing that no one spoke or took action, Xiao Wu made the final decision, patted So Kanyi's head, and let her absorb it. Uncle, Aunt, Dad, then I'll go. So Kanyi asked tentatively, and her body had already jumped honestly onto the body of the evil killer whale king. Su Ming did not stop them. They really did not need it. What Chan Yi wanted to give her was just a 100,000-year spirit ring. It was not necessary to be pretentious. As he raised his hand, the spirit bone of the demonic killer whale king had already fallen into his hand. There is no rigid requirement for this spirit bone. You can discuss how to divide it. Su Ming handed the spirit bone to Hulina and the others. Now he already has all the spirit bones, including the right arm spirit bone of the torso bone of the purple gold behemoth, the god level head spirit bone, and the outer spirit bone of the dark gold claw. Compared to it, this 100,000-year spirit bone is useless. Seeing that this 100,000-year spirit ring was given to Su Chanyi, Tang San and Hulina had no objection. Just now, Su Chanyi called them uncle and aunt. It was the first time they met each other. They had never given any gifts, so it was really inappropriate. Anyway, no one needs this 100,000-year spirit ring, so why not give it to her? Everyone looked at Su Chanyi curiously, wondering what kind of martial spirit she was that dared to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. Su Ming, can Chanyi absorb this 100,000-year soul bone? Before Ye Lingling finished her worried words, a colorful gem spider appeared from Su Chanyi's hand. The spider was very small, less than the size of a palm, and looked very crystal and beautiful, like a work of art. But with the appearance of the spider, everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalp, as if the spider could threaten their lives. Woo! The crystal spider bit the body of the evil killer whale king, and the soul ring also fell on the former. In an instant, the 20-30 meter long evil killer whale king shrank visibly. One of the crystal spider's eyes bloomed with a scarlet light, as if it could disturb people's minds, making people shudder. After eating and drinking enough, the crystal spider slowly lay back in Su Chanyi's hand, being too well behaved. Such a small spider sucked the evil killer whale king dry, and it can also forcibly attract a 100,000-year spirit ring. If they hadn't seen many monsters, Tang San and the others would have doubted their lives. Su Ming explained, Chanyi's martial soul is the ultimate root, which can mix and superimpose the effects of each soul ring obtained. In other words, the second soul skill will automatically superimpose the effect of the first soul skill, and the same is true in the future. The 9-color crystal spider contains the ultimate of the 5 elements and the ultimate of light, which can devour and run in, and forcibly smelt an ultimate attribute. Everyone! Doesn't it mean that the 9th soul skill will contain 9 kinds of ultimate attribute attacks? Numb. Completely numb. One ultimate attribute is already a stepping stone for peerless powerhouses. 9 kinds, you can kill people by smashing them randomly. Chan Yi, there should be more than one martial soul, right? Tang San asked, because she felt that Chan Yi's soul power had exceeded level 30. This situation is best explained by the fact that she actually has 2 god-level martial souls. This 9-color crystal spider should be the continuation of Bibi Dong's spirit. Hiss, it has 2 spirits like Tang San, and is it Su Ming's god slayer? Xiao Wu, come on, why are you keeping me in suspense? Ask Chan Yi yourself, we are all elders, why are you urging me? Chan Yi. Call out your second spirit and show us. Yes, yes, Xiao Chan Yi, if you listen, I will give you a gift. After seeing Su Chan Yi's second spirit guardian angel, everyone gave up. The 300,000-year-old evil demon killer whale king was also hunted down by Tang San and his 7 men. Ming's current strength alone can catch up with the titled Douluo, not to mention Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and others. The 7 people together are not inferior to the Super Douluo. The 5th test is completed, and the 6th test will end in 2 months. Tang San and his 7 companions successfully survived Poseidon. They did not hide, but fought head-on. In that battle, everyone showed their strength perfectly, which was quite exciting. Tang San also successfully pulled out the Sea God Trident. As long as he passed the next 2 tests, he could inherit the Sea God position. For nearly 5 years, everyone has gained a lot, and their cultivation has basically improved by about 25 levels. Leaving the Sea God Island, everyone returned to the First Academy. After nearly 5 years of development, the First Academy has completely become the top force in the entire continent. The number of teachers has also increased from 10 to more than 30, starting with the Soul Saint cultivation, and selecting the elite among the elites. The number of students has increased from dozens to more than 500 students. And these 500 are selected from the best. Looking back, Tai Long and Zhao Jiangxing's class, the second class, but it is the class with the lowest quality. At that time, the academy had just been established, and Su Ming mainly tested people's hearts. Now, the academy tests talents and potential. It's not that morality is not important, but the disciples of the first academy always give people a strange feeling. That feeling a bit of elbow turning outward. Disciples from the strengths such as Haoshan sect, Kai Bao Liulai sect, including Wuhan Hall, who have studied in the first academy for a few years, seem to be beginning to lean towards the first academy. It seems that the current first academy is the original force they belong to. The main focus of the academy's graduation assessment is a sense of identity. The first and second professors of the current year are carefully selected by the academy. For example, during college, there was a senior who taught you knowledge, took you to internship, and arranged a good place for you after graduation. With a little conscience, can you not be grateful to the other party? And these seniors also came in the same way. The next class is grateful to the previous class. The first academy is a huge family. If there is a bad apple, it is like dancing in a minefield. Not only will everyone in the department call for it, but even other departments will not let it go. Especially for the soul masters from the middle and lower classes, this situation is even worse. Dai Yuhao has never been an isolated soul master, but a common case. Under this model, the first academy has formed a healthy atmosphere, which is constantly draining the funds of various forces. The return of Tang San and others has set off a huge wave in the first academy. Especially, seeing their soul ring configuration, everyone is even more excited for a while. The same is true for Hulina and others in the Spirit Hall. Knowing that her beloved disciple Hulina has become a soul Douluo, the elusive Bibi Dong also appeared in the Spirit Hall. But she only stayed for a while, and she was looking for Qian Rongxiu. Su Ming only knew that Qian Rongxiu was very happy that day. Even happier than becoming a god. Half a year later, Qian Rongxiu successfully inherited the angel god. After experiencing love, Qian Rongxiu inherited the angel god's throne perfectly without any flaws. On the next day, Emperor Tiandu issued an edict and began to implement the enfeoffment order. When the lord died, his descendants all had corresponding inheritance rights and could obtain part of the territory, and all the people in the territory would get 1/5. As soon as the summons came out, the people cheered, and several major kingdoms could not sit still and began to prepare for resistance, causing the situation to become turbulent. Then, it was the Wuhan Hall statement. Wuhan Hall supports the Tiandu Empire and is determined to help Emperor Tiandu unify the continent and restore order. The sudden change made everyone extremely incredible. The Tiandu royal family actually colluded with the Wuhan Hall? Ning Fengzi knew about this and was numb. He supported the Tiandu royal family, so wasn't that supporting the Wuhan Hall in disguise? The other nobles of the royal family had other ideas, but as Su Ming led several titled Douluo to appear in Tiandu city, all the voices disappeared. Those kingdoms also acquiesced to the decision of the empire. After all, behind the major kingdoms stood the Spirit Hall. The masters had expressed their views, so how could they have the heart to resist? Inside the first academy, the propaganda work had already been done. They knew best the changes in the 3 cities near Notting City. The people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and they were well fed and well clothed, and there was a peaceful atmosphere. With the development of soul guides and modern technology, in just 7 years, the 3 cities merged, and the scale was no less than that of Tiandu City. The change in everyone's lifestyle was a real benefit. That was the progress of an era, and the entire continent would be a beneficiary. All of them knew that the landscape of the continent was going to change. And the center of the tornado. It was the first academy. It was the soul guide department and the technology department. Unification is the best choice. Even many noble children began to persuade their families not to focus on land, but to focus on investing in soul guides and technology, which is the future. Wuhan Hall. Dressed in pink and white, she looked like a colorful peach blossom. The sword in her hand was shining and colorful, and every time she passed it, it was stunning, soft but powerful. Chan Yi, take a rest if you are tired, and practice swordsmanship later. I'm not tired. This kid. Qian Rongxiu shook her head and came to the pavilion where Su Ming and the other 2 were with fragrant tea. Recently, the 3 sects have made moves, and it seems that someone is unwilling to let us do this. And Tang San and Tang Hao seem to have returned to Haoshan sect. Even after Qian Rongxiu came back, Zhu Zuqing told the recent information, but she couldn't help but frown slightly at the end. Xiao Wu curled her lips. She was more beautiful and charming as a grown-up girl. Tang San shouldn't be that stupid. After all these years, I don't believe he dares to do it. Xiao Wu's eyes showed dangerous signals. If that day really comes, she will not show mercy. No matter what her brother does, she will stand by him. No matter what happens, the final result will not change. But it's always good to have fewer troubles. Su Ming smiled and took the tea handed over by Qian Rongxiu and drank it. After becoming a god, Qian Rongxiu became more beautiful, with peerless elegance, like a banished immortal, and her every move was unique. Even if she was just wearing a simple golden dress, wherever she was, that was the center. Just even Su Ming, who had been married for many years, was happy to look at her a few more times. Qian Rongxiu also smiled, charming and unique. My husband still remembers the old relationship and doesn't want to do things to the extreme. My husband has done what he should and shouldn't do. The current unified situation is the one with the least impact and resistance. What's wrong with unification? In the final analysis, it's their selfishness. If they don't know the current situation, I won't show mercy to them. She has become an angel god, and she really has the confidence to say this. If she hadn't considered Su Ming's feelings, she could lead the army of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire to sweep across the entire Xingluo Empire and the three upper sects and suppress all resistance factors. Su Ming didn't respond, knowing that Qian Rongxiu wanted to deal with these things as soon as possible and go to the God realm to revive Qian Douluo. The same is true for Xiao Wu. For this reason, he has already moved his plan forward infinitely. Now is the final ultimatum. Mom and Dad, look, it's snowing. A cheerful cry broke the atmosphere. The temperature seemed to have dropped a lot as the snow fell, but Su Ming and his friends didn't feel it. Only Su Chanyi was running around in the yard, laughing so happily. Another year has passed. Time flies so fast, Su Ming sighed. He was already in his early 20s. I sent some good new clothes and quilts to Grandpa. He is afraid of the cold now. Xiao Wu said. Hearing this, Su Ming paused and waved to Su Chanyi. Chanyi, let's go see your grandpa and let him make dumplings for you. Chapter 292 God of Creation. And the snow is getting colder. In the upper three sects, a meeting of titled Douluo is being held. Looking around, there are no less than 20 people. 7 titled Douluos of Haoshan sect. Tang San, Tang Hao and Dugubo from the Tang sect. Plus the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. And the Crown Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire and others. The atmosphere was very depressing, just like the heavy snow covering the Green Mountains. Unconsciously, a thick layer of snow accumulated in my heart. In the middle of the round table, a letter from Su Ming lay quietly. The theme of the meeting was very simple: to fight or not. This issue cannot be represented by one opinion, but everyone must come to a conclusion together. At this time, the 3 sects need to share the same hatred and advance and retreat together. Because no one can resist the impact of nearly 20 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, not to mention that the Spirit Hall also has an angel god and Su Ming, whose strength is unknown. Everyone, I believe you should be clear about the current situation. What he meant is very simple. If we really want to fight, we only need to send titled Douluo to fight. Ordinary soldiers no longer need to appear in this battle. So, I want to ask for your opinions. Ning Fengzi held the scepter in his hands with both hands, unconsciously tightening his grip. He himself had not decided whether to fight or not. If there is no war, with the close relationship between the 7 treasures glazed sect and the First Academy, this disaster will not overwhelm the sect. After all, the First Academy and the 7 treasures glazed sect have many business dealings. For example, the treasure pavilion of the First Academy is now jointly managed by the 7 treasures glazed sect and Shao Xin to supply the needs of the First Academy. In the direction of Nodding City, the 7 treasures glazed sect also has many industrial industries, and soul guides are also being laid out in full swing. Because his daughter Ning Rongrong often runs around with the First Academy, the 7 treasures glazed sect has already taken an absolute advantage. Moreover, he has obtained a lot of important information. If there is no war, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect only needs to pay part of its wealth and land. And it has 5 votes in the Soul Master Alliance headquarters. On this basis, each additional title Douluo will add 1 vote. Whether it is the status of the Soul Master world or the business territory, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is completely tenable. For Ning Fengzi, the only shortcoming is that Ning Rongrong did not choose a good husband like Qian Rongxiu. If there is this relationship, he will not have any gains and losses. We are the 3 upper sects, at least we are equal to the spirit hall. When will it be their turn to shit and pee on us? Old 7 is right. No matter what you do, our Haoshan sect will fight the spirit hall to the death. We will take revenge for our grievances and revenge for our enemies. In my opinion, we don't have to be afraid of him. Tang San will inherit the throne in a few years. When we really fight, we may not lose. After several people talked in unison, the scene was indeed frighteningly deserted. As elders of the Haoshan sect, they did not have the power to make decisions. Such brazen words made them look like clowns. You. The elders were angry but dared not speak. Finally, under Tang Xiao's wave, they sat down reluctantly. Everyone, please express your opinions one by one. Tang Xiao rubbed his eyebrows, his face looked a little painful. The current matter is of great importance, please tell the truth and express your thoughts. Otherwise, if we are suddenly betrayed, Haoshan sect will not mind turning the gun around and fighting the betrayer to the death. Looking around with the sharp eyes of the eagle, Tang Xiao's voice also became cold, as if he was swearing to the sky. Everyone looked at each other, and no one was the first to speak up. No one dares to speak first about this kind of thing, and even if they speak first, they may not believe it. Tang San was holding a book and watching from the side, without interrupting. Tang Hao took a sip of wine, looked at Tang San, then looked at Tang Xiao, his deep eyes could not see what he was thinking. Everyone, please listen to me. I think it should not be us who should express our position first, but your Haoshan sect. Davis' tone was not aggressive, because he knew that the Haoshan sect was very important and could not be offended, but once these words came out, how could they not offend people? He gritted his teeth and tried to make himself look more friendly, pointing at Tang San and Tang Hao and said. As everyone knows, Tang San has a close relationship with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and Senior Haoshan Douluo is even a worshipper of the First Academy. I have no intention of offending you two, but at the moment, please give me a definite answer. Without you two, I think even if we unite together, it is unlikely that we will win this battle. There is always an unbridgeable gap between the god-level powerhouse and the titled Douluo. It will be difficult to win. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood and focused their attention on the Tang family. Tang Hao, but he is a great contributor who helped Su Ming sit on the throne of the Pope. With this relationship, if it comes to treason, the Tang family is the most likely. Tang Xiao frowned, his face was very embarrassed, but he was too embarrassed to say anything more. After all, this matter cannot be faked, Tang Hao did it. Now even his eldest brother can't understand what Tang Hao means. The faces of several elders of Haoshan sect were gloomy, and their angry eyes seemed to be facing traitors. The last time they were in Haoshan sect, they did not have a pleasant quarrel. Judging from the words and deeds of Tang Hao and his son, they seemed unwilling to return to Haoshan sect. Establishing Tang sect, independent Haoshan sect, forgetting their ancestors. Just now, they mentioned Tang San's becoming a god, just to give them a way out, but they never thought that they would remain silent. Born in Haoshan sect, they clashed with Wuhan Hall, so that Haoshan sect survived for more than 10 years. Looking back, they even helped Wuhan Hall. It's simply a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs, shameless. Now, are they still stubborn? Being stared at by everyone, Tang Hao seemed to have heard nothing at all, and continued to drink. His eyes also looked at the group of people openly, but he didn't say a word. I heard it. But what if I ignored it? Tang Hao knew very well that if he wanted to compete with Wuhan Hall, Tang San had to become a god. Even if he becomes a god, his chances of winning are less than 30%. Qian Rongxiu has become a god now, plus Su Ming. You have to know that 6 years ago, that kid had god-level strength, and who knows how strong he is now. 6 years. In the last 6 years, that bastard soared from a soul warrior to a titled Douluo. Using his own son as a gun, fighting Su Ming for you? Tang Hao doesn't indulge these people. Being able to come here is already for the sake of Haoshan sect. Besides, he doesn't think it would be a bad thing to let Su Ming unify the continent. He won't kill them all, let alone destroy all living things. Haoshan sect will still be Haoshan sect, and Tang sect will still be the Tang sect. He doesn't believe that these people don't know the grand cause of Notting City. At the moment, this meeting is ultimately a matter of their own interests, and has nothing to do with fairness and justice. There is no point in saying more. Tang San's face also showed distress, and he was reluctant to speak, as if it was extremely difficult to make a decision. It was not until the coughing sounded that his lost eyes regained some light. Everyone sitting here is Tang San's elders. The founding of Tang sect is just a matter of crossing the river by feeling the stones. Tang San is shallow and doesn't know what to do. I think. Just when everyone thought that Tang San was ready to let everyone make the decision, Tang San suddenly changed the subject and looked at Ning Fengzi. I have heard that Uncle Ning is resourceful, smart, and capable. Rong and I are friends. Uncle Ning's decision represents my opinion. If Uncle Ning wants to fight, I will immediately return to Tang sect to prepare hidden weapons and actively prepare for war. Hearing this, everyone in Haoshan sect was slightly dissatisfied. After all, they were the bosses. But since Tang San handed over the initiative, they didn't have to worry about Tang San colluding with Wuhan Hall, which was also a good situation. So. Cough cough cough. The rapid cough sounded like a fishbone stuck in the throat. Holding the tea, the tabletop was wet. Ning Fengzi's calm expression suddenly changed, and he had the urge to greet Tang Hao. Let me make the decision? You are really good at passing the buck. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect has a lot of money, but the people are not stupid. I will be fine if I come to this meeting. It is no big deal if I send Sword Douluo to fight and discuss swords. But if they knew that I was the one who instigated everyone to resist and fight, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower would have broken a few bones. Ning Fengzi slowly stood up and sighed. It seemed that there was no need to continue this meeting. Everyone, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect still has some things to deal with, so let's say goodbye. Giving Sword Douluo a look, Ning Fengzi slowly left the venue with the scepter. Under his sleeves, the mechanical watch ring passed a trace of fluorescence. Seeing this, Tang San also sighed helplessly. Seniors, it seems that Uncle Ning has made his attitude very clear. The Seven Treasures Glazed clan is a big family, but they don't participate. Our Tang sect has little influence and can't help. Our Tang sect has no intention of participating in this dispute. Please do as you please. Glancing at Tang Hao's position, Tang San saw that the latter was empty, and his mouth twitched, and he left the venue. The scene was suddenly silent. Ning Fengzi walked slowly, waiting for Tang Hao and Tang San. Tang San, you are good at passing the buck. I thought you would stand up for Haoshan sect, and came to see the situation, but I didn't expect you. After saying that, Ning Fengzi shook his head in grief, and didn't expect Tang San to do such a thing. Stand up for Haoshan sect? Tang San's face was strange. When did he say that he represented Haoshan sect? If it was purely for Haoshan sect, he might as well help Su Ming. If Haoshan sect and Su Ming fought, without considering his father Tang Hao, he would stand on Su Ming's side without hesitation. Although the two were not related by blood, in his heart, Su Ming had already been placed in the position of his brother. What Haoshan sect valued was talent, not blood ties. Su Ming helped him, and it was probably also beneficial to him, but so what? After more than 10 years, if he still can't see through a person, he would have lived in vain. If it weren't for his father Tang Hao, his aunt Tang Yuehua and his uncle Tang Xiao, he would not have stepped into the Haoshan sect. Tang Hao wanted to say something, but was still drunk back. Finally, he only left one sentence. Keep an eye on your uncle and aunt, don't let them do stupid things. Tang Hao disappeared and returned this world to Tang San. He didn't want to get involved in this matter either. He had already informed Su Ming in advance that he would not hurt his elder brother and sister. He didn't want to care about other things, nor did he want to take his son's life. How strong is the Wuhan Hall? An angel god. A soul beast CO Lord. 10 super Douluos, plus the fierce beasts of the Star Do Great Forest. 10 ordinary titled Douluos, plus more than 80% of the soul masters. And there is Su Ming. Fight? What to fight with? Even if Grandpa Tang Chen is there and Xiao San inherits the throne, there is little chance of winning this battle. Under the influence of Nodding City, the province of Fasno has set off a wave of reform, overthrowing the nobles, and liberating freedom. And it spreads to the entire Tiandu Empire at a flying speed. Now whoever wants to stop the unification is standing against the people of the entire continent. Tang Hao used to think that the Spirit Hall was a villain force, but a few years ago, the Spirit Hall also changed its system, and the focus of its business began to tilt towards the middle and lower classes, and it was deeply loved by the people. At this time, the war, Haoshan sect has become the villain he hates the most. In a word, Su Ming, that stinky boy, did it too much. Brother Tang sees it clearly, but my 7 treasures glazed tile sect does not have such a blessing. Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly, a genius son like Tang San, a close relationship with Su Ming. If he were in Tang Hao's current position, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Uncle Ning has also gained a lot. Tang San smiled meaningfully. I think among these forces, Uncle Ning is definitely the one who is most willing to unify and form an alliance. Being stared at by Tang San, Ning Fengzi suddenly felt his old face a little hot. Well, Tang San, you Tang sect have hidden weapons, soul guides. This matter is not negotiable. Tang San rolled his eyes. The Tang sect still thinks that there are not enough places for soul guide learning, so how could they let them go? I know that your 7 treasures glazed tile sect is anxious, but don't worry. The opportunity of soul guides is also needed by the Tang sect. The two stared at each other for a long time, and finally smiled mysteriously and dispersed. 3 months later, the war still broke out. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect also participated in the battle, but it was only to assist the Tiandu army to attack the Douluo Empire. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family did not help either side and accepted the alliance's proposal. As for the Haoshan sect, they only participated in one battle before being forced to withdraw. Because Tang Chen was back. The slaughter capital was destroyed, and Tang Chen was born, causing a lot of killings in several cities, and many people were drained of blood. Finally, he was suppressed by Su Ming and worked as a helper for Lu Gao in Notting City for 2 months day and night. The biggest ceremony and hope were shattered, and the Haoshan sect was no longer struggling. Tang Chen knew everything that happened, and he couldn't help but feel heartbroken about the cowardice and stubbornness of the Haoshan sect. Even Tang Hao didn't reprimand him for not fighting for the Haoshan sect, but instead killed a stubborn titled Douluo elder. You can compete with the forces to compare the strength and weakness of the moment. But people's hearts are clear, and justice is self-evident. Do you have to wait for the 1000-year foundation to perish overnight before you are willing to give up? After a scolding, the Haoshan sect dispersed like a tide. Without the Haoshan sect, the Douluo Empire is alone. In addition, the internal Soul Master War God sect turmoil, the Spirit Hall threatened the royal family, and the people welcomed the new policy of the Tiandu Empire. Soldiers in the army continued to withdraw, not interested in fighting, nor fighting for the rule of the aristocracy. The Douluo Empire did not last for a month and announced its surrender. Since then, the entire continent has been unified by the Tiandu Empire. What followed was a more thorough reform. The emperor led the secular world and began the same reform as the Sun and Moon continent. The Soul Masters were under the leadership of the Alliance, focusing on the development of academic institutions, cultivating soul guides and scientific and technological talents, and giving back to the people. The Spirit Hall did not disband, but became the spiritual leader of the empire, connecting the Alliance above and the secular world below, becoming the most powerful executor of the reform, and was welcomed by the general public. As a result, the grand reform was completely launched in the Douluo continent. A new era has arrived. Douluo New Calendar Year 1 month. Crossing the highway and railway transportation network connecting various places began to be put on the agenda. February of the first year of the new calendar. The martial soul halls in various places began to build the first academies at all levels, setting up martial soul departments, soul guidance departments, and technology departments. Civilians can also change their fate through the technology department. May of the first year of the new calendar. The soul guides of the Sun and Moon continent arrived and began to cooperate and exchange between the two places, forming brother regions. Forests in various places began to cover the soul towers. September of the second year of the new calendar. Tang San inherited the sea god, the Tang sect was prosperous, and he married Duguyan, with Su Ming as the witness. March of the third year of the new calendar. That year, the sky broke through the rosy clouds. That year, Su Ming was 24 years old. Because of the great cause of reform, the human race was honored first. Consolidate faith. In the academy, prove the God of creation. This matter will be passed down forever. From then on, there was a true God in the world. Chapter 293. The last few sentences. Actually, if you want to water down the plot, you can water down a lot of words. Some things are not necessarily perfect after being written. However, let's talk about the final settings. 1. Su Ming. Dominant God. God of creation, the 9 clones merged with the main body, with 12 extreme attributes, proved the god of creation in the great Dao, possessed the power of creation, deduction, time control, and other laws, was in charge of the development trajectory of the god realm and each star, cultivated into a god king in the god realm, and governed the first-level elemental gods. Due to the jealousy of the Rakshasa god, the residual thoughts of the evil gods that could not be eliminated flowed into the human world, and the evil soul masters flourished god of nirvana. In order to stabilize the order, the clone went down to the world to rebuild, and Su Ming reproved the god of nirvana to maintain the order of the god realm. Therefore, the 2 god positions merged into the dominant god position, ranked above the god king, and modified the order of the god realm to allow soul beasts to become gods. Divine artifacts. God of creation. 1 slaying god, super divine artifact. 2 Yuanxi Shifang mirror, super divine artifact. 3 self-world, 1 world, super divine artifact, later became the dominant divine artifact. God of domination. Domination divine artifact, spear of destiny, ignores divine power and physical defense, no god can resist. 2 Jianrongxiu. Angel god. Originally a first-level god, he first benefited the people because of the spirit hall, and his faith pushed his cultivation up. Later, due to the unprecedented development of soul guides and technology, he gained a huge amount of faith power after breaking through the star field, and finally broke through the last bottleneck and became a god king. Because the god of destruction was dissatisfied with Su Ming's cultivation in the lower realm, he was worried that his power was higher than his own, so he launched a war in the divine realm, fought with the god of destruction, and was not at all inferior in a short time. Unfortunately, the latter was suppressed by the god of creation Su Ming and the Azura god Tang San, and was punished by the god of domination, and was reduced to cultivation in the human world. 1 daughter, Su Chanyi, who can distinguish between good and evil, is resolute and swift, has 2 martial souls, one of which is a guardian angel. She followed her father Su Ming's clone to the lower world, and made great contributions in stabilizing the chaotic world of evil soul masters. She became the guardian god and the goddess of protection in the divine world. 1 son, Su Ping'an, whose martial soul has extreme element control, is the favorite disciple of the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. When he merged with the Golden Dragon King's divine position, Guyuina passed her own divine position to him, making him a new dragon god. 3 Xiao Wu. Soul beasts cannot cultivate to become gods. In Su Ming's self-world, she proved to be the god of the forest, and her mother was resurrected. She lived in the self-world with Su Ming's other wives for many years. Later, she was attacked by the Rakshasa god and was in a coma for many years. Finally, with the help of the dominant god, she cultivated to the first-level god. 4 Zhu Zuqing. Inherited the second-level god of speed, cultivated speed to break the mystery of time and space, fought against the god of time in the god realm war, and was the only second-level god who could compete with the top first-level gods and even the god king regardless of region. 5 Tang San. The dual god positions of sea god and Rakshasa god. After the unification of the continent, he fought against Su Ming, the ultimate Douluo, with his god-level cultivation, and was finally defeated by Su Ming's peak crazy fighting body true god coming and the divine skills he realized * creation spring and autumn and the artifact god slaying. After that, he often fought with Su Ming in the god realm and participated in the god realm war. 6 Ning Rong Rong. The 9-colored goddess and her husband did not choose her at first, and there was no suitable god position to inherit in the god realm. Later, with the 9 treasures glazed tower as a contract, she turned to practice the way of alchemy, and was talented. Under the operation of Su Ming and other gods, the 9-colored goddess agreed that Ning Rong Rong merged the positions of the god of food and the 9-colored goddess, promoted to the auxiliary god, and ranked first-level god. 7 Ye Lingling. Passed the test of the Lord of Wood and inherited the throne. Later, he was under the jurisdiction of the Lord of Creation. He cared about Su Ming alone. 8 Daming Erming. The soul beast could not cultivate to become a god, so Su Ming and others took it to the god realm to survive. After the war in the god realm, the god of destruction caused the gods to fall. The gods to which Su Ming belonged occupied the main seats in the god realm, and were able to break the rules and inherit the throne. Oh my god! Survive the disaster, and you will be buried as a ghost king.